And at the beginning of it all, our protagonist, while he's all messed up, says that it's not hard to say that he ended up entering probably the worst possible world, and where he came from, he started facing those things with several huge monsters going after him, and both he and that rat start going after the monsters. But a few days ago, the boy is waking up peacefully in his room. So he says that when he woke up from a dream, he realized that he had transcended. And when he looks at his ID, he notices that he's an 18-year-old citizen of the city base, Longyan. And he says that just like in most transcendences, he received a new identity in that world. And he says that that world is very similar to Earth, but the technology is more advanced and they have already entered the interstellar era. And he says that technology is just a help because the most important thing is that there are star pets and several bizarre monsters walking around everywhere, which are basically Pokemon that Nintendo doesn't have the rights to. And the boy says that there are different types of star pets, and they are well related to human society. And the tool pet is responsible for aspects like life and work. And for topography and war, there are warrior pets, trained by the master warrior pet, a cool dragon. This would probably come out of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card. And he says that the position of each queen is determined by the strength of her pets. In other words, this is a world that depends on the strength of star pets in battle. So he starts to get more motivated and says that since the strongest person becomes more important in order to have a peaceful life, he needs to become strong. And to become stronger, he has to plan each step carefully. And first, it's important to understand his current situation. And from now on, he's Supine. And Supine's things are in that room, and their origins are critical. But then, when he leaves the room, he notices a girl in front of him. So, she asks how he woke up so early. She says that she feels strange, wondering if this isn't the lazy idiot Supim. Then he recognizes that girl as Supim's sister, saying that she's cute and looking at her legs. Man, I don't want to ruin your fun, but she's kind of your sister now. Sister, with that body you're in, was that worth it? And he wonders what that silver badge on the girl's chest is. And she starts to get irritated because she already told him not to stare at people's breasts and asks if he's thinking shit again. But then he says she misunderstood, but she punches the kid, making him lose his breath, wondering if she's a bull. And he wonders what that strength is. And she says he's already the battle pet master, telling him not to try to do anything wrong again. The phrases she said in the meantime are quite worrying. After all, the owner of the previous body already tried to do something with this girl. And Supim notices that what seems to be going on with those two wasn't good at all. And he says he's her brother, asking how he would do something bad, wondering if her original brother had a terrible personality. And the girl confirms his doubts, wondering if he doesn't remember all the things he's done, asking who put worms in his backpack, stole his snack, smeared Superbans on the toilet seat, or switched his toothpaste for mustard and hid his shoes. Then the boy wonders what kind of idiot he is, and she says she's there to ask him for something, telling him to take care of the pet store, saying that her customers are calling him, saying that he's the one who's going to take care of it that day. So she says that if he doesn't go, she'll kill him. And Supim thinks to himself that he thought the former owner of that body was an idiot, and he would never have imagined that he would have a store. Then he thinks that it's starting to get interesting, and the boy uses a kind of GPS when leaving the house, welcomes him and starts guiding the boy, asking him to turn at an intersection and then left at the next one. And so he arrives at his destination, and the boy gets lost in this when he looks at the store, which would be his store, noticing that that place is a dump just like the original owner. So the digital verification is successful, and he says that at least he has a store, and after a mini renovation and cleaning, this place will be ready to use, saying that it's nothing special. But when it opens, he notices that it stinks like hell, noticing that one of the animals that had been imprisoned there for who knows how many weeks is pissing and shitting outside the cage. So the dog doesn't even respect him, and he gets pissed off, wondering how that animal dares to underestimate him, saying that he's going to make that stupid dog suffer, telling him not to doubt him. But then he gets a big slap on the face, being thrown away, and wondering. And a punk shows up at the entrance saying that he's been his client for a long time, and he doesn't even recognize him, saying that he's been waiting for him for a week. So the kid asks if he's an enemy, but then that punk starts complaining to him, saying that he stayed 3 whole days because he left Indy Black in his care, so he had to take care of him. But he left the animal locked up with those other damn animals for 3 whole days, wondering if he knows how cruel that is. Man, look at that animal's face. What a horrible thing. Then the guy starts asking if he knows how he spent those 3 days. And Sopim starts to apologize, saying that she will take care of his pet, saying that she will not charge anything. And he thinks that his body is very strong, fragile at the moment. And Pan asks if the boy thinks he needs him for something now, sending Black Wind to attack him. And the animal that was all exhausted pulls out a bunch of teeth full of desire to kill. Then the boy tells him to show him the sharp claw, throwing himself on top of Supim, and the boy asks what he wants. But then that tail that seemed to be harmless goes to the boy's neck, ready to cut him. He feels like shit is gonna happen, wondering what happened, because the animal is too fast. Wondering if people in this world only know how to solve problems with force. And he wonders how the original owner of that body got into so much trouble. But then he calls Punk to talk, asking why they don't negotiate, saying how about he pay 3 times more for the damages. And Punk asks about it, asking how he's going to repay his pet for keeping that. So he decides on a punishment, saying he had a brilliant idea, sending Black Wind to try his new trick, sending the creature to explode in that store and revive its strength, and tells it not to forget that it has the blood of a white dragon, asking that thing to use Black Blast. And Suping is surprised by that bright light, wondering how this creature has so much strength and why a black dog has white dragon blood and it actually uses destructive burst bomb. And the boy says he just got there, and how he's the only weakling because he doesn't even have a battle pet. But before the Black Ranger can use his attack, an electric ray comes at Prota, landing right on the boy. Then everything stops and a system appears right in front of him saying that the target has been detected and they are going to start a contract bond. And the boy notices that his system has finally appeared and it's time to hack. However, the system that won't give anything good to this kid links to the Supim store. And he wonders what the hell this is and why the store is his link. And so the system enters the boy's body. He wonders what that is. And the Super God Link system warns the boy that the store now has immunity to damage. And any attack this time will be ineffective against him. And so the boy tells the system to be professional. And time starts running again, while the monster keeps attacking, and the Punk tells Black Wind to end it once and for all. But when the monster was about to release its blast, Supine simply grabs the beast's mouth, locking it, and asks what it's doing in his shop, squeezing it with an absurd force that makes the beast's eyes bulge. And he tells that thing to swallow his attack back, and the beast stays all watery in the corner, crying. Then he asks Punk if he has any complaints about his services. And he's scared to death. After all, that guy can stop Black Wind with his bare hands, and says he's never heard of a master of that level around there. So he says he has no complaints, and Supine says that since he has no complaints, he can let Black Wind stay in his shop for a few more days, saying that he'll definitely take good care of him. Definitely. With a very murderous look. And Punk simply asks the guy to run away, because he'll end up killing them both. And the boy asks why they ran away, wondering if it's that scary. And the system tells him that whenever he has problems in the store, he'll be granted permission to recharge the store status, so he obviously dares to do that, saying that he didn't expect the system to be so attentive, and so everything starts to be restored to a point where it's completely clean, and he notices that this is the recharge too, saying that he loved it, so he goes to another store, seeing that there are 2 pets lying there, and he is surprised that it is a pet cage, but wonders how the pets inside seem much smaller than he remembered. Then the system talks about a correction, saying that this is the pet nutrition space, and some nutrition ropes will be adjusted to the standard size. And the number of remaining spaces is 7 out of 9. The effect is level 1, which would be the provision of training, and a little healing effect for the pet. And the boy asks if that is good and questions what will happen if that stupid dog shits in there. But the system tells him that he does not need to worry about that because the pets in the nutrition tank are in the cultivation stage, and they will not feel hunger, thirst, or need to defecate. And the kid notices that both pets must be fed by customers, and asks the system what he should do to prevent future problems. But the system shits, congratulating Hot for activating the main mission. And the main mission is open and tells him to choose a pet and train it to level 3 or higher. And the kid notices that even the main mission has to be activated, saying that the system really isn't trustworthy. So he chooses the lightning rat, saying that it doesn't get along with moon dogs. And so the level 1 lightning rat, the elemental thunder pet, is chosen. And the animal's ability is simply cute. And Prota wonders what the hell the cute ability is. Dude, don't talk about Thundershock, don't comment on anything at Nintendo or shit will go down. And the system says that depending on the owner's daily training, the animal mascot will acquire different skills, and it simply winks and the system tells him to enter the sea world of thunderclouds for training. And it starts charging, taking the boy into a wormhole that appears below him. He wonders what the hell is this and starts to fall, along with the rat, becoming terrified. And once there, he falls here gently, rolling, while the rat sticks its face into the ground. And he wonders if that is a training place, noticing that it is a very hostile world, with a lot of thunder everywhere. And apparently those trees scattered around there are of a colossal size. And looking better at that environment, he notices several crystals near him, and he notices that the tree is huge. Wondering how big the people who originally lived there were, the mouse starts to tremble in fear. And the system says that the world is a zone with many giant ancient creatures. And the lightning element is abundant, favorable for training lightning-type pets. And the chance of finding beasts that are 100 meters or less is high. and the chance of finding beasts that are 1,000 meters or less is low. And the chance of finding beasts that are 10,000 meters or less is very low. And the kid notices that the place here is totally scary, because finding beasts that are 100 meters or less has a high chance. Wondering if that doesn't mean they're everywhere. And the mouse gets scared by this. But then, the 10,000 meter beast, King Kuin, the lightning monster of the thundering abyss, appears right above him. And if the size discrepancy is so great that the end of the monster's tail is 10 times bigger than the beast itself. And he gets scared by this, saying that it's the first time he's seen something like that. And that monster of that size uses an unnecessarily strong attack to attack Prota, basically killing an ant with a cannonball. And just like that, he dies. And the boy wonders what the hell was that because he died. And the system says that Rashi was murdered by the Beast King just a few seconds ago and is now in the resurrection zone to be revived. And the system gives a warning: if the mission is not completed within the time limit, less evaluation points will be earned, and leaving the cultivated land beforehand will be treated as a failure. And if Rashi's evaluation points fall below 60, he will die. He starts to notice that things are getting a little serious and tells the system that he never said anything like that before he took the mission, asking how many points he has now. And the system asks if he can see that window, telling him to scroll down so he can see rewards and punishments, but the system says that his evaluation points are very low and there is no way to use evaluation authority. And he starts to curse that thing, asking if the system wants him to kill, wondering why a fucking Beast King is in the starting village. Then the system says that the chance of finding a Beast King is small, and Roche can find suitable prey to hunt and kill. And Roy's senses are at a low level, and suggests this temporary contract with a beast pet. And all he can do is curse that thing mentally, asking it to go ahead and continue. And so the system revives him in the same place, and his body begins to remake itself along with the rats, and the temporary contract is formed, and the feelings of the face and the rat were connected, and if he doesn't feel wishing the boy good luck exploring. Then he looks at a wild horse eating grass and says that its threat level is not that high and this is his chance. However, the rat starts to shit himself in fear seeing his idea, and Sopim thinks that, after making the contract with the rat, he can feel its fear and there must be some danger ahead. And he starts to become more relegated until a monster that looks like a gigantic centipede goes to the horse and bites it, killing it in one bite. And that's a beast less than 100 meters long, a young sandworm eating the animal in a few bites, and the boy thinks that this was expected because the rat already knew, and he says that it's not even 100 meters long, saying that it's his chance, telling the rat to go after him, asking the animal to use the headbutt. But the rat goes there and blows his head off the carcass of that monster that doesn't even care about him and is finishing eating his horse. And the animal doesn't even feel what happened, looking back, a little doubtful about what hit him, and the rat in turn ended up dying. And the system says that the rat died from head trauma, but he learned a new skill which is charging. Then the system asks if he wants to revive him. Man, I'm laughing so hard. My god, the animal died of head trauma from using the headbutt. And Prota thinks that Hatai's compatibility is very low. And luckily he can revive it infinitely. And it doesn't matter how high the monster's HP is. They can kill it with multiple attacks. He revives that monster, and really when being revived, it is said that the chances of reviving are infinite, and he orders the monster to use all its speed and go up, ordering it to use the size difference to dodge and then attack, and orders it to move around the corners and approach from the sides, and says that now it must use the charge to attack the abdomen and the back of the shell, ordering Hatai to use all his power. And so the monster goes and really manages to do some pretty blunt damage. And the boy thinks that was good, but the monster manages to catch him quickly, and kills him by crushing him. And the system asks if he wants to revive him, and orders him to revive, telling Ratai to hold on a little longer, attacking him again, and dying several times. And so they stay in this loop of attacking, reviving, and dying. And they continue this for a long time, making Hateo start to become quite badass. And the system says that because the environment has high levels of electricity, Hatai's skills have evolved. And now it is possible to add electricity to the charge skill, saying that the charge has evolved to lightning charge. And the boy is happy about this, saying that now they can completely pierce the Myoka's armor, telling the rat to end this fight using the new skill. And when using the lightning charge, a whirlwind occurs around the rat, and he ends up killing the monster with a single attack, cutting it in half. Run is completely finished, and it is said that Hatai has eliminated the enemy. His combat skill is almost reaching level 2. And so he says that Hateo did a good job, saying that apparently he can only use the lightning charge once with his current stamina, and now he should let him rest and then look for new prey. But then, an earthquake starts to happen, throwing the boy to the ground, and coming out of the ground, several 10-meter beasts appear, several adult sandworms this time, and the boy realizes that this time shit went too far, and quickly one of those worms throws them away, hitting both of them, and so he already falls bleeding, and he thinks that an adult worm is much stronger than a young worm, and that blow caused 5 or 6 of his bones to break, and he starts to wonder if it's really necessary to continue the fight, with such a huge difference in combat skill. And those monsters just keep coming at him. And he says that Hatai is seriously injured, and he hasn't recovered from the last battle. And he thinks that, as expected, he should give up, because when your enemy has numbers, even if they revive, it's going to be very difficult to defeat them. And he thinks that he should quickly revive randomly and continue farming levels, thinking that it's the best choice. But then, when the monster comes at him, Hateo starts to move, releasing some electricity. The boy notices this, so Hateo goes after that monster, tearing it in half. And the boy notices that Hateo used the lightning charge once again, and used it out of sheer willpower. And Hatayu, all exhausted, still has plenty of energy. And the boy feels the urge to fight, saying that if the situation is like this, they can train in it. And since he didn't give up, he can't just stand there and watch. Grabbing one of the horns he took from the monster and going after them. And Ratai is already releasing electricity everywhere. It seems like he's even de-revolutionizing. And the boy says that even if they're going to die, then at least they should die fighting. And after that, Vasco, obviously, because he wouldn't be able to do much against those monsters, ends up randomly reviving somewhere else along with Rateo. He thinks it's strange since he revived with full HP, but wonders why he's so tired. And the system says that reviving has a certain spiritual and mental weight for Rost. And because Rost has very little spirit strength, reviving in such a short time will make Rost feel tired. And the system says that he should increase his combat ability and also focus on training his spirit strength. And the boy begins to understand, thinking that no matter how good a car's engine is, without fuel it will be trash, so he thinks that he will have to train his body too. Hatayu begins to warn the boy, and he already notices that they are in danger and the enemy is approaching. And he looks at those holes around him, saying that this looks different from that sandworm. And when he begins to suspect that it is something, the monster begins to move, putting its legs out. And here it is, the rock cockroach, a 10-meter rank beast. He says it's a mere 10 meters, but the monster sprays poison at him, and he narrowly dodges it, noticing that it's acidic here. Even Rateo is scared of it, and the boy tells him to go all out to show that monster how much he's grown. And the creature is really getting more badass, right? Even cuter. So after that, they manage to kill that cockroach and several other monsters. And so, he finally completes that mission all over on top of that pile of adult worms. He got 472 kills in the end, and then Hateo's ability keeps evolving, and the lightning charge becomes lightning flare, and Hateo learns the afterimage lightning ability, and the reward item, the Beast Analyzer, a novice rank pet. And the boy is surprised by these two skills he got, saying that Ratai learned the secret skill among the 10 strongest in lightning. And he says that a mascot star skills are divided into 6 qualities. And the higher the quality, the stronger the skill. And the rank goes from Beast King, rank 9, rank 7 and 8, rank V and 6 and rank 3 and 4, as well as rank 1 and 2. Ilha says that among the mascot skills, some have been passed down from generation to generation since ancient times, and they are called secret skills, and the method to learn them has been lost for a long time, so only the most talented mascots can learn them. Then the system reminds him again that the sea world has pure density of the lightning element, and the lightning rat has gone through many battles between life and death, and awakened its full potential. And learning a secret skill wouldn't be a surprise. And the boy notices that this makes sense, telling the system to send him back quickly. And the system says that the cultivation panel is closing, and Ross is being disconnected from the Thundercloud Sea World, which also says that he is temporarily removing the contract with the mascot beast. He returns to his store. Then, sometime later, the hologram says that the time has come for the Phoenix Mountain Academy in the interior of Longyan to hold its Star Pet Tournament and the last round of the preliminaries, and he begins to wonder how many students will emerge victorious this year and who will become the Star Pet Master student, questioning who will be the first to enter the Pioneer War Team, wondering if it will be Yi Hao or Jiang Shuihan or even Zhang Xiao. And one of the girls who was there becomes sad upon hearing this. And here she is, a third-year pad master, Su Yang-in, and she tells herself that she thought the preliminary matches would be easy. But in the first 2 rounds, she took a huge beating, with Shuihan beating her and Yi Hao also winning. She says that she was unlucky enough to meet the participants that they estimate will win the championship and made her lose twice in a row. And in this last round, she will face Zhang Xiao. And she has the tiger inside the saber to fight, and she can only use kill and rat, and the same one who has no combat skills. So she says that she will at least enter the 2-participant rule, as long as the tiger inside the saber can fight, and she can't give up. And she goes to Prota's store asking if there is anyone there, and he says the store is empty and looks like it's about to close, and go somewhere else, saying he was lucky to get there in time. Then he keeps calling for Prota, saying he came to get his star pet, and Supim leaves there, greeting the girl, and says he came for Hatayu, that she put there, asking if he's okay. And he notices that she's Hatayu's owner, and says he wants to get him, before agreed. And the boy says he's better than ever, and tells her to announce to pay the surcharges. And she wonders why the boy seems so strange, wondering if he's worried she'll leave without paying. So she tells him not to worry, because even if she came early, the payment will be made according to what they agreed. And she won't pay less, and the weird kid just leaves her behind. And she wonders if she made him mad. So he goes to the rat and tells her to wake up, saying it's time for her to go home. She gets all happy, and he tells the rat not to forget about him even after going home with his owner. And so the little animal starts wagging its tail all happy. Then the money is transferred and detected in the boy's account, and the store is unlocked and the money transformed into energy. And a mission appears for the boy, the spiritual pool of chaos for incubation. And the system says it was built by ordering him to feed a pet that belongs to him. And the time limit is 7 days. And the quest reward is a random skill book about warrior tamers. And the punishment, if he fails the mission, is that the host's rating will decrease. And if he fails, the host will be killed. And the system tells the boy that he can buy the awakening potion to become a tamer warrior. And he is surprised that he can become a battle trainer, and the system shows him everything that is available with the awakening potion, the common rank base capture ring, and the common rank patch food as well. And this capture ring must obviously be a copyright-free Pokeball. And the system tells him that he needs an awakening potion, and that is stored in his consciousness. In the future, if he wants, he can use the store just by thinking about it. And the boy starts to buy that potion. But he is unable to buy it because he has insufficient energy. And the energy he gets after exchanging currency is 100 to 1. So he's gonna have to make a lot more money. And he's surprised by this, checking how much that girl paid him, and she paid him 108 yuan worth, and he gets pissed about this because he fed a star pet that learned top 10 secret martial arts. And he's really pissed that he did it for only 108 yuan. And already in the competition, the presenter says that Zhang Xian's Hell Dragon used a move, leaving Su Yan's Den Saber Tiger completely injured. And just as expected, Zhang Xian, he's the destroyer of the elite, he's very strong. And he asks if the girl still wants to continue. And so, the crowd in the audience starts saying that the battle is boring, and that Su Yan's first 2 rounds are all seeded participants, and that she is very unlucky having to fight against the 2As from her academy, saying that her animal is seriously injured and she has no chance. And the redhead says that she is very young, and knowing that she will definitely lose, it would be better to save her strength instead of fighting head-on, leaving no room to heal, saying that she is really stupid. And another guy who looks more like a Yankee says that she says that because she is not in her place, because that match is important for the girl and will decide whether she can enter the war team as a pioneer or not. And Cyclops says that even if she doesn't have a chance to win, she will still have to fight. Then the host asks what Su Yan will do now, questioning if she will admit defeat or fight until the end. Then she wonders why she lost so quickly. And the host says that after the last defeat, Su Yan's saber tooth is injured, and even though it has been treated, it has not completely healed. Adding that with the blow now she is practically defeated, and she wonders if this is how her 3rd year at the academy will end. And Zan Chao, full of swagger, says that she is very weak, sending his infernal dragon to end it quickly. And that giant lizard or eruption of flames. The host says that he intends to end it before the sable tooth recovers. And the girl is afraid of this, saying that she gives up. But then a barrier stops the boy's attack. And a guy in the audience almost shits himself thinking he's getting hit. But his friend tells him not to worry, because a high-ranking judge is controlling the shield during the match and few students can destroy it. And they notice that the judge has appeared. That and Yang has given up, with everyone congratulating the target for winning the first round, so he thinks he was almost getting pissed, saying that she was lucky, ordering the 2nd round to start quickly, and she wonders what to do since she only got that rat. And she thinks that after Hatayu came back from the pet shop, he has been eating junk food all the time, saying that the shop should have warned her, wondering if in his state she should let him fight. But she thinks not, saying that even if No Tooth isn't fighting, how could she let Hatayu get hurt for no reason? And so, the host says that according to the rules of the match, Su Yan only has 1 Hateo left, and she wonders again if she should let him fight, because even though he has learned the 3rd rank strength buff and the secret art of the war tamer, she can only let this rank I Hateo go to rank 2. The host says that something everyone should know is that the rank 3 dragon is going against the rank I Hateo, saying that it will be a single match. And everyone starts to make fun of the girl, telling Sui Yang to stop being a coward and go try. But others start to boo the girl, telling her to get lost, and Hatayu gets pissed off by this, and she says that the difference in power is too big, and she can't let Hatayu die like that. And thinking that what seems to be all over there, she starts to raise her hand to say what she said. But then Hateo enters the middle and stops talking about the girl, and the presenter notices that Hateo decided to fight, and it seems that Suyang is keen to see the massacre, and he goes in front of that huge thing. Then he starts counting, and she is surprised by this, but Hatai looks at her, giving the girl confidence. And Morsinho says that luckily this thing decided to fill up, and it won't be so boring. Then he sends the infernal dragon to burn this trash, and the monster starts throwing a bunch of fireballs towards Rateo. And when it starts, Rateo uses its electricity to lift some rocks, and the redhead writes it down like that, not believing what she's seeing. Then Sui Yang orders him to use an electric charge to dodge the attacks. However, Hateo himself doesn't believe in the shit his average is telling him to do. And he simply follows her orders, full of fear for running away from those things, and ends up getting hit. And she screams at Hatai, and the redhead thinks she must have gotten confused. And the presenter says that Hatai was attacked by the infernal dragon, and it's a losing battle. But one thing is certain, running away is a shame, but it increases your life expectancy, telling him not to be slow. Then Zhang Xiao orders the infernal dragon to make that thing suffer, ordering the monster to go and bite the mouse. And the presenter notes that what seems, Zhang Xiao doesn't want to end this so soon, saying that he wants to torture that little mouse and help him reincarnate. But Niswiang uses the rank 3 strength buff and sends the rat. The Hatai used the electric charge to deflect that, and he actually succeeds. And that old man in the audience wonders when that Hatai got so fast, noticing that the monster dodged the bite, so Sui Yang orders him to attack. And Hatari starts to shine, summoning all of his electricity. And Redhead realizes again that she was right, saying that this move is a rank 7 lightning. And he really does create a gigantic sword on his back, preparing to throw it at the dragon. And that attack is so strong that it even breaks the barrier that was protecting the place. And that same attack splits the skies being seen from afar, and everyone outside wonders what that is. And the teachers and principals notice that a rank I electric rat uses a rank set divine lightning. And they say that this young lady sure is talented. And Zankyo's hellish dragon falls stinking to the ground. And the boy is scared to death of that. And even the presenter doesn't know what to say. And with everyone silent, he says that it was a divine lightning. And Suiyen's Hatayu used a rank set skill, saying that this is unbelievable, calling everyone to celebrate the winner of this round. And so the girl falls down sitting down, not believing what just happened. And everyone gets excited about that rank I rat, wondering how that thing learned a skill of that level. And they say that this is not just anything, but they think it's a waste because a skill of that level will be caught by lightning. And she wonders what's happening, thinking about the divine lightning, wondering when her rat became so strong. And until a few days ago he was just a simple rat. But then she remembers that pet shop, wondering if it could be that that pet shop did this to him. And she starts to wonder if the owner of that pet shop is a secret expert. But she thinks that he definitely doesn't seem like that. And Sophie, in turn, being the target of her thoughts, starts to sneeze. Then she thinks that that dog is an idiot. She tells him not to go around shitting wherever he feels like it. And the dog continues shitting all over the store. And the boy thinks that this is strange, wondering if someone is talking about him. Meanwhile, the tournament presenter says that that match will certainly be marked in all the history books. And everyone there became witnesses to that story, because they saw a rank I helix next to a pet with rank 7 ability. And Phoenix Mountain Academy or even Long Tion Base, this had never happened. And Zhang Xiao thinks he should know this because in such an important match, there's no reason for her to send just a shitty pet to its death. And the announcer says that the match is tied at 1-1. And both sides will go to the final round, wondering if Zhang Xiao will dare to defeat the lightning rat. And he tells Suyen that she's even good for something, guarding her dragon that's all messed up. But he tells the girl that this isn't the end, summoning another monster, a Serant needle beast that looks more like a turtle full of rocks. And so he says that this divine lightning won't work anymore. And once again, copying ideas from a certain other franchise, the girl notices that a ground-type pet will make things difficult, and she says she's never seen him use this patch before, and this must be his ace up his sleeve. Then they notice that here he is a rank 4 Galeserant and says that there is a 3-level difference and an attribute advantage, saying that there will be a big disadvantage for Hateo in that battle. But the rat gets pissed and goes in front of that monster, choosing to fight without any fear of that opponent. And the pickpocket professor says that it seems that Zankyo used his ace up his sleeve, but even so the little rat isn't scared at all. But he thinks that this doesn't change anything for Zankyo, who will definitely win. Redhead tells him not to think that an attribute advantage means guaranteed victory, because since the monster only has a rank I power, it shouldn't be able to stand after using a rank 7 skill. And it seems like the rat has a great will to fight, and hasn't used all of its power until now. And with the start of the match, Zhang Xiao orders his ninja turtle to use the rank 2 buff and the rank 2 wind blessing, and also the blessing to solidify the rank 3. And the host says that it's a battle trainer skill, and Zhang Xiao gave Gwail Serant several buffs. And now the Galeserant must be at least close to rank 5. And so the girl thinks that this is a very strong aura, saying that she also has to give the Rateo her blessing. But then the Rateo simply runs away from her, and she notices that she is too far away and cannot use buff's magic. And so they go head to head and Hateo faces that gigantic thing. The host wonders if Sui Yang hesitated now, because Hateo charged straight towards the goblin without any buff. And Zhang Xiao thinks that that rat is very stupid, because he will be crushed to death by his goblin. But when he is under the animal's leg, he doesn't let himself be hit by that stomp and quickly transforms into 2, jumping out of the attack. Then everyone notices that he is using Lightning Step, which by chance is another rank set skill. And the redhead soon becomes interested, saying that her team stay with Sui Yong, and Hatayu decides not to face the goblin, going straight to Zhang Xiao, deciding to attack the trainer to win. And Hatayu remembers Prota telling him to use sneak attack while attacking, and remember to observe which opponent is weaker, telling him to prioritize the weaker one to reduce his power. And so he does exactly that, going after Zankialko. He gets scared, telling the guy not to come near him and activating the rank 3 shield. But then, he uses lightning slash on the kid, filling that arena with lightning. And the host is shocked that he used lightning step and a lightning strike at the same time. And Zhang Zhao's shield was destroyed instantly, and they wonder if he survived the attack. But by a hair's breadth, the judge's wind bird god interfered, catching the contestant quickly, as he seemed to have lost consciousness due to the attack. And so the judge gives Zhang Xiao as the loser of the third guy. And so Suyang wins the match even without having done anything stupid, and the girl thinks that she must only be dreaming now because by the way in the lightning strike he also learned the afterimage lightning. And she soon thinks that the pet shop owner must have done it, saying that that pet shop expert is very unpredictable, but she continues thinking that the boy seemed too normal, being surprised that he is an expert. Meanwhile, Prota is at home thinking that he has to earn more than 7,000 in 7 days and thinks that relying only on the pet adoption side will not be enough. Then he remembers the system talking to him, where it says that the store currently only offers 3 types of services, which are foster care, lending and selling food. He thinks about lending and selling food. Then the system says that the pet loan service cannot be calculated because he does not have his own pet. And when selling food, he needs to go and collect the food himself, and the selling price is according to the quality of the food he finds. And he thinks that the first type doesn't help him make much money and the second type doesn't have the qualifications, so he can only choose the third type, asking the system whether pet food can be obtained in cultivation areas or only in dangerous places like the Thundercloud Sea World. Then the system says that all cultivation areas have them, and the Sea World is one of the many high-rank cultivation areas. And it also issues a note saying that depending on the level of the cultivation area, more precious food can be collected. And the boy thinks about this because in the first 3 days he was in the cultivation area, he was just playing with the mouse. And in these 3 days he could have collected high-level food. And he thinks that this won't work, saying that in the next 3 days he must become a battle trainer. Meanwhile, the Pro Store is telling the system to open the list of cultivation islands, so it places all of them around the boy and says that the maximum rank cultivation world requires 1,000 energy points, while the advanced rank cultivation world requires 100 energy points. And the intermediate rank cultivation world requires 10 points, while the novice rank cultivation island only requires 1 energy point. And he thinks that he can only go to the novice rank cultivation island, because if he had picked some herbs last time, he wouldn't be in this state. However, the system throws in the boy's face that it was he who made a mistake, because as the qualified Ross, he should have been aware of looking for anything related to the mascot, and he doesn't even have a way to argue. And the system says that the suitable place for procreation has been found and asks if the Proto wants to enter that place. And he thinks about what the system said about him becoming a qualified Ross, saying that it's all right, because he won't miss any chance to make the pet stronger. And so he enters that world and Royce connects with the meteorite territory outside Area 1002. So, when he enters there, some dinosaurs are near him and the system says that he obtained a new empty inventory cube. And in it, there are 3 temporary flower and herb identification techniques, and they can be activated at any time through thought. And so the boy looks to the side and there really is a cube with some scrolls, and the system says that the exploration day is limited to 1 day. And there are 30 chances of free death, wishing the boy good luck. And he thinks if it will work just by thinking, removing the analysis technique, and so he can use it quickly, tearing the thing apart. That all the knowledge goes to his mind, and he begins to identify all the things in front of him, seeing the stone flower, the thorn bush and the poinciana. So he is surprised by this, saying that these are not dangerous, and all that can be collected are cheap recovery plants. But then he sees a rocky reptile in front of him and notices what it is eating and sees that it is a rare crimson rock fruit. And he thinks that this is expected, because expensive pet food grows in a dangerous place and his inventory is limited. So he thinks he will only get the most expensive ones, quickly stealing the food from that reptile. And so he quickly stores it in his inventory while he is killed. And so he only has more than 29 chances. And he says that even if he has to sacrifice his chances of revival, it will be worth it, taking that and dying afterwards, and so his chances keep going down, so all the chances of revival were dared, and he leaves the farming island at that moment, and he thinks that 30 chances of revival a day is just enough, but it shouldn't be a problem now that he has all those farming plants and says it's time to put them on the shelf. Meanwhile, somewhere else, there's a pet that's way out of Baghdad, almost dying, and the owner talks to him, saying it's been a week since he's eaten anything, wondering what he should do. And that kid behind him talks to his grandfather, saying that those are the most expensive bird foods in this area of the city. And he asks his grandfather to let the pet taste it, because he promises that his appetite will return if he sees it. Then, when the animal looks at it, he jumps for joy wanting to eat it. So the grandfather asks him to give it to him quickly, telling him to taste. Then, when he puts it in his mouth, he spits it out because it was black blood. And that girl talks to Eugene, saying that Xiao, who doesn't even eat, but Miria can faster. Area of the world, and the boy asks them to quickly contact the advanced pet hospital in the high city area, because Xiao, whose condition must be because of a heart-eating parasite. But then he says that they can't wait, because if they take too long, her heart will be devoured and she will die. And so the grandfather tells them to be quick and call the doctor to examine her. But then his grandmother arrives talking to Lao Fan, saying that Xiao who can be saved. Then the girl says that he is sick and they have to quickly take her to the upper city area. But she questions what happened, asking if she is sick. And so the animal takes that ball that was in her hand, exuding the good smell, and throws it inside. When I eat it, it becomes quite active again. And the grandfather notices that Xiaohu is eating something. And the old woman says that it is exactly as the store boss said, saying that crimson birds are pure and strict. And if the attribute of the pet food that it eats is very different, it will make it lose its appetite in normal cases, and the blood will reverse in more severe cases. And if the crimson bird consumes the crimson rock fruit for some time, the situation will improve. And if she still has problems, she should come back to see you. And the girl starts to realize that they gave the pet food wrong. But then Yojin tells her not to listen to the conversation regarding this boss, because he's never heard before that pet food needs to be of the correct attribute. And so he talks to his grandmother, asking how much she paid for that pet food. And she says that she paid 130 per grain. And he notices that that can has 12 grains, so that means it cost 1,500. And the girl says that it's not the top of the city. How can there be such expensive food there? Asking if it wasn't from the black market. And she says she heard that some black markets use a special chemical mixture in the pet food, making the food they sell tastier. And as soon as the pet starts eating, he doesn't stop until he finishes it. And when it's over, the pet goes crazy and goes into a rage, and after some time, if they didn't eat their food, the pet dies. And so the old man is shocked by this, seeing his pet happily eating that food. So Yujin asks his grandmother where that store is and what its name is, because he's going to look for the place. And she says that it seems to be called the Xiao Tao Chi Mascot Store, which is basically our protagonist's place. So Eugene goes to the store's door, calling the place a black market, telling him to be honest and confess, asking what he puts in the food he sells. And Suaveo, the protagonist, just watches that whole show he's putting on and thinks about the pest food he's talking about. After all, he's only sold one so far. And those two must be talking about the crimson rock fruit, asking if there is any problem with Ilha Nutrico pet food. He says that the pet food in his store is pure. They don't put any chemicals in it, and after the crimson bird consumed it, the question is if there was any adverse reaction. But Eugene questions him, saying that he didn't put any chemicals in it, saying that if the thing he sells doesn't have a problem, how can the beast consume it non-stop, saying that he better give him a proper explanation. Then everyone starts to focus, saying that they knew the store has problems, because last time the store sound was full of shit, and now they're selling pet food at a very high price. And they also say that they've never really heard of pet food like that before, saying that evil stores are all like that and they're not exposed on the internet yet, saying that they put chemicals in the pet food, and Proto starts to get pissed off. And so his sister tells him not to even waste his time talking to the owner, telling him to call a friend from the pet association to investigate that black market store. And the boy says that's right. But at that, Proto gets really pissed, asking how they used to call their store a black market. And so he stands up, scaring the girl, and says that for them to be saying those things, they must have proof, ordering them to show it first before going around accusing anyone. And so she thinks that that person's aura got really strong out of nowhere, so much so that it even scared her. Then Hyojin starts to get nervous, asking how dare he touch her little sister, asking if the boy wants to die, grabbing Prota's neck by force. And so Prota simply breaks his hand into several pieces, simply with his aura. And the kid starts screaming with his hand all tangled up, looking like an old headphone cord. Then he wonders how this person became so strong out of nowhere. And so the system talks about a temporary mission, because the store is being accused, and he must please prove that the mascot food is okay, protecting the store's reputation and not letting it be damaged. And so the kid looks at the mission. While everyone says that the boss couldn't explain, he decided to use violence, telling them to get out of there and never come back to that store again. And the Prota thinks that if he doesn't explain, he'll just lose points. His customer flow will be affected. And so he calms down and talks to everyone, saying that there are no problems with the food. And he assures them that there is no problem with the pet food. And since everyone is suspicious of his store, then he could show it to them. But then the woman asks what there is to be shown, since it has already been exposed and it is a black market. And they tell him to close that store right away. Like, what was exposed? Just because they came in talking about it and ended up getting screwed by themselves? And so everyone starts calling Prota's store the black market and telling it to close. But Prota tells them all to be quiet, shutting them up immediately. And he asks if any of them have already bought food of a low ranking for a water attribute pet. And so the little sister, who is a pain in the ass, says that she has already bought it. So Proto orders her to summon him, and the girl does so quickly, summoning the seal to the aquatic beast. Then Yuji asks what he's trying to do, and Proto goes to him with the food in his hand, saying that this is a fruit with a blue essence, and if it has a chemical mixture that makes it inferior, they will find out after Patty consumes it. And when she eats it, she becomes very happy. And the people wonder about this fruit, questioning who has heard of it before, saying that it looks a bit like the blue-skinned fruit that the higher-ranking pet shops sell. But that is a cure for Patty's constipation. And Miss Afoka, who ate it, begins to summon a huge aura around her, getting a huge bubble that even explodes, throwing water everywhere. They wonder what is happening. That light could be that she has leveled up, and she really does level up, turning into a sea seal. So he thinks that the blue science fruit can make water tributes low rank patch level up, and it seems that the food from the cultivation seals isn't fake, and he thinks that this seal only leveled up by 1 rank, but still the combat ability only increased by half a rank, and quality can probably be something to worry about. And he thinks that as the pet's level goes up, the smaller the increase in combat ability, it's normal that the quality will be bad. And if the increase is good, the quality will be good. Meanwhile, the bloodline also has a different rank, because the position in the bloodline's rank indicates its age, and the level will influence. If the combat ability is learned naturally, it will increase the bloodline's bloodline rank. And if, for example, the sea seal has a rank 3 bloodline, even if it is not nurtured after it grows up, it will naturally become stronger and have rank 3 combat ability. But if you want to continue increasing her combat ability, you have to nurture her. And so everyone notices that she has leveled up, and they wonder if leveling up has become that easy. Then she becomes all happy, and Jean notices that the shape is the shape. Maritime leaves no doubt that she has successfully leveled up, but if it is an item that allows you to level up a star pet, he heard that this type of item only appeared in the Federal Pioneers' War storage. Thinking like this, the background of the boss of this store is scary, and the girl wonders if he really leveled up or if he traded her. Damn, my god, I'm so angry. But then she talks to her brother and Jean lowers his head, saying that they misjudged the boss of this store. And she asks what he's doing, and Jean keeps apologizing, telling them they were wrong and they should forgive you. But then Proto says that those things are 8,700 for a single one, saying there is no negotiation, and he doesn't give a discount, and so they say everything is fine, ordering Xiao Yu to pay, and she gets all sad about her little money, and Jim thinks that this is an item that can level up the pet, and it's just RM. Meanwhile, Proto thinks that the price is still too low, as he risked his life to get that pet food, and it is very cheap. In doing so, he asks the system if they can't raise the price, since those excellent pet foods are being sold at a very low price. However, the system says that the price is, and also tells him to reprimand people by warning them only once. And he says that the sea seal's food is too low. She needs to consume 7 colorful wedding heart leaves to increase it. And the crimson bird needs to consume crimson rock fruits for some time to recover, so he recommends buying more, and so Eugene quickly tells his sister to pay right away, and everyone wonders if he really should. And everyone starts to argue, but Proto tells everyone to calm down and just buy one by one. And sometime later it is detected that the host's account has 31,500 and 100 yuan, and all of them were converted to 315 energy points. And the temporary mission was completed, and he was rewarded with a chance to enter a cultivation island for 5 days. He thinks he has finally escaped poverty, and now he can buy the awakening potion, and tells the system to open the store, and goes directly to the potion to buy it, spending 100 points. But he wonders if just a small bottle is really effective, taking that stuff, and thinks it doesn't matter. But he already bought it, and it's better to take it right away. And after taking it, he has a collapse that almost takes his mind out of his body, and a meteor shower starts coming that takes some powders into his body, remaking the boy's body. Already in the real world, he finally manages to awaken, and his body glows golden as he thinks that he has now become a battle pet trainer. Then he looks back and simply catches a fly's wings with his fingers, thinking that this is the reaction speed of a battle pet trainer. And so the system says that there are 215 energy left, asking if he wants to improve the pure chaos race Spirit Lake. So the system gives him an unnecessarily long description explaining everything he needs, and he thinks that if he doesn't improve he'll have a better chance of procreating. But the highest rank would be medium, and it's still very weak. But after improving, he would have a chance to have a high rank star pet. So he thinks he'll take a chance and try spending 100 points to improve. And so the system formulates the pure chaos race spirit of rank 2. And the system starts to improve from there as Proto looks at that formation in front of him. What energy he has left is only 115 points, and he thinks that whether it really works out or not depends only on this chance. And clicks the procreate button without mercy. And after he does that, that platform shines with a ray of light that goes up to the ceiling, and the boy covers his face while the reproduction is successfully completed, and a creature appears in the middle of it, which apparently is a skeleton. I ask what it will be, and when I look, it's a tiny, cute little skeleton. And Proto is surprised that it's a little skeleton, and that's the rank 1 demon attribute pet, and the boy thinks and without energy just for that. But the little skeleton laughs in his face and he says that he is not praising him. So the breeding quest was completed and he obtained a random pet skill book. And the novice rank battle trainer skill is killing intent, and he must use a certain amount of mental spiritual power to awaken the pet's killing intent, entering rage mode, and even if it is extremely injured, it will continue to perform the. And he thinks that the high-rank cultivation island has many powerful beasts, and even if its attribute receives a power increase, it will not be able to escape the fact of dying instantly. Killing intent is suitable for the weak to risk their lives to fight something strong, and he thinks that it was not so bad. The system says that it has been verified that the host has completed the condition of a quest, and the new main quest has started. He must raise the rank of one of the pets to medium high, and the reward for the mission is the star map of pure chaos power for 7 days. For the fail-axe system, if the mission fails, 10 points will be deducted. Then he is surprised by this high average rank, saying that Hateo has some very strong attributes, but he is only of low average rank quality, and the lower quality of the skeleton is much worse, so he thinks the difficulty is high. Wondering whether to make trash or luxury, then the skeleton gets all happy and the boy thinks he is very positive. Then they call for the prodder and he notices that a customer has arrived, saying that he looks familiar. Then that same girl from before goes to him asking if he is there, with her friend surprised that there is a mascot shop around there. Then Hateo comes back saying that it is her from the 108 yuan again, asking why she went there, and she says her name is Suyen and not 108 yuan. And then she goes to a bratty kid asking if he did something to Hateo, because he fought very differently. And then he starts to wonder if it could be more problems with Patty, saying that he didn't do much, they just walked around doing some exercises, saying that it's just that, asking if it's not true for Hateo. And the guy gets all scared agreeing with him. So she thinks that Hateo wasn't afraid of the infernal dragon from ranked 4. But even so, in front of the boss, he's shaking and she thinks that with some exercises the boss admitted that he nurtured Hateo. And the kid with a not-so-friendly face says that if Hateo has some time they can do more exercises. However, that's just Suyen's imagination. And she wonders if he could be rank 5 now. But she thinks that this pressure must be rank 6 or higher. But then her friend goes to Suyen, saying that this boss doesn't seem that special, saying that this shop is small and not famous, asking if she's sure that this is the shop. And she tells the girl to be quiet, saying that it's not convenient to explain now. And anyway, this boss could even be rank 6. And if they provoke him, maybe both of them will die. Then the girl asks how she knows that. And in fact, Proto just became a rank 1 battle trainer. And he thinks that the system didn't post the temporary mission, so this shouldn't have anything to do with the patch, questioning whether they're also there to say that he charges too much. And is scared by the boy's face, because in her eyes he looks completely different, much more intimidating. And she thinks about Kober, saying that Ratai became so strong because of his nourishment, so how could it only be worth 108 yuan? Then she thinks that the boss is testing her sincerity, and she quickly opens her wallet saying that she is grateful for nourishing Hateo, then asks him to accept another 1,000 yuan. But then the transfer is canceled. And she wonders what is happening, while the boy tells her to stop joking around, and she wonders if he thinks it is too little, and asks how about this, wanting to transfer 5,000 to him. But then the transfer cancels again, and she notices that it is still not enough. Meanwhile, her friend asks her what she's doing, because she keeps putting in more money. So, she asks Lily to help, saying that this is important to her. And so, she says that it's okay. Meanwhile, Ian remembers that some people say that you have to lose to win, and this is a chance for her to become friends with an expert. And she transfers 10,000 to him. But the failure keeps happening, and Prota's expression keeps getting more and more unhappy, and she keeps putting in more and more money, transferring 100,000 yuan to him, and he is surprised by this, asking to accept it right away. But then the system doesn't let her. It puts the Effetrio restriction to prevent him from receiving money beyond the store's sales. They can't be changed, and the transfer was automatically rejected once again. And he starts coughing up blood because he's so sad. The girl keeps thinking that it's still not enough, saying that there's no more, asking him to name his price, and he tries to get it into Miguel, that she doesn't need to pay, telling her to just tell him if she needs anything, and he says this while thinking that if she keeps trying to transfer him, he'll get even more angry with the system. And she starts to think that he doesn't want a single cent, getting all excited that there are still some young people with power that are different from fame and fortune. So she thinks that this person is right in front of her, wants to say that in fact, a few days later, she needs to participate in a battle, but her other pets are severely injured, so she's putting all her faith in the rat, asking him to feed the pet for 3 more days. Then he notices that Hateo is back, saying that it is more convenient to train the little skeleton now. And so the system says that it was detected that the client requested nutrition, that Prota should open the novice rank pet nutrition service. And the host can accept commissions according to the price of the nutrition service. And the rank I pet is from 3 to 10,000 and the rank 4 pet goes on and on. Is surprised that pet nutrition can earn him so much money, but he thinks that currently he can only accept commissions for rank 3 or less. And he tells her the price of nutrition, saying that 3 days is 10,000, and she is surprised by this, saying that even so it is not cheap. But he will leave the rat as it was before, it will be worth it. But then she remembers that she's thinking wrong, because this isn't standard nutrition, and she's the one who's going to benefit the most from it. So she says she agrees, saying that that store is very honest, and says that in the past she didn't know. So she missed many opportunities for nutrition, thinking it was a waste, and so, in 10,000 yuan, she passes it to the boy's account that they turn into 100 energy points. And he asks her if she needs any other services besides the nutrition service, saying that they also provide care services with wound treatment. She's surprised by this, saying that Star Pets hospitals are much more expensive than care services. So she says that she wants the service too. And he tells her to summon the pets that need service, and she actually does it with those gigantic monsters, saying that it's those 3. And he thinks he's in a tight spot. And the system says that it was detected that the customer requested care services. And to prevent the store's reputation from being affected, it is recommended that the host improve the care services area, but Prota wonders what the system means by the store's reputation being affected. And the system says that the initial and free care service spaces are made of there is only one left with weak spiritual energy and with complex and disorganized rays made of mineral reese, and only results in a weak effect for the pet's growth with a high chance of a mutation occurring. And he gets pissed off about it, saying he knew, then ordering the system to improve and buy 3 more spaces. And so the purchase is successful. 50 energy points are deducted. This is how the space move on to the service, it's 5 out of 9. And the system says that care services charge 100 yuan per hour. And the rank 2 area of care services will not cause mutations. But each space will charge 1 energy point every day. The host will have to pay this fee. And when the energy points are not enough for maintenance, the service spaces will disappear, asking him to buy carefully. And so, the boy almost spits blood knowing this. And the girl asks what happened, but he says it's nothing. However, he tells her that the care service for the 3 comes out at a price of 21,600 yuan, telling the girl to pay right away. And so she gets coerced, saying that the boss looks scary. And so the other little girl says that he's weird. Meanwhile, they put all the animals there in that space to be taken care of. And the system says that the transfer was converted to 216 energy points. And now the energy points are at 291. And the system says that it activated a submission, ordering to complete a beast feeding commission. And the requirement for the mission is that the store must be excellent, and the Prota needs to take a customer's pet twice or more, above the original combat ability, and the mission reward is an original power pile of novice rank, 3 units, and the duration is 3 days, and if the mission fails, 10 points will be deducted. And so the system asks if he wants to accept. And he thinks that the quality of the skeleton needs to be nurtured to a medium-high rank. It is only at rank 1, and this needs to be changed to rank 7. And he thinks that it is possible to do both missions together by accepting them here. And he tells the system to use the chance to enter any nurturing island, saying that he wants to enter the apex of the nurturing islands, and he thinks that the best place for the skeleton to grow is in the world of the chaotic spirit of death. So he enters that place with all his animals, and the rat is very afraid of entering that place. And he thinks that he smells a strong smell of blood looking at that completely reddish place and that chaotic landscape. And he notices that the smell of the corpses is so strong that it took away his strength, and looking back there is a skeleton that doesn't seem to have very good intentions that quickly kills the little skeleton by having its bones broken, and it starts trying to hit Prota, who notices that there is an enemy there asking the little skeleton to revive and Hateo to attack. And when the monster hits where he was, he notices that it didn't hit anyone. When he looks to the side, the rat is there calmly with its antennas stuck in that bone, while Prota is still alive and the little skeleton came back to life. And Prota says that what looks like the nutrition islands at the top don't only have king rank mascots, and that is a large skeleton, a combat-type mascot of the demonic attribute of rank 7. And so Hateo starts running over the skeleton, jumping towards its head, and the little skeleton dies again, having its bones broken, and Prota asks to revive while Rattail must use the lightning cut. And when he makes the sword, Prota asks him not to shoot, but to swing his tail to cut off his arm. And so he does, ripping off an arm from the skeleton. And the skeleton feels a lot of pain screaming at the rat, and only that scream makes the rat die as his organs are destroyed, And so the skeleton looks at Proto while continuing to scream. And his bones grow back again, and he manages to rebuild his hand, making it grow even larger. And Proto notices that that gem seems to make the limb reorganization ability stronger, saying that this takes away a treasure for him. And so he orders Hateo to revive along with the little skeleton. But the two don't seem very keen on fighting, you know? He's scared to death, clinging to Proto's leg. So he gets discouraged by this and takes something out of a space bag using the skill book. And that skill is the rank I killing intent, while he learns the Zidiote skeleton skill by shouting at Proto. And he gives a rank I increase in the killing intent of the two there next to him. And Hateo already starts to get summoned. And so he goes all out again towards the skeleton's head, full of hatred in his lungs, while the little skeleton is also running underneath. And he even manages to hit the skeleton, but ends up dying quickly. And so Proto dies with him, and when he revives, the skeleton is still that enormous size with his hand much more puffed up than before, and Proto thinks that the attack the skeleton gave before was very strong but also exposed his weakness, and he says that that is an unbalanced body. That makes him quite unstable. So that big attack isn't that strong. Today, when he raises his hand, he becomes completely unbalanced to hold up that arm that big. So Proto asks Hatai to use the lightning passes by dividing itself in two, and Proto tells Hatai to use the lightning cut on the leg and a lunge on the spine, and the little skeleton must get ready to grab the gem, telling them that what they need to do is take that jewel. And so Hateo does what he said, hitting both points, making the skeleton fall. And so while his head falls along with the gem, the little skeleton stays to catch it. But in the end, he can't catch it in his hand and takes a hit from the gem, becoming full of pain. And so Hataya completes an assassination. And the man with the combat skill for rank 3 is almost here. And Proto observes the improved lightning step skill that became the sequential lightning step. And with this skill, he can use the power of lightning to create 2 clones. That there is a small chance of him creating a 3rd clone. And so Proto thinks that this is very good. And the little skeleton, in turn, taking that gem, keeps watching it very closely. And Proto notes this, asking what the little skeleton is doing. And so the system says that only pets of the demonic attribute have this skill, saying that they can devour others of their species to become stronger. And so the gem is consumed by the little skeleton, who already seems much more badass now, even getting a bone sword. And so the little skeleton's combat ability increases, learning the novice rank sword technique. And the boy thinks this is great, because he intended to let Hatayu do most of the work while he was being carried. But it turned out that the little skeleton made a huge profit. Proto says this while ripping off the animal's head. While he is in all this happiness, several magic circles appear behind him. And a monster that seems to be megalodontic appears in that place. And Proto wonders what that is. After all, it looks a lot like a human woman with 2 airbags from a truck. And when looking at that humanoid monster, Proto is surprised. And when looking at the character sheet of that thing, there is no information, because neither its name nor attribute and are available. So when he observes that monster from afar, he is surprised that I can't analyze it, noticing that it must be a high-level creature from that nutrition island. And maybe he can find a top-ranked treasure with it. And so when he looks at that creature, she just raises her finger, stealing Proto's soul, killing him instantly. And so everyone, all 3, die with just a wave of her hand. And Proto thinks she's very strong, and he saw the light and really died. So he tries to start a conversation by asking if she's the final boss of that place, asking if she has intelligence. And the monster even looks back, but just opens its mouth, stealing Proto's life completely. He even asks her to let him talk, but he's already dead, and so the chances of reviving are infinite. And the system asks if he wants to continue reviving, and Proto thinks for a bit and notices that making him waste his precious time. And he soon clicks to revive in a random place, forgetting about all this because they will check and go back to the other corners. Then he falls into another corner, noticing that it is very quiet, but when he looks at it, he wonders what the hell that place is. Several monsters below him, then he notices that one of them is that human monster that was there killing, and she quickly ends up noticing him there, quite scared by this, pointing to everyone who goes there and gets Proto, and he notices that it went wrong in every way, that he is taken to what seems to be the king of them all, who apparently is a gigantic monster. He asks who Proto is, and Homer arrived there, saying that he will give him 3 seconds to answer. He is in front of that gigantic army, and Proto thinks that that is a very tough prison and says that he was only there because he came to take a walk. Then he notices that the monster didn't kill him the first time, asking what he wants, but in that he thinks that it doesn't matter if he dies of instant death because he can revive and can decide whether he wants to stay there or not. And if he is immobilized, the revival ability system cannot be used. And if he wastes any more time, he won't be able to complete the mission. And so the skeleton looks him straight in the eyes, saying that the boy got close to him undetected and is probably not just anyone, ordering him to answer him, saying that he won't ask a 3rd time, And Prota realizes that the skeleton fears his ability, so he thinks he should calm down, because he has a way to go crazy, and he seems to have never seen a human before, and he also doesn't seem to know about the revival system, and he says he can use it to his advantage, and Prota says he is the most powerful clone of the humans. He came to check if he poses a threat to them, and if they are dangerous, he must annihilate them all. And so the army gets excited with the boy's words, asking them to protect the king, and with that the skeleton just shines its eyes, annihilating Prota, making a huge hole in the place. I get up, Prota is burned, impaled with thorns and also torn apart, and so he dies in many ways, but keeps reappearing. And so he thinks that instant death makes him not feel pain, and he adapted to it. Completely psychopathic and doesn't care about anything, he'll end up scaring the animals anyway. And seeing Prota managing to continually use the time rewind, the skeleton wonders what kind of scary existence this self-proclaimed human invader is. And so he is killed again. However, Prota thinks that his jewel must be very valuable. And when he comes back to life, he quickly takes that jewel, taking it off the skeleton's ring and disappearing. And the skeleton gets very pissed that he can use the teleporter, transport, and the time rewind. After all, he can use 2 stolen powers at the same time, wondering how it is possible that he can use the 2 supreme laws together and also disappear from his search field. And so he wonders who the hell Prota is, and he quickly respawns in a random location. And he soon asks the skeleton if he thought he would continue to die in an idiotic way, saying that he is very hygienic and he is happy to have managed to escape after all of that. Then he calls the little skeleton, giving him that gem, making him all happy. And the boy asks if he likes it, saying that he can't have a battle mascot that only eats bone scraps, telling him to absorb that, because it is his turn to fight. And after reviving several times, they begin to face that skeleton's army. And the little skeleton uses the novice rank sword technique, killing them quite easily. And so, the assassination is complete, and his combat skill increases to rank 2, and the mission progress is at 46%. And so, several monsters start to die, but then, a gigantic one appears near Prota, and he says that they received a lot of SP, talking to the little skeleton that he will leave it for him. And so, the monster goes on the attack, killing those monsters too, reaching a combat skill almost rank 6. So, with 14 minutes left in the mission, the boy is on top of a pile of dead people, saying that they defeated a lot and still there is a lot missing. And that giant monster that died beneath them ends up joining together again with everyone that was around there, becoming an even bigger monster with a piece of all of them. And Prota notices that that one doesn't look very dead at all, and tells the 2 that it's time to activate the kill sentence, making them go berserker. And the 2 of them are ready to go for it, and the boy tells him to kill it, because it will be enough to complete the mission's progress. But the monster doesn't seem to be very keen on dying, throwing a kind of chain with a blade at them. But then the Prota asks the little skeleton to use the rank no Vado sword technique, stopping it and throwing it back at the monster, and so that gigantic amoeba gets very angry that they are resisting, then hits the ground creating several hands and goes after the Prota, grabbing both the little skeleton and the rat and him. And so, with the mission's progress at 94% and the remaining duration 7 minutes, the system says that time is about to run out, telling the Vitreo to please pay attention to the mission's progress. And the boy says that he doesn't have to remind him. And he gets pissed that he's getting that parallel restriction again. So he tells Yahello, telling him to use lightning slash to attack its core. And so Yahello does this, attacking the monster, but it doesn't have much effect, because those hands manage to stop the monster's attack, not letting Yahello's attack enter its body, hitting the core. And looking at the attributes of that monster, he notices that there is no way to guess, and says that he can't identify all of them. But he thinks that 2 things are confirmed. One is that those arms don't have a skill table, and the second thing is that the core, in fact, is its weak point. And so, with 3 minutes left, he asks Yahello to use lightning slash, gathering all the lightning and covering the surface of his own body. So Yahello does this by managing to free himself from those hands that the system says that Yahello has learned the lightning coding skill, and the effect is to use an evil lightning protection that causes damage to all enemies that are close by, and causes paralysis effects. Besides, this skill also makes him cause double damage to enemies with the demonic attribute, and Prota is very happy that he has learned a new skill, and so Yahello uses that to finish off all those hands, freeing all 3 of them from that restriction. And so, he tells Skeleton, who starts cutting off one of the hands, and Skeleton goes for it, hitting that core squarely. And so, Skeleton completes another assassination, with his combat skill increasing to rank 7. And Yahello also managed to reach the rank set, and Prota says that a small part of that gem was absorbed by the skeleton, and his strength increased a lot, asking what will happen if he absorbs the whole one, and Prota also completes of the main mission and obtains a powerful star map of pure chaos, also completing the secondary mission, winning the original power pill. and so he goes back to the store, asking the system to show the skeleton's attributes, which is quite high. And the creature becomes much more OP. And Prota says that he just leveled up RRF. And the combat skill reached rank 7, saying that his performance was very good and has an intermediate auto quality. But then he asks the system. He is sure that there are no errors. But the system says that the quality evaluation is done according to the beginning of the endless chaos until now. And all the skeleton's information is compared. And there is no need to suspect anything. And Prota thinks about that from beginning to end, saying that it is interesting, remembering that gigantic skeleton. And so, he looks at Rateo, who ended up becoming a Dark Umbral Rateo, and also gained the undead ability. And Prota is surprised, because he didn't know that the lightning-type pet could learn stronger undead abilities. And he wonders how people will react if they are in battle and end up summoning an undead. And it is. So he puts the two to sleep with the little skeleton next to that gigantic gem, and he thinks he is quite curious to see this. And a while later, while he is calmly tidying up the store, he asks the system what that star map of pure chaos power is. And the system says that it is an ancient training method that can increase the training level. And the pure chaos power star map is used as a vast universe, using stars to compare acupuncture points, muscles, and bones of the body for training, which is completely different from the star power training method used in the Federation. And the boy is already happy about this, wondering if this means he can train too. That's what was missing, right? The ultra best cultivation method, rank power guide, all stolen so he can get even more excited. And so Prota begins to cultivate, going to the universe of the powerful star of pure chaos. And the cultivation technique asks him to let the star of power enter the core and increase the quantity. And when using the star's abilities, he only has to generate until a whirlpool forms. And this is the first rank of the map of the powerful star of pure chaos. And this is the realm of the star whirlpool, which the boy reasons about step by step, saying that in any case he must first absorb the power of the star. So while he gathers, he uses his dexterity and vision as a war pet tamer, saying that it will be easy to capture all those little balls. But he notices that he can't catch them, saying that those power stars just pass through his body, and he thinks that if that's the case, he could use part of his body to stop the direction of the flow of the power stars. And so he starts to do that, absorbing them in a single point. He usually succeeds, and he says that depending only on the effects of a power star to absorb other stars would be more or less. But he notices that he also has 3 original power pills. Taking that bottle he won and wonders what the effect will be. If I throw that in my hand and throw it inside, it starts to shine with a star forming in the center of it. 8-point star, and he says that he is feeling a cluster of stars increasing, and so the system congratulates him for reaching the realm of the star whirlpool, saying that he has unlocked the profile panel. And so he finally gets to see his own profile, saying that his combat ability has reached the average rank of 3. And the boy says that the photo actually looks nice, but he wonders why the evaluation has question marks. And the system says that the host's combat ability does not have enough authority to verify, telling him to become stronger and faster. And the boy thinks that he ate those 3 power pills and his combat ability has increased to the average rank of 3. And if he were training normally, he would need about 4 or 5 years to reach rank 3, thinking that this is incredible. So he asks the system if he has any more missions that have original pills as a reward. However, the system says that the pill is only effective on rank 1 and 2, and the host has already reached rank 3, so he should train normally. And the system also says that that universe is formed by maps of pure chaos power stars, and it's almost the same as the real universe. And when he's absorbing and training, he should notice that there are other stars bigger than him, so he should be careful not to get stuck in them. And he asks what happens if he gets stuck in one of them, asking if the training ends or that. But then the system goes further, saying that his spirit will be annihilated. Then he wonders what the hell is this, and the system says that in the universe of the power star of pure chaos, the flow of time is the same as normal. So he must pay attention to his time organization. And the boy notices that there are unprecedented benefits, thinking that the big fish eat the small, so it's the law of the jungle, and thinks that he has to keep an eye on the big stars and absorb the big ones. Then he thinks that it's easier than being on the cultivation island and continues to absorb everything, but thinks that it's just a little boring, remembering that it seems that his sister is also a rank 3 trainer, wondering if he could now take a punch from her. And so, already at home, he eats with his mother, saying that he is very good at cooking, but she tells him that he doesn't need to be so polite, telling him not to make too much noise when he goes there, and says that his sister is training in her room, and she will have a competition in a few days, so the boy shouldn't disturb her, and also says that in the morning she will make his favorite pie, asking him to eat it before leaving. The boy agrees with this, saying that even if she is not his blood mother, she still treats him very well. At least, he can feel the sincerity of the family and her love. And he thinks that Lin Yu is busy preparing and says that he was thinking about having a friendly match with her. But he will let it go and go back to his room to train. But then he feels that power coming out of his sister's room, noticing that there is a very dense star of power there. So he starts trying to sneak in to take a look, wondering if he would be a pervert for doing so. But when he looks inside, we can see a bit of this artist's nature. Because it didn't have to be like this, right? And the boy looking at her thinks that she has a pretty strong whirlwind of stars, wondering why she can absorb while lying down. And absorb so much, saying that the power stars seem to be attracted to something, and then absorbed by her body, wondering if this is the training method taught at Petstar Academy. And he says that the power stars in the real world are much weaker than those in the universe of pure chaos. And most are scattered, and those in the universe where he trains are divided into dense and spaced areas, and he thinks that the bigger stars attract more than the ones that are scattered around. And he starts to think that if he learns this training method taught at Petstar Academy, he will be able to train like this in the universe of the Porkawa Power Star. And that would definitely make him develop even faster. Then he notices that she's generating her own power star, and he starts trying that too. And he realizes that it's about the pull, and he starts wondering why he didn't think of that before, because when the amount is enough, just spinning produces enough traction to pull the power stars so you can absorb them. So whoever's training doesn't have to run around. And he starts trying to see the difference between spinning forward and backward. And already in the girl's room, his little sister wonders why it's getting harder and harder to absorb, wondering if she fell asleep, and the boy, in turn, manages to succeed, and then tries to generate a whirlwind backwards, and another forwards, trying to generate 2 whirlwinds of stars at the same time. So he succeeds, only this time he's pulling his own sister's energy. And she wonders what this feeling is and what's happening. And she says that this is strange because the power stars seem to be stagnant and can't be pulled, wondering why the movement of the stars seems to be so chaotic. Then she wonders if the strongest mascot master passed by. Then all her energy starts to be pulled from her and, my God, and at the point that the girl has her power taken away, she gives him a moan. And her mother downstairs hears the girl questioning what's wrong. And she says she's fine, saying she's just training. And she says there's something wrong with that power star. But she notices that the direction it was coming from is her brother's trash room. And so, in the meantime, the kid is there in his room, making his power star stronger and stronger, saying he managed to catch a pig that barely tastes good. And already in the store, Prota continues to be cool while sitting behind the counter. And in the universe of power stars of pure chaos, he continues to cultivate. And he thinks this is incredible because those star clusters gather power stars for him non-stop and all of it is absorbed by the boy. And if he can reach a good distance and not be sucked into another star, he might even be able to train while he's sleeping. But then Suyen arrives at the store saying that he came to pick up his pets and he even notices them coming, but notices them by the size of their airbags. And the girls are a little uncomfortable with this situation, noticing that he recognized her in a rather rude way. But he says what he was saying about the power star, saying that their 2 power stars are very weak and they need to try hard to get stronger because otherwise, how will they be able to tame more powerful star passes? And the girl is surprised by this, wondering if only 3 days ago the rat and became stronger again. And Prota says that Hatai's combat ability, it went to the ranked set, which compared to the academy average, which is ranked 3 or 4, is really good. And he says he'll get it, and I put him there, just tells her to take him, since they already paid last time, and so she just agrees. And when she picks up Hateo, she wonders if his fur has changed. And she wonders why everyone else looks so down, saying it was only a few days. He wonders if they aren't happier to see their owner, questioning if they liked it there so much that they prefer to stay there. And so Prota tells her to hurry up and leave. And she realizes that they were in the care service for only a few days, and notices that her star pets have become too attached to him, saying that even if it is a star power contract with the transmission of power from the owner and the pet have no feelings for each other at first. And they just did the basics of listening to orders. And once the contract is removed, they will have no relationship with the owner. And so the little girl says that the injuries of everyone who was there have been healed, and the color of the fur seems much more vivid. And Suyen thinks that that store has a very good heart, thanking the boss for taking care of them for her, asking if he can recommend any pet food, and he wonders if she wants to repay him the favor by using this one. Says that he will let it go and will not take advantage of her this time, telling her to buy some of that food that is behind him and deliver it to Phoenix for 1,200 and she even agrees but is surprised that it is RP. Along with the little girl with blue hair, and she says that the change in Hatayu made her curious, wondering how much stronger he got, and tells Lily to summon her strongest pets, and try not to go easy on her. And Lele wonders if she's feeling confident, summoning a mix of Geodude and Mach-Amp from the middle of nowhere, and calls the girl to go with it. Then that rock Mach-Amp with a stereotypical Mexican mustache comes behind the girl and Lele says that she's going to get hurt, telling her not to whine. This Ian thinks that as expected of her, he summoned the star pet, a high-ranking rock-type lineage noid, saying that the Lonlier's trump card, saying that even though she's not a scholar, her combat ability is rank V, and she starts to hope that Hateo can handle that, because she only needs to test the power of Lightning Slash and Lightning Step, and she tells Hatai to go after that thing while Lele asks his thing to play with Hatai. And the beast, in turn, recalls two jutsu at the same time, acting like Sukuna, throwing, taking his stone vines towards the rat, who manages to easily dodge using his speed and electricity, walking over those stone vines. Then Lele's monster throws some stone shards towards Hatai using a kick. Then Suyen asks him to use the lightning step, dividing himself into 4 parts, and Suyen is surprised that he has 3 lightning steps, as that became the passes the sequential lightning, and they all ignore his stone kuna, going straight towards Lele, who summons a barrier, but the girl asks Yang to make Hatai fight against her pet, as his star shield is very weak. Ian tells her not to worry, because she's just making Hatai get closer to her, saying that she never ordered him to attack her. And so she thinks that it's a high-rank bloodline star pet. So her vision is excellent, and it's the best chance to test Lightning Step. Then that monster uses another attack that goes under Hatai and manages to create monsters, stopping all the clones at once by grabbing them. And they are surprised that that Buddha managed to stop Hateo. But the real Hateo himself is already in Buddha's face. And when he is touched right in his face, all the other clones disappear. And he is tricked. And Hateo is, with blood in his eyes, full of desire to kill, looking at that star pad, which starts to tremble even though it is of high rank. Then he runs towards Lele, who notices that her pad that should be the most angry was scared. But she wonders what happened, because he only failed to catch the real body. So he throws himself on top of her, making a huge barrier, preparing for a possible attack. Then she tells him that she's safe, asking him and he would let her. Then soon wonders what's going on, saying that that animal with a ridiculous pedigree and the tribute that cauterizes Hateo's was scared just by a low-rank bloodline animal. And she gets all happy, saying that her Hateo is much stronger. And so that Academy presenter says that the annual Feng Shui Academy audition is over. And now the official advancement matches are finally starting. And on the left side they have, from the second year, Su Yenin. And on the right, they have last year's top 10 Tamer, Clairvoyant and Legay. And the rules are the same. Both sides can use 3 pets to fight. And the one who defeats all of the opponent's pets wins. And so both sides can begin. And the little Li Jinho quickly summons a stealthy aquatic beast, and everyone looks at it, saying that he summoned it before the announcer even finished his sentence, asking if he's not afraid of the opponent choosing a pet that can counterattack that one. And he wonders why he would make such a mistake, being last year's top 10, saying that Legis is underestimating his opponent. And so, Suyen thinks that the stealthy aquatic beast is the intermediate-ranked bloodline pet of Tribute A, and it's good at sneaking and assassination. And so she sends her Phoenix, saying that the attributes cancel each other out. And now they're going to see which one is the strongest. Look, I might be wrong, but I think that water beats fire, I don't know, depending on the heat too, right? It can evaporate, I don't know, but in my opinion, as far as I know, water puts out fire. And the commentator says that his participant summoned a Phoenix of high-rank bloodline, which is a very problematic opponent for the stealthy aquatic beast of intermediate bloodline, asking how the fight goes. And he simply raises his hand, admitting defeat. And the presenter himself doesn't understand anything, wondering if he heard wrong. But Legia says that's right, saying that he admits defeat in that round. Then the presenter says that even if he doesn't know what happened, he surrendered, so Suyen won. And then she notices that the guy is smiling, wondering what he's up to. And Legia says that sometimes he needs to play an ethical trick to make the prey bite. And it's a priceless bait. Then she notices that he's putting a web in the arena. So he summons a gigantic stone spider, which also looks like a big scorpion. And the boy says that even though the Phoenix isn't the strongest she can have, it's the hardest to deal with. And for Hateo, that ugly stone creature and the tiger inside the sage, they're all TR type. He just needs to send someone who has a high combat ability to be able to easily nullify both of them. And her Phoenix is just a flying type. And even a single ranked school couldn't defeat her easily. And it would tire itself out until it died. He needs to get rid of her first, and apologizes to Miss So because he researched all the information about her beforehand. She's sure to lose, but then the Phoenix throws a flame at the boy and he puts his shield in front, saying that she's too weak. But while he sings advantage, the Phoenix burns the boy's hand, starts to throw a tantrum. This Ian just imitates Jessica asking if he's done talking. Then he gets pissed off, telling the giant Lido spider to use the stone spike on the Phoenix. That's it, and she can only ask the Phoenix to dodge that. She tries at all costs, and the girl quickly summons a speed boost, asking her to dodge all that and use all her attack. Then she circles that spider and tries to attack. And the girl asks her to shoot her fire arrows, throwing the fire on the Lido spider. However, the boy just asks her to make a protection with a weird name, and she just puts a shield in front of all that fire. And the girl is surprised by this because even though rock-type pets are resistant to fire, that sand wall is very strong. Then Legay asks if she only noticed the difference now, saying that a hellish phoenix of rank 3 is trying to fight his Leto spider of rank 4. And so she uses the earth imprisonment, and the presenter says that she has the reputation of killing any low-rank creature with this attack. And it is so powerful that it can even make high-rank pets feel fear. And so the girl notices that T is closing in, and she asks Phoenix to try to open a hole, sending a rank 3 strength increase at the monster. And Phoenix even tries but doesn't achieve much because even with the attack, T is still being effective. And the presenter says that this is a huge terror and the crowd is so powerful that even the Tamer is in danger, and he tells her that admitting defeat would be a good choice, but her participant is still in there and holding on, and she thinks about the Phoenix while she struggles all over already bleeding, and the girl looks at the Phoenix and is hurting herself all over, asking her not to struggle, because it will make the wounds become deeper. Then he turns and tells her to admit defeat once and for all and the pain will go away. And she even thinks about admitting it, but the Phoenix starts to sing, summoning a ball of fire concentrated in its mouth and cutting all the web, tearing through the shield that was also protecting Spider Leto. And he is already surprised by this because that is a polar ray. And the presenter is shocked that Suyen's Phoenix has learned an exclusive rank 8 technique that only high-level pets have. So with just one hit, Spider Leto can no longer fight. And so Professor Yank says that there is no chance of it being real, because even if the Phoenix is in the high-rank bloodline category, its quality and talent are among the lowest. Still, among the skills available to the Phoenix, Polar Lightning is something that it simply cannot learn. And Rue will say that this is so impossible that the girl went there and did it, saying that there is more, since she is not even an adult yet, saying that that one will have a bright future. However, that old man tells them not to forget, because that girl's rat also used lightning cut. And Yen, who immediately shows interest in the girl, but the redhead grabs him by the collar, saying that her name is Yen-in, and she's already eyeing the girl, questioning why he asked, asking if he wants to bite her. But he says it was just curiosity. And the vice principal is surprised that there's a genius out there that year saying that if he joins the pioneer team and does a good job, he'll get a lot of glory. And she might even become the symbol of the academy, and everyone notices that she's the girl who took care of the Rat King. And everyone dies of envy wondering why their own mascot doesn't learn a high-rank skill like that. Yeah, bro, you don't have 2 airbags and you don't know the Prota, so it's not gonna happen for you. And at that Ian is surprised, because his Phoenix is starting to rank up. She says that she not only learned the rank 8 Polar Ray, but her combat ability also rose to rank 4, and the girl is so shocked by such a high talent, wondering if that Phoenix is still hers, and she is in disbelief, remembering Prota saying that they offer training with wound treatment. That they also increase the pet's learning and understanding, increasing their physique, and she almost doesn't believe in Prota's. Then the presenter says that Su Yen wins again in the second round, and both sides must prepare for the next one. That she's having a streak of bad luck, saying that she was so close to needing to win just one round. And he says that since the Phoenix is giving her so much trouble, he's going to show her true terror, summoning the Wind Demon. And the creature is so big that it comes out of the portal sideways. And so the girl is scared by this. She asked what this thing is, and everyone notices that it has 4 wings, and it's an adult Wind Demon, a high-rank level 5 combat skill. So Redhead is surprised by this, asking if students shouldn't be prohibited from bringing dire monsters, which are basically cruel beasts that don't understand human nature. And she questions what will happen if something bad happens. And Yankee says that Ruaji is too conservative and every year many rookies die in the wild to dire heat. She shouldn't make a fuss before the fight starts, so she doesn't have much to say. And the vice principal asks her not to worry, because his school has strong teachers. Plus, the judges are experts and nothing bad will happen. While that Wind Demon, he was probably borrowed from someone and he'll teach them a lesson after the competition. And so the gigantic Dion stands in front of the party. Phoenix and Legia begins to face the consequences of inventing shit, falling to the ground, ordering the Wind Demon to use the aerial cut, almost stuttering, and the demon just looks at him with great disdain, and he thinks that this is shit because the level difference is too high for him to give orders, saying that summoning this type of beast force exacts a very high price. Meanwhile, Suyen is full of good, fostering strength, agility, senses, and also solid amplification. And she tells Phoenix that it is her chance, ordering her to attack the trainer and win the round. And Phoenix does so, but the Wind Demon notices that attack and simply crushes Phoenix with its tail. And the girl thinks that this was very fast, and the presenter is surprised that it was in one go, because Phoenix, the southern participant, was eliminated instantly with a single movement, and the demon begins to circle the girl with a whirlwind of wind, and she asks what he's trying to do, and cut all over his body, Then Hwaji questions what's going on. It seems that Yen has already lost, and she questions why the wind demon didn't stop. Then in the arena, they notice that Ligi has fainted, and the demon continues to attack the girl with an aerial slash. And she even tries to put up her shield, and the vice director begins to scream saying that the wind demon is out of control, ordering the judges to stop leaving. And the judge orders his divine wind bird to go up, but apparently it's going to be too late, of course too late if you haven't met Prota. Then a red beam enters in front of that attack, stopping both the attack and the judge's beast. And everyone in the stands is surprised by that speed, wondering what that is because it was even faster than the divine bird, and that is the brave Blessed Gaucho. And Hatai appears, along with his harmony attack. Everyone is surprised, because participant Su summoned Hatai to block the aerial slash, because if she took that blow, she would have died. But then Redhead says no, saying that Su Yen didn't summon him. And Hateo was there from the beginning, and if that's true, Hateo's ability to hide is very strong. And so the presenter orders the third round to begin, and then that monster starts attacking Hateo again with his air blades. And the girl thinks that the amount of air blades has gotten even bigger, wondering how to dodge it. But then Hateo summons a green circle underneath himself, which manages to bring a skeleton swordsman into the arena, and everyone is surprised that Hateo is using the Return of the Undead, noticing that Ratai used a demon-type mascot skill, being totally surprised. And even Suiyen doesn't believe what's going on, and so that skeleton quickly grabs her and puts her behind his shield, protecting the girl from all the attacks. And the presenter says that it had barely started and Hatayu used a demon-type summoning skill, and not only that, but the summon managed to completely block the aerial slash, and Hatayu stayed in front while the summon protects its summoner, and the Tayo is really pissed off with blood in his eyes or electricity, so he growls at the demon who also growls at him, and the two go after each other, and the fight escalates in an absurd way. After all, the gigantic monster is fighting the rat the size of my foot. But the explosion of power of the two is absurd, and the girl almost doesn't recognize her rat. And the presenter says that the brat is fighting that high-rank V-Wind demon, and says that the participant is betting everything, but the result is that our brat simply passes through the demon, opening a hole in its chest, and so it is an instant death, and Hateo instantly killed the wind demon that was out of control. Man, Hati is fierce. I did everything to myself. Wow, I've known him since he was little. I think it's too much. How absurd. And the presenter says that the wind demon's wound is enormous. And Hatui's lightning slash, or rather combat skill, is terrifying to behold. So the judge looking at Hateo thinks that his killing intent is very powerful. And he begins to wonder if Hateo wants to kill the wind demon. Then he looks at the trainer wondering if it is her will. But looking at the girl, she looks like a fool. He wonders if she went into shock after the victory. He also wonders if Rateo got out of control, and he says that the participants of that generation are very absurd, so he sends the divine wind bird to go after Rateo, saying that killing a pet on purpose would end her career and the punishment would be huge. And he thinks he can't let talented people have their future destroyed. But when the bird is going towards Hateo, he just looks back. He showed what's in charge there. And only with that does Pikachu use the Thunder Shock, almost killing the divine wind bird, and the judge orders him to come back quickly. Then he comes back all limp, and the judge is surprised that he injured his divine wind bird, thinking that this is impossible as it is rank 7 and very few pets could reach its speed. And besides, that one's a rat. And everyone is surprised that he uses Thunder Shock because from what they didn't see, when the lightning strikes him, the power of 10,000 lightning bolts enters his body and not even pets. And the vice principal says that such a small Hateo managed to learn not only the rank 7 lightning Taro, but now also has the rank 8 and Yankee thinks it's a shame, because it's such a good skill and it was a Hateo who managed to learn it, saying that if it were at least the intermediate lineage mascot, it would sell for a lot of money. Look here, you idiot, I don't think you understand, you're talking about the Prota. Hateo is the Prota of this work. He appears more and he has much more prominence, so let's respect him. And Rue will be surprised, because that Hatai is not afraid of a rank 7 divine wind bird, and says that she's liking that newbie more and more. And so, the divine bird starts to take flight, very pissed off for having been so scared, and starts to go after Hatai again, invoking its power. But Hatayu doesn't back down and also crows. And so the two start to battle, and the judge tries to make the divine bird calm down, thinking that if the divine wind bird fights Hatayu and loses control, this whole arena will turn to dust. And so, in the middle of all that mess, the girl gets lost, not knowing what's going on, and she gets all happy, asking if he learned another high-level technique. Hatayu can barely react here. He quickly stops the attack, returning to being cute, and she picks him up, saying he's amazing, swinging him around, saying that Hatayu is the best. The judge is lost with what is happening. With his bird, they're all pissed off for having been scared, and so he notices that Hateo has not lost control. Then the presenter says that the winner of that fight is Suyen, congratulating her on her victory. And now with Prota, he wakes up after sleeping a lot at work. After all, the last thing he does in this place is work. And soon Sanika appears and he starts watching a video on what seems to be YouTube. And in it, the woman tells him to insert astral power into Savita, which in this case is that cat, and align its meridians and front paws, telling him to keep doing this, and Savita's front paws will get bigger. And the difficulty of doing this depends on knowing the internal structure of the pet well. Otherwise, the astral power may not be digested and cause side effects. She takes a tape measure to see the change, saying that the front paw has grown 2 centimeters, and the final result is that the attack power of the front paw has increased by 20%, saying that making this happen only took 3 months. And so Prota finally realizes that it is difficult to increase combatability in that world. Noticing that this was why Suyen was so shocked, so he thinks about making a video to attract customers. But at that, Fang Eugene stops her luxury car right in front, talking to Prota, saying that she hasn't seen him for a long time, asking if there is anything new again. And Prota, noticing that he is a troublemaker, asks how his hand is. Then he says that the boss must have never entered the hospital in the upper part of the city, throwing a punch towards Prota, who stands there watching. And he says that if he can pay, even if his bones have been ground, they will find a way. And so, Prota realizes that the kid is rich, saying that he should buy some expensive things, saying that there are those undead-type pet foods, saying that he gives a discount. And Fan is surprised by this today. It's 100 times more expensive than last time. And the girl says that a small ration costs almost the same as a surgery. Then Prota simply says that if he's already finished, he can leave, saying that he has to cultivate. And so, Fanhoji says that he was just bragging a little. He's much stronger than him. Actually, he wanted to ask him for help, asking if he's interested in exploration. And so, it is said that the blue star was a planet with little water. Until one day, an enormous power tore the fabric of spacetime and formed the star rifts. And these unstable stellar rifts connected to other unknown stars like a bridge, and some stars were rich in resources and some are full of ferocious beasts. And some are as hot as an oven, and thanks to the stellar rifts, humans were able to collect resources from other stars, building powerful nations. However, prosperity lasted only a few centuries, fighting over higher quality tellars. The humans fought decades of civil war and the human population fell by half. And the boy introduces himself to the name, saying that the bench press pin his name means ordinary. And the blonde says that Fan Yuji talks a lot about him, saying that it is a pleasure to meet someone so impressive, saying that he is quite young, saying that the boy must be in his early 20s. Then the boy says he's 18, everyone there is surprised by this, and the blonde says he's too young to have trained as a mascot warrior, asking which academy he came from, but Prota says he's self-taught, so the Fan Eugene almost doesn't believe it and everyone there is in disbelief. And the blue-haired crazy guy tells Supine that a stellar rift is very dangerous, saying that to join his team he first needs to register his identity, but he must first show him his mascots so they can work together. And the boy says it's no problem, but says he doesn't intend to join the exploration team, because he only came looking for the Bloodfire Fox. However, Fan Eugene tells the boy that he probably has no idea how angry his captain and vice-captain can get if he makes a mistake, saying that it will all be over, but the boy tells him not to worry because he won't disappoint him. He asks the little skeleton to draw his saber. Then a wave of energy flows around him and the average draw of the saber easily shows its power and everyone is impressed by that speed, because they only saw the huge absurd spiral cut happens next to them and they are surprised by him, wondering what is going on. And the boy then puts his eyes on the biometric scan and is recognized as Superim, saying that he was registered and authorized as a temporary explorer. And the boy asks if it's over yet, and Jin, looking at the boy's information, realizes that he went to a normal school. And that means he really became a mascot warrior all by himself. And he is even more surprised that the boy he's been there for 18 years, but the blonde guy says he doesn't need to be so happy, saying that the temporary explorer can get merits during the exploration, but he doesn't receive all the privileges that an official explorer does. And he says that if the boy commits a crime, he will receive the same punishment as an ordinary person. But Fan and Jean tell him to stay calm, because if they arrest him, he will pay the bail. And he says that the boy doesn't even need to thank him, because he has some special privileges as an explorer. And Prota can't take it anymore and starts bragging about his privileges, saying that these people are beyond salvation. And in the federal warehouse of the pioneers, they enter a door, and inside there are several superhero costumes, as well as some weapons, and are on display, and the blue-haired guy says that the wastelands are full of danger, so he can pick up something there to defend himself, saying that it's a little gift, and Prota thinks that you can't find those things in the market. And so the captain tells him not to pick up anything too expensive. And the boy only agrees with this. As he walks around, he notices that some things there are so good that he finds them in a cultivation place, and they were collected from other stellar regions. And so, the captain tells Mr. Pink that it's time, asking if he's made his decision yet, and the boy says it was those cartridges. Then they look to the side, noticing that it's a basic training method of level 1 or 6 for mascot warriors. So, they're surprised by this, and the blonde guy starts laughing, asking the Fan Eugen what kind of person he called. And Yujin is afraid for the boy, saying that they are going to Yermo's, and what the captain meant was for him to get some weapons and armor so he wouldn't get hurt. And he asks why the boy chose the cultivation method. And he says he doesn't like to owe people too much. And he tells him to stay calm, because he knows what he's doing. And the captain thinks that the cultivation method is for long-term cultivation. Either he's crazy or he's very confident in his ability, and he certainly hopes it's the second possibility. And upon receiving what he chose, the boy asks what it is. Then Yojin says that the captain sent it to him because it resists the attacks of most rank V mascots. And if his team fails one more time, they'll become the biggest joke in town. And so, Prota understands their situation. And when they enter the Yamos, several monsters start to climb up to their portal. And the Prota asks Yuji what he knows about the Stellar Rift. And he says that the danger there is rank B. And there are fierce demonic beasts in the area and there are no rare minerals. And the Prota pays attention to the demonic beasts, saying that he came to the right place. And the Prota remembers that he had said that 2 members got badly hurt, asking who the other substitute is. And Jean says that the other substitute is a guy that the vice commander brought, so he heard that he's good, telling him not to anger the guy. And then a monster flies towards them, scaring the pet that was with the Prota, and, almost thrown away, Prota asks who is there, and the one in Mokong saying that they are too slow already with his pet snake eating that thing, and the guy says that they took so long that he almost fell asleep. And so Prota takes him off the pet, and the kid is all shaking, saying that it's a good thing he works out a lot, because if he fell even though he's rank 6, he would have died. Okay, he gets pissed, just asking him to stop bragging. Then Mokong goes to the captain, saying that he heard that his blood fox got lost, asking if it's true, and the captain says yes, saying that they made a mistake, and if they weren't so paranoid every day, he really wouldn't go in there again. And Mokong remembers that he had warned the captain to only take Elite to that deserted area. And now it's up to him, so the captain just says that he'll keep obeying him. Mokong looks behind him, asking who that is because he's not on the list. And the captain introduces Prota, saying that he's a guest assistant of Fan and Jean. And Mokong says that the boy looks young, asking if it's his first time in the wilderness. And Prota gets straight to the point, asking if he can explain what happened just now. And Mokong doesn't like that very much, wondering who he is to ask him for an explanation. And Mokong tells the boy that combats are brutal, and if he can't handle something like that, how is he going to the wilderness? But then the captain intervenes, saying that Prota is not an official explorer, but his knowledge of astral pets is off the charts and he knows his way around. And Mokong asks if he really knows his way around, saying that if that were enough, anyone, Tarim could become an explorer nowadays, and he starts to wonder how Prota dares to look at him like that, and says that inside he must obey his orders, saying that the boy will see that he needs a lot of cold blood. The proto-condistant looking at him with a slightly exaggerated murderous intent, but the captain tells him not to worry, because he takes care of his friend. Then Mokong wonders why he is looking at him like that, because his gaze is so cold that it seems like he is looking at a corpse. Don't fart, Prota is cultivating at home, he is cultivating sitting down, he is cultivating working, but the thing is getting more and more stolen. And Mokong, seeing that look and that murderous intent, wonders if it is really the first time he has come to the wilderness. As they cross a gate to another world, Eugene tells Prota that all explorers are very sincere, so he shouldn't take it the wrong way, but the boy says he won't, especially since he agrees with that guy, and so the captain tells everyone to be careful because that's another planet. And Mokong says that there are no ferocious beasts around there, asking them all to follow. As they walk in that very hostile place, they see a forest, saying that they're going that way, asking Lying to find a trail. So he summons his bird, who shares the vision with him, and he says that there's a small mascot, unknown in the lake ahead, but NEA comes back very dense, and he can't identify it from above. And so the captain asks if there's a way to go around it, but Liang says no, saying that there are ferocious beasts on the other paths. And Mokong then decides to go take a look, saying that if it is a high-level ferocious beast, they decide what to do. And when they see that, they realize that the Antiger, half-taper, half-tiger, and they say that its power level is around 5. And so Kong decides to kill it right away. However, the captain says that it has to be quick, they don't have time to waste there. And Mokong says that it's no problem, because he can handle it. However, Prota asks if they are sure that it is an Antiger, asking for night vision binoculars. And so, Mokong asks what he is talking about, asking if the boy is questioning his judgment. But Prota says that the Antigres hardly drink any water. They hydrate themselves by eating insects, usually. And he says that besides that, there's also the temperature because the Antigres aren't very active at this time of year. And so, Eugene says that it's true because the Antigres are mascots of tropical areas. And a cold and humid environment wouldn't appear, asking if Lean is sure it's one. And he says he thinks it's an Antiger, but Mokong says he's sure it's one, who is asking why they would listen to a rookie saying that they're wasting time, sending the deadly anaconda to kill that thing. However, when it gets close, the Antiger starts to die. And so, everyone is surprised, noticing that it's a spiritual beast disguised as an Antiger. So, Prota warns Mokong that he has to ask the beast to spit it back out if he doesn't want it to die. But Mokong keeps stamping his foot, asking what Prota thinks he is, saying that no one tells him what he does. And so his snake starts to be possessed, and then it spits blood, And the captain asks Proda if he said it was a spiritual beast, saying that his knowledge of demonic pets is very little. He asks what that is, and Proda says that the power of an adult spiritual beast is level 7, and it pretends to be weak to attract prey. And when they enter the target's body, they dissolve it from the inside. And the captain says that if it's a level 7 animal, they should attack altogether. But Proda says no, saying that the worst part is not the spiritual beast itself, but the blood-soaked soul beast, which is in symbiosis with it. And Eugene gets all scared by this, asking what all this talk is about. And Proda says that where there is a spiritual beast, there is always an animistic beast nearby. And if he is right, that is not water. After all, that in the lake is blood. And so, the blood animistic beast is in the lake. And everyone starts to get surprised by this. And Makong says that the deadly anaconda has lost consciousness, saying that it is a huge monster, and Proda tells everyone to run away, because with a level 7 spiritual beast serving as nourishment, the blood animistic beast is at least level 9. And the monster is absurdly big, that eye comes out of the place, looking at all of them, and Proda says that it could even be a sovereign biomote, and so those tentacles go towards them, but they quickly run away and summon their pets to give them an extra boost. After all, that big eye is following them very closely, and the captain asks Liang to plan a route, and he says there are 2 paths. One has several unknown ferocious beasts in the east, and for now the west is clear, and he asks where they are coming from. The captain asks if there are no other options, and Makong tells them to retreat to the west, because he has already lost one of his own, and if they go any deeper into the forest, it will be very bad. Then the captain asks what Supim thinks, and he says his suggestion is to go east. Then Makong asks what he is talking about, and Makong asks if just one blood spirit is not enough for all of them. And Liang tells the captain that he also agrees with the retreat. Then the captain asks the boy if he is sure about this, because if they are wrong, they will end up screwed. And Proda says it's no joke, saying that if he really wants to find the little blood fox, he should trust him, telling him to decide quickly, because he doesn't have much time. And the captain really hopes that this isn't the last decision he makes in his life, and tells Liang and Jean to follow him. They really jump into the canyon while that eye continues to follow him. Liang uses his bird to see the path and notices that the beasts in the canyon have started to find their path. And the captain says that he can still feel the presence of the blood spirit behind him, telling him to speed up and leave. When he looks back, he notices that the blood spirit has stopped chasing them, getting stuck there. Then, Makong asks how it's possible, and Proda says that the blood spirit is a very powerful beast, but it's not a very active hunter. He prefers to seduce the spirit beasts and let their prey come to him without mentioning that that canyon is too tight for him. Besides that only an idiot would take free food without pay, and the captain thinks that the boy has. Looking at Mukong, saying that if he had a deeper understanding, he would not have chosen to retreat. He asks why the captain is looking at him, saying that it seems as if he knows the characteristics of the blood spirit beasts. And Liang talks to the captain, saying that they are very close from where the blood fox got lost, but there is a beast surrounding the exit of the canyon. And Proda asks if Makong is listening to this, asking him to give him the night vision goggles, and so he really decides to give them up, telling the boy not to be too proud, calling him poor, and so Pronto takes that and installs the night vision module, seeing everything in front of him, and notices a beast with a stop knot with a bag on its head, and what looks like its mouth is sewn up, and that thing doesn't even look a little friendly, and if it were him, he wouldn't get close to that. And Proda says that a death demon is an adult, and he estimates that its combat power is at the 5th level, and the captain is surprised to be a demon again, asking if there won't be any problems. And Proda tells him not to worry, because he has a solution, summoning the little skeleton that is already pissed off going after the monster. So he takes his saber and accelerates using the elemental sword, breaking the monster at an absurd speed, and everyone notices that that attack was very decisive. And Yuji can't believe that it was so easy to solve, because if he had known that before, he would have listened to everything Proda had said. And Makong says that he is just a lucky player, and says that he could also do that against that kind of trash. And he starts to think that Proda is pretending to be a genius. Man, I can't stand this crazy guy. What an idiot's face, bro. He's proud of such a ridiculous thing. You see that the guy is absurd, and he keeps stamping his foot with wounded pride. Man, that's so annoying. And as they follow the path, they bump into the mountain they went to last time, and the captain says that that place is very dangerous, because it was there that last time they found an unknown high-level beast, and it was also where they lost the little blood fox. And Proda asks them to hurry, asking everyone to get down and start searching. And so they go searching on foot, and Yuijin's little monkey starts calling him. He asks if the monkey found anything, and so they notice that it is an arm. Kong says that it is a black golden armband, saying that only a captain-level explorer could pay for something like that. And Jim notices that even a captain died there, wondering what kind of monster he found. And Proda asks what it is, asking to take a look. But Makong says that of course not, telling him to take his hand away, asking if he even understands equipment. And the boy asks him to pass. Then Makong goes to him already crowing, saying that the boy thinks he's all that just because he played leader twice, telling the kid to calm down, asking Proda if he thinks he's in charge of him, saying that the silver medal explorer, and even if he killed someone else's mascot, would only give him a light lecture, asking if the boy understood. And so he throws the glove on the ground, saying that Prota can pick it up. And Supim doesn't like that at all, looking very seriously at Makong's face. And he keeps singing from the tree while the boy picks up the thing on the ground, telling him to pick that shit up. Speaking full of swagger, then they ask what happened to him, and Prota says that the blood is dry, and that person must have died a few days ago, but he still risks of dark energy in the wound. He wonders if there is any other strong demonic beast around there. Then the captain asks why Supim is making that face, questioning if he found anything about the little blood fox. Then Prota says that maybe he left, since a few days have passed, and he says he didn't find anything. Then Makong starts laughing, saying that he made such a serious face that it seemed like he found something important, making fun of Prota, saying that he didn't find anything. And so Sapincio simply loses his patience and lands a beautiful punch on Makong's face, leaving all three scared by what he did. And Makong starts cursing the kid, saying that he's going to kill him, but at this point his body is already all dented. And so Makong pulls out his sword and tries to slash Prota. But the little skeleton quickly appears and puts his sword to Makong's neck. He wonders when he appeared there. Then Liang goes behind Prota and puts the sword to his neck, ordering him to tell his bakot to lower the weapon. And the boy asks why he doesn't tell Makong to get down first. But then Yojin starts to get nervous about the situation, asking Prota why he punched Makong. And the boy says he was asking for it. He's been getting in his way for a while. The little skeleton also gets pissed off feeling Prota's emotions, so he puts on a hell of a terror, and Prota tells them not to blame him for not showing mercy, and they feel that absurd murderous intent, wondering if Prota thinks he can kill everyone there. And Makong says that this is a load of crap, questioning if the boy thinks they wouldn't have the courage to kill him. And the captain tells Makong that it's Supi's fault, and apologizes for him, saying that he will be compensated for this, asking only that they finish the search first. And so Jean talks to Supim, saying that it's taboo to go against his colleague, saying that everyone could end up dying. And then the boy asks if it's serious and says that in his life, carrying a dead floor like that around is much worse, saying that it would be better to get rid of Makong. And the little skeleton begins to slowly stick his sword into Makong's neck, who already starts to spurt ketchup, and he starts to tremble and then lowers his sword, saying that this isn't over yet for Supi, saying that he'll listen for now, but when they get back to base, they'll sort it out. And so Supim says that he'll be in charge of the operation, asking the vice captain if everything is okay. And Liang says that if they get into a fight, the boy will also be in trouble, and he knows that they have to focus on the mission first. And so Liang says he will follow the captain's orders, telling him not to ask him. And the captain tells Suping that it's good to have ambition and will, but if he causes more problems, he won't get away with it, asking if the boy understood, saying that he knows he's useful and says he can continue, that he's fine with it, but he doesn't think Lim Makong will let this go unpunished, telling him to be careful with him because he might get in his way. And the boy just says he already understood. But then something starts to shine in the sky, and the captain notices that something is happening, asking to take a look. But then two people appear, asking everyone to run away. Then the girl asks him to leave him there and save himself. And right behind the two is Sasuke's perfect Susanoo mammoth, fighting against their two beasts that look like ants next to that thing. And even though he gets hit several times, he manages to launch a mental shock, hitting both of them, and launches some thorns to kill those monsters that were fighting him. And finally, the thorns reach those two who were almost running away, and with the guy unable to move, he almost gets killed. But then Prota's team arrives quickly, and breaks that thorn before killing them, saying that they are the Black Warrior Wolves, and saw his call for help, saying that they are there to save him. Then the guy tells them to be careful because that demonic skeleton is trying to kill them. And so, when they look to the side, the captain says that that is the beast that they attacked before. And the mammoth is already very close to them, almost stepping on Prota's team. And then they quickly pull those two who were there. And when they were almost on top of the pad, Makong takes the opportunity to unbalance the protagonist and throw him down there along with the girl. And as soon as the two fall, they almost get trampled. But Liang quickly passes by asking Supin to hold on, grabbing the two, taking them out from under the foot of that mammoth. And Makong doesn't like at all that his plan didn't work, and the protagonist talks to the vice commander, asking him to go to some flat place, and Liang thinks that the boy almost died, and he doesn't even seem to care. And the protagonist says that the terrain doesn't affect the abyssal skeleton, and it'll be worth it to delay them. And so, the captain says that they saw a lot of severed limbs and dead mascots on the way, asking if they are the only survivors of the team. And so the guy says yes, saying that his last pet was killed a little while ago. But the girl says that her sacred flame bird can still fight. And the captain says that among the level 8 pets, the sacred flame bird is pretty golden, asking how he got so injured. However, the abyssal skeleton keeps following them. They notice that he must be close to level 9. And Prota says that the abyssal skeleton's vital organs are being protected by the bones. And his little skeleton has no way of breaking his defense with just one blow. He's going to need their help. And after that, he's going to get even with Lee and Makong. And so, that rescued guy says that if they don't do anything, they're all going to die, saying that he has a suggestion, asking them to leave their pets behind to gain some time. But Makong says that he just lost a pet, And now he wants him to sacrifice another one, but that guy says that after they get out of there, Yi Shan will compensate for their loss, saying that he can even compensate more, saying that he gives his word, and they are surprised that here he is Yi Shan, who is the famous gold medal explorer. But Makong says that it doesn't matter who he is, because he spent too much time cultivating his pets, and he won't give them up. And so Shinshan says that he will pay 3 times their market value. And so he talks to Lin, telling him to leave his pets behind to give him some time, or they will all die. And so he asks if they heard that, saying that they will all have to contribute if they want to get out of there with Veda, and Prota doesn't answer and everyone gets frustrated, and so the girl thinks about the sacred flame bird, and Prota jumps away without even talking to them. And he and the skeleton stay behind, and Eugene calls the boy all worried, and Makong thinks he's an idiot, asking if Prota wants to play hero, telling him to die alone there, because he won't let the others come back to help him. But as they continue, some hands come out of the ground, stopping them, and they wonder what the hell is this, because that army of skeletons is rising from the ground, and they stay seated, surrounded, but all the skulls that rose have a symbol on their forehead, and the captain notices that they are not moving, wondering if they are not behind him, and so Prota talks to the captain while daring the enslavement of the souls, saying that they have had their pets for so long, wondering if it wouldn't be a shame to have to abandon them, because the little skeleton, once again, is simply absurd and is getting more and more stolen. And so the Prota activates the killing intent in all the skeletons, ordering them to go after that big skeleton. And so the mammoth starts to get busy, while killing them all. And the Prota orders the little skeleton to go around the flank, hiding his aura and attacking his weak point. And so the little skeleton really does it, causing a wound in the abyssal skeleton and swinging him from the side. And everyone is surprised that the level 8 abyssal skeleton was injured by a little skeleton. Then the captain quickly goes down, talking to Super that he will help him. Then Eugene says he is going too. And Liam talks to Makong that the captain entered the fight asking if they are going to. And Makong asks if he wants him to help that little shit. Then Liam says that if they run away, they'll be the butt of jokes. And besides, their merits would be enough to compare a mascot, if they manage to kill that skeleton. And so Makong has to swallow his tears, saying that he's in a tight spot, noticing that the newbie is already ahead taking the lead again. And so everyone summons those tough guys, taking them out and throwing them at the skeleton, saying that they're going to take down the abyssal skeleton. I know a little shit that uses the intermediate spear technique, hitting the abyssal skeleton in the face, while the birds use the fire ray, and the frozen breath, and Yuji's golem in turn. They punch from the bottom up, using the fist of destruction, and the abyssal skeleton takes more and more damage, barely standing. Meanwhile, the skeletons continue to climb on his body, and everyone notices that it's working, and the captain calls the bloodthirsty wolf, asking him to keep attacking, telling him to use the bloody hunt, and after landing this blow, they notice that the bones of the rib have broken, but when Prota thinks he's going to be able to do something, everyone has to protect themselves because that's a mental shock. It really affects everyone nearby, and they gather all their barriers to resist it. Then the captain calls the bloodthirsty wolf asking him to respond, asking the animal to wake up now, but everyone is thrown on the ground and completely unconscious. Meanwhile, Abyssal Skeleton begins to regenerate limbs, and Shinshan, in turn, falls to the desolate ground, saying that his attacks were of no use, and he knew that it would be impossible to gather level 6 or 7 pets to defeat a level 8 monster. And with that, the skeleton starts to gather more nails to attack them, and those attacks go towards the pets that are lying down and fallen on the ground. And the captain gets desperate because they are too far away, and there is no way to bring them back. And Makong says that they shouldn't have come back. They should have listened to him and fled. However, the only one who remains calm is Gouch, the enlightened asking one, the little skeleton to simply use the intermediate saber technique. And he uses that, stopping all those attacks. And so they notice that the little skeleton didn't pass out. And the captain says that it was a mental shot of level 8, asking how that is possible. And Prota says that facing him head-on is a bad idea. But what if the little skeleton used the cadaverous roar at the same time? And the captain notices that the cadaverous roar generates a small sonic explosion, wondering if it is possible to nullify the mental shock with it, and says that a normal person would never have risked such a crazy maneuver, besides that he wouldn't be able to do it if he hadn't trained this move 100 times. And he continues observing the Prota, who remains determined, wondering what the hell his training is like. I'll tell you, because the fact that this guy has already died is a joke, you know? And so the Abyssal Skeleton looks at Prota again and opens his rib, and everyone notices that that is a level 9 move, the Sphere of Annihilation, and he creates a gigantic Baijidama on top of him, and Makong says that he won't die there with them, and he says that the Sphere of Annihilation evaporates everything within a radius of 1 kilometer. But Prota, in turn, remains determined, and tells the little skeleton that now is the time. So, he invokes a huge absurd ability, summoning that king from another world, the giant skeleton king, and then pulls out his saber, making an absurd cut that leads the Abyssal Skeleton and everyone is amazed at what they are seeing, because the Abyssal Skeleton has been defeated. And with that, only the skeleton and all the bones remain, with that attack disappearing into the sky, and the system says that the little skeleton eliminated the enemy and the increased power is now level 8. and he had his skill enhanced, which is now the advanced saber technique, and none of them from Prota's team can believe that the level 8 abyssal skeleton was eliminated, with the commander saying that this way of fighting is unbelievable. And that girl asks if it was the little skeleton that did it. And Makong already starts to feel like shit happened, and Yujin, still shaking, says that he thought he hit the edges, talking to Prota, asking how he knew that the weakness of that creature was inside itself. And Prota says that he had seen a creature like it before, and he started to wonder why only demonic pets can master the limb regeneration technique, and why the little skeleton sometimes regenerates being crushed, and sometimes it doesn't, so he thought he only had one answer, and it's because the body is nothing more than branches and leaves, and the spiritual core is the roots of a demonic pet. As long as the core isn't destroyed, the pet can continuously use limb regeneration. Without knowing how to take advantage of this, any demonic mascot can be easily killed, and so the kid becomes all convinced, saying that this battle only confirmed his hypothesis. Then the little skeleton uses its power, putting all that abyssal skeleton back together, and he wonders if it's alive. But Shinchan notices that it's not, saying that it's moving strangely, and it's as if it's being controlled, and they notice that it's control magic. And the little skeleton manages to put the abyssal skeleton back together, and now by his orders. So Yujin goes to Prota, asking if he's controlling it, and the kid says that's more or less it. Then Yuji asks how come more or less, saying that the little skeleton not only mastered soul enslavement, but also killed a level 8 monster and made it a puppet. And he asks if that little skeleton is a warrior or a wizard, and how was his training. Then the captain starts to get his wolf back, telling everyone to go because they have to continue their search for the little blood fox, and so everyone agrees, but the Prota asks them to wait a little because he has something to do, and I hope they pretend they didn't see anything. And the Prota goes towards Mukong and he quickly turns on his shield, asking what the boy intends to do. He says he won't do anything. After all, he just wanted to remind him to be careful, because Irmos is a dangerous place. And so the skeleton makes him never write with his left hand again, while the Prota tells him to be careful while he's exploring, and starts yelling at his severed arm asking how the boy dares. Then Prota says that he only didn't kill him because of the captain and tells him to shut up and says that it's very good that he never appears in front of him again. Then Mukong asks what he's talking about, and our Prota questions if the little skeleton heard that. After all, he wants them to repeat it, and Mukong already starts to tremble, grabbing his arm, and Jean doesn't believe what Prota did, saying that he went too far, but the girl thinks that that man is evil and would kill them all sooner or later, and the boy made the right decision by expelling him. And so, Lien says that everyone is looking for the little blood fox, asking if they saw anything like that, and Shinshin says that he didn't see any, and the girl says that she saw some footprints. Then Prota asks where she saw it, and so, the little skeleton quickly moves them all along with that gigantic skeleton. Meanwhile, the little skeleton up there sees a bunch of rocks and jumps down there all excited. And Prota notices that there's something in the cave attracting the little skeleton and asks for the girl's flare. So, he fires a shot over there, lighting it up, and notices that there's a bunch of that kind of shiny stuff there, and also that the fox is there. And the captain says that they finally found it, and when they go down, he says that he looked for the fox everywhere, and so the mission is accomplished, saying that they'll come back. But Prota asks them to wait. After all, the little skeleton is saying that there's something hidden over there. And Jim asks to take a look there, scanning all the elements that are there. And many are unknown. So he says that it doesn't correspond to any known element. And he's never seen that material before. And the captain understands and simply leaves. Prota asks if they don't mind. And Eugene says he forgot that it's his first time there, saying that if they find some rare usable mineral, they'll make a lot of money, and even so, the Star Rift can take it to new regions throughout the universe. And the chances of finding something rare are very small. And that's why nobody wastes time with minerals when exploring. And he says that they only report what they saw to the federal government when they get back, and the government sends an expert to get some samples. However, Prota thinks that the little skeleton is very interested in that mineral and it must not be something normal. So he thinks that that mineral is all his. Before the government, I came to do the L. Meanwhile, already returning home, he completes a mission and receives the scriptures of the golden curve of the divine demon. And so, Lu goes to Prota to give him his card, saying that if he is interested, he can go to his academy, saying that he wanted to introduce him to their director. Then he thanks him for the kindness and thinks that not even in this world will he be able to escape from school. Then he says that compared to this one, he is more curious about the item that the system gave him, saying that he has some things to do, saying that he will see her later. Then she asks him to wait, but the boy leaves, and she says that she should have gone straight to the point and invited him to be an instructor at the academy. And so, the next day he comes back being lazy, and his sister goes to him all sullen, asking if he woke up so early, but asks if he even went to sleep, asking if he spent the whole night awake, and he says yes, saying that she did too and that it's a coincidence. And she says she's not like him, calling him a failed brother, saying that she wakes up early every day to exercise. Then he says he's impressed, saying that he's proud of his sister. She gets all red, getting embarrassed, saying that she doesn't want his pride. Then he goes to bed, asking the system what the scriptures of the golden crow of the divine demon are. And the system says that the scriptures are a body-forging method of the golden crows. He says that the golden bodies, born on a scorching planet, are endowed with overwhelming power, and after cultivation they can crush stars and destroy any building. They roamed the chaotic universe, spreading punishments, and wherever the golden crows went, things turned to ash. And people called them divine demons. And so the protagonist is surprised that they are so powerful, and soon clicks the use button. But the system says that training the divine demon golden crow scriptures will cause his body to constantly remodel itself. And the process will be long and painful, requiring great astral power and many materials to complete. And in the end, he will no longer be a human and will become a golden crow. And he wonders if he will become a monster, wondering if this wouldn't make him look too much like a villain. But then the system tells him not to worry, because once his body has successfully cultivated this method, he will become a being of pure energy. He will be able to maintain his original appearance. If he so prefers, he will be able to maintain his normal life without being affected. And he thinks about it, wondering since when he has had a normal life, because he has been through a lot since he arrived there. And he says that in this world the weak have no dignity at all, and maybe only by giving up his humanity can he start living like a human. And so he agrees with the system, saying that he will enter this game. That's right, bro, the DLC for the patch has arrived, he's gonna download it and go to hell, and this time the beast will even stop being human. Then Proda is receiving some orders and asks the men to leave everything right there. And he starts to think that the things from the federal warehouse are still wrapped up, noticing that it is very convenient. And the system manages to make a successful identification, and he says that while he was collecting the minerals, he collected some spheres from the area and exchanged their heads for rewards that gave him a new set of light armor, and he says he'll do this more often. So the primal water armor was activated. It provides adaptive defense based on the user's astral power level and resists attacks from level 1 to 7. And so it is inside his body, staying underneath his clothes. And he says that he also got all the materials for the first layer of cultivation of the divine demon's golden crow body. And he says that it's much more efficient than going to his house to collect, and the cultivation of the divine body needs a ton of materials and astral power. Something he can get from the warehouse and the Chaos Star map. And he says that after improving his body, he can go to even more dangerous places with the Star Chaos map. And he says that this is a never-ending cycle, and says that now all he needs is those nasty minerals, talking to the system, asking if he can pay to improve the care slot or something like that. And the system says yes, saying that both the P-grade and the maintenance of the care tank require the host to pay for energy points. He questions what will happen if he uses those minerals to make the mold for the care model, asking if the pet fee will be lower if he advances the materials. But he makes it clear that all of this is to get stronger pets. Then the system doubles down and says that new permissions have been unlocked and the modification of the care tanks. And if he collects the designated materials and pays 20% of the original energy, he will be able to upgrade the care tank. And the new tank will have additional effects, and so the secondary care tank is the dark one, and everything needed to do that is visible to the protagonist, as well as its effects, as it greatly improves the aptitude of pets and their combat power, and slightly increases intelligence by healing all non-fatal wounds, and non-demonic pets will receive a 50% reduction, and demonic pets receive a 70% increase in the effect. And the boy is surprised that it is possible to do this, adopting that the level of freedom is quite high. And he says that even with the sinister side effects, the benefits are very worth it. So he places all the stones there, saying that these materials are easy to get at the base. However, he thinks that even with so much cultivation, it's barely enough to pay the store's bills. And with that, Proda appeals, calling Sui Yen. And she quickly answers, asking if the boy called him. And he asks if she's happy with the effect of the ratio's cultivation. And she says she's more than happy and doesn't even know how to thank him. Then Proda says that this is perfect, because he needs her to do him a big favor. Then she thinks that the boss is asking her for help, saying that this is a great opportunity to get closer to him, and says that he just has to say it, because if it's within her reach, she'll do it. Then he says that he wants to make a video with her, leaving her all blushing. And she wonders if it would be a video. Yeah, that's exactly what you're seeing. That's exactly the video she thought of. If you don't know this image, it's better if you don't even know it. But if you do, you know very well what this little mind here is thinking. So she wonders why he wants to film a video, and he says it's to become famous, asking if she's in or not. So she asks him to keep his voice down, and he says that if she doesn't agree, he'll look for someone else. And just like that, all red, she says that's fine, saying that she will, so she goes there, but this time dressed a little more spicy, so to speak, because her clothes show a lot of skin, and he tells her to come in. And he notices that the girl looks very different, getting all red, saying that she looks beautiful that day. And she says that he said they were going to film it, and he thinks it doesn't matter, saying that she just has to not make fun of Helena. And so the boy tells her to summon Rateo, and she is in doubt, But she starts to think of something even worse, people. Oh my god, what is this girl doing? And she thinks it can't be because Elio Hateo would be going too far. Girl, this isn't Typlosion, don't worry, you're in the world of Pokemon. But that's not it. And this girl's mind is very fertile, you know? I think she's accessing some pretty heavy stuff. And he asks what is going too far, saying that he just wants to film her summoning Rateo. And he uses the lightning attack and the lightning slash. So she wonders if that's all there is to film. And he asks what else he would call it. Then she realizes that her mind is more rotten than the teeth. And she gets all embarrassed. And the boy says that Ratai is the only one who can prove the effect of her cultivation, asking if she didn't leave him at home. But then Ratai appears by her side, and she says that of course she brought him, saying that he's there, and says that even though the school's annual competition is over, there will be a performance championship soon, and says that the champion Yihao will compete with her again. And she says that if he goes up in the arena with her, the publicity will be free for everyone. Says that it's okay, but notices that the champion was wrong, asking if she didn't win the tournament. And she says yes, saying that the 9th rank Bloodline Silver Thunder Draper is also very strong, and she thought she would be in the top 20 of the ranking at most. And she didn't think she would get 2nd place, because that exceeded all her expectations. So Prota thinks that he didn't expect there to be someone in that academy capable of defeating a rank 9 Bloodline Ratai. So he says that now he's interested. And just to contextualize, she may have been thinking a lot of nonsense. But if we analyze the context as a whole, she was very in favor of the recording. So much so that she even went there to produce it. So it's already in the chat. It's on Spider-Man in another Come on, Prota. Let's play. Another day at Phoenix Mountain Academy, the boy is with Su Yen and says that it seems that the Ratai are a success at her school, and she says that during the annual competition everyone saw the potential of the Ratai, that they are super popular. And she reminds him that they have to distribute the pamphlets before the start of the match. But the boy says no, saying that these normal students are just trying to make a quick buck, betting on their rats. And everyone expects a small investment to yield a huge profit. And even if they are interested, they will back out when they see the prices. And she realizes that he is right. After all, she still owes Lele, saying that she hasn't even finished paying. As they walk, they pass by Yishin, who was with a bunch of girls asking if he will become a pioneer when he graduates. Then he notices the girl there and goes to Suyen saying that he has something he wanted to tell her. She asks what it was, questioning if he needs her for something. And he says no, saying that he just wanted to thank her for the battle. And her Silver Thunder Drape finally reached the lower level of rank 7. And so she just congratulates him, and the Protoss wonders if it was this guy who defeated Rateo. And he says there's one more thing, saying that during the next match, he recommends that she not use the Rattata, and she asks why. And he says that it's just the Silver Thunder Drape accidentally learning some dragon stuff from the ranked set. He can't exactly control her yet, saying that she knows what it's like. And he says that if Hatayu takes an epic beating, it would be embarrassing to watch. Then the girl gets a little down. And he says that at least it will be fun to watch if the fight is against a phoenix. And the girl remains downcast, and he says that he'll see later. But the Prota says that there's no need for that, saying that even if a beast reappeared, the Rattail wouldn't be scared, and says that without mentioning that he has a dragon that hasn't even reached maturity yet. Then the boy asks who that could be, and Suyen introduces Prota, saying that he's the one who helped her train Hateo, and he's almost half the owner of the animal. Basically shared custody. And she tells Prota that that Icon is that year's champion at her academy. And she says that he's the one who spends the most money on his pets. Then the boy gets interested, saying that it was bad for him not to introduce himself. And the boy is surprised that such a strong rat was trained by such a young guy. And he wonders if there's a master trainer behind him. And the boy says that it's very kind of him because money is just a tool to make your pets stronger. And it doesn't matter how much it costs. And he takes the opportunity to ask Prota if he's interested in training a Dorpenti, and tells him that he does have one, but the store is so crowded that he wouldn't have time. But since he's serious, he's going to open a session, offering 500,000, asking if he's willing to skip that whole line. And the kid starts to back away, questioning if he's serious, that it would be 500,000 just to get to the front. And Prota starts to disdain him, noting that not even Prince E, who loves his mascot so much, would spend all that money on him, and starts to say that the price is steep and he wouldn't be able to, that it touches IES ego. And he turns around, saying that money is no problem, telling him to charge whatever price he wants, and if he gets a result that's up to par, he'll fulfill. And Prota simply says he sees him in the competition, and so he thinks that the rich and famous in this place don't even blink when it comes to spending money, saying he came to the right place. And so, in the competition, the fights begin, and the first-year field performance competition begins with Demogorgon going after Prota's sister, and she says that that guy is nothing but a brute who only knows how to fight. Giving a second-level speed boost to her Snowflake, and the kitten starts to turn into a kitten, but a little more aggressive, and so he passes by Demogorgon, dodging his attack and shooting a nightmare ray at the animal's eyes, and soon after, a black flame attack on that thing. Narrator says that it is an epic battle, saying that participant Lin Wei is the winner. Suyen thinks that that is an absurd strength because she nullified and defeated an opponent much stronger than her. and Prota says that her technique was good, but it has some flaws, and Professor Yank says that if it were a few years ago a trainer with that level of skill could have entered the team, but this year is stipulated. Of monstrous people. And although her illusory flame beast is not bad, it is not all that. And so Cyclops asks if they have seen the champions and vices of that year, saying that a super rare dragon beast of rank 9 bloodline and a rat of rank 1 bloodline made it to the finals. And he says that it looks like it will be a battle of the gods. And I saw this director say that if this girl has a good mentor to guide her, she can become a big star of the future. However, finding a specialist to help her depends entirely on luck. And apparently she has luck on her side. And so the presenter says it's time for the main fight of that night, ordering all the children to get out of the room and get the popcorn. Then Sway and summons Hatayuki, already pissed off at Sylvia summoning lightning everywhere. And on the other side, the annual champion, Aiken, summons Bruaze from Shopee, because this guy doesn't look like Bruaze. But what about Blue? Then it's brothers. He, seeing his brother there, asks how he got there. And Prota, in turn, goes to Ratai, asking if he missed him, saying that it's been a while since they fought together. But at that, Hatai simply runs away from him, running to his owner, hiding behind her leg. And everyone wonders what happened to Hatai and why he hid, wondering if it's fear of the dragon's power. And so, his sister says that he's not even a mascot trainer and will end up causing a big fuss. And the blonde starts laughing, telling Suyong if she was blind to his advice, she wouldn't be embarrassing herself at that moment. But then she calls Fallen Phoenix and asks her to use the Blast of Hell, and the presenter is surprised because she quickly changed to Phoenix and opened with her most famous attack. And at that Loro says that he'll let his Drapant have some fun. Then she uses the Thunder Roar against the Phoenix. Then everyone is surprised because the power of a roar nullified the ability of an 8th level mascot, and that's basically a complete robbery. And so the Fallen Phoenix attacks again with the girl ordering it. And Loro asks if she hasn't given up yet, because he's going to let her see the difference between the two, ordering the Silver Thunder Drapant to defend herself. And with the Phoenix releasing the Inferno Blast, the Drapant manages to defend herself completely. And the presenter says that Kim is probably underestimating her opponent, or else the is too strong, and he gets slightly injured on his wing, and not even the Phoenix's best attack managed to do any damage. And the presenter says that this is really a shame because that's what you get when you're a rank 9 bloodline, and so I think with that 8th level blast, and it was barely enough, and one of the spectators says that even if she has mastered a level 8 skill, she's still a rank V Phoenix. She still has a long way to go before she can compare to a Drapant or a Lightning Drake. So the blonde simply orders the Draper to show what she can do. And she uses the Dragon Flame, the Silver Storm, and the Freeze of the Tide, so the trickster uses fire, ice and wind all at the same time and without even having aimed on purpose. After all, the range is enormous and Swinen has a chance to give an order to the Phoenix because she needs to defend herself from those attacks. And the Phoenix, in turn, ends up making a mistake and continues to be hit. And so, she is knocked down by an attack that was fired blindly and the girl can only run to her, saying that the power of the trickster and the Thunder Kick has increased a lot since their last fight. And now she is unbeatable and says that even using all her strength, she probably wouldn't be able to do anything. And the blonde thinks that this is a bummer because even with the mascot trained to this point, it still costs a lot to strengthen it. However, seeing that desperate scene, Prota uses the killing intent on Hateo, and Sway notes that Hateo's breathing has changed, and Prota tells Hateo to go and show no mercy, and so he uses the lightning step, stopping in the face of Darapenti, and uses the undead claw, tearing the Draper from top to bottom. And the blonde just looks back, noticing that he is faster than when he fought in the final. And the presenter says that the rat managed to break the Silver Thunder Draper's defense, and the necrotic damage from the claw suppressed the natural recovery ability of the Draconic bloodline. And the blonde says that now they will play, saying that from that moment on, victory will be worth it. Then he used the 4th level power enhancement, sending the Thunder Curtain to crush him with all its power. And he starts using the Freezing Breath, which is a danger to the mascot that cannot fly, and Hateo has nowhere else to run. And with that, he starts to wonder if the battle will end there, but Prota talks to Hateo, telling him to use the 3rd combo he taught, saying that his weakness is, and I know several lightning bolts appear in the middle of the fog, and they notice that it is the prison of the 10 thunders, and the presenter wonders what Hateo intends to do. And so, he uses the lightning clone and passes through the ground without being frozen, using a lightning attack to create a path by force, and Loro is surprised that there are rat actresses, because one of them has to be the real one, and he looks at everyone, noticing that even though it is not obvious, only that clone has a lightning armor protecting him, and he says that the little mouse will not escape. Thinking that that one is the right one, then Adrapenny uses his attack on that clone, and Oloro only then notices that it was a scale, saying that the real one is coming straight at them, and he makes his monster attack that one over there, noticing that it was also a clone, and Prota says that he doesn't know anything. We're just bait to lower his guard, and the real rat appears next to the big beast, and the blonde is surprised by this, noticing that there is a 4th, so he launches another cut of that one straight into the mouth and the only part of the Drapent that is not covered in scales. And Hateo goes all out, and the crowd in the audience is surprised. That monk rank set, can't defeat a single Hateo. And Loro wonders, why did Hateo's combat style change so much? Wondering if this is something from that guy. And he says it can't be, because he's just lost now. Wondering if he won the championship just by luck. And so he tells Drepent to keep attacking, going straight to the trainers. And the commentator says that the situation is bad. Sway is frozen from the waist down, and there's no way to dodge. And Proto says that this is a low blow, making Hateo go to his side, attacking him with a direct lightning bolt. And he manages to hit the wound that was already open. And everyone is shocked by this because Drepent fell and can't get up. And even though they don't want to believe what their eyes can see, Hateo defeated the Silver Thunder Drepent together with Proto, right? Because his girlfriend is a bit of a wimp and maybe she doesn't know how to use what she has in her hand very well. And Proto's sister in the audience wonders how it's possible that Drepent lost, and Loro is shocked, wondering if she was hiding her strength in that final on purpose, or was it because of that guy? Then the presenter says that it could only be the Ratmaster, Yang, and she washed away the shame of losing the final of the annual tournament, so she wonders if it's over. After all, she didn't do anything. And Proto asks Loro if his strength was enough, asking if he's gonna pay her the 500,000 in cash or if not via Pix, and he says he'll send her the payment later. But first he tells her to answer a question, asking if her Drepent can be trained and become as strong as that. And Proto says that of course, but it will depend on his mood when it's his turn. And the girl asks him to wait while he's still thawing. And one of the teachers asks if the others noticed, because the strength of that guy who entered the field with that girl is not normal. And the redhead says that not even a sea of ice could hold him back. And she saw it before because Hateo was being commanded by him. And it's a shame that his team is already full for that year. So he talks to the vice principal, asking which class that boy is from. But the vice principal says that he is very reserved, telling the teacher to ask him personally after the fight. And he thinks that there is no record of this boy, thinking that he is a very impressive student. He has even more presence than Yihao, and no teacher has mentioned him, and that is very negligence with the service, saying that he will give a lot of punishments when he returns. And so, in the vice principal's office, Proto sits down in the VIP chair, while Suyen tells him to get up, because her mentor said that someone important wants to see him. And she says that this person is coming, and Proto thinks that the VIP chair is perfect. She keeps telling him to get up, and the boy says that he really wanted to discuss a few things with the principal there. And so they take the elder there. I saw this principal say that he didn't expect there to be anyone in his academy that was worth a personal visit from the elder, telling him to make himself comfortable, because he had already separated Fuller from the elder. Says that after watching that battle, even an old man like him would get excited, saying that this is a young man who is worth the investment. That and Enko starts to pull Proto in every way, saying that if the vice principal see them, they are dead. And Proto asks if the people in question are those there. And the captain of the White Gas Troop, the captain of the Shadows, and the captain of the Iron Fist appear there. And the crown says that the two are very energetic, and Suyun, looking at them, is scared to death just by their presence. And the vice principal says that by Prota's age, he must be in the second year, asking who his mentor is, asking him to tell him because he gets a top-of-the-line dorm for him. The vice principal's assistant says that he doesn't study there. And the vice principal says that even if he is not their student, it doesn't matter. Regionalizing, he is interested in training there, saying that they will give him a scholarship. And when he graduates, the school even offers him a high-level bloodline pet. And Suyen is shocked by all these benefits, because she has never seen such a good offer. And the shadow captain says that he is an old fox because he was just pretending to be kind earlier. And the boy says that he is not interested, while continuing to drink his tea in peace. Then the vice principal is shocked by this, because he was not interested in such a generous offer. And the vice principal says that they can offer him an amount to spend every month. But then Lu Shui, who I had not recognized, talks to the vice principal asking to let him introduce the boy, asking if he remembers when she went through a hard time during the border expansion the last time a boy killed the demonic beast, saving her in Dushan. And he says that of course he remembers, saying that it was something very important to Fengshan. Then he notices that the kid is the one over there, and Proto asks why they are looking at him like that, wondering if they also want to piss him off. And the vice principal is surprised that he killed a level 8 magical beast and saved those explorers, and the shadow captain is shocked by this young match who appeared out of nowhere with a frightening combat power. And the other says that he has never seen anything, not even in the 4 big families. And the old man with the white crane wonders if he could be the son of the family and is hiding. But Proto vehemently denies being part of the family, because his name is Su, and tells them not to go around changing his name like that. This Ian is shocked by his attitude, asking him to watch his language, otherwise he will end up irritating them, and they are about to finish. And the Iron Fist captain starts to think he's just a normal guy, saying that his protagonist isn't a student, he can join his battle team straight away. And with his skills, he can go straight to the first team. And they offer him double the benefits and first-class treatment. This makes Yankee still shocked. For about 20 minutes he says he enlisted for the first team but ended up being assigned to the 4th. And he's just a temporary scout, with no benefits or special treatment. So the kid keeps saying he's not interested. and maybe he'll just go back to school instead of joining a battle team. And the Iron Fist captain doesn't like that at all. And the old man asks what about if he teaches a set of martial arts and have an exclusive armor made for the kid. That, and Anselm accepting the offer, saying she's up for all of that. But Proda says that the offer wasn't even for her, asking why she's meddling, saying that she still has a shop to take care of and cultivation to do, saying that she doesn't have time to be a professional pioneer explorer. So, Lugo Shui asks how about that, questioning what he thinks about being a special guest instructor at his academy. This fills the boy's eyes a little, and Su Yen thinks that his people above rank 7 are qualified enough, and even so, they have to take a lot of tests and exams to get a position like that, and she thinks that the only and can do whatever he wants with the rest of his time. And in addition to the privileged treatment, she can also use all of the school's resources, and he's quite interested in that part, saying that cultivating the divine demon's golden curve, he needs a lot of rare materials, and if he can use the ones from there, it will save him a lot of work. And having the title of instructor, his store will no longer be a target for thieves. And then he thinks he saw an advantage, saying that the deal is closed. He gets dizzy, hands the boy a bunch of books, he asks what they are, and she says that to become an instructor, he has to pass a series of tests that evaluate his physical fitness, combat techniques, level of instruction, and many other things in multiple dimensions. And she says that if he can get at least a 60 on the written test, he will pass with flying colors. And the boy immediately asks if there is still time to give up. But the vice principal apologizes, saying that it is standard procedure for those who come from outside, and Su's combat skills are notorious, since he can hunt magical beasts in the wilderness, and plans to teach after the boy attends some classes as an assistant. He is sure that he will do well. And Proda begins to understand the principal's talk, saying that if he can pass the physical aptitude test, he is qualified, saying that the internal system of his school has to record the information of the strength of all instructors, so that they can assign students at a suitable level for him to teach. And so he thinks that he does not have his ability, thinking that that old man is quite a scoundrel because if his level is not good enough, he will cut off his benefits. And the boy agrees with this, asking how they will test. And so the vice principal asks him to follow him. And in the advanced testing field, he stands in front of a weird robot with a face in the middle of its belly. And the vice principal says that if he can fight this 4-element golem alone, he'll pass the test. And if he can last a minute against it, he'll pass. And Proda questions if they can't use a mascot. The principal says yes. Then Lu thinks that that high-level combat machine, used to measure the resistance of materials, and at maximum level, it struggles to last 30 seconds. Noticing that the vice principal is trying to teach Sir a lesson. However, Proda starts to think to himself that he can use this to test his cultivation level, asking them to go all out. Then the monster starts attacking him with several beams, forcing Proda to dodge the entire way. And with a lightning bolt coming in front of him, he needs to raise the star shield. But the shield doesn't last long and starts to break. And the attack passes end towards Proda, who quickly dodges. And the vice principal says that Gali couldn't hit him once in 10 seconds. And his reaction time was very good, but the star shield isn't strong enough. But when Proda stops his roll, the magic circle appears underneath him, and then he is lifted by ice crystals, and he thinks that he can't dodge in the air. So he is hit. And the vice principal says that in less than 20 seconds it will be over. But he thinks that this is the first time the boy has fought the 4-foods golem, so he couldn't wait much longer. But the golem keeps attacking the boy even though he's down. And he holds all of the protagonist's limbs with his thorny vine, preparing to launch a burst of fire at point-blank range, and Lu asks him to be careful, but he is incinerated by the monster, and so she orders the vice director to stop the test, but she tells him to wait, since he hasn't asked her to stop yet. He still hasn't given up, and the golem's attacks gradually increase in power, from level 1 to level 6, and it should take another 5 seconds at most, saying that even if the machine logs out on its own before causing lethal damage, he still has to endure a lot of pain. And so the protagonist is frozen, trapped and burned, thinking that the primitive water armor can't hold out much longer, and those vines are also very tight. And so the girl starts counting the seconds, asking why the sip hasn't stopped yet, and she yells at the vice principal, saying that it's been 10 seconds, asking why it hasn't turned off yet, saying that the intensity of the flames must already be at level 8, and asks why she didn't stop. And Proda is completely trapped by that thing, silent and head down, and he wonders if Subin lost his consciousness. But then Proda's face starts to break, and he wakes up very pissed off, with his eyes glowing gold, and all his skin breaking, and so he quickly releases all the vines, tearing his clothes and turning Super Saiyan. And so he falls to the ground and says that that machine is very annoying, going after it with a beating, advancing directly towards that mouth in the stomach, breaking it from the side. And the two watching are in disbelief at this, because not only did he withstand the attack, but Revetal, and he was taking a hell of a beating from the golem a few minutes ago, and he wonders if the machine is defective. And so the Super Saiyan effect wears off, with him left with only a mascara mark all over, and the boy wonders what this feeling is. And the system says that the level 1 of the divine demon's golden body is not yet stable, and only slightly increases physical capacity under normal conditions, and will only activate the Golden Crow stance and use part of the Golden Crow's power under special circumstances. Then he remembers this, thinking that it is still incomplete, thinking that he only used his power slightly, and he is surprised that all that damage had been done by incomplete cultivation. And so the machine completes the test, saying that the maximum level of star power is 3 intermediate stars, and the attack power is level 7 intermediate, and the defense power level 8 inferior, and the final combat evaluation reveals that the boy is level 7 superior. Then Prota asks the two what they thought and if the grade was good enough, and the vice principal says that it was incredible, saying that his skills are good enough to be an instructor Celio. And Lu is surprised by this. He says that tomorrow the electronic instructor certificate will be online, welcoming the boy to close. And Prota thinks that the strength of this golem of the 4 elements is not something that a normal person could handle. And if it weren't for the body of the divine demon, he would have ended up taking a beating, calling that old man cunning. Then the vice principal asks if Prota is okay, because it doesn't seem like much, asking if it's because of the clothes, but Prota just turns around, asking if he's going to keep pretending that nothing major happened, saying that he's just going to avoid fatigue and will give him a crooked answer, and he tells if that's all, he's going to leave. And the old man says he's going to ask the driver to take him back there. But Prota says there's no need. So he sends, ready to show up for his weekly class. Meanwhile, Lu comments to the vice director about that attack and defense at level 7 and 8, but the star power being only 3 asking if this is even possible, and Overoat says there is only one explanation: he must have learned some martial arts technique, but he has been training for a short time and he must have some master training him, telling her to try to get close to the boy, and if she has a chance to find out who his master is. And she agrees with this, and the old man says there must be some clue in his store, telling the first one to find out where the store is. But Prota comes back because he was listening to everything, saying there is no need for so much drama, saying he will send the location on WhatsApp, that it is easier, and he asks to send some students full of money there. And the old man is shocked that the boy had not left yet, and his mother at home asks what happened to him and if he got hurt, and he says he is fine, but then she asks when her son got so muscular. Asking to take a look, he just asks her to let him change first and then they talk. Then she asks why he's embarrassed. She said she changed his diapers, there's nothing she didn't see. And so he takes off those ripped clothes, and he thinks that the primitive water armor also broke, wondering if it has a warranty. But then his sister goes to his room, asking if he has star power. And the boy says yes, questioning why she's asking. And when she sees him all ripped up in just his underwear, she turns all red, saying he's a scoundrel, and he asks if he's the one who's a scoundrel. No one knows because she was the one who came in and opened the other person's door wide open. And she tells him to get changed quickly and finish getting dressed. And he thinks she walks into her older brother's room and calls him by his first name. And he thinks it's only fair that her older brother teaches her a lesson, asking if she liked what she saw, telling her that she can enjoy watching it, telling her that she doesn't need to be shy. And the girl gets all embarrassed. And my friend, this author is giving him a hard time, man. Jesus in heaven. This work that can't be in 6th place. And so she yells at him, saying that she just crossed over to level 4, telling him not to come near and punching him. And he thinks she can come because he's not the same as before, but she hits where no man has defense. Hitting his golden eggs, he wonders how come, wondering if his defense level wasn't at the lower level 8. And the system says that this information, with the incomplete activation defect of the Golden Crow stance, and at the host's current cultivation level, physical strength is at the lower 3rd level. So he thinks that the system could have said this before. And now with his mother, she asks when his battle-hardened bloodline awakened, asking what pets he should take and what their quality is. Meanwhile, his little sister stands there all sulky, and he says that it hasn't been long, and at the moment he only has a small skeleton and his aptitude is average or below average, and his mother asks how a small fish like that would be enough, saying that she's going to buy a medium level one for him. And so the little sister says that he has barely awakened and still can't use the strong pet, saying that clue, the stronger the pet, the more expensive their food is, and with Prota's salary, there's no way to pay for it. And she says that's true, asking if he still has money saved to pay the store's bills, because if he doesn't, he should tell her, telling him not to take out loans with the Hoda again. And the boy is disappointed with the original host again. Says that he hasn't been earning much lately, so he only has that, showing them that he has $500,000. Then his mother asks when he made so much money with his little sister, continuing if he's letting go of the bank now. And he says that lately the rats have been really high at the Fengshan gym. He took advantage of the fad and made some money on it. And he thinks that there's no way he can tell them that the money he earns at the store turns into energy, and that this money came from a rich kid. So she thinks she's relieved now with the boy, saying that her pimpim has finally shown his worth, telling the girl that she has to help her brother more often. But she says that she wouldn't even be dead and buried with him, telling him to do his jumps. He says that his sister is very kind and he knows that she'll take care of him. And the next day, a person goes to the boy, saying that he heard that he's the one who trains rats, asking if it's true. And the boy starts to notice that business really booms when you become famous. And he tells the girl that it does, asking if she wants to train to raise one or if she wants to feed it. And she says that she wants 4 offspring and she wants them to be as strong as the one at the gym. But then the boy gets mad at her because she wants to crow right away, and she says that the breeding service of that rat is limited, and he only offers breeding service with payment. And she wonders if that means that that rat can't be replicated. And she asks him if a normal breeding is good. And the boy says that it won't be as good as that one, but it increases the strength of the star pets a little. 10,000 times at a time for low-level pets, and 100,000 for medium-level ones. So she thinks about this for a bit, wondering what vague sentence that is, and she thinks that it's clear that Suyen's family must be monopolizing the benefits of Hateo. Or else she wonders if that store is using Hateo's fame to hype customers and get money from them, saying that this matter is no longer worth it anyway. So she asks Proda to let it go, since she will look in other stores. And so Proda asks her to wait. And the system quickly talks to him, saying that with the level of doubt of the customer, canceling the original order would cause great loss to the store. And the host received permission to carry out professional training. And the boy is surprised by this again. And the system tells him that the fee for professional training is 100 times higher than regular training and the time limit is 30 days. But they reward a divine or demonic battle technique. And failure in the mission is minus 10 host points. And he thinks that both the strength pill and the combat technique book are good things. But the price of this training is 100 times higher. And he wonders who would pay for that. And so, the girl asks if he was going to say anything, and he says he understands that his client wants to improve the level of her pet. But the result of cultivating that rat came at a very high price. Unfortunately, normal clients can't pay. And she asks how much it is because she has the change saved, all swaggering, and he says it's $1 million. And she is shocked by this, saying that this guy wouldn't be crazy enough to pocket it all and run away. Then she asks if this store is rented, and he says of course not, saying that his store guarantees the quality of its service and seriousness. And if she doesn't believe him, she can check the official website of the Phoenix Mountain Academy, telling her that his name is Supim, and she wonders if he's a student at her school, so she puts his name in the search tab, saying that judging by his age, he must be a 1st or 2nd year student, and if he tries anything funny, the seniors at the academy will make his life hell. But when she searches there, she notices that he's a senior instructor at the academy, a combat instructor, and she's dumbfounded by this because he couldn't have become an instructor at such a young age, and even more so in the combat department, the most prestigious. And he asks if she was saying something, questioning if she was saying something about the Rotirio not liking him. And she instantly apologizes, saying that she didn't know about that, asking him to forgive her ignorance. And he thinks he got it right because being a registered instructor is very useful, and he tells her that in that place she should call him boss, and if she wants to train her pet she should set aside the money, and she says she will do it right now, but since she doesn't have that much money, this time she will cultivate the Picopio. And the system says that 1 million star coins entered his account and were converted into 10,000 energy points. In total, there are 10,048 points, and he is shocked by this. Because she didn't even blink and Yihao's 500,000 was also exchanged. Then she asks if she did something wrong and if she made him angry, and he thinks that these students are a bunch of bourgeois bastards. And she tells him not to be like that because after the training is over, she will bring him a gift to compensate for his service, and he already starts to think about taking advantage of the girl, but thinks she is a client, saying he will take the bloat out of her wallet, or better yet, close the deal before she gets wet with ideas. And he tells her not to worry, because Supim treats all his clients equally, and he will start cultivation now. And if she doesn't need anything else with the top pig, she can come get him next month. Then she says that he not only ignored her blunder from before, but he also agreed to do a high-intensity ranked set cultivation in just 1 month, saying that it is very generous, that he is an example of a person. So he thanks him for his service, and he goes to the system looking at the spiritual source of chaos creation and the system store, and he wonders what he spends those 10,000 units of energy on. Whether to improve the spiritual source or the store. He says that a voucher for a cultivation site as powerful as the Thundercloud Sea Realm costs 1,000 units of energy. And to cultivate something like a rat you have to go at least twice, but with that energy cost you won't have enough to upgrade. And he only has 1 chance for professional training and has to think carefully, but then the system says that a 2nd-tier shop has a cultivation space and unlocks the primary shadow clone skill, and he tells the system to open the details. And the cultivation space provides temporary rest to pets that have finished their cultivation and haven't been taken out without taking up the care space. And the shadow clone imitates the host's behavior, depriving pets to the cultivation sites for ordinary cultivation. And each use of the shadow clone requires paying 50% of the activation cost. And so he thinks that this clone is too much of a ripoff, saying that even if each normal cultivation only generates 50 units of energy, if there is enough movement, it is possible to cultivate continuously, and even if there are 10 orders per day, it pays for itself in 20 days, and so it starts arriving at his own store. And he thinks that there is a lot of noise and notices that all of those are customers, and they arrive asking if there is a vacancy for pet cultivation, saying that they want to train them, and so he accepts all of them. And so the system says that he is entering the training place of the star fragment. The number of rebirths is 30 and the duration is 7 days, and the consumption of energy units is 108. And when he enters there, he goes with a bunch of pets. And so it is said that to activate the dark clone function for the first time, the host needs to conduct a complete cultivation, and when activating the clone it consumes 200 units of energy, and thus the clone comes out of it completing the avatar function. And he says that the key to the growth of stars is already in the environment and the places where the attributes develop together. And the stronger the fire attribute is, the more it will be considered for the fire pet ability. And he goes to the underground lava of 1200 degrees, saying that there is the perfect place, and he tells them all to go together. But the animals are not very willing, and he starts to say that that place is not as hot as he expected. While he was fighting the golems of the 4 elements, the same thing happened. And he did not burn himself even with deadly temperatures. And he thinks that's enough to activate the golden crow stance. But the monsters that were with him don't like that at all. While Prota starts to wonder if the golden crow demon has a high affinity with fire. And he touches that lava thinking that if the awakening is worth it, he'll give it a try. And so the body really activates, saying that the fire element seems to be being tamed, wondering if this is the work of the golden crow. And so his clone does the same thing, but ends up burning his hand, and he tells the clone not to do it. But the clone's hand quickly becomes active and he enters that lava and calls the pets to go with him, saying that time is running out, telling them to smell everything and go train. And they all get desperate, trying to run away from that crazy guy. And he starts taking a bath as if he were in a pool inside a volcano. And the clone, in turn, grabs each of them and throws them into the lava. And all of them obviously die cremated. And he wonders how they can be so weak if they are made of fire, and starts to revive the pets, telling them to hold on at least a little bit, and he revives them on top of the lava, making them fall again, and he says that there is still a lot of time. Repeating this several times, saying that progress comes with effort, and so the Igni dog, the fire lion cub, and the flame cat, along with the flaming frog, come back much stronger, and they all reach the power of an intermediate pet in just 1 day, and they say they don't know what magic that was. But they liked it, saying that the boss is the best, that more and more people show up there, saying that they have money, saying that they want to train, but he says that there is space for everyone and tells them to calm down, saying that no one will run away. And the system says that the day's profit was transformed into RP. Energy points and 11,650 are still remaining, and he says he thought it would take 20 days to gather enough energy, but it was pretty quick. And not even the care service is being efficient. And so, to improve autonomy, he spends money to unlock it. But the system says that the number of care spaces has reached its limit of 25 spaces, and can no longer be purchased, asking if the boy would like to improve it to level 2, since the improvement fee is 1,000 points. However, the boy tells him not to improve it, because the mission now is to breed the opium porcupine, and he thinks that the entrances to the higher training locations are expensive, and it would be a waste to train just that little guy. But then he thinks of something, telling the system that he wants to improve the spiritual source of chaos creation. 10,000 energy points are consumed, and the remaining energy is 1,650 points. And so, the improved source in front of the boy and the turbulent kit introduced into the system is 1 part in a million and has a low probability of breeding the Beast King lineage star pet, and each breeding requires the payment of 1,000 energy points, and he says it is damn expensive. But he thinks it was necessary and says that last time he only got a level 1 skeleton, and if it doesn't yield at least a Beast King, at least it gives him a level 6 pet this time, literally playing gacha with star pets. And so, outside, the sky begins to close with black clouds. Then, the red electricity appears there. Dalamu wonders why this happened, and why the sky is so strange. But then, a red lightning, it falls on top of Prota's shop, right in the summoning place, where he was pulling another star pet. And so a dragon shape appears in the middle of all that fog. And he notices that it is a purgatory dragon. He looks at it, seeing that the attributes are dragon and fire. Rank 9 bloodline. The combat power is trunk level, and the skills are dragon breath and dragon power. And he says that now the company is making a profit because going up to level 9 is a beast of royal lineage. And he says that this investment was more than worth it because it was worth the whole chicken. But then the dragon starts to get arrogant because the dragon clan's management doesn't allow weaklings to touch its body, especially its head. And so he throws a fireball in the protagonist's direction, and he says that he's big and has a bad temper. Then he grabs the dragon's mouth and closes it with his own hand, which fortunately for him, in that store that he sends the boy, he will let him sign the contract and tells the dragon to blink if he understood what the boy said. And so the contract is signed by free and spontaneous pressure, with the dragon crying on the floor. Then he gets a call saying that there's a lecture open to 1st or 3rd year students. So it starts at 2 in the afternoon, asking him to arrive early. And now at Frensham University, the director of the operations department says that there are 2 minutes left. And the boy is already late on the first day of class, saying that he will start off on the wrong foot. But Lou says that instructor Sue may have gotten lost, since he doesn't know the campus very well. He can go to class right away, and the director asks if the old man went on a business trip, saying that this war department is a mess, and besides, he heard that the newbie was recommended by her, and she didn't even tell him anything, so he asks if she became the head of the department. She says that she wouldn't dare do that, and starts thinking to herself, asking Supin to come quickly so as not to make the director angry, and she starts to apologize, saying that if the teacher is late, she will take responsibility. But then the boy arrives at the exact moment doing the hero's descent and springing out of nowhere, and the girl is all happy. The principal asks if that's the new teacher, while Supim thinks that flying on a dragon isn't bad at all. Asks a bitch behind him, and he says he's right on time. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, a boy says that they said there's a new, super young instructor at the war department, asking if they've heard of him and questioning if he would have used his contacts to be there, since his profile on the official website is almost completely blank. And they say he looks like a complete liar. So they think he must be the principal's son or something, assuming that the boy must be someone with a lot of money. But the little sister asks if they don't have anything better to do besides gossiping, asking what the fact that he's young has to do with it, because if he's a tutor there, it shows that he's capable, and if they have so much free time, they should train at once. But one of the boys asks if she didn't dream of being a senior instructor, asking if she really thinks she can become an instructor just by training there. But then Lou arrives, telling everyone to shut up and calm down, because class is about to start. And so the department director went there to explain about desert exploration and how to deal with real battles. And Instructor Supin will be the support person. And so everyone is shocked that the instructor is the same age as them. And Yeehaw is totally surprised that he's really the instructor there. And his friend says that with Yeehaw's strength, he'll soon be teaching classes too. But the boy tells him not to even joke around. And then the little sister yells at her brother, questioning how he got in there, saying it's not possible. And the guys she was reprimanding start to make fun of her. After all, she was also gossiping more than training, and she even tries to say that it's not like that, but a boy raises his hand, saying he heard that he killed a demonic skeleton, asking if it's true, questioning if the boy can tell them more. Everyone gossips about it, questioning what monster it is, and they tell her that it's a super strong monster, but so rare that no one never registered one. And they say it's the kind of thing you see, you die and no one survives. And they ask how he managed to kill one, and so the boy says he killed one. But that's not the objective of this class. He'll talk about it later when the opportunity arises. And the director, along with that bizarre three-eyed snake that's wrapped around him all the time, says that it's the boy's first day, but he was already successful. And then everyone asks the boy to show what he can do, because how can he teach anyone if they don't even know what he's capable of? And Hal thinks she didn't see his full strength when they fought that time, and he's also curious to see what the boy is capable of, and also wondering when he's going to train his pets. Then the little sister thinks to herself that her life is over, since he barely woke up, and how he would have killed the abyssal skeleton, saying that he will die of shame. And Lou says that now it is time for class, telling everyone to concentrate. But the principal says that verbal promises are not worth the paper they are written on, as the saying goes, and he says that his history is very recent, so everyone starts to show skin, and Lou says. Then the principal asks why Sue doesn't give a demonstration, saying that it wouldn't be good for the academy if rumors spread saying that he is a teacher who got in through nepotism. And the boy thinks that they are hell, because whether on the teams or in the academy, no one has a minute of peace in that life, and he says that the price he paid for him is very high. And so he pulls out a little skeleton, and everyone is surprised by this, laughing at him, calling the little skeleton cute, because he had one of those when he was 10 years old, and the principal tells him not to worry, because as long as he doesn't directly attack a student, he takes the blame for any problems in that class. Then he gives a direct order to the little skeleton, telling him not to hurt anyone. And so his sister wonders what he can do with that weak mascot. Joking around, he is completely embarrassed, but then the little skeleton uses advanced level fencing, cutting the stairs in half, and at that moment they know what fear is. And after the little skeleton splits the stairs in two, everyone is scared, wondering what the hell was that, and if it was the little skeleton who did that. Scared to death of this strength, because a dragon serpent could not withstand 2 blows from a skeleton like that. And his sister is shocked that this is the strength of a first-order skeleton, wondering if he had not awakened recently. So he asks about it, asking if they need more demonstration or is it okay. And so the director says that this is already absurd, saying that this room was made with special materials that cost a fortune, strong enough to withstand the attacks of a wondering if this was really an attack from a simple skeleton. And the boy says that whoever is still not convinced should raise their hand, because he accepts anyone who wants to debate with him. And everyone locks the 7 keys, and the boy asks if everyone forgot their voice at home, questioning if there is no one, because if no one speaks, nothing else, the class will start, asking if anyone objects, and so everyone lowers their heads, and Lou tells them to take their books and open to page 45, saying that it is a record of the Stellar Rift class. After class, some students commented that they had never had such a silent and calm class before, and you could hear a staple falling on the other side of the room. But no one wrote anything down or paid attention, because everyone's focus was on that opening in the middle of the stage. And already heading home, Prota says that he didn't think the vice principal would act as a driver and take him there, saying that it is very kind of him. And the vice principal says that he heard that he taught a class for 3 classes together. But the room was so similar that it didn't seem like there was anyone inside, saying that the instructor is one of the best Fengshan teachers. And the boy obviously doesn't fall for this cheap flattery. He's telling him to kiss the other guy's ass now, asking if he wants the boy to pay for the repairs or something. As he heads towards the store, another boy comes up to him, and Prota calls him Shinshan. They go to have tea, and Prota says that the afternoon is too quiet, since there isn't a single customer. And so, Shinshan says that he had a confidential matter to discuss with the boss, so he ordered the entire street to be evacuated. But of course he's going to make up for the lost revenue. Prota quickly tells the vice director that his friend has something confidential to talk to him about. So, indirectly being direct, he tells the guy to leave. But then the vice principal says he also has something to discuss with Supim, saying that the Elite League tournament will be held soon. And the Elite Trainers League happens once every 3 years, and only mascot trainers below the 7-star power ranking can participate. He says that the winner receives a huge prize as well as guidance from a legendary trainer, and almost all of the champions from previous years have become legendary masters recognized worldwide. And he says that they have become the greatest protectors of the entire continent. And if Supim wants to participate, he can offer him a whole year of leave, a full salary and all benefits, or even an extra one after the tournament, but then he says he doesn't need all that because for now he doesn't intend to participate. I saw this director look shocked at this, asking how could he not, saying that as a trainer, he should be interested in the Elite League. But Prota thinks to himself that he must look like an idiot, because winning this title means being recognized all over the world, and his current fame is enough to make him earn money, because becoming too famous is just painting a target on your forehead, and it's safer to trust what he has from the system. However, Shinshan tells him that he intended to invite the boss to explore the secret land with him, but since he doesn't intend to participate in the Elite League, it's better for him not to do it, and so, Prota asks what the secret land is, and the vice asks if he's talking about the 3 secret places scattered throughout Asia. And he says that the secret lands are confidential to anyone who isn't a Yusin explorer. Asking how the vice director knows that, he says that before he retired, he was a pioneering explorer, but Prota tells them to stop whispering and blabbering. And so they say that the stellar rifts lead to common stellar locations. And even if something valuable is found, it's always just minerals or primitive creatures. But the Valley of the Land of Dragons, the Whalebone River, and the House of the Demon King are 3 stellar rifts that lead to a star field that not only developed like its civilization, but surpassed it. He says that even though the civilizations disappeared a long time ago, they say that the artifacts found in them are priceless, because they are the kind that can change the world's pattern of things and ignore the laws of physics. And so Prota becomes interested in this, questioning if it is really another dimension. But the vice says that of course there are thousands of unknown beasts and entities that protect secret rhinos. And many extremely powerful people have tried to explore the distant areas of the secret lands, but no one has ever returned. So the secret lands were sealed by the federal government, and shortly before the world tournament they opened the safest outer zone for the best pioneers. And Shinshan says that's it, saying that he was lucky enough to qualify to explore the outer zone of the Valley of Dragons, and that's exactly why he wanted a teammate to go with him. However, Prota says that he has no interest in the Elite League. And the two are interested in his speech. Prota says that the cultivation areas of the system are so different from everything they have around there, so this Valley of the Land of Dragons could very well be one of them. And with the infinite resurrection of the system, he could deal with the unknown beast entities. And so he says that if it's a secret land, he'll make an exception. Our boy is quite greedy. And the next day, Prota is closing the store, but everyone is wanting service. And he apologizes to everyone, saying that the store closes at midnight, and whoever wasn't in line should arrive early the next day. So they start saying that they're gonna sleep right there. And he says that it's hard to get used to that amount of customers out of nowhere, saying that he doesn't even have time to train during the day. He tells the system to show the screen of the cultivation zones, and he asks the system to look for the secret area Valley of the Land of Dragons. But the system says that it doesn't have any information of that kind. So he is surprised by this, ordering him to search all the high-level cultivation areas with the word dragon. And the system finds the linked illusory realm of the Dragon King that costs 2,000 energy points, and he thinks that from the appearance of the place it must be there. He asks the system what the difference is between the illusory realms and the other cultivation fields, and the system says that, as the name implies, the place is illusory and the host cannot obtain anything from there other than combat training. And the protagonist is astonished by this, as it costs twice the price. Entrance to the Cloud Sea world and the chaotic Death Spirit world, asking what the reason is. And the system says that in the cultivation fields there are strong and weak beings. But in the legacy area, only the strong remain and the levels cannot even be compared. And he says that in each of these zones there is a king's soul waiting for someone to inherit it, saying that there is no way to copy something so precious. And so Prota thinks that there is no way to copy. And if he hasn't forgotten, then he was abandoned. And so, The shitting dog makes a contract with Proda, and here he is the lunar hunting dog. And he thinks that, in fact, his owner must have died. And so, he says that he spent too much time in the bosom of creation. He says that from now on, he will take care of the dog, and the dog starts to listen to him. And he goes along with the dragon, the skeleton, the pig, and also with the dog into the world. And the system says that his duration there is 7 days. And the death limit is 10 times, telling him to explore carefully. And so, when he gets there, a gigantic dinosaur carcass is scattered throughout much of the place. And as soon as he steps into the place, that skeleton starts talking to him, asking if he accepts the test to become its heir. And so Proda accepts. Then Shenlong too appears wrapped in a tower, which rises from the ground. And Proda wonders what that is, because the dragon says that the Song Tower has 9 trials, with the last one guarding the top. If he gets to the 9th approval, he will be considered fit to apply to be its heir. But Proda doesn't like this at all, this talk of just applying, asking if there is any other way to obtain his inheritance. And the dragon says no, saying that thousands of years ago he sacrificed his body and heart to purify the heavens of his kingdom, and says that he scattered 109 around the continent scales, fertilizing the land. However, the contaminated air upon coming into contact with his scales gave rise to several demons. And before he could ascend as king, the price to pay for purifying his kingdom was having it invaded by demons. And he says that those who overcome the 9 trials will be able to inherit his legacy. And so Proda thinks that of course no one would receive something so great for free, thinking that the tests look like they will be quite complicated. And so he goes to the door thinking that finding 109 scales is a hell of a thing, and asks how long it would take to find his heart. And when he opens the door, the only one who passes by calmly with him is the little skeleton, while everyone else is scared, and the boy questions if there is no light inside. Then the dragon says that the challenger will see something impressive, invoking auras of fear for him, almost making the boy fall, and he thinks that that oppressive feeling is too strong, and he hears the lunar carcinogenic barking, but then he notices that something is wrong because the dog was behind him. How did the sound come from inside? Then he starts to see sounds from every corner, and he starts to wonder if there are ghosts in there. Then he turns on a flashlight and notices that there is a statue in front of him. Surprised by this. Then he sees all the pets that were with him with headaches, and he notices that they all walked away in the dark and hit a wall. Then he thinks that the construction of that wall is very strange. He thinks that was why the sound was distorted. But then he wonders if the test is that simple. Remembering the dragon saying that he will see something impressive. He wonders what's impressive, but then one of the statues moves without him seeing and attacks him from behind. But the little skeleton quickly stops that attack, and he notices that the statue was a guardian and another one is too. But it's too late and he ends up being killed. And with the kid split in 2, there are now 8 resurrections left. And he thinks he was too slow, because if he had used all his star power to activate the primal water armor, bringing it together in one place, he would have resisted that blow. Besides, it was a very fast attack. He's happy that the little skeleton held the first one. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have seen how he died. And so he returns to the place, and notices the statues still standing in their corners. And when he activates the flashlight, they come at him. And so he asks the little skeleton not to move while he turns off the flashlight, and Nissa fires a blast at the same time, not killing him, and he says he knew because dragons think they're so impressive that you can't even look at them directly. And so he asks everyone to stay close to him, and says that a mascot trainer's senses are much sharper than a normal person's, especially the ability to perceive nearby star power. And even if you go blind, you don't become defenseless. But to be able to pay attention to such a large area while the dragon uses its power, you have to always keep an eye out for danger nearby. And he says that this generates intense mental stress, and it's not something that normal trainers could handle. And he thinks that he fortunately understood the rules of the first approval, so you can focus on perception. And he says that he also trained mental resistance to oppression during the other cultivation sites. So he is used to it, and after walking a lot, he reaches the dragon and says that finding the exit was easy. But then the dragon starts attacking him, and he thinks that a murderous hour is approaching. But there is something strange at that time. It is as if it is not a living being but an illusion. And so he reaches another place, and the dragon congratulates him, saying that he completed the first approval, asking him to continue to the 2nd floor. And so a while later all his pets, when they return, become much stronger. Learns the dragon's dragon. The shitting dog learns the hunting fury, and the Picopio learns the sensitive fragrance and the fat toxin. Just like the skeleton learns the dragon slayer. And the boy thinks that in a trip to the tower he managed to reach the 8th floor in one go, saying that the results were very good, and he says that in another 2 or 3 days the pig pawn will be ready. But he thinks that the strength of the entity protecting the door to the 9th floor is at the level of a rank 9, and even if the little skeleton is at the intermediate rank and has 8, learned Dragon Slayer, he still won't be a match, and there is a chasm between rank 8 and rank 9. And he says that it seems that the little skeleton won't stand a chance until he has completely absorbed the Skeleton King's blood pearl. And so, 6 o'clock in the morning the next day, The little sister goes to Prota's store to lie in wait and wonders how that trash brother can be an instructor if he can't take a single hit from a level 4. And she says there's something wrong with that porridge, saying she'll find it, and so several people wait at the door. Then her brother arrives and she says it's strange because it's super early and he only opened the store out of total laziness around 2 in the afternoon. And everyone celebrates Prota's arrival, asking if he can take care of his pets today. And she wonders why. They're celebrating so much that he's arrived, because the boy looks like a celebrity. And they wonder what he could have done. Man, I'm starting to think the author has some weird thing going on with Pronto's sister. I'm starting to think so. So Prota simply asks for permission, saying he already knows the rules, saying they have to form a line. And so everyone does that. But then Yahello shows up, asking to let him pass. And everyone is surprised right in space, which the little sister is even more shocked because Yahello is the winner of the tournament and wonders what the number 1/3 year could want with his ridiculous brother. Asks if his brother did something to anger him. Prota just talks to him, questioning what he wants, and Hal asks him not to say what he forgot because he was supposed to train his Drapent in the Silver Thunder. And when removing the animal, everyone feels a sinister pressure, telling everyone to get out of the way, thinking that a fight will break out, and his sister wonders why it was summoned, wondering if he came for a fight, but then Yahello says that he can say that. After seeing her beauty, he felt like training her. Prota is disappointed because he thought it was something important and says that Drapent, 9th rank bloodline, and he asks the system how much longer it takes to unlock the high-level star pet breeding service. And the system says that he must have completed at least 1 professional training and improved his shop to level 3. And the requirement to raise the shop to level 3 is to expand the shop's area to 3,000 square meters. And so he is shocked by this because it should be a shop or a hotel. Then everyone says it's amazing, because it's the first time they've seen a Recanoid dragon, and even the Drapent will be trained there. He said that in the end, after what he did to Ratai, the little skeleton doesn't surprise him anymore. So he wondered if he's crazy, because a 9th rank bloodline dragon, they don't even compare to a rank I rat. And they say that even if he is the master trainer, if he has never trained a dragon before, his theory is useless. And they say that it is true because Prota must have never taken care of a high-level pet before. Then Yahello asks if he has never trained a slow dragon, and Prota thinks that if Yahello has such a high-level pet, he is a good client and he certainly has friends at the same level. And if he says that he can't accept high-level pets, that could end his chances of getting clients in the future. And he says that he doesn't have many creation runes, so he can only do it this once, saying that he wanted this animal to reach maturity before training it. But to not disappoint, he will have to show his cards. And so an absurd pressure comes out of that crack that Prota opens. And everyone wonders what that is. And even his sister says that such a strong aura coming from her brother is ridiculous. And so he takes the dragon from purgatory off his back. And he roars in front of everyone, putting everyone down. They notice that that is the dragon's power with that oppressive aura. And even the Drapent is completely cornered. And Hal can't understand how this is happening, even though her Drapent is much bigger. So Prota asks the dragon to stop, saying that he is mistaken, saying that it wasn't the dragon's power that made the Drapent surrender, it was the bloodline. Then Yahello asks how it is. And Prota says that rank 9 is a very broad level of power, so much so that it could be greater than even the other 8 ranks combined, saying that there is a bloodline barrier between the highest and lowest rank pets, and dragons have a hierarchy. And the biggest proof is the fact that Silver Thunder Darapenti learned the dragon's power with brute effort. But the Purgatory Dragon was born with it, and Hal is all embarrassed for having thought so highly of herself, thanking him for having taught her. And he claims that he didn't know that the boss had created a rank 9 dragon beast, and that he also knew all the characteristics of dragon beasts, saying that he had played the biggest ignorant role now and wanted to bury himself in the hole. But Prota goes over there and taps him on the shoulder, telling him to relax, because he understands the desire to improve. And when it's his turn, he won't forget that. So the boy is all happy, and Prota can only think that this one is in his pocket. And his sister is shocked because he has a dragon from purgatory, a super strong skeleton, Rateo, and he is a senior instructor. She wonders when her brother got so strong. And everyone starts coming into the store asking to train their mascot, and he asks everyone to do the daughter and the payment, noticing that it's those 4 again asking if they missed him. And so all the mascots run away. And already at night, the system says that the coins were converted into energy points. And now the remaining points are 43,692. And he says that he needs 100,000 points to upgrade the store to level 3. And at the same time, he needs to finish the professional training and expand the store to 3,000 square meters. And he says that even if he doesn't have enough energy, he doesn't need to worry, because many customers are coming. But if he wants to buy a house and a store, even if it's in the poorest part of the city, buy the system and he doesn't want to finish this game so quickly, and even though it's ridiculously expensive, this offer is worth too much. But then he wonders how he's going to earn the $1.5 million he needs. He wonders if he should become a pioneer, but thinks it's too dangerous, because if he didn't have to exchange merit points for cultivation materials for the body of the Golden Crow Divine Demon, he wouldn't have gone at all, so he wonders if he should take out a loan, using the Purgatory Dragon as collateral because he could easily get 10 million, but without paying off the debt, he wouldn't be able to cultivate the Purgatory Dragon and it would be too slow, there's no point. So he thinks the only thing left is to use the advantages of his position as a senior instructor. And so, in the Shanshan district, a man is looking at the website for pet instructors from afar. And he wonders why there are no undead training masters online on this site, saying that it's just ads and clickbait. And he wonders why it's so hard to find a decent trainer. But then the mascot master, the most handsome man in Longian, sends him a message. If I get a message from someone with that name, of course I put it in spam. I don't click on it for anything. And so Prota goes to the upper part of the city. Thinks it's a good thing he's making some money lately, because the prices there are too expensive. So they stop him, saying that by the looks of it he's not from there, saying that that place is not for him, telling Prota to get lost. And he thinks he's a dedicated match to the point of coming in the middle of the night, and that's how he's received. Then, looking at the chat on his wrist, he sees a rather strange message and thinks that this little guy is too picky. He says that he's looking for Shupang, asking if they could show him the way. Then, the guards completely change their tone when they see that he's their guest. Inside, a robot says that the protection level has been adjusted to the 3rd rank while facing Shukwang, and he thinks that this is not enough and the robot's level is adjusted to the 4th rank going after him, and he starts executing the wolf bite fist martial art techniques. And Shukwang manages to defeat the robot very easily. And he says that more than 80% of the functions have stopped working. Then the guard goes to him and says, saying that Mr. Shu arrived there and he is all happy about it. And Prota wonders if this is really the Aaron training ground, saying that it's almost the same size as Fengshan. And so the guard simply leaves. And Su Guang wonders if this is a prank, wondering how an instructor can be so young. He asks if he's an assistant or a student of the master he called, but he says that he himself is the most handsome man in Longjiang. But Guang doesn't really believe it. But Silver comments that what he said, he was looking for a stellar mascot master of the undead type, and he just so happens to be someone who knows a thing or two about them, so he can teach him a few tricks. And so, Shukong doesn't like him wanting to teach him at all, saying that this person's aura is so mediocre and judging by her star power, he's not more powerful than him. And if he fought, he would probably lose very quickly. And besides that, he's claiming to be someone high enough to teach him. He thinks that this bastard is just some scoundrel. He even has a master's calling. He even sent a cute emoji, ruining the Chu family's honor by doing this. He says that there's no way this kid is getting out of there. And Prota asks what happened. And Shukwang says that Pina wants to hurt someone quickly, so Prota asks if he wants to test his star power, so Shukwang is, no doubt, asking how he could prove his strength, wondering if the kid had read his intentions. And he said something like that even though he had less power than him. But Prota says that his look says it all, thinking that if he can't handle a fair beating against this guy. So his training hasn't helped at all up until that moment. And he knows that Shukwang isn't convinced. So he can concentrate his power in his right hand and try to punch him in the face. And Shukwang asks if he's underestimating him, gathering his star power, saying that he's going to punch him with all his strength and it'll hurt even his grandchildren. So he asks the boy not to regret it. But then he notices that he's not able to gather the star power, wondering why it's so hard to condense it. And if so, he would have given in too much. But then, Prota starts gathering everything behind his back. Shukwang is still in doubt about this, as it is as if the star power has been frozen, and he is within range of a punch, but the boy cannot move. Proto then, in turn, attacks him, throwing Shukong away, and he is even more shocked by this, thinking that only those who have a very strong star power can interfere with the flow of the star power, but only those who are at rank 9 can control the power to this point to move objects through the air and even fly, but he thinks that it does not make sense as Prota's power is less than his, but without a doubt what happened to his power was the work of that guy. And he begins to question if Prota is hiding his own strength on purpose, already seeing him as a great demon, wondering if there really is a master too, with us so young of this caliber in the world. But then he thinks that only those ranked 9 can receive a federation title, and each title represents absolute power in a field. He asks Prota directly about his title, and Supi notices that he was smart and asked what he should, but he still has a long way to go before he has that information, and he says that his title is irrelevant, and if he is not convinced, he can give him 2 more chances. And so Shukwang accepts it, asking the master to show him, and from those cracks that were on his side, first a Demogorgon comes out and from the other a cemetery with a tombstone on top. and Prota thinks that it is a swamp stalker and a soul devourer. And both are 6th rank bloodlines. And the monsters start attacking him with a fog that hinders his vision. And the swamp stalker swears his name, coming forward in combat. He says that he would have the strength of a rank 6, but since he is on dry sand ground, his combat power dropped to rank 6. And Prota holds him with his own hands, saying that in the illusion of the Dragon King, he was able to use the crow's body to fight and kill, and even managed to stably use 70% of the strength of the crow's incomplete stance, that now his real combat power is of intermediate 6th
Then
rank.
he
throws the swamp monster with his hands far into the air, and Chico Andy almost can't believe it with his monster falling far into the water. And he wonders how the boy could, since the swamp crawler knows how to move silently. But Prota says it was a good idea. However, if he can't cancel it, the secondary effects won't help. But in the meantime, another monster is still hidden in the mist watching Prota, and he notices exactly where the monster is, saying he's going to make it get out of there. And he thinks he heard that roar thousands of times in the Dragon King's ordeal field. And he just has to strengthen his throat with star power and use the dragon's power to shake the entire earth around him, and a monster without hearing takes a scream damage, and Shukwang recognizes that as a dragon's roar. So, when taking out the 2 combat Pokemon, Prota thinks that these 2 mascots must only be used to fighting with weak components, but they are so used to fighting with an advantage that the trainer himself made him
Even though
his dragon roar that he used with all his strength doesn't even have 20% of the power of the true roar used by the former Dragon King. It is magical enough to scare young people raised on pear milk. Shukwang is shocked by this technique, asking, if not a technique exclusive to high-level dragons, asking how can a trainer use the technique, and how can a human body emit such a loud sound? And Prota says that all you have to do is reinforce your body with star power and nothing else. And those 2 little creatures over there are terrible at coordinating for joint combat, but their physical ability and cultivation is pretty good. And Chico Ong says that his perception is the best, saying that undead-type pets are great and wonderful to use, and usually medium-sized combatants with pets have little experience in fighting against pets that are not successful, and seeing them being caught off guard is an even greater pleasure. He says that, unfortunately, the process of training undead is very difficult. Furthermore, he was excluded by his colleagues and friends, and even teachers gave him bad reviews, saying that the worst thing about all this is that his knowledge about undead pets is rarer than a well-translated chapter of Atlantica, saying that he is so happy to meet him. But Prota asks him to stop, saying that in addition, he realized that the boy's previous victories only came due to the difference in levels, but also due to the desire to face unknown pets. And he thinks that it is possible to beat people of a lower level, even his level, with this technique, but when he finds someone who really knows what they are doing, his tactic will be completely crushed, so he asks the master what he should do now. And Prota shows him the legendary Hades Bone Lotus. And he says that it is a great way to improve the perception of your undead pet. And he says that only when he masters more techniques will he be able to use his range of tactics. And of course he'll also teach you a tactic or 2. And Shukwang says that at the market they've already offered him food for undead pets for 5 million. And he's going to give him something like that as a gift, saying it's very serious. But Prota says that my left egg is grateful. A level 9 master's class costs 1 million. And that food over there costs another 1,600,000. And his taxi ride there cost 4,000. And he says that the money didn't come and the master disappeared. And he should find out soon that there's more food that he's going to bring him, telling him to separate the money. However, Shukong stops to think, because that crazy guy is selling Hades Bone Lotus for a little over 1 million, and even adding up all the prices, it's still much cheaper than the price of a lotus on the market. And on top of that, he's going to provide them with more food, saying he's a complete lunatic. If he agrees, the quick one measures. And Prota, before leaving, tells the boy to remember that the next time his Mistbone beast encounters a flying opponent, he must cast more layers on the bone prison. Then, while he's resisting the attacks, he must use the bone prison to counterattack, and lastly, use the mist to increase the range of the blood spirit's transformation, making her worship it, and he was shocked by each order the kid gave. So Prota simply leaves, but then he remembers that he didn't get the master's contact. And when he gets home, his mother notices that he's late, asking if he's had dinner yet, or if he wants her to make a plate of food and heat it up. But he says that it's okay, he was just busy, asking right after if that's the new Chinese and why so much food. He says that usually the Galosa there only leaves him some crumbs. So, she keeps looking at him from afar, scared, and he thinks that the food is delicious, and she continues to be quite embarrassed, I don't know why. And his mother starts to praise him, saying that of course it's delicious, because he was the one who made it, and thinks that it's the first time he's eaten so much since he reincarnated, and that little chicken is insensitive because it's so good. And he asks if the host's mother was a professional cook, and he didn't know. And so, a while later, he goes to his room, thinking that that day he managed to improve the Golden Crow's body, reaching rank I, and he even managed to raise his combat power to the 6th rank. But he thinks that if he finds someone who knows what they're doing, and has a well-trained 6th rank pet, he would have to depend on Skeleton. because his strength is still not enough. And he thinks that he's stuck at that high level of the 3rd rank and it will take a few more weeks to reach the 4th rank. But he thinks that if he could buy a strength pill from the system store, things would change. And so he tells the system to open the store, looking at what's in it, and says that of course it's not easy to find the strength pill. Besides, generating the items in the store costs 100 energy points, and so he keeps updating the gacha over and over again, and ends up getting to the mid-rank capture ring and thinks that item isn't bad at all. And even if he doesn't use it to capture a pet, it has a 25% chance of neutralizing a level 9 beast like the little skeleton in the account. It's a great relic of the system, so he's gonna buy it just to be safe. And so he orders to update again, realizing that he's reached an item that costs 50,000 points. And he wonders what that is. After all, it's not only too expensive, it's also for beginners. He says that if it's a useless skill, he'll go back to being poor for nothing, but if it's a really stolen skill. So he thinks that the next update might bring a strength pill, and starts to wonder if it's really worth buying that thing. He simply flips his finger on the buy and receives the skill instantly, and so he manages to levitate a cup only with his star power, bringing it to his hand, and thinks it was a success. And he says he didn't expect this beginner level skill to be so good. After all, it is very stolen, and spiritual control is a skill that uses star power to control objects in space. And he says that in general terms, to be able to use that affects an object, you have to compress a huge amount of star energy, condense it, and then compress it again and condense it again over and over again until the star power converts. And a solid texture like 4 arms arm. He says that after the power is completely solidified, one can create and destroy objects with ease, and this is the power of Rankinov, the rank of Shinchuan. And he says that the pet trainer below Rankinov doesn't have that much star power, nor enough control to solidify it. And at best, he only has enough power to reinforce his body or equipment. This power dissipates quickly if there is no object to remove it, and much less if it is a moving object. And he had no idea that the spiritual control skill would give him the ability to solidify his star power. Thanking the system again. And so he thinks about seeing what the limit is. Then he can't lift the object in front of him. And he notices that with all his current power, maybe he can move about 100 kilos, which is far from enough for a real fight. And it's a shame because he wishes he had used a strength pill to increase his star power. And he starts to wonder why he feels like his star power is too weak. And so, a few days later, he continues to dog on his bike. Then they tell him he has a conference at 2 in the afternoon, asking him to arrive early. Something that impresses me a little is that Prota has a dragon that he flies on top of so he can get to that meeting on time. Why doesn't he use it more often and just ride that little bike around? Isn't it like there's a limit to its use? While Prota accelerates at full speed on his bike, a man in the car is surprised that the one who has been overtaking them was a guy on a bike. And so, Prota starts to laugh, saying that after mastering the spiritual control technique, life becomes so much easier that it's almost like a hack. And so, at the gym, a guy is bothering 2 students, saying that he heard that there's a guy named Yahello at the gym, asking if he looks good. And so the student asks how he knows about him, and who the hell he is and what he wants with young Master Yi. But the bully just hits the kid, telling him to tell him that they want to have a word with Yi Hao, saying that the gang from Zhonglan Gym is waiting for him outside. And everyone starts laughing while bullying Emo. But then Emo gets angry, asking if he thinks that's his mother-in-law's house, telling him to go after Rao himself, saying that he'll set him straight. But then, one of the kids grabs this kid's arm and twists it behind his back, questioning if he's brave, saying that someone needs to teach him some manners. And so, really breaks the kid's arm and tells him to go after Yi Hao and bring him there. And the kid doesn't have much to do besides going. But that 30-year-old bully puts his leg in front of him, questioning where he's going. And the kid says he asked for it himself. For them to bring Yi Hao, and keeps asking. Bye-bye. And so they start trying to push the kid there, but he says that they can even hit him, but they can't let go of Fengshan, saying that they're not trash like him. And they get ready to hit the kid again, but then Prada arrives, holding the arm of one of those bullies, telling them to let them go. Then they ask who the hell Prota is, and he keeps grabbing the kid's hand and now squeezing it, almost breaking it, saying what he already said to let the boys go. Now, yes, we are finally going back to the origins. Prota will definitely put it on the table and they will have to measure it. And so the bullies start to gather Prota, asking who said he can touch him, saying that with all that crazy bravery he is dying to get a beating. But then the students who were being cornered notice that it is Sul, and he tells them to be quiet. Well, he will take care of this, telling them to go away. And so the 30-year-old bully asks if he is a feng shui student, making fun of the kid for still using a bike from the last century, asking if they didn't steal it from the museum, saying that he's too young to use something so old. He tells him to go home and play bingo. Man, that's really mean, making fun of his bike, bro. I didn't like it, huh? So, okay, just hold on to that little bike, trying to stay calm. But the 30-year-old bully says he should leave that bike there and walk back. Then Prota starts to get pissed, saying that he should be the one crawling, and just with the pressure he glues the bully's face to the ground, and he's surprised, wondering what that was, and everyone starts making fun of him saying that he tripped out of nowhere. But then they notice that there's something there because he didn't even see the kid move, realizing that that guy must be someone very important. So I ask what Prota did, and he says he didn't do anything because he touched him and he touched him back. So I ask if he's free, telling him to come over and play with him. But then the 30-year-old bully tells the other one to get lost because that one is his, asking how dare he attack him, saying he's gonna break all his bones. Then he pulls out a weird fire-breathing lion bear and says that he forced him to use his ace up his sleeve, the golden-maned atrocious bear, saying that the boy's prize will be death. So Prota thinks that this is a real low-class villain, saying that if Fengshan hadn't paid him so well, he wouldn't even have looked at him. And he says that he has to give a class in a little while, asking everyone to come at once, saying he's in a hurry. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, an old man talks to Dong, telling him that a little bird told him that he has a very talented student named Yi Hao, saying that the boy is in the 3rd year and already has a rank, that in addition to controlling the Thunder Dragon, the boy is a master. And the vice principal of the academy, Zhanglan, awesome, says that it is in the next tournament they will have to surrender. But then Dong says that now he is very well formed, saying that since they already know his ace up his sleeve, he doesn't need to pretend anymore, saying that in the past school exchange tournaments, Jianlan won every time. But this time, the victory will go to Fengshan. And so, Shou says that they won every time, saying that he was exaggerating, since they tied once, so Dong says that they will prove it on the battlefield. But Lu intervenes in this little fight at the asylum, asking him if the students from his academy didn't come, saying that they have to register them. Then the teacher says it's okay, saying that they said they were going to take a walk around and get ready for the fight. They should be arriving soon. They really do arrive, but it looks like they've been bitten by a wasp. Your 30-year-old bully greets the vice principal and the teacher. Then they ask what happened to all of them, that they're all broken, except for that guy who recognized that Prota was strong and didn't get involved. And the teacher starts asking what they got themselves into, asking if they forgot that the next day they would have a tournament, questioning how they ended up in this state. And both Prota's vice principal and the crazy one start laughing at the situation, and their teacher gets all pissed off. He asks if they were speechless, telling them to say something, questioning if they left their tongues at home. Then, the 30-year-old bully says that they were attacked by Fengshan students, and the vice president is surprised by this talk, asking if he is sure that they were his students, asking since when do they have such strong people. And so Zhou tells him to be direct and say in so many words who attacked them, and not to tarnish Fengshan's reputation by mistake. And the 30-year-old bully says that they were walking around and asking for information, and some guy found out that they were going to participate in the tournament and attack them for no reason. He waited with his guard down. And so, Zhou says that if he lies to him again, his next punishment will make his injuries look like nothing. So he asks if that's really what happened. And none of them have the courage to speak. But the 30-year-old bully looks at his friends, and they end up saying yes, saying they were attacked. Then Zhou asks if this is how Fengshan treats these guests, asking if they teach savagery and barbarity there. But the vice then asks if he knows the name of who did this and what he looked like, saying that he was a short-haired student his age and he thinks his name was Su. So the vice already knows who it is. Meanwhile, Prota is calmly closing his store and the vice calls him and he asks what it is. He is training, and I see if so I ask him if he beat up any students from Jianlan that day earlier, and he says yes, asking if there is a problem. Then he says it is a big problem, saying that the students he beat up are the best students sent by Jianlan to participate in the exchange tournament, and now Jianlan's people are looking for him everywhere, and he says he gave them a hard time, but they all left with at least an arm and he asks if they still think it's too much and want to come after him, saying that they were the ones who started it and Fengshan's 2 students took a good beating. And since the vice has a good information network, he should find them easily, so he says he found the 2 of them, but they can't corroborate what he said. Then the Prota asks why, and he says it's because someone is burning the evidence, and they shut the 2 of them up before they could do anything. And the Prota realizes that something is wrong, asking if he wants an explanation, and the vice says he's sure he wouldn't do something like that without a reason, saying he'll find a way to deal with them, telling him not to go to the academy for a few days, and if they start a fight, he won't be able to cover for him. And Prota even stays quiet about what he says, but goes to the list of teachers in the main city of Longjiang, talking to Su Guang, saying he needs his help with something. And so, in the annual mascot fighting tournament, between the academies, Benshan sends 5 third-year trainers, and they're all very strong and stood out in the annual tournament. And they all go up on stage together with Yi Hao and also Su Yan. But there in Jianlan, they only send 1 third-year student, and the audience wonders if there weren't supposed to be 5, because Dian was crazy to use his atrocious bear to destroy everyone. And they start saying that it looks like they were attacked by the Finchana Crocodilogem gang before the fight. And they start saying that it was a really dirty game. Then they say that this is a real shame, saying that they have to open a CPI. But then the little sister starts talking, telling them not to go around accusing if there is no proof. And one of them says that he saw with his own eyes the wounds that Daeon and the others received and that they were real, saying that the closed is so bad that in order not to lose they throw sojo. Little sister starts to get angry, but one of them uses logic telling her to look at her, because she accuses her of not using violence, but she is almost using it, saying that everyone in front is as aggressive as this so guy. So she asks about this so guy, and notices that it is probably someone she knows very well. And so he starts asking to close and apologize. And Hal goes to the guy in front, proposing that they postpone the fight for that day so they can fight when everyone is okay. But then Lu asks if he's scared, but Suyen says that's not what he said, saying that there are a lot of people thinking that they're playing Sojo and that they don't deserve to win. So he shouldn't confuse kindness with weakness, saying that he should simply accept this offer. But then Lu says that they didn't understand the situation very well, saying that since the moment they got involved with Genlon, the meaning of that tournament changed completely. He tells them to come while summoning a gigantic monster with some pretty badass wings. And so, Yihao notices that powerful aura coming from there, and the Vice says that it's a rank 9 bloodline. It's a black dragon from the underworld, and Zoe says that if he continues to cover up for the person responsible, he shouldn't blame him for being incisive. And Hal doesn't back down either, telling everyone not to underestimate the opponent and to bring their main mascots. And Su Yen, being the idiot that she is, summons that fire chicken of hers instead of summoning Rateo. Then Lu asks if they really think that the 5 of them together could stop him. And his mascot quickly attacks all of them, making them fall with a single attack each. And so everyone is defeated in an instant, saying that it was like an elephant running over an anthill. And they think that it was a huge massacre. Even Hal suffered, so everyone starts cheering. And the little sister thinks to herself that this is no longer a competition, but a carnage. And the kid from the other team, to make matters worse, grabs the hair and misses it. And the vice president says that's enough, asking the judge to stop the fight immediately. But Ovo says that yelling won't do any good. The judge is also one of them, and he said, hiding the culprit is not a wise move. However, the vice president says that he wants to see how long they can hold out, saying that when the students who were attacked wake up, they will be able to know the truth. However, the teacher questions what's the point of talking about this, and asks how long he thinks it will take them. Stop to wake up, and the vice president says that no matter how strong the attack was, everyone will be fine in half a year. But Zoe talks about it, saying that in half a year all the students will have changed and he's just wasting time. And the teacher says that Feng Tian hit the hardest, and he believes that this nickname won't go away anytime soon. And their brat keeps holding Yihao, and he tells him not to dare hurt him. And the little sister keeps calling Proda, asking if he's still refusing to show up, asking where he is, and he tells her not to worry, because he already imagined that the result would be this, saying that he's going to the field, and arriving there he notices that the situation is worse than he thought. In what is deplorable, and the vice sees Supim saying that he wasn't supposed to be there, and Zoe notices that he's the Supim from the rumors saying that the boy turning himself in personally saved him a lot of trouble. And Proda still teases the old man, saying that he really has to be careful, asking why he's looking for him. And Vince continues talking to Proda that he had already told him not to go. But Proda says he had to go because his little sister asked him earnestly to come. And she stands there, all embarrassed, and their teacher says that he hurt his students, and appears as if nothing had happened, saying that he will pay. But then the vice president grabs his hand before he touches Supim. And the teacher says that he can't keep protecting this guy anymore. However, the vice president says that they are in his academy, and he won't touch him if there is no proof. But he insists again, saying that for the old man's own good, he recommends that he turn him in, saying that otherwise, he won't be responsible for what will happen. And so Supim tells the teacher to his face that he beat them up, and asks what's the big deal, saying that they simply weren't as good as him, asking what's wrong with that. Then the teacher gets pissed and the vice tells him to be quiet because he is a rank 8 mascot trainer and he will be no match for that guy. But the protagonist tells him not to worry, and will solve all this quietly. And Zoe says that Diane and the others are among the best in his academy, saying that even if it was an ambush, there would be no way for him to win if he wasn't so strong, asking what ranking he is. However, the vice says that he is not a student, he is a senior teacher. And so, they are surprised by this, asking since when could someone so young be a qualified teacher. That or, he thinks this is quite interesting as they appointed a teacher who is only at the 4th rank of star power, and this makes it seem like Feng Shan has really hit rock bottom, questioning the boy if he still says he is strong, and Proda thinks to himself that he didn't even realize he was noticing that apparently he only measured his power. Then, the protagonist says that he doesn't need to know what he's capable of, because he came there just to give an explanation. Only talks about that, saying that he's a third-rate teacher who makes dirty attacks, asking what he has to explain. That all of this there for them is a huge waste of time. So, for another question, how about they make a bet saying that if he wins, he not only doesn't have to apologize, but the ones who will bow their heads and ask for forgiveness are them. But hearing this, the teacher gets all upset behind his back, asking how he uses mockery like that, telling him to forget what happened to his students, saying that now he insulted him. And if he's so confident, he should fight him because he'll make him eat his words. And so Supim agrees. But the vice president asks him to wait, saying that he's picking too big a fight. If he loses in front of the students, things will get ugly. But Prota says he knows this, saying that if Fengshan's teacher loses to Jianglan's teacher, Fengshan will openly admit that she's not as good as Jianglan, and he will take the blame for what happened and resign. And you hear him not shut up and stop talking shit, saying that if he knows, he shouldn't accept the challenge, saying that the honor of the academy is greater than the responsibility, the Kerkakwado. But then, ready for the question, what happens if he loses? Asking if the honor he's talking about is having taken a beating from Jinan, but refusing to admit it, saying that this shit about honor has been dead and buried for a long time. I know that hurt. I know it got on their ego and hurt them. And their teacher starts to think that Prota wants to act strong, saying that he's going to show that that kid is a fraud and he's going to give him one last chance to accept fighting somewhere else and not embarrass Fengshan. But Prota gets straight to the point, saying that he accepts the challenge, and the presenter says that now things have gotten serious because the bets have just gone up to the limit. And they've just announced a duel between two teachers. And that kid down there who shit himself all over Prota says that she's a tightwad trying to defend herself, saying that if he started a fight with the old devil, he's already dead and doesn't know it yet. And the 30-year-old militant says that now he'll see the difference between the teacher and the students. And everyone starts to look down on him because Fengshan's teacher is in their age group, saying that they don't even need to watch this fight because Master Fei has decades of combat experience. And another one of the idiots says that he should have brought a camera to film this. Then his sister thinks she's screwed, wondering why her brother is going to face a teacher from Jianglan. And she starts asking how the friendly match could have turned into such a massacre. And just like that, Professor Fei acts crazy, taking off and falling into the arena, saying that he's going first. And they say that he made a triumphant entrance. And Professor Pim simply disappears from where they were. And they wonder where he went. But Prota starts levitating, with his hands behind his back, acting like a crazy teacher. My god, this thing is getting really good, man. Oh, what's this? Dude, he starts to levitate, flying above everyone. And they can't believe that he's flying, believing what they're seeing, saying that he's walking on air. And they even wonder if he's reached the 9th rank, the elite of the elite, and both the vice and the bald guy can't believe that he's at rank 9. And so the protagonist descends gently to the arena. And Finn wonders how there can be someone so young, but so powerful enough to be at rank 9, going back to wondering if his star power wasn't low. And that other cabbage-haired guy remembers right away that Diane was knocked down, and it was because of that, because he thought the blow had been so fast that he hadn't seen it. But he fell just because of the pressure of his timing. And the little sister refuses to believe that her brother is ranked 9, and saying that he must be dreaming. And Errol, more ground than meat, starts to root for Supim, while the elderly delinquent wonders how can something like that, because it can only be impossible, and Fengshan was hiding someone like that, and Prota just asks them to start the battle, joking about the fact that Fei is the rank 8 battle master. And so the presenter asks them to choose the mascots that will start the duel, and Fei thinks that if he is a 20-year-old boy with at most 10 years of cultivation, he must have spent all that time cultivating only star power to be able to fly with the wind, so his combat skills must be bad. And so he sends his monster to sea, saying that he has no way to surpass decades of combat experience. And he immediately calls the purple Karama for copyright, saying the kid is finished. And everyone notices that an 8 bloodline purple shadow demon fox. And the Fengshan guys say that things were already going badly with Luofeng's dragon rank set, now that the demon fox is all gone. So I think the strength of rank 8 is infinitely greater. They say that the fox is the strongest animal in the Kingdom of Thunder. And the little sister starts to get scared, while the new old boy says that now they will see, because Jinlan doesn't mess around. But Prota doesn't seem to give much credit to that Karama, saying that this is a huge coincidence, sending his old dragon. Come, and I think this dragon drank water, you see, because it's a little big. And so, aside from the dragon that coincidentally tripled in size, Prota says he also has a rank 8 pet. And they notice that it is a dragon from Purgatory that already begins using the dragon's pressure, doing the everyone suffers from this, and they think it's absurd, saying that you can feel the pressure even through the barrier. And the vice president starts to think that Supim's main mascot is a dragon from Purgatory. That's why he's so reckless, saying that it is one of the strongest dragons in existence. And he really didn't need to worry. And he orders them to increase the power of the protective barrier and to activate the second energy barrier. They start doing this, and Supim thinks that in this case he doesn't need to take it easy. But Fei tells him not to get too cocky, because even if his Purgatory dragon is a rare creature, he's only at the lower stage of rank 8, and he's still no match for his fox. And he sends a rank 8 power boost to his Karama, and the host says that the purple shadow demon fox is resisting the effect of the dragon's pressure, and receiving that boost, it reached the strength of a rank 9, but he wonders if the protagonist won't use a power boost on the Purgatory dragon. assuming that this fight will be as if the dragon was facing two monsters. But then he asks if Jessica is done, asking him to let her know when he's going to do something interesting. And Faye notices that he's still underestimated there, ordering the fox to fire 8 lightning slashes. And so she does with all her tails. And Hal, all fallen, all poor, is surprised, because Hatai only makes 1 lightning cut at a time, being amazed that the fox fires 8 at once, noticing that this is the power of rank 8, and so she fires, stops in the direction of the dragon, and the commentator says that the lightning cut blocked all of the Supim's escape routes, questioning what he is going to do, but the protagonist remains still, and the dragon just uses the roar to break all the attacks. Then the ugly one says that it is not over yet, telling the fox with the purple shadow to use the multiple lightning steps, and it divides itself into several, and so the pressure does not stop rising. With her using the lightning bite right after, and she goes for it with everything, and they wonder how the protagonist will be able to block that attack, and so an absurd explosion happens on top of the protagonist. They wonder what happened to him, since an attack that strong would be enough to reduce a dragon to Bran, but Prota is calm there, saying that this is interesting. But he says that, unfortunately, the fox didn't learn how to use this technique properly, and the dragon manages to bite the fox's neck, grabbing it by the fur, and everyone is surprised that he managed to recognize the real fox. But Faye says that this was luck, telling the purple fox to free itself, and she uses the thunder cannon at point-blank range on the dragon. And Prota is even surprised looking back as the dragon is hit, so they say that this will hurt, and say that the dragon's head must have turned to dust. And Vice gets frustrated, saying that the difference in combat experience was too great, he shouldn't have let Supim fight. Aizu says that by the sound of it, the thunder cannon hit the target at point-blank range, and it seems that the outcome of this fight has already been decided. But then Prota asks again if that's all, and Faye can't believe what's happening, while the dragon doesn't seem that hurt, and the fox is all done for. And the commentator says that even after so many direct hits from the thunder cannon, the dragon was barely scratched. And on the other hand, the demonic fox suffered a huge impact from its own blow. They notice the purgatory dragon breaking apart and say that it wants the high-level defensive skill, the armor of rocks and vines. Then the purgatory dragon escapes the attacks unscathed, and the rock armor added to the dragon's naturally resistant body, and it didn't suffer a single scratch. And so they think this is absurd, because a dragon was made for combat and he forced it to learn defensive skills, saying that this is absurd and an affront to the dragon's pride. And Prota disdains this so-called pride, saying that inside the tower they took a beating from much stronger beasts repeatedly. And even the biggest dragon would lower his head, swallow his pride, and ask to learn defensive techniques. After all, no one wants to die. And the first match goes to Supim, and everyone starts rooting for him, and that old Yankee gets really pissed. And the Vice says it was a scare. After all, he doesn't believe in the guy who's fighting for him, and tells him not to think he's already won because his mascot was secondary, but since his main mascot is a rank 8, he doesn't need to go easy, saying that now it's for real, summoning the demonic serpent of the abyss. And everyone steps on this serpent, saying that it's a rank 9 beast, and so they say that it's over. Again, the same old story, everyone saying that it won't even work for Cairo and Karakafor. And Prota questions who said that his purgatory dragon was his main mascot because they haven't seen anything yet, and from inside comes the fierce beast, and they say that that summoning rift is small, wondering if it was an agility mascot, but who comes out from inside? It's the fierce one, the blessed one, our little skeleton 2.0. What's up? I'm a fan of this guy, I studied with him, bro. What's up? And so, everyone starts to notice that that's a little skeleton. You ask how he's going to fight that weak beast, wondering if he summoned the right beast. But then they notice that it got cold in that place. And his sister notices that the little skeleton's appearance has changed a lot, saying that she had never seen one like that. And Faye says that mascots can have different appearances, something quite common, asking if that was supposed to be the boy's main mascot, saying that she will be nice and let him summon something stronger so as not to look ugly. Then his snake starts to get scared, and he says that for decades, the only emotion that his demonic serpent showed was bloodlust. But then, why did it show fear now? And he also asks how the bad guy has such a strong murderous aura. And son, the bad guy already puts his hand on his dagger just by drawing it. It's as if that electrodemonic risk was there. And he cuts that snake instantly, decapitating it with a single attack. And Faye thinks that was really quick, asking when that happened, but his snake already has no head for that, and a rain of blood takes over the whole place, and the presenter says that the rank 9 abyss demonic serpent was eliminated in a single blow. And they can't believe how strong that little skeleton is. And everyone is left open-mouthed while Prota uses his umbrella shield to avoid getting dirty with that. And he asks the guy to send the snake to be healed. And so, FaZe asks how it's possible since it took him years to get a rank 9 abyss demonic serpent, and it was defeated by a low-level skeleton, saying that there's no way it could be possible, asking what the boy did. So he asks if he really wants to know, but Prota makes fun of him, saying that he doesn't owe him any explanation. Then everyone at his academy starts cheering, saying that Professor Su is awesome, so the old man tells him not to let him leave, saying that he was the one who attacked the students at Genlon and now destroyed his teacher's snake. He has to explain how this is possible, and so they tell him not to run away because they demand an explanation, telling him to apologize, and Prota gets pissed because he really wanted an explanation. They notice that those two are the ones who got beaten up, so the group of bullies already decides to kick them out because they have to get out, but all the students start to hold them there, and Prota asks the two of them to tell what happened, and they say that that day the Genlon students surrounded Andy, and they wanted to know about Yihao, and beat them because they didn't obey. So Teacher Su saved him from the Zhonglon students, but then at the end of class, the Zhonglon students attacked them, and when he woke up, he was there. And since many of them already knew but didn't want to accept it, it was Diane and the others doing. And Sister Zia notices that they just wanted to blame them all. But Diane says it's a lie, saying that they are conspiring. But Zoe starts talking to Diane, putting him down. So he says that he warned him. What would happen if he lied to him? And Diane remembers very well that he would be expelled from the academy and would lose the right to train battle mascots, saying that he would have to completely leave everything related to it. And so, Zoe stands up and apologizes to Vice Dong, saying that it's all his fault for not being able to educate his students. They'll take over the students' hospital bills until they're 100% well, and they hope that this doesn't affect their relationship with Zhonglon Academy and Fei Shang, continuing to be friends. And so the Vice Dong says that of course, but the Prota asks him to wait, asking if he's not forgetting anything, and so he uses the question he wants in compensation, asking if it's an artifact, or a high-level star mascot, saying that whatever is within his reach will be granted. But he tells him not to worry, because he won't ask for anything too much, saying that he just has to kneel down and apologize. Oh, there's gonna be a fight with the bald guy, he won't even want to do that. Then Faye gets all pissed off saying that the boy went over the medicine. But Sapam says he lost the lottery, and he's no longer a teacher at Jianla, right? So there the conversation is with the vice principal. But the vice principal says he doesn't need to go that far. But the Prota says that of course he does, saying he wants to tell everyone there that whoever dares to mess with Fincham again will pay a very high price. And everyone gets scared by this. And he says another thing, they don't have a friendly relationship, it's one of submission. The best resources will always be theirs. And so, Zoe has no other choice, even frustrated, but to bow down and apologize. And all the students do the same. And the vice principal asks if this is what the boy calls solving things the easy way. And so everyone goes to Prota's store, saying it's their turn, wanting to buy, and some people passing by wonder what's going on there, and if they're handing out money, wondering why there's such a line in front of a store that looks so run down. And the kid asks if she doesn't know, saying that Donald is rank 9 and he only takes half a day to train a star mascot, saying that it's a bit expensive, but he has impressive results, so she's unsure about it. But a boy tells him not to spread the word, because if more people come, it'll never be his turn. And Prota says he wanted to go calmly after the exchange fight, but he didn't expect to gain so much fame for it. And he says that the store's reputation is super high, asking the next one to go. But then, his sister shows up there and he questions what she came to do. And she says she also wants him to train her pet, asking if it's okay. And he says of course he'll do anything for the family, but asks why she was waiting in line. And she, still a little shy, says she doesn't want special treatment because she's his sister, and says she wants to take advantage of the chance to get stronger, so he says okay, asking what level of the star pet she wants him to train, so she says that her snowflake reached rank 4 a while ago, so he says it's possible to go from low rank 4 to intermediate rank 4, which costs 100,000. And she's shocked by this because she spent a year saving up, only has 30,000, and he ends up taking the pet anyway, saying that it's all black and will call her brigade. And she tells him to wait because she doesn't have enough money, and says she'll come back later. However, he asks her not to worry about it. But the system says that the store's price cannot be changed and discounts are prohibited, telling him to return the mascot to the customer immediately. But he tells the system that he will pay out of his own pocket, calling it Macarena, saying that everything will continue to be as he wants, to create a stronger mascot, telling it to turn a blind eye. And the system says that it will only be this once. And he says that it has been a while since he learned a new training technique, precisely with his sister, and that is why he will return the favor. But she says that she trained alone at home, asking how he learned. And she gets even more confused that this has been going on for a while. However, he is rank 9. And how did he learn his training method? And so, back at Xinlong's house, he arrives at the top of the tower. And the dragon tells him to learn how to avoid the attacks, to withstand the attacks of the golden-scaled bearded dragon for 10 minutes. And that dragon is intermediate rank 9. And he says that after his combat power increased to rank 6, he can finally see some information about high-rank star pets. So he calls the little skeleton to face that thing head-on. And the little skeleton really goes all fearless, throwing his crimson slash at the dragon's shield. And Prota orders all of them to go help the little skeleton together, with murderous intent. They all go totally badass, attacking the dragon. And seeing an opening, he orders the little skeleton to attack now with a dragon slash, killing the dragon for real. But when his head is split, 2 other heads grow. So the beast's level is now King Beast. The dragon says he has 7 minutes left, and so he thinks he's entered the second phase, but says that king beast or not, the little skeleton absorbed the blood of the king skeleton. So he goes for it anyway, and with that fight of unequal proportions, the tower starts to break. And one of the skeleton's cuts ends up taking off the top of a mountain. And they obviously end up dying. And Prota asks to be resurrected in the same place. And the big dragon ends up dead to the little skeleton who was the only one who survived even though everyone had died. And so the approval of the king dragon ended. The elimination is successful, and the purgatory dragon reaches the enhanced combat power of rank 8 and receives the hardening ability, and the Picopio reaches the low rank V, receiving the vine armor, and Snowflake receives the dream escape, and the poopy dog becomes the dark dragon dog, and his bloodline goes up to the rank set, receiving the dragon armor skill. And Prota is surprised that the moon dog's bloodline has improved, so now he sees an advantage in that, and so the monsters of that world start to attack Prota, and he asks Procopio to use the paralyzing poison and the dragon dog to finish him off. They kill the monster quickly, and so Prota asks the purgatory dragon and Snowflake to take care of the rest. He thinks that if he only had the skeleton, it would be difficult for him to improve, and he's been very strong since he absorbed the blood pearls, but this is perfect. The dragon hound and also the purgatory dragon, saying that with Procopio and Snowflake supporting them, they will be able to finish off those dragons. He tells the purgatory dragon and the dragon hound to finish off all those monsters. And so the Contraconic goes up to the 7th class and learns Soul Seeker, which this effect significantly increases his perceptive capacity and also his sense of smell. And he says that now he is not afraid to go exploring, saying that this is perfect, and in the future it will help him a lot to get pet food. As for the purgatory dragon, he continues to learn a lot of defensive skills. He says that this is a skill like a turtle shell, saying that he really died so many times that he completely renounced the pride of his clan, and so the monsters keep getting better, and he says that one got the highest fire attack of the 8th order, and the other also got the most disgusting attack of the 8th order spiritual realm, saying that this is very good. And so the exploration time in the Dragon King's management is over and he starts to go back. And the next morning, he starts showing up at Prota's store doing Moto. So his sister takes her animal back, as well as the pig, and they say it was very fast. And that girl with the pig says that he had said it would take more than a month. He says that he spent 2,000 energy points on an entry into the dragon's reference. So it's obvious that it would be faster. And he says that with the opening of the secret realm coming, he needs to improve his strength as soon as possible. And the girl starts to notice that the pig is full of muscles. And his sister complains that her pet isn't so cute anymore. And so he calls the next person, saying that if they don't believe, they can test it. But everyone throws them out because they can test it far away and the boss knows what he's doing, and the two start to feel afraid of those crazy people. And he says that now he has one less problem. And the professional training mission was completed. He received an intermediate strength pill and a random technique from the War of Gods and Demons. And he gets excited to know what that technique is, receiving it. And the technique enters his body. He realizes that it is the suppressive fist of the demon god. Picking it up and learning the technique, then he ends up in another place looking at an ancient war that he has no idea why it's happening. He wonders what place this is. Then he starts to look at the faces of those animals eating human beings, and he says that they are all as scary as a king beast. But then the sky begins to shine and a huge hand comes out from there. That is what it looks like, is a golden crow decimating all those beasts that were down there, killing with just a single punch. And he is shocked by the power of that. Then they say that the demonic fist has 5 forms, that when he masters the first stance, he will have the strength to destroy rank 9 enemies. But if he uses the blow, he will also receive extreme damage, because it is a supreme blow and a normal user cannot resist the aftereffects of the suppressing fist until he masters the second stance. And if he is lucky, his arm would be broken, and if he is unlucky, his entire body would be torn to pieces. And the boy starts to get scared of this. And they say that only the purest bloodline of the Golden Crow would have the vitality necessary to resist the sequences of the 5 forms of the demon god's suppressing fist, asking if he still wants to learn. But the boy apparently isn't scared of this, saying that if he dares, the body of the Golden Crow demon is the ideal technique for him to learn, and simply goes inside. And the crow says that it's been a long time since he's seen a mortal so bold that they all merge into small spheres, with the first stance demonic subjugation, the second stance demonic camouflage, the third demonic suppression, the fourth demonic elimination, and the fifth demonic obliteration. And after mastering one form, he can move on to the next. He thinks that a secret land must be very different from normal zones, full of strong people. And if he only had a skeleton to rely on, he wouldn't be able to face more than 2 enemies at the same time. So he needs to get stronger. He can't depend on himself alone. And he says he's going to take a day off and burn some energy in the Dragon's Legacy to train his techniques. And so 2 days later, equivalent to more or less a month and a month of training, he becomes much stronger in the Dragon's Legacy. And the first stance of the demon god's oppressive pulse is learned. And so the system says that his energy points are insufficient, and he will be transported back. But the boy is shocked that it was so fast, saying that he was close to mastering the first stance. And he says that at least the Golden Crow's body has improved a lot, and there is little left for him to reach the second level. And since his energy has run out, he hopes that this strength will be enough. Meanwhile, at the base of the number 7 pioneers, they speak with Captain Ni saying that his team is very powerful and ask why he needs to hire outside helpers. And Shenlong asks if he isn't afraid that they will steal his treasure. But Nia just starts laughing, asking if he thinks they would do that. And he also takes the opportunity to reveal that this time he is after a great treasure. Then he says that, according to his investigation, this treasure is guarded by a powerful beast. And he says that even though his North Star team knows the desert area well, they have pioneers with enough experience to enter the secret lands. And it will be just him, Yushin and Xiao Shu. And he says that from what he was able to find out, in order to get the treasure safely, they will need at least 6 powerful people. Shenlong talks to the old man beside him, noting that not even he could solve it alone this time. And the old man thinks that if they go and help, the price will be very high. And Shenlong says that in order to help Captain and I, he will do everything he can to help, but says that the secret lands are extremely dangerous, and they have to be careful of unknown people, and they can attack to steal the treasures they found, and if they go with his team and get treasures, they should be the first to choose. And so, Anai agrees to this, saying that if they get treasures, Molo will choose the second, and he will choose the third, and the rest will be divided according to the deeds of each one, asking what about it. And Ni says that the treasure of the secret lands does not belong to whoever discovers it. It belongs to whoever manages to get out with it alive. And if he doesn't give them a reward that they consider sufficient, it will be a headache. And the old man says that he is the captain of the team, and it is only fair that he be the first to choose. So he revealed to Molo that he will not be the first person to choose the treasure, and the two are surprised by this, and wonder who other than Anai would have a higher priority than them. And so the brat arrives at the room. Then Molo asks who that boy is, and Shenlong says that his star power is weak, and he didn't even reach the saying that he looks like someone's fish. But then, NIS gets up to talk about him, saying that he has heard a lot about the boy, and Prota greets him like a civilized person, saying that it is a pleasure to meet him. Then he asks to introduce everyone else. But Shenlong talks to Anai, questioning if when he said he would not be the first to choose, he was talking about that young man. Then Anai says yes, saying that this is a boy who saved Xian Shan and Xiao Shu's life, saying that he killed a rank 8 abyssal skeleton, and the first to choose a treasure will be him. Prota kindly accepts, and the two of them are in disbelief with what the boy did. And Nip asks if they have any doubts or anything to say. Then Molo says that if he is so young and did something like that, he deserves to be on the same level as him. And Shenlong says that since they owe him a debt of gratitude, then it is fair. And so, at the entrance to the secret land on Dragon Mountain, everyone is climbing a uselessly high staircase. Because, my god, that must take about 3 days to climb. And Nio talks to the sun, saying that Dragon Mountain is very high and the air is quite thin. And if he's feeling unwell, just tell him to slow down a little. But the protagonist says that the stairs aren't tiring, but they take a long time, asking if it wouldn't be faster to climb a flying mascot. But Shenlong tells him not to mess around with that, saying he doesn't want to cause trouble. And Ni says that he's a rookie, saying that it's normal for him not to know the rules, and says that the terrain of Dragon Mountain is so dangerous that accidents are common among very intelligent 8th rank people like him. And since only people of rank 9 can fly, the rest of him follow the implicit rule of not summoning mascots or fighting while on Dragon Mountain. And whoever breaks this rule ends up being excluded from the other teams and suffers reprisals. Besides, they leave guards spread out to maintain security, so he asks the boy to stay on the slope. Look, but Nia, people start flying next to them, getting into fights. And Nia notices that they are the young doctors of the Kim family of the Tang family. And Prota asks about the rule of not being able to fight. But Anai says that the rules are for common people like them, and these families have enough money to buy even the moon, and the guards turn a blind eye to them. And they start fighting in the middle of the stairs, and Anai says that judging by the pressure they are putting on, the Tank family that was at all costs will be the first to enter the secret land, and so the fight causes a landslide. But Shenlong disdains the stones, because worrying about it would be ridiculous, saying that taking damage from a small stone would be very career-ending. However, Prota goes ahead and orders them to destroy the falling stones, because it will be easier to escape, breaking them with punches, saying that it's hard to dodge on the stairs. Then Anai leaves with them, along with Shu and Shinshun, breaking everything. And so the two idiots back there are surprised that this guy took command of the situation in an instant and the team followed his command without even blinking. And already on the terrace of the Dragon Mountain, there's a guy flying over everyone else who's down there. And then a gentleman talks to the guy who was in front of him asking to go through, saying that his lady wants to challenge the 6th floor. So, when they look back, they notice that it's the Tang family and say that they're the two masters. And here it is Feng Mo and Zhu Feng Kuan, both of them rank Nova Intermediate. And that girl in the middle, obviously, is the young master of the family, Tang Huyen, of rank 7 superior. And they say she was the first person to pass the 5th floor. And I'm surprised, because the secret land has only opened a few times, so this is quite surprising. And she says that the first place on the Dragon Mountain Challenger list belongs to the Tang family, asking them not to cause trouble. But then they ask who said that, because that person who speaks has just passed the 5th floor, and says that he also intends to challenge the 6th. And that young master of the Kim family, Kim Xiaotian, of the 8th rank upper stage. And seeing the guy there putting on a tie, they think that now things are going to get tough because only the Kim family can face the Tang family. And Hu Yen says that what they did during the climb was just a joke, asking if he still wants to continue, but Xiao Jian says that he let that woman go, asking if she thought he was fighting seriously, getting ready to fight again, and she goes after him saying that he talks too much, telling him to talk with his fists. And so he agrees, but then they call for silence, saying that the secret land of the Dragon Mountain has opened, and they all stop immediately, and that master of the Ensima asks what is missing for them to enter, if it is an invitation, and that is Dalzhen, rank 9, upper stage. And everyone starts to kiss Dalzeo's ass, saying that the man is a living legend, and just with his words everyone thinks about leaving quickly. But then that master of rank 8 or 9, I don't know, says that if their surname isn't Tang they shouldn't move, and whoever moves will deal with him. However, Proto simply crosses the line he made on the ground with a lot of swagger and continues walking away, and the old man gets really pissed off with that situation, and a guy back there asks who that suicidal guy is, saying that he ignored the Tang family's warning, and they question if he lost his love for life. And the old man asks the Protoss if he wants to die so much, telling him to try the Laoyang palm and attacking the boy out of nowhere. So the Protoss stands still, and because it was cut with an attack from above, they notice that it was Daozong who attacked. And he says that if he wants to pick a fight, he should do it somewhere else and not get in the way of anyone who wants to explore the secret land. And so the Prota thanks the Daozong, thinking to himself about his strength, because here he doesn't even need any more cutting to face death head-on. And so Daozong tells him not to thank him because it's not a problem. They are trampled like ants, and he just doesn't want them to cross the line there. And besides, that move couldn't hurt the kid, so Proto just laughs and goes in first. And the two old men get pissed off because he dared to ignore the Tang family, telling the kid to go back there. But then they go in together, and everyone thinks they're screwed now because that guy picked a fight with the Tang family right away. And if it weren't for Daozong's move, he would have been buried in a matchbox. And they say they challenged the Tang family in a secret land and really aren't afraid of dying. And they wonder who his team is and who the captain is, because if they manage to capture them and hand them over to the Tang family, they'll get a big reward. But they say it won't happen, and they better go in too, just like they did. And Shin soon begins to wonder if that kid wants to kill them. And Enai says that he has crossed the line of courage and entered into stupidity, and he wouldn't even dream of doing such a thing. But Lu says that he really never changes, continuing to be fearless and clueless. And so, inside the Dragon Tower, things remain the same, with that dragon asking if he accepts the approval of his legacy. And Proto thinks to himself that despite there being no one there now, he wants to see if that place is different from the system's cultivation area, as it is a good opportunity to measure his strength and how far he can go. He accepts the dragon's challenge, and Hu Yen arrives soon after, with the two old men greeting her, and she asks why they took so long, saying that several teams have already entered the secret land. And so the old man apologizes because they couldn't find that shameless guy, but he sent someone to find out who he is, saying that it was a mistake on his part to let him enter first, saying that he accepts his punishment. But Ian says that in the last 4 years, only the Tang family and the Qin family have passed the 5th floor of the tower, and they are both tied for first, and the Lu family and the Yi family are in second, and they only passed the 3rd floor last year. And the ranking on the Dragon Mountain list is a symbol of the Tang family's strength. And so, without Zhe, no one entered first, saying that he won't even reach the 2nd floor. And the purpose of that trip is to ensure that they will be the first to pass the next challenge, and it is to demonstrate that they win over everyone, and says that the rest doesn't matter, and the old men agree with this, saying that they will do their best to help the young lady. Passing through the 6th floor, but then the tower begins to shine, and everyone notices that the lights on the 6th floor have turned on. But they ask how, wondering if this means that someone has passed through the 6th floor. And so it lights up again, and there are only 2 levels left until the Dragon Tower is finished, so they wonder if the tower is defective, and the 8th level also lights up, and they question who has so much strength to the point of passing through the 8th floor before the Tang family. And the old man begins to ask if this is a thing of the Li family or the Yi family, but he thinks not, because he only let that brat go ahead, and precisely because of that they still lost the first place in the tower ranking. Saying that this is a mortal hatred. And so, with a huge hand breaking the top of the tower, the dragon says that the 9 floors have been overcome and a great warrior has obtained the qualification for the pre-selection of the legacy inheritance. The other challengers must enter the challenge. And Enai is surprised that it is already over because he even destroyed a part of the tower with his fist, asking how this can be, because even the Tang and Qin families who were in first place never got past the 6th level. And Hu Yen is surprised that he made it to the top. While Sheoshes wonders which family this powerful warrior could be from, they go there to take a look, But Proda is up there with the little skeleton, the brave one, realizing that the Golden Crow's fist is really very good, saying that only in one punch, he crushed the boss that he killed thousands of times and even skipped the second phase of the fight, thinking that this is very cheated. And so, he says that he has already checked everything he needed to. And the system's cultivation zone is no different from the original location, and the others have already entered the tower. It's a good time to go back to the group and think about which treasure to choose. And so he goes back to the group quietly, while Ni says that even though they came there just to look for treasures without wanting to enter the tower, he didn't expect to see someone passing the 9th floor so easily. So they say that they feel disappointed while Proda asks them what the next objective is, and they notice him there. And Lee says that it was just in time, asking where he was, saying that they were going to look for him to go treasure hunting. And he says that he went to warm up a bit, and like everyone else, he went to the Dragon Tower. They go, and they wonder about this here, wondering if he intended something, being the first to enter the secret land. Or was it he who overcame the Dragon Tower? Then Shenlong notices that that boy is acting as he pleases, and the captain just applauds him, saying that this is giving him a pain, and Molo tells him not to worry because they will have the opportunity to show him how the band plays. And so, on the continent of the 92 dragon scales, they go to a place full of magma, and Ni orders Maleo to take care of the ground reconnaissance, while Lu will take care of the air, and so she calls her sacred flame bird, summons his earthly fire sound beast, and so Proda says it's time to test the new abilities of the dark dragon dog. And Molar asks Proda why. He summoned his rank 7 bloodline dark dragon dog, asking if he doesn't trust his rank 9 bloodline earthly fire sound However, beast. Proda asks the scaredy cat dog to see if those guys are around there, but Shenlong tells him to return it, saying that that dog is huge and draws a lot of attention. And besides, this is a secret land, and it's not an ordinary place. Asking who he would face with the rank 7 mascot, but the dog gets pissed, telling Proda that they are seeing, so he tells the captain that there are enemies approaching, and they are surprised by this, with Molar asking the earthly fire sound beast to listen to the land. So Ni asks what happened, asking who it is, and he says that there is no one around, and says that the boy is crazy, and Lu says that he didn't see anyone either, with his sacred flame bird. Then Shenlong asks if he is seeing ghosts now, saying that no one saw anything, but then some monsters with part of their body transparent appear, only their head shows, and all the monsters begin to sense them. So they are surprised by this, but that legion comes with a bunch of winged pythons, and they wonder how they got so close, and NIH says that a swarm of that size will be on the level of a rank 9 monster, saying that there will be no time to hide, telling everyone to prepare for combat, and NIH then summons the lower stage rank 9 Mordonian beast, and asks Shenlong to use the Earth Dragon to protect the trainers, and asks the rest to send their pets with theirs to face the enemies head-on. And so they all agree, with one summoning the Earth Dragon, another summoning the Guardian of the Scythe, the Bird of the Sacred Flame, and the Gray-Scaled Lizard of Ishan, as well as the Quadrupedal Guardian of who knows how many, a gigantic monster that protects them all, and they formed a front together with a barricade to face those things. However, Lu remembers that the Southern Dragon Dog was outside. Xiong tells him not to worry, as he has 2 rank 9 beasts with him, and if he is not reckless as an owner, everything will be fine. But Lu says no, saying that there are too many winged pythons, and he will have no way to hide, asking Xiong to bring the animal there. But he says that talk is easy. But what if the Guardian opens it and one of the snakes gets in? What would they do? Asking if she's going to take a risk for a ranked set mascot. And Shinchan says it's worth the risk, since he was the first to detect the danger. And besides, Su, he's her benefactor and her mascot is important, saying that her gray-bed lizard will provide cover, asking him to open the place. However, Proda says it's not necessary, and says it's very kind, but it's not necessary. And her dog isn't just a scout, and they train him a little in combat. And if they kill the pythons, the rest of the group won't be a problem, saying it's easy. And Shenlong gets irritated with the boy again, just like every annoying NPC in this manhwa. But Molo says he's just talking nonsense, because even if his dog was a high-level dog, it's still only a rank 7 dog. And the Alatas pythons have a power equivalent to rank 9, and he's going to be massacred. And Shenlong says it's a good time for them to gain his trust, and so he tells the sound beast to hide from them, and Lu realizes that she knows how to become invisible, and then the entire monument becomes transparent, and he says he's going to apply this invisibility to the stone wall so they can observe the situation on the battlefield. They notice the fight that's going on outside, and Lu wonders where the dragon dog is, wondering if they didn't even leave the bones. But Xingxin says no, asking her to see that light, saying that there's a light moving from one side to the other. But Lu notices that it's the Dark Dragon Hound, and notices that that light is multiple layers of shield, and they are surprised by this, saying that a ranked set mascot, dancing between the attacks of the rank 9 monks, wondering if this is just a little combat training. And in the middle of those pythons, the phoenix-winged elder python of the 8th rank upper stadium appears, and she tries to attack the Concagon with a huge beam that sweeps the entire battlefield. And they fear for the Concagon, but its shield is still wrapped and the snake can break it, So he innovates that his defense is very high, because it seems more resistant than Shenlong's Earth Dragon. And so he prepares to jump, and flies on top of the python, attacking its wing. And she really feels that attack, and so Shenlong thinks that his attack only lightly scratched her skin, and he must be completely focused on defense, and that's why he's so resistant, saying that his Earth Dragon has attack abilities that he doesn't. Then Python starts to scream, and so he falls to the ground, injured, bleeding and foaming. And they notice that there's something strange there, and Molo notices that he used poison. And Shenlong notices that not only is he armored, but his paws are poisonous, saying that that dog is too scary. Then Conkagon goes and jumps on the snake's neck, biting and finishing it. And Prota thinks that all the beatings they took in the Dragon King's cultivation area were not in vain. And the dragon dog takes care of small fish like those little snakes with ease. So he asks him to stop playing around and get it over with. And so the shitting dog simply makes an absurd pose, opening his mouth with a few hundred teeth and preparing a dragon roar. When he does that, all the snakes run away. And they realize that they won because that dog is very angry. And Shenlong goes to Prota, saying that his dog is really amazing, asking what his rank is. Then he says that he is in the intermediate stage. But Maleo says that he is being too modest because if his dog is in the intermediate stage, then all his pets would be in the lower stage. However, Prota looks at the description of his beast and thinks that it is an exaggeration because lower does not necessarily mean weak. And so, Shinchan saw Kankageo bringing the eggs of the Elder Pyto of the Phoenix Wing, bringing all of them, and he starts to get all happy with that. And Shenlong says that that python was carrying a bag of unfertilized eggs. So their nutritional essence is still present. And if a pet eats this, it would become much stronger. And Molo says that the dog was the first to detect the enemies, and killed the leader of the swarm alone, so it's his. And Prota says that these python scales are usually used to make invisible ink and are not cheap, and says that they can have them if they want. And they are surprised by Prota's generosity, saying that instead of monopolizing, he is offering to share the items. And Molo says that his strength is immeasurable, so it's better for them not to contradict him, because being on his side is definitely better. And Shenlong says that he was just going to say that, and so they thank Prota for his generosity, saying that if he needs anything in the future, they are at his service. Prota just keeps to himself, noticing that he already has 2 more slaves. And so, he tells them that they are going to the northeast because there is a cave there, which is the destination of their trip. Then Shenlong says that, due to the distance, they should arrive tomorrow morning. However, Prota says that he was at the Dragon's Legacy and there is certainly a treasure there, like many other treasures on this continent. But he questions why the map only marks that place. So the boy asks the captain who made this map and he says that his friend sold it to him at a great price. He asks if the boy has any questions, and Lee says no, saying that it was just curiosity, because it seems strange to have only one treasure marked in such a large area. And so, Lee says that the treasures of the secret lands are quick to appear, but slow to be taken. So it's normal, and Shenlong says that it's possible that they took the remains of the items when they made that map, and the boy is kind of like that. And so, the next day they arrive at the place, and Prota asks them to wait and not go in yet, saying that there's a ranked Nova creature inside. But Genie says that they haven't even gone in. And how does he know that? And Prota thinks it's because he's already been there, and not to the point of memorizing every step, like he did at the Dragon Tower, but he knows it's there. He says that the Dragon Hound warned him, and he just accepts that because it was thanks to him that they survived the Python Swarm. So he's a saint, and Xingshan is worried that there are rank 9 in there, and Lu says that even if the Stonenzaladas were of a lower rank, together it was a rank 9 danger, but they don't know this cave and there is something rank 9 in there. And Molo thinks that the difficulty has gone up a lot now, and even though this is very strong, a rank 9 is something dangerous for everyone, and Nick questions how about they lure the beast out of its lair. They think it's a great idea, so they set a trap at the entrance of the cave. And as soon as the monster sticks its head out, they attack it. So, Shenlong calls the Earth Dragon and starts making some fireballs on top of that mountain, and when they're made, the girl calls the bird of the sacred flame, asking for a fire envelope, wrapping all those stone balls in the phoenix's fire, and Malal activates stealth on all the beasts that are down there. And Exine talks to the captain, saying that the trap is ready, and now they just have to wait. But he says he doesn't feel like waiting, saying that he'll lure it out personally. And Shinchan asks how he intends to do that, and Enai asks if he has already forgotten, since he has a Rankinoria pet with him, telling him not to worry, since they have already wasted too much time and do not know when the beast will come out. And almost all the other pioneers must have already left the Dragon King Tower and will start exploring the continent. But Shinchan is not convinced by this, and Prota tells him not to worry, since he will go with Ni. And Ni, seeing that he will be on the angry side, says that he will calm down while they enter. And I tells Prota that the miasma in the cave is becoming more concentrated and his star power still should not be enough to purify poisons, saying that he should wait outside and he will be the first to choose the treasure anyway, saying that he does not need to eradicate his life. But Prota tells him not to worry, because he has a primeval water armor, and poisons below rank 8 do him no harm, and asks about the captain, saying that he heard that he gave up choosing the first 3 treasures they found in that forest. And now he decided to take the initiative right in the most dangerous part, saying that most pioneers are not that altruistic, saying that now that they are alone, he asks if the captain wants to tell him something. Then he starts to laugh, saying that he really has no way to hide anything from Proda, saying that in that cave there is a spiritual tree that absorbs star power. And the fruit of this tree awakens all the power of pet trainers below rank 8, making them reborn. And to make it better, this still increases the rank and is one of the rarest treasures, saying that he wants this more than anything. And Proda says that, in other words, he gave up choosing treasures and risked his life to enter, just to get that spiritual fruit. And he says yes, telling Proda that there are things he can't tell, but for which he would sacrifice everything. So, if he wants the fruit, even if he has lifeguards from Exine Shan and Xiaoshu, he won't get it easily. And Proda notices that he only wants the star spiritual fruit, thinking that it looks a lot like the system's strength pill, a very common treasure, noticing that it seems to be very important to him. And since he's not a bad guy and isn't doing anything wrong, he'll give the captain a hand. So he says he doesn't care about the fleet, but he says he wants to remind you that the guardian monster that protects this place is a kind of sub-dragon from Rankin Nova Superior Stadium, and it's called the Lion Dragon of St. Scales, and it's cunning and very good at mental combat. And if he goes alone, straight to the tree, it's likely he'll die. But Nip asks, how does he know that, and who in anger is Proda? And he says that there are things that he can't tell, but if he wants to get the fruit, just go with him. And in that, Proda breaks a wall that conveniently has a lamp of souls. And he says that it is powered by star power and can resist most psychic attacks, so he questions how he knew there was a lamp of souls hidden there, and the boy just thinks that because he has already been there, it is a very powerful treasure, but in the legacy of the Dragon King, it can only be used and not removed from the map, and says that he really wanted it, and he says it was luck, saying that they will go with that lamp because it will be easy to get the fruit. An earthquake occurs, and he notices that it is not coming from inside, noticing that outside, apparently, they are being attacked. And from outside, the dragon appears near them, and Shinlong orders the earth dragon to shoot the stones, sending him to hell. And Molo also asks the guardian of the scythe to kill him, and they begin to attack the monster, doing a lot of blunt damage, and so the scythe guardian literally manages to decapitate the dragon, killing it quite easily. Then the Proda leaves the cave asking Nai to wait. And so, everyone talks to the captain, saying that they managed to kill the dragon. But then Proda thinks they're too late. And with Nia, look, it's all over. With their pets dead, the headless stone dragon, and the scythe monster killing the fire eagle. And so, everyone is standing still, not noticing what's happening around them. And Shinlong asks the captain what happened, because they just killed a ranked 9 dragon. However, a dragon, in fact, is calmly around them, remaking a dome with the power of its forehead and creating an illusion and for them. The scythe monster, without their control, starts trying to kill all 4 who are there. While they ask the captain if he saw what they did, but then he notes that they are trapped in the illusion, and that damn thing is going to make them kill each other. But Proda asks him not to get too close, telling him not to leave the protective range of the soul lamp, or he'll end up like them. And when they were going to lose their heads, the captain's Nova rank monster manages to stop the attack, while he and Proda stay close to the monster's head, protecting it against the mental attack. And so he raises that cup, telling the captain to fill that lamp with his star power. And by doing so, the protective layer doubles or triples in size, and they all come out of the mental control wondering what happened, with Lu wondering if his pets were eliminated. And they notice what the dragon did. And so, Nya asks if they're okay, telling them not to leave the protective radius of the species lamp. And Proda says that if they use their star power together, they can destroy the illusion, making the lamp's reach grow. So they all gather in a Genkidama. But then they notice that something is happening, with attacks coming at them, and 2 of the pets manage to stop some of the attacks, but some get through going towards Supim. So, Shinlong steps in front to save the boy. Then Nye asks everyone to protect the soul lamp, and Silver asks who did this by ordering it to appear. And those guys stand on top of a mountain watching everything that is happening and say that the shooting scorpion is really good at breaking through shields. And they say that it is nothing personal, it is just orders from the upper rank 8 shooting scorpion is behind that guy, who is the vice commander of the Fong team, and he says that he can't let them deal with that dragon so quickly. And so, Nye notices who is doing that, saying that he has nothing against them, asking why they want to kill him. But then, he asks if he doesn't know, telling the captain to think, asking him how he thinks that treasure map got into his hands. Then he finally realizes the trap, noticing that they intended to use him as bait for the scaled flood dragon, and only for that reason they gave him the map. However, upon seeing this captain, he says that he realized it too late, why he thinks someone would sell something as valuable as a treasure map, saying that he can already go back to being a scale since he was doing very well. Then the Proda, already losing his head, calls the brat, who already leaves his gate very angry. But then the vice asks if he really wants to fight with them, saying that if he does that, his teammates will become a snack for the dragon. But then Proda throws the middle rank capture ring, throwing it at the dragon, asking the ring to trap him. and so the ring does, with several golden chains that trap him as if it were Karana. Then the Vice asks himself how it is possible, since the Flood Dragon is rank 9, upper stage, and he ended up being immobilized with it. When used, the treasure traps the dragon completely, as if it were a pokeball. Then the dragon disappears, and Proto once again levitates above the Vice, asking if they have already forgotten what they came there to do, questioning if they weren't going to kill him, asking them to continue. Then everyone notices that he is flying, wondering if there was someone of rank 9 on the North Star team, and he complains about having someone so young, so powerful, saying that they didn't pass this information on to them, and they think they're screwed because they picked a fight with the wrong person. So the Vice asks why they're getting desperate, because so what if he's strong? After all, he only has a little skeleton. So he asks the shooting scorpions to aim and shoot, and he says there's no way he can do it alone. But then the little skeleton doesn't even let him keep messing around, splitting him into 3 pieces: head, chest, and thorax. Also with the scorpions spraying Tramontina on everyone. Man, I think he was really angry. I'm gonna get a tattoo of this thing on my chest. Man, he's really angry. The poor guy must be about 60 centimeters tall, but hey, 60 centimeters of hatred and a lot of anger, go for it. So Lou is stuck with the captain asking him to hold on tight, and he asks how the others are doing. Then they say that Maleo and Shenlong didn't resist, and so Anai gets pissed off, almost dying too, calling his brother so. That's why Suping arrives there, saying that he's there, and he talks to Prota, asking him to please do something, and he remembers when they were leaving the cave, hearing that noise, he talked to Prota, saying that to tell the truth, he has a bad feeling. And he asks Prota to get him the spiritual fruit in case something happens. But Suping says that the fruit serves to improve cultivation, questioning what would be the point if he died. But he says that it's for his daughter, and if the spiritual fruit can awaken her body's full potential, maybe it will strengthen her immune system and cure a terminal illness, saying that he spent half his life working hard and exploring unknown areas. So he wasn't a present father, and that's all he can do for her. Damn bro, I'm gonna cry, man. I'm gonna cry in my little skeleton room. What a fucking mistake, no. And Prota leaves pissed off, saying that everything is fine, saying that he'll be right back going to get the fruit. Meanwhile, at the back of the cave, everyone is taking the loot, asking if they've searched it all. The captain of those guys asks Cracked, is there, saying that the tree is too big to take it. So he asks who said to take it, asking only for him to pick the fruits and destroy the tree, because if he doesn't take it, no one else can. And that's the captain of the Fong team, rank 8, upper stadium. And so he prepares to destroy it with his axe. But then a dart comes and pierces his throat, killing him instantly, making him fall down stinking. And everyone wonders what happened, asking if it could be someone from the North Star. But the captain says it's impossible, because the rank 9 Flood Dragon is out there and there's the vice captain. The North Star doesn't have anyone immortal. Then he says the attack was clean, and it's a rank 9 thing, and he claims he doesn't know who did it, but he knows the person is there. They don't need to fight, calling him to talk, because they'll give him half of those treasures. However, the Prota keeps killing them all with just that dice, and they get more and more scared, questioning who did it and ordering the person to appear, calling him a coward for attacking from behind. However, Prota continues taking his condensed star power, making data and killing them, making a pentakill with a bunch of scum. Then, the captain says he found him, asking if he doesn't feel like talking, saying that everything is fine. But then the little skeleton appears next to him, leaving only its mark. Then the 2 monsters that were being summoned already go to a good lady's house, and he dies of fear, falling to his knees, and thinks that these 2 lower rank 9 pets were eliminated in one blow. And the little skeleton is behind him, just watching, and he asks Supim for forgiveness, saying that he can keep all the treasures, but asks him not to kill him. However, Prota looks very angry in front of him, with a very unfriendly face. And the captain asks if he didn't come after the treasures, questioning if he came just to kill them, asking his name, saying that he wants to at least know who he killed. But very few ideas come to mind, piercing his brain with a dart of condensed power, saying that he has no obligation to tell him his name, sending him to hell without knowing that he ended his despicable life, telling him to ask the devil who he sent. Dude, seriously, every hair on my body is standing on end. I'm cold, man. I'm cold. It's 42 degrees here in Rio de Janeiro. You have no idea. For the love of God, like this, you need to like 20,000 because I want to make a sequel. I know you haven't liked it yet, but for the video you're going to like it. If you're on TV to watch the video, log in on your cell phone, go to the channel and like it, because this deserves it and I really want to make a sequel. And so Prota gathers that mountain of dead bodies, and asks his dragon to incinerate them all, burning them and leaving no trace. He goes to the tree to pick all those fruits, and says he didn't expect a team to be watching them from the beginning. And luckily, they had hired Shenlong and Maleo as reinforcements, and that's why they escaped with Veda. And he thinks that sister areas like this are a bigger danger than he thought, and he has to adapt to this environment as soon as possible. So he asks Shinshan and also Lu what they intend to do now, and she says they have to go back and bury the captain, deal with the deaths of Molo and Shenlong, And Shin says that the boy saved him again, and he doesn't even have the words to thank him because he didn't expect that they would suffer so many casualties this time, and he thinks that he can't continue exploring the secret lands, asking Supin if he will continue exploring. But he says no, saying that he will end it and he still has work to do. And Prota asks them to keep the tree and give the fruits to the captain's daughter regularly. But Exine Shan says that it is a spiritual tree and is something legendary, asking if he doesn't want to keep it. But Lu asks how he knows that the captain doesn't want to keep it. The captain has a daughter and he asks them not to worry about the details. And that was his captain's last will, asking if they can't do it. And so he commits to carrying out this task. And the boy says it's great, saying that the cave also had those treasures, and they can sell everything for a ton of money. And he leaves everything to them and to the families of those who die. And so the girl gets all emotional, asking if he won't keep any of the treasure for himself. And he says he doesn't need to because he already took the most important one. And soon he'll have to look for treasures in other places. And he can give these treasures and then collect a favor. He says that Captain Shinlong and Maleo sacrificed their lives to give him the chance to live, and he's grateful for that. But then they talk to all the pioneers, asking them to take the treasures they found in the secret land to the security inspection zone, and that if they try to leave without going through the inspection, they will suffer severe penalties. Then Shinchan starts to feel pain, and Prota says he will accompany him, asking him to try harder, and already at the Federal Security Inspection Office, they inspect the registered beast crystals, and all the rank 6 treasures, looking at each of the things they got. Then, the officers who should be taking care of that get bored, and Perota asks what those 3 are doing. But Shinshin says that they are security officers sent by the government to keep an eye on things, and they are lookouts. And the middle one is rank 9 and the other 2 are rank 8. And so they hear the inspection pass by the registered spiritual fruit tree, a rank 9 treasure, so they think it's great luck. But the one in the middle tells them not to make any noise, and the guy with the blue hair says that the fruits are pretty, asking how much they want for one, asking them to make an offer, but then Shinchan apologizes, saying that that item is not for sale. If he wants any of the other treasures, they can trade. But then the big-bellied guy goes over there kicking the kid, asking who wants this trash, telling him to get lost, telling him to sell it right away, and he pays him 5 million. And they go over with a big hand, saying that they only need to eat one, and they go up to rank 9. But then Prota grabs Gordola's hand, almost breaking it with so much pressure, and he asks what happened, questioning who that guy is and how someone can hold someone of rank 8. He asks what Prota is doing, and Supim reaffirms saying that that item is not for sale, and he thinks that of course the so-called expression of security had to be a scam to harm the explorers. He thought that at least those responsible would be trustworthy people, and he thinks that if he knew, he would have stored the tree in storage and taken it out of there discreetly. Then, the blue-haired guy asks if he wants to die, and the fat guy questions if he knows who he's messing with, and starts punching the boy, saying that the inspection will only end if they tell him it's over. Then they throw Prota away, breaking a wall, and everyone outside sees that commotion, wondering if they're fighting. But Prota says it's nothing, saying it was just a disagreement. And so Green Joe talks about Article 72 of the Federal Inspection Law, which is, anyone who interferes with the performance of an inspection may be repressed with the use of force and in serious violations immediately executed. And they start to think to themselves if the pro really thinks chance to go straight to rank 9, and the NPCs start to say that the last one who tried to crow with the inspectors turned into mashed potatoes, and they remember that he's the crazy guy who went against the Tang family, and they realize that he really is crazy, so they ask why they don't capture him and hand him over to Tang as a reward. But then a voice appears asking if Shao Qi hasn't learned anything, because being too ambitious never works. And he tells the boy that if he wants to continue exploring that big world, he has to show what he's capable of. And they notice that it's Dawson, and he says that doors open to those who are strong, and Prota understands the message that was passed on very well. So while the two jump on top of him, he summons his powers, placing those golden hands, condensing the star power and gluing the two to the ground. And they start asking if the kid is rank 9 and if he could have reached such a level at such a young age, asking how this could be happening. And they say that even the young master of the King family only reached rank 8. How could that kid have managed? And even though they're shocked, this isn't Prota's problem. So he just grabs the tree and brings it close to him, and everyone is shocked by the boy's level of control over the star power. Then, the tree disappears near him, and they start asking if he has a space control treasure. Then, the big belly guy says that the space control treasure has an immeasurable price. Wondering who that guy is, and Green Joe from Shopee says he doesn't know, because he thought he would be an easy target, but it seems like he listens to the guy. And so they apologize, saying that they did what they shouldn't have, with the big-bellied one saying that that was a very well-given slap and they deserved it, apologizing. But Prota doesn't seem to want to apologize to them, saying that that slap was for his friend, and they haven't even started yet. They ask how about if they offer 20 million star coins in exchange, but then the red-haired one goes closer to them, asking if they think that 20 million would be enough. It should be 30 per head, and if word gets out the security agency will get a reputation for being poor, and so they notice the head of security arriving, and he remembers having asked them to keep quiet. They go there and blow up a wall, asking if he'll have to teach them the concept of silence, which Proda is incredulous that he wants to fix everything with money, and he says however, he would say upgrading the store will cost a fortune, so 60 million is a good size, and so he starts accepting, showing the QR code for payment. Then he says he takes care of the spirit tree, and Xian Shan says it's his fault for not being strong enough, and having to bow his head to assholes like that. Then Lu says that if they were stronger, he wouldn't have to bother Maestro Sua. However, Proda says it wasn't their fault, and he's the one who underestimated the power and says he decided to plant it when he gets back, and that way he'll have enough for the captain's daughter and for his store's mascot food. And when they reach rank 8, he'll give each of them a cheat, so they'll get straight to rank 9. And Lo gives that instant blush. And Cece asks if he's gonna start training people as if he were a mascot. And so he leaves with the shitting dog, arriving at the continent of Dragon Scales number 98, asking the dragon dog to stay there and hide, and he says he will. And if anything happens, he can call him with his mind. And so Proda enters that sea and says that he remembers having a treasure there, with the power to move mountains and open seas. And he says that it is very well hidden, because if he hadn't revived in a random place in the Dragon King's legacy, he would never have found that place. And so he notices that he is with that skeleton, and takes it, saying that that scroll creates a dimension with its stellar power. Similar to the system storage, and even though it can't store anything it touches as the system allows it to store living beings, and the space grows the greater the user's star power, and with his current ranking power, yes, he can create a space of 1.5 square kilometers, which says that the spiritual tree will be planted in it. But then the Konkeigo calls him and asks what happened, and a bird flies over there, doing what seems to be a reconnaissance, and the protagonist notices that that ability shares the mascot's vision with its trainer. He wonders if other explorers have already arrived there, saying that he remembers that that continent also has another secret treasure, the undead demon fruit, and it allows undead or demon-type mascots to ignore fatal wounds once. Perfect for the skeleton that is focused on attack, and he talks to the dragon dog asking to track the location of that bird's trainer, because he needs to confirm if they got the undead demon fruit. And so, in the Forest of Death, 2 rank 8 trainers are there, and one of them thinks that that bird won't go away, realizing that it must be keeping an eye on them, and they keep running away until they are attacked by an astral cut, and they wonder who it was. And that old man from the Tang family says that they are in a big hurry. However, he says that they have something that belongs to him, so they ask what the Tang family wants. And the other old man says that they have been after the undead demon fruit for a long time, but they were late because of this. Because of the dragon tower, but then the guys run away saying that they were the ones who found it first. And they think and use the 36 tactic, but a hand of energy comes over them stopping it, and they notice that it is the condensation of stellar energy and the old man. A demon-like guy asks if they dare to run away, saying that they shouldn't go against someone who is in rank 9, and so he crushes the 2 down there, and the guy almost dies but still holding the box, asking if they will ruin his reputation. Grabs it and tells him to keep it, and it disappears right in front of the old man's face, and they wonder where the box went. Yeah, buddy, a thief who steals from a thief has 100 years of forgiveness, 1,000, I don't know, but something like that. And the box that had disappeared is now flying, running away from them, and so they notice that it is the condensation of star power, wondering if there is someone of Nova rank there, asking Hu Yen to be careful, and the other old man sends to bring the head of that fool who dares to take something from the Tang family, and the monster goes after the box. But in this the Proda is calm, asking Kondraconic to use the draconic armor, the wind armor, and the earthly armor of the purgatory dragon. And he asks the purgatory dragon to use the stone and vine armor and the hardening, the ice armor, and also the mantle of flames, and he makes a gigantic megazord of power, saying that the damage increases the higher its defense is, and he asks the monster to show. How is it done? And the old man realizes that the Dark Asura has been eliminated, but says that it's not over yet, wanting to summon even more things, but the other asks him to wait, saying that if that person eliminated a rank 9 Asura in a few moments, he has enormous power. If he attacks like that, he'll fall into his trap. So he asks the old demon what they do, asking if he wants to let the guy escape, but he says no, saying that they just have to make him leave wherever he is, summoning that huge hand in the direction of Proda, but he just calls the Brabo, who cuts that hand in half, making a path and letting them see Proda, and Supim says that he didn't think they would travel so fast, saying that the game is over, and so they realize that it's the guy who got in front of them, and they think that if he reached rank 9 being so young, then he will be a huge danger in the future, and he says that he can't let him leave there. I'm going to tell you a secret. Maybe he's already a huge danger, and so another old man says that he's going to kill. For having killed his Asura, saying that he didn't get rid of him at the Dragon Tower, but now he won't have anywhere to run, calling the spirit Ent of Storms. Ordering the devouring demon to the scene, but the goat appears next to him, using the cut of the 7 spirits, making an advanced fencing in the old man's face, and with that calamitous attack, the old demon only manages to save Rue Yen, gigantic attack completely changing the geography of the place, and Hu Yen doesn't believe it because that destructive power of that size was made by a little skeleton. So the old demon asks how he dares to attack his lady, telling Prota to die because his swords will end that. Then the swords go towards Prota, but he just closes his fist, saying that he didn't have the opportunity to test that attack in the Dragon Tower, but now he doesn't need to hold back. He uses the Golden Crow attack. Then the old demon wonders what technique is that, because a divine aura appeared behind him and the boy uses demonic suppression. The first stance of the Demon King's fist attacking the old demon, and he instantly activates the 9-layered star shield to protect himself, but Prota's attack pierces him as if he were Toji fighting Gojo, and Huyang shouts to Feng Lao. He's already all screwed up, and the only words he can say are licking Prota's balls, saying that that guy is very strong, so he calls the Lombrian dragon, telling him to take the young lady and get out of there immediately. Then, she is placed in the dragon's mouth and he asks it to run away. Then, Prota asks if this is their plan, telling the Purgatory Dragon with the Draconic to go after her. But then, the old demon tells Prota that it's not over yet, saying that this old man still has a line to burn, and he starts to glow purple, invoking a secret art of the Tang family, mind-taking, and he turns into a mist, going after Prota, and Huin says that mind-taking is a spiritual technique. It takes over another person's body, sacrificing their life. It's the last resort to even be considered. I'm being swallowed. Did you like it? Asking how someone managed to trap Fin Lao at this point. And so the old demon told Oda that his life is his. But then the little skeleton, the Kankeigo, and the dragon go after him, attacking him, but Nelva gets past them all, saying that physical attacks can't stop him, saying that he shouldn't have picked a fight with the Tang family, and says that even if his body is torn to pieces, he'll still take him with him, saying that Prota's body is. But then he hits the shield of that cup he picked up in the previous chapters. Then he wonders why he can't get through, wondering if that's a secret treasure of spiritual defense. So the old man can only keep barking from outside, saying that he's going to finish Prota off. Meanwhile, the girl feels something strange, noticing that Fenlaw's dragon wants to swallow her. So she asks Basaliel to get her out of there, and then a huge pillar of light appears in front of Prota, and he realizes that she has finally decided to leave. And here he is, Basaliel, the fallen archangel of rank 9 and intermediate stage. And she tells him not to call her young master, because he has no right to do so. But then she wonders why she is not feeling Fenlao's power, asking herself if even Fenlao, who was an intermediate stage of rank 9, died. Then she asks who the hell the boy is, questioning why he is after the Tang family. But then he returns the question, questioning what reason she had to kill him. And so she looks at the two corpses, saying that Selvia's law is just that. And she asks if he wants her to believe that they are like those 2 rank 8 trainers who can die without consequences. And the boy says yes, because now she is just a piece of meat that he will slice up. My friend, look at the skeleton's time, kid. Look at the Prota's time. That one is rough enough to beat someone up. And with that, Basaliel already goes into defense mode, protecting her. And she notices that even Basaliel, who is a rank Nova Ayad, and she asks him to tell her what he wants, because if he lets her live, her family, he will give her whatever he wants. But Prota says that if she wants to ask for mercy, she will have to be sincere. Then she looks at Basaliel and asks what Prota wants her to do. Do it, and he asks her not to act crazy because he wants her to break her contract with Basaliel, so she thinks about it, because when a contract between a trainer and a mascot is broken, her trainer passes by unnerved, saying that that guy planned everything. So, she goes down to Prota, saying that it's okay because she's gonna break her contract. But then, a stellar crack appears on her back, and she orders Basaliel to attack along with the living wolf, ordering him to kill Prota. But the little skeleton, which is the goat de Laubra, simply cuts off both of their arms before they could get close to Prota. Then she realizes that her plan was flawed, and he says that if she's not going to do it for good, then he's going to have to help her with it. And the little skeleton makes little bites of her monsters, while he imprisons her in that parchment, doing everything that Maria de Penha asks us not to do. And she notices that it is a secret treasure of spatial storage, and his face appears in the sky, realizing that if you look at the parchment you can see inside. Then she asks why he didn't kill her, and he says that if she wants to die, she can just go ahead. But he says that she will only be able to die when she is no longer worth anything to him. And she writes that on his forehead, asking if it is the silo of the preselected legacy. Then she says that the person who crossed the 9th floor that day was him, and starts to laugh. And he asks what's funny, and she says that he is about to die and doesn't know it, saying that he can kill you, because soon the greatest legend in all of Asia will kill you. And he can only ask if the girl drank, telling her to spill the beans. And she says she's going to die anyway, asking why she should obey. And he realizes that even in this situation, she still doesn't intend to cooperate, telling her that her death will be very creative. But before that, several photos of her end up on the internet, saying that she doesn't need to rush. So she thinks he wouldn't do that, and he asks if she wants to pay to see if he would. And she says that the person who will come after him is the legendary master, and says that he's decided that the position of heir to the dragon would go to his granddaughter. So he hunts down all the people selected as candidates. And at that, Proda asks if those of the 4 families who were challenging the tower weren't afraid of becoming targets. But she tells him not to be ridiculous because the 9th floor of the Dragon Tower isn't something easy to finish, and besides, they all promised Master Yuan that if they managed to finish the tower, they would renounce their title of candidates so as not to be eliminated. And the boy begins to understand, saying that all the secret land is in the hands of the legendary Master Yuan, saying that this is why the federal government limits access to the inner zone and regulates how much time one can spend in the outer areas, saying that it is all a pretext for Wan Tianshang to have a monopoly, and he gathers everyone who is there and starts to burn them, telling the Dragon of Purgatory not to leave any trace. And he thinks that even the 4 families that could have the moon would do it. They are nothing more than a bunch of puppets dancing in the hands of someone bigger. And he thinks that even though he defeated several beast kings, he only achieved this with many deaths and trial and error. So he says that this time his opponent is a legendary trainer that he has never even seen before, and he cannot underestimate him. And even though no one saw him cross the Dragon Tower, it is only a matter of time until Yuan Tianxian investigates this. And first he has to upgrade the shop to level 3 so that he can shelter his mother and sister. And he cannot have any weaknesses that he can exploit. And when he returns to the shop, everyone is happy, because he was more expected than lunch at a fat man's house. So they ask him to train on his mascot, and Proto orders them to form a line and they find a way. So he thinks that so far everything is fine. And the shop says that the shop's income has been converted into energy. He has a total of 11,035 points. He says that the store's average profit is 10,000 energy points per day. It will take 10 days to expand. In the meantime, he worries about finding a broker to buy the land and goes to the Pioneers Network. And he says that the Pioneers Network is an organization that offers specialized services to explorers. And if he has money, they will offer him anything he wants in a single click. And so they speak to him through a hologram, and the woman asks how she can help him. And he says that he wants to expand his store and buy nearby land. And she soon locates his store, asking how big the area he wants to buy is. He says that it is 3,000 square meters, and she calculates the price of the surrounding areas, saying that a deposit of 200 million star coins will be needed, and the remaining 100 million can be paid at the end of the service. And he is surprised that it is 300 million, wondering when it doubled in price. And the woman says that, unfortunately, with the beginning of the Elite World League, the cost of pet breeding and training stores has gone up, and, as a result, the search for properties has grown a lot, and he is pissed that this has happened now. But he still thinks that he has the scaled flood dragon with him, asking for what price he could sell that beast. She realizes that it is a higher stage pet, asking for a moment, and says that the average price of that pet is around 400 million star coins, and the price of a wild one is much lower, saying that even so, live beasts of rank 9 and higher stage are extremely rare on the market, and his is the only one available on the market at the moment, saying that people would be willing to pay 200 million coins, and she asks if he wants to sell it now because if he leaves the ad, the price will certainly go up. And he says he's sure, saying he can sell it, because when he sends the mascot, she must transfer the money. And so, she says she will continue the progress, and she will get in touch soon. He thinks that adding those 250 million, about 60 that he already had, is enough, and he thinks that what he has to do now is use the next discs to strengthen himself as much as he can, and he tells the system to look for a cultivation place more difficult than the legacy of the Dragon King. So he shows the realm of the Supreme God along with the realm of the fallen demigods. And looking at that realm, he wonders if there was a cultivation place that costs 10,000, saying that the period of assistance to newbies has already ended. And now every time he revives, it will cost 10% of his energy, saying that he can't burn it all. But he thinks that demigods are almost gods, and that's fine with him, saying that his golden body of the divine demon has already reached the 2nd level, but he still needs the heart of a divine beast, Yangjin, as material. And he thinks that this beast has fire and divine attributes, and maybe he will find it in that place. And if he can improve his divine crow body to the 2nd level, his physical defense will rise to rank 9, and his survival, consequently, will increase greatly. He is inside the place, heading to the realm of the fallen demigods. And there he notices that that place is very different from the previous cultivation sites. And it's like comparing a wild place with civilized society, wondering if the gods built this. And the system says that the host has entered the realm of the gods, asking if he wants to buy a language translator, and it says that the price is 500 energy points. And he is happy with this new translation service, saying that that place really is very different from the chaotic world of the spirit of death and the maritime world of thunderclouds. And he says that if it's possible to talk, maybe it'll be possible to avoid some senseless deaths during the exploration. And so he buys it, and the divine translator is installed in him, but in that, as he walks, someone starts talking and he looks to the side, noticing that there's a woman there who, yeah, nothing, right? And with elf ears, while she takes a bath, she continues singing and Prada gets scared, saying that now is not the best time to start a conversation with someone. Then she wonders where that energy is coming from, wondering if there is anyone there, and says that there won't be any more attacks. Then he asks the little skeleton and the purgatory dragon to come out and take that attack. But they are quickly cut in half. The boy thinks that that force is too high, but the little skeleton hasn't fallen yet. And so the effect of the demonic fruit of the dead activates, and he becomes immune to fatal blows. As he recovers, he throws his saber, stopping the attack that was going to Prota, and so he asks the Purgatory Dragon to come back, saying that he doesn't have any energy left to keep reviving, so it's better for him not to fight for nothing, and he tries to talk to the girl who doesn't want to hurt him and that she can explain. But she says that she has nothing to explain and knows that he came from another world. So he is surprised by this, and he questions how she knows that he came from another world. And she says that he is small and similar to them, but he is nothing more than a human king, and she seems to be quite a woman, and she says that that is the realm of the gods, a place of supreme power, and questions how the stranger would get there if he wasn't from another world, and he asks if she wasn't surprised to see a human. But she says that it's not uncommon for human gods to have sex and have children, asking if he's ever heard of a guy named Zeus because he did that a lot. Oh, married. I can remember that when I hear the name Zeus, and so Prota begins to understand, stating that he didn't know that humans had already traveled so far, to the point of establishing contact with the gods. But he asks why they didn't mention this on the planet. And the girl thinks that that commoner is at the strength level of an apprentice, but controls beasts from the marine kingdom and also revived her dragon with ease. Meanwhile, the little skeleton covered up, and she thinks that the strangest thing about him is that he has an aura of something terrifying running through his veins and wonders if he isn't human or if he has some supreme supporting him. But then she thinks about putting an end to this kindness, asking what he came to do in the central land of the gods, and who is his patron, saying that Prota has 10 seconds to tell her everything. But then he doesn't even know about this central land, asking if this isn't the land of the fallen demigods. But hearing that, she apparently doesn't like it at all, killing Prota. Then he thinks that, by the look on her face, he thinks that the land of the fallen demigods offended her and says that the purpose of this passage is to become stronger. Leaving this girl aside, he revives in another place and ends up in the middle of a desert with 5,000 points left. Then he thinks that that place is strange, noticing that there is a mouth there, but that mouth turns into a monster and almost eats him, and he says that it's tasty but it's not a snack, so he gives the monster a beating, but he only loses some damage. Then he notices that the monster is very strong, opening the status window, and the level is not even possible to be seen, and the combat power is 9th rank of the upper stage. And the skills are not even possible to be seen, so he thinks he is a rank 9 insect, and realizes that that really is the land of the gods. And with that he summons the attack gang, as well as his murderous intent, telling Kankeigo to protect the Purgatory Dragon to use the skeleton sword, telling the dragon to go ahead using the shield, and so the skeleton will take advantage of the gap and kill it with advanced fencing. But he realizes that the monster has not fallen yet, telling the skeleton or dog to attack its eyes. But then the beast uses the petrifying gaze, and the draconic dog is killed. But the Akuma effect on the skeleton starch is activated, and the fatal wound is resisted. Then he pierces the eye of that thing, and the protagonist thinks that in the rotation sites, every time he revives the little skeleton, the effect of the immortal demon fruit is activated, and he thinks that he has infinite resistance to mortal damage. And he calls the little skeleton again, asking the little skeleton not to let him recover. And they keep attacking, and Protamus attacks him while his guard is down, and he asks the Purgatory Dragon to cover him with the Purgatory Chiva, giving the Purgatory Demon fist in the monster's mouth and finally killing it. Imagine this with a big old shitter shining and falling from inside the monster, and catching that, and the protagonist realizes that it turned out to be a divine crystal, and they are energy crystals by the exploring insects after devouring goddesses. And it is said that it can be used by star pets to transform them into divine beasts. Then he asks for details, and the system says that the power of a divine skill is 5 to 10 times greater than a skill of the same rank. And he is surprised that it is that strong, saying that this is another way to become stronger. And since the shitty dog found the crystal, it is his. But at that, the little skeleton gets all envious because he is thinking about the dog with wings, and Prota talks to him, saying that he is already of noble bloodline, telling him to stop being greedy, and tells him to follow the example of the Dragon of Purgatory, because he didn't even want to know about the divine crystal. Then the dog starts to glow golden, and the draconic dog is now in the process of transforming into a beast. However, it still doesn't change anything in his status. Only a divinity bar appears, and he realizes that to become a divine beast he has to reach the maximum, and thinks he will hunt more insects. And so someone calls for help, and he notices that there is a noise coming from there, and hears 2 people in trouble with those same monsters he just faced, and he notices that they are 2 gods. And with Shueisha being attacked, he starts to ask the monsters not to eat him. But Nisaprota appears throwing his big hand at those snakes, and he goes down there with the Dragon of Purgatory, grabbing those 2 gods and taking them with them. As they run away, the monsters try to attack, and they continue hanging on the dragon's paw. And so, Shueisha thanks Prota, and he asks him not to thank him, because he only saved them because he wanted to understand the circumstances. Then he asks what they were doing and how they ended up in such a dangerous place. And Reizinho says that the explorer worms are always invading his territory, and they move around the territory, time and space, and they are in charge of destroying their nests. And a little while ago, his team was attacked by a high-level worm, and they ended up being attacked by those 3. Then Prota asks about them having to clean the worm's nest, and they say yes, but ask why the human went there. But Prota says there is no reason and he is just passing through. and he realizes that it is not only his planet that has stellar cracks, but he notices that the gods are in a worse predicament, because these worms are serious. Then he asks if the gods don't have wings, saying that if they can't defeat the incendiaries, they can just run away, because no matter how injured they are, they should still be able to fly. But then the regime asks how they would dare use their wings to escape, saying that dying in battle, fighting against these invading insects, is the greatest honor a god can have. And Shuedo says that, unfortunately, only a few pureblood gods in that entire kingdom have divine wings, and they, the demigods, train in a completely different technique than them, so they don't fly. And so he remembers those divine wings with that girl he killed. And he notices that that crazy woman he met by chance was a pureblood. And he thinks that's why there's such a big difference in power between the gods and the demigods. And that's also why she managed to destroy the little skeleton and kill him. And he thinks that now everything makes more sense and he wants to have a divine pet even more. Then he asks them what they know about the land of the fallen demigods. And Shutu asks what that is, because they have lived there since they were little. But they have never heard of a demigod falling. But Shutu tells him that his land has a legend about the land of the supreme gods, asking if the Proto would like to hear it. And Hygiene is already bored because the kid is going to start again, saying that only idiots believe in the existence of a land of the supreme god, which would be the supposed birthplace of the pure-blooded gods, where a day of training would be equivalent to a year in the normal world. And it is nothing more than a story for children. And the Proto thinks about the realm of the Supremes, wondering why they call it a legend and why they talk as if the realm of the Supremes had disappeared. Then Shuedo says that even though the pure-blood gods have been exploring the central lands for many years in search of a way to end the exploring insects, they haven't found the entrance to the supreme god's realm, and he says that if he could train there it would be great, even if just a little, and Hygiene says that he himself is admitting it because after so many years they haven't found anything, not even a clue or a proof. Instead of dreaming about places that don't exist, he should train to become stronger. While they talk, someone attacks both the Purgatory Dragon and them, making them both fall. And so they fall back into the sand, looking back and noticing that the insects are still behind him. But they notice that the one behind, leading all the others, is a centurion insect. So, they wonder how they could face so many enemies, with Shuetu saying that they will die. But then Raijin tells the two to get out of there, because his moment of glory has arrived, and so Proto thinks that this gorilla is very loyal, but the divine crystals of the uncertain are his. And so they call the brave ones of the attacks, asking if they don't want to find the place of the supreme god's kingdom, telling them not to die there. He wonders what this is because that human warrior with the strength of an apprentice had an aura stronger than his, and so Proto tells everyone to go. Raijin apologizes to Proto, saying that he didn't know there were great heroes among humans. Then he says that he leaves everything in his hands. And while they run away, Proto stays behind, along with his 3 pets. And he says that the insects appearing in large quantities make his blood boil. And he says that the feeling of death lurking around, that's what he needed. So he jumps on top of it, and starts attacking along with the little skeleton, with the coward, and his scaredy dragon. But sometime after that, he's already in the system's rest area, and his remaining energy points, it's 1535, and he says he only has enough to revive one more time. Once, and he didn't expect that centurion insect to be so strong, since he's already revived 9 times and the bug doesn't die. However, the centurion insect is quite injured, and he thinks that it should be that way because strong people don't die easily, and he thinks that he at least got a shovel of crystals. So he's still crazy and says that his time must be running out and it's not worth it to keep fighting. He also thinks that he probably won't be able to kill him, and so he revives a random place with the desire to know a little more about this world. But in another place, a huge tiger is acting like a kitten with that blonde girl petting him. So she treats him like a cat and Proto appears next to her. And she is in disbelief with that, seeing him, and the tiger doesn't like it at all, already showing his claws and teeth, and Proto immediately realizes the shit he ended up doing and the place where he spawned and says that this is a huge coincidence. And Laura starts to get all irritated, asking if he came to bother her again, asking what Proto wants, and Tiger starts to get more hostile, and he thinks that this is a huge shitty place to show up and there won't even be time. It's time for him to summon the little skeleton, since he already has the dagger in his neck. And he says it's just a misunderstanding, saying that he's not an adversary and has no bad intentions. Then she asks about it, asking how, after being pierced by his divine spear that destroys souls, he reappears there as if nothing had happened, saying that if he doesn't give him a reasonable explanation, he'll throw him in the prison of the sinful gods, where he'll suffer excruciating pain every day until he begs Jude for forgiveness. And Proto thinks he can't trust random resurrection to get out of there. He'll have to turn to his own sweet talk. He says he knows how to get to the kingdom of the supreme god. And so the girl is surprised by this, asking how many gods and dreams flew to her birthplace, and says that if they still had access to that realm, they would have finished off those bugs long ago. But even though everyone searched for decades, they found nothing, and so she wonders how a mere human could know the location. So she asks how he can prove to her that he knows the location, and he says there's no way to prove it, But as she saw for herself, he can enter and leave the Central Earth at will, and she couldn't kill him, and that proves that he's not a normal person. She lowers her gun, and he notices that she hesitated and says that he's going to throw more fuel on the fire. Then he says that if she doesn't believe him, he'll go now, wishing her good luck, searching for the Supreme God's realm alone. But then she asks if he wants power, money, or land, questioning what he wants. Without a ready note that she has already fallen, and says that of course she wants power, because without power, no matter how much money or land he has, he will be targeted by others. And so she pulls the tome from her subspace and says that it is the secret tome of training of the human race, based on the supreme divine techniques, the divine art of the elements, and after reading it, he will master everything he learns faster, both techniques and spells. And with her handing it over, he thinks that this is a really good reward, but when trying to open it, he notices that it has a shield, and she says that after taking him to the Supreme Realm, the book will be his, and he says that everything is fine, but says that before going to the Supreme Realm, to prevent them from separating in the space-time flow, he needs to mark a symbol on her forehead as a coordinate, and she agrees to let him approach her, but she is at least 3 times bigger than Proda, and he says that he doesn't have a ladder, asking her to kneel down for him, and so she gets really close to him, crouching down. I would say that she is quite a woman. Judge me if you can. And so, Proda thinks he has caught her, asking the system if he can sign a mascot contract with her so that she can be under his control. And the system says that of course because everything brought by the system is a mascot. A goddess would not be an exception, and he starts to make a symbol on her forehead. And she notices that this is the human's contract to imprison mascot, thinking that he really underestimates her, so she says that she just has to reverse that spell back there and he'll get a taste of his own medicine. And Proda says that the contract has been signed, but she dares to reverse the contract, taking some golden handcuffs to Proda. He wonders how she managed to reverse the contract, and she questions if he thought that a goddess would be his pet, telling him to tell her everything, calling Proda a mascot. But then, he starts to freeze petrified. Then everything goes dark around her, and she wonders what the hell happened, and her chains start to break. And she realizes that time has stopped and 2 huge, closed eyes appear in front of the girl. And she is quickly suppressed, having her face glued to the ground, without understanding anything, and those eyes open. And in them there are 3 different pupils, looking at the girl, and she notices that it managed to suppress a pure-blood goddess with just 1 look, asking if this is the hidden power of that human's bloodline. But she thinks not, after all, this is someone from a higher dimension. But in that, time starts flowing again and all that darkness goes inside Proda again, and he wonders what happened to her already on the ground, and thinks that she tried to reverse the contract but wonders how she ended up like that in the blink of an eye. Then he wonders if it was the system, but the system says it did nothing. However, the goddess power tried to violate the defensive barrier set up by it and received a counterattack. And so he thinks that that counterattack is an exaggeration, and he asks the system again because if the contract doesn't work with her, he asks if there is any other way to make her submit. And so the system says that in the case of beings of great intelligence and spiritual power, a personal contract can be used and make her an employee of the store. And so Proda says that he just wanted her to come along and didn't expect an employee saying, and he says that it was a test, saying that she passed. And he says that this is the official contract, saying that she can read it, and she reads the entire contract, saying that good employees get a week's vacation anywhere, telling her that he really wasn't lying, and she realizes that that contract emanates an aura of celestial legality, saying that once signed, both parties are bound by its terms. And she can't disobey him, but she's unhappy about spending a year taking orders from him. So he says it's okay. If she doesn't want to, he'll leave and say that the offer won't be repeated. But she thinks that she can't trust a single word that human says, but the power of that contract will force him to fulfill his promises. So she says that for the sake of the future of the gods, she'll make this sacrifice, but if he doesn't fulfill what he promised, he'll pay 1,000 times more. So Shaowan signs that contract, and so the employee's information is recorded, and he receives the girl's entire file. And the system tells her her score, which is at 100. And when it reaches 200, she'll be considered an excellent employee. And if it drops below 60, she'll be deprived of everything and turned into a beast. And then he thinks he can see other people's information, and he wonders if that is the authority of the shop owner's power. And he thinks about the divine order and the conferred divine realm, wondering what kind of realm this is. And the shop says that in the Blue Star there are 3 types of realm: the vast sea, the void cave, and the heavenly fate, which often come together to form a legendary realm. And above these 3 realms, there are 2 others called the conferred divine realms. He says that, in sum, he is a person with enough power to conquer an entire galaxy. So he is shocked by this and thinks that this is why the contract didn't work, and it was easier to put a leash on the sun and take it for a walk. But he notices that the system gave her a shoe-in as if it were nothing, saying that this is even scarier, wondering what the origin of this system is. But the system gets all sensitive, noticing that now the boy wants to suck up, and says that his time there is over, taking the boy back. And he wonders since when the system uses emotes. So he goes back to the store with her. She asks if that is his territory, but then, seeing her, he asks what happened to her body, and she says that her real size is not consistent with that of his world, asking what's wrong. But he says that, in fact, she is the size of a child, saying that child labor there is illegal. Then she tells him that he doesn't need to worry, because she has neighbors that are thousands of years old. He simply ignores this, telling her to get ready, as he is going to open the store to serve customers. Then she is in doubt about it and uses her special vision to see what is outside, noticing several Tokaya men around the store, and Prota, noticing those people, wonders if it is someone sent by Yuan, being surprised that it was so fast, and he thought he would be able to hold out until he finishes updating his store, and he thinks that he underestimated the living legend, and he starts calling his mother, and thinks that the main thing is to find a way to bring his sister and mother there. So he says that even with her by his side, it would be a problem to enter cultivation places, and he thinks that he has no control over that. So they call him on a video call. He asks who it is, and the man starts telling him all his information, and he notices the background of that call, realizing that he is in his house, but he still doesn't know what happened to his mother and sister, asking what that man wants. And he continues talking now about Prota's family, about his mother, his father, and his sister. Then Prota says that he knows that he is not a kidnapper, asking what the man wants, and he says that the boy is very smart, saying that Yuan wants to see him, and says that if he obeys properly, they won't be in danger. And so Prota tries to calm down, thinking that they want him, and he says that he is in his store, and if they want to talk to him, they can see him, but they have to bring them together, otherwise it'll be the end of the conversation. And so the man agrees and hangs up the call, wondering what the boy thinks he would send, asking if he thinks he would escape the legendary minister. And he talks to the old man, saying that he saw Supim's location, and he says that's great, wanting to see who dared to get involved with the Dragon Mountain inheritance. So they fly there, and the city's people notice that they are rank 9 people, and they get off near Prota's shop, and everyone who was watching is surprised by those guys, that 4 of the servants start asking if the person who overcame the Dragon Tower lives in that guy. And the servant of the Mujia family asks if he is doubting Yuan's information. And the guy from the Lu family says that maybe it was a purposeful choice. And the one from the Tang family says that it doesn't matter, because whoever covets what belongs to Mr. Yuan will die. And Wan gets there, and he's in the kingdom of the immense together with Daozong, who is at rank 9, upper stadium. And he says that enough of this, if they are going to end this already and stop wasting time. And the students around notice that it is Dawson, and besides the guy who is at the legendary level. And the boy feels that just one look from him could kill someone. So they ask those kids to disappear because this is none of their business. And then he starts to lift the door of Prota's store, saying that Yuan has arrived, telling him to get out of there right away. Then he says that if he doesn't leave, he'll destroy the entire store. He can't lift the thing at all, and they start to wonder if there's any high-level defense on that door. And Prota opens the door himself and tells them to shut up, because he's there, and asks where his family is along with his Alfina. And Daozong wonders how he can be fair, because this young man has the same talent as a young master from the great families, and Daozong intended to train him, but he stopped right in the sights of the legendary. And then one of the old men says that the boy is about to die. He's in no position to demand anything, grabbing the girl with his stellar energy hand, telling him to get out. But Prota doesn't even move, he breaks that hand just by swinging his arm, telling him to stay in his lane, and so he takes a huge amount of damage and spits in his blood, and they wonder how he got free from his rank 9 star palm so easily. And one of them says that that little thief is surrounded and not only doesn't surrender, he resists, saying that they're gonna capture him. And I'm impressed, right? Little thief. The kid goes there, wins the thing with all his might. The guys are so pissed off, and the protagonist is the little thief. Come if you can. The museum pieces are putting on a show, they feel a huge fear, and Yuan starts to release his power. And the museum relics ask Yuan to leave it to them, because they'll solve it. But Yuan tells them not to throw their lives away, because the strength that boy demonstrated is not on the same level as theirs. Then he says that Prota is calm and admires his courage, showing his sister and mother along with some bodyguards. And Prota uses his mastery of the Star Force to take them from their hands, bringing them closer, picking them up, and asking what they did to his family. And Wan says that it was just anesthesia and that they will wake up in a few hours, asking how he feels, asking what it feels like to have something stolen from him by a stranger. Then he asks who stole what, saying that the name was Dragon Mountain and not IWA, and he didn't see his name anywhere. And the other one that looks like a doll. The old man from Tekken asks how dare he talk to Yuan like that. But Yuan asks if he thinks he bets enough to be an heir, disdaining the boy the ass kisser. He says that his forces cannot enter the store and they do not know his strength, asking Yuan to be careful, as this is not common and there may be other masters inside. But Yuan says that he is a legendary level mascot trainer. In that entire continent there is only one other at his level. He enters full of swagger, coming face to face with Prota, saying that it would not be possible for him to be in the same place as him, a third-class store. Seeing that the goddess Nan there next to Prota does not give a damn about the old man and that tense situation that is on her side. And Wan says that if Prota submits to him like the 4 great families, not only will he be compensated for it, but he will also train him. And so, everyone is surprised by this, saying that, after all, there are few people in the Blue Star who have reached rank 9 so young, and that would cause enormous envy, so Daozong thinks that Yuan always does this, trying to buy before destroying. And he may seem calm, but the power he emits is enough to suffocate a normal person, and not even the four families dare to challenge him. And Yuan says that it is a waste for the Secret Kingdom's resource to fall into the hands of mediocre people, saying that the best thing to do is to hand it over to the most qualified, and Prota thinks about the best, wondering if one doesn't also want him to make his shoes look nice, and he says that he hates people who call themselves better than others, and thinks that everything in that world belongs to them, and since they have such a big ego, if anyone tries to complain they will be killed for it. And Yuan says that it is very simple, because if they have enough power, why don't they hunt him down and kill him, saying that thinking they're on the same level is a bad joke. And he says it's the last time he'll ask, questioning whether Prota will surrender or die. And Prota disdains him to his face, asking if he wants him to get a crayon to draw his answer. Then the old man gets pissed, saying it's a shame and he should die, attacking Prota with an aura sword, completely at point-blank range. But then Anna stops that sword by breaking it with just one hand, and everyone is shocked by this, because the blow can only be withstood by people of rank 9. That girl blocked it with just one hand, and they wonder if she's in the legendary stadium, asking if there's anyone in the legendary ranking in Faraway City. But in IC, Yuan says he didn't expect there to be someone to save his reputation, because her star power was very well hidden and almost tricked him, asking if she is his master. But in that he says he didn't ask her to defend him, was the first rule of the employees, protect the store owner. And she says that if she understood correctly, if she follows the rules, she earns points and uses them to become an excellent employee. But if she ennobles, they will deduct points. And she doesn't want to suffer the consequences, and says she doesn't want to lose free points, saying that she wasn't born yesterday. Then Yuan gets pissed with them talking in front of her. Then he says that she is quite intelligent, and Yuan questions how they dare to ignore him, saying that he will kill her. But in that he leaves there flying with a huge beating that the girl gave him, throwing him away, leaving everyone surprised. And she asks him if he wants her to put an end to the trouble. But he says that they are not in a wild area and you can't kill people in the streets, telling her that the one with the swords is her friend and she shouldn't touch him, and the others just have to be left alive. And she realizes that it's okay if they lose a leg or two then. And she says that, going on top, she has to control her strength because it's hard to step on ants without killing them. And Prota and her exude an absurd aura, leaving everyone scared. And they realize that it's a magic store, saying that if an employee's strength is already at the legendary rank, Strong would be the owner of the store, saying that he never imagined there was someone so strong in Blue Star. And Yuan starts to do a huge spell, ordering his strongest servant to leave. Then he summons the King Beast of the Shadow World, who is at the King Beast rank with the combat power of the immense Sea Kingdom. But he says he's not done yet, merging with that thing, transforming into the Super Saiyan 2, totally inspired by the Megazord, and Prota notices that he can merge with the mascot, being surprised by this, thinking it's cool. And the old man turns his forearms with a combined posture power level. Then he says he's going to teach him a lesson, and they notice that this is the secret technique that can only be mastered at the legendary rank, saying that it's the first time he's seen Master Yuan using it. And they think it's absurd because with the combat power function, he went up an entire kingdom. They realize that this battle will not be influenced by their help and they have to get out of there before they are crushed. Then Daozong tells Yuan to calm down, saying that if 2 legendary people fill the city, there will be fewer combos. But then he says that there won't be a crowd, because he wouldn't set the entire kitchen on fire just because a rat stole his food. After all, he'll end it all with just one blow, raising the spirit axe. And he says that he'll end the plagues, but she holds that attack with just her hand, stopping that spear, which to top it off she breaks pins with her fingers and asks if that was his best blow. And he's surprised by that. Then she summons her spear, attacking him in the middle of his chest, almost making him die. He says that it's an honor to be killed by a goddess's weapon, and he almost dies. But Prota says that's enough, saying that she doesn't need to kill him, and she says that he won't die, but she burned part of his primordial spirit with divine flames, and it will take 3 to 5 years for him to return to his original cultivation. And everyone is surprised that it was with a single blow. And Prota asks if they are still there, asking them to come closer. Before it becomes a fad, I'm gonna leave my story here. I'm Tiniana. There's no point in saying anything. Fad. I'm Tiniana. Before it becomes a fad. And so, as Prota's little sister wakes up, he asks if she's feeling anything, and she says that she's a little nauseous, questioning what happened to her mother. And he says that she must be tired, asking to let her rest a little more. But then, the old man from Tekken appears beside her, calling the girl, saying good morning to her, and she wonders who those are. So, they say they are Little Moo, Little Kim, Little Lu, and Little Tang. So, she asks about these little ones and asks her brother what this is, asking who they are and why they are in her house, asking what he lost, and so he says that they are his prisoners or teachers, saying that they are private teachers that he hired to teach him, and she tells him not to try to pretend that he just said prisoner. And she asks what this talk about teachers is, since she is already in the top 10 of this class, telling him that his sister knows her stuff, but he says that she is in the top 10 of the class when it comes to Fengshan and says that it won't be long before the elite league starts, and in that time they can teach you don't learn tricks in school. So she says that's fine, asking what they can teach me. And he says that he is little Neo, known as the King of Poisons, who can guide her in the use of poisons and detoxification techniques of ranked Nova. And the other says that he is little King, known as the Shipwreck Reverser, who can teach her rank 9 healing and strengthening techniques, while the other from Tang is Serpent Heart, who can teach her techniques on rank 9 weapons and hidden techniques, and little Mu is known as the Emperor of Beasts, and can teach her controls of some rank 9 star pets, and also brought a Frost Moon Star Silver Draco for her. Is that they are all rank 9, besides that he's giving her a rank 8 Silver Draco as if it were nothing, so she asks if this is serious, asking her brother if he trusts them, and so Proto says of course. So 3 hours before, while Yuan was all screwed up, they say they were sorry, saying they didn't know who they were messing with and asked to spare their lives. And so he asks Anna if she knows any curses or something like that, and she questions if he's joking, since she's a goddess. Why would he dare something so low? Then he says he'll give her 2 employee points, and so she agrees right away, asking if he wants to stay in control, and he says yes. So she says she'll do it just for the points, asking them to feel honored and receive a blessing from the goddess. And they begin to be marked as slaves. And Dawson is surprised by that kid who already has such a power under his control, saying that he has never seen such a scary spell in the Blue Star, wondering if it is from another galaxy, and says that if so, the person behind that store must be far above the legendary ranking. And so, the pirate asks her what she did, and Anna says that she cast the Seal of Blessing, a miracle that can only be used on those who have lost something important and whose hearts are in shock, that you establish the object of faith and it develops in the person's heart. And if they do something that disobeys or desecrates the faith, they will be engulfed in divine fire that will burn for 10 days and 10 nights without going out. And he thinks that's pretty ruthless. And Proto starts the brainwashing, saying that then they will believe that the Su family is sacred and inviolable. And they all agree with this. Then he talks to Daozong, saying that since he came all the way there, asking if he would be interested in teaching me some sword techniques. But Daozong says he's sorry, saying that even if he's serious about the boy's strength, he could learn from him. And Sofin promises that he'll be a good student. But Daozong says that if he insists, he won't deny. But he means 2 things. The first is that his sword technique is extremely destructive and they'll need a proper place to train. And the second is the question he asks, asking if he uses swords to fight because from what he's observed, his combat style involves more fists. But the boy tells Daozong not to worry, because he just needs to leave his contact number and in a few days he will have a training place ready, and he will let him know when everything is ready. And now in the present, the boy tells his sister that they will teach him a lot and that she can trust them. Then, he receives a message notifying him that it is time for him to return to the store. So, that woman from before who was buying territory for him says that his order from before has been completed. And the person who was willing to buy the Flood Dragon walks over and is ready to finalize the transaction. His protagonist asks, "Can you take care of this now?" And he says of course, saying that he just needs to come by his store and he will deliver. And so, 10 days later, the day's profit is converted and he is left with 125,000 energy points, and opens the update window. He notices that the level 3 shop unlocks the permission to create rank 7 to 9 pets. He will be able to accept orders from people like Yi Hao and charge $1 million for each one. He says that the profits will increase exponentially, and he will also have enough space to display and sell pets. And now his shop will be complete, and he moves forward with everything to improve it. While Proto is at the counter, Anna continues cultivating, and the system says that 100,000 energy points have been used, and so the nearby commercial streets are included in the protection area, and the system asks if he wants to define the zones, saying that after dividing the rooms and areas, the necessary items will be generated automatically. And he notices that this will save him a ton of work to decorate and arrange. And so he thinks that first he has to protect his mother and sister. And he will use 300 square meters as a housing area, and he begins to create a house inside the place. And so, Anna notices that the mysterious force is creating objects out of nothing and says that this is different from creations that need energy to maintain themselves. And she says that these are real objects that can exist forever and thinks that not even the Supreme God could reach this level. And this level of power is really scary. He says that of the remaining area, 1/10 will go to the reception and offices, so everything is created, and he says that 1/5 will be a food storage for the mascot, and the rest will be the breeding, training, and experimentation area. And the system says that the division is complete. The maximum breeding space has gone up from 25 to 50, and so Proto thinks he now has 25 level 2 tanks and asks the system what authorizations the employees have, and so the system gives him a whole list asking if he wants to grant them, and the boy says yes, saying that these authorizations are enough to keep the store running. And a while later, the little sister is shocked, asking her mother if that is the right place. So she says it was supposed to be. And they say the name is the same, but they wonder if it is right. And Proto notices that they have arrived, asking if they brought everything. And the gang of lackeys say yes, saying that everything was packed and put in the truck like he ordered. And if they don't need anything else, they will go for now. And he says they can go, asking everyone to bring their things. And her sister says that the doctors arrived with a bunch of people to move and emptied the whole house. Then she asks why that is, since she still has to go to school. And her mother also asks why he moved the store. And he says it's a long story, but he already told the school. And he says that anyway they should go with him since he'll explain on the way. Meanwhile, Anna takes care of the customers, some of whom want to leave their mascot and others sing to her. And she tells the bugs not to cut in line, and Prota tells her not to call the customers bugs, and she asks why not because they are insignificant, asking why he needs so many customers, and he even dressed the girl like a maid and told her to become an adult so she wouldn't look like a child, and he says that there's something to do, telling her to open the store. And then his sister notices that they have a private pool, and he tells her to wait because she hasn't seen anything yet, and they go to her room, with them all being happy, and ask her what they thought, and she says that her old bed was a rock. Her mother says that that house must have been expensive, and he tells her not to worry because everything came from customers from the rich part of town, and the last time he trained their mascot they wanted to reward what he did because they liked it, and in the end, that didn't even tickle his wallets. And he says that from now on, they can live in peace there, and if she thinks it's too big, she can hire some employees to clean and cook. And so she says that of course not, because she is retired and taking care of the house will be a hobby for her. And without doing anything she would go crazy. And her sister takes advantage and goes to ask who that cute blonde girl was so kind down there on the ground floor. The boy can't see her that way and says that she barely knows the truth and says that she is the new employee, and his mother, like any good mother, is already starting to understand things in a kind of interpretative way, telling him to invite them to lunch one of these days. So he asks if she is crazy, and Diana, in turn, starts to talk to the two of them and really goes to lunch. And she introduces herself to them as Joanna. And Supinho's little sister says that her hair looks very soft, asking if she can touch it, and Prota asks her not to do that. The girl ends up letting her little sister fall into her hair. Then his mother asks where she came from, asking how old she is and if she has a boyfriend. And she says she's from another city, she'll be 18 that year, and she still hasn't thought about boyfriend. And Prota's mother says that's a shame, so he asks if she hit her head, asking why she's acting normal in front of them. She asks if that will earn her points because if it doesn't, she'll go back to being weird in an instant. So he says that it's worth the points, thinking that the girl is really a mercenary and a point farming machine. Then the mother asks if it's just the two of them in the store, asking if it isn't too much work. But Anna says that the current work is more than enough for two, and if there were someone else it would make things a little easier. And the little sister says that she's very angry, because there must be about 100 people downstairs. And the protagonist says that with Joanna's skills, if he has one more person to help, he won't need to keep an eye on the store all the time. And he thinks that the young master of the Tang family could really use some fresh air, saying that if he doesn't let her leave, it will be difficult to plant the spirit tree. And everyone wins in this equation. And so the system notes that the protagonist can be used by more employees and gives him a temporary contact. And temporary employees don't have access to any functions in the store. And if he is considered an excellent employee, he can be made permanent. And so the protagonist says that this is perfect, taking the girl out of there, and she asks what he intends to do with her, and he tells her to take off her shoes or she will have to clean the floor later, and she says that that place is a normal room. Wondering if it's his room, and she thinks he's alone and without any pets, and she also doesn't feel the time of anyone else around, thinking he's defenseless, saying she can take advantage of the distraction and escape through the window. Thinking it's just a chance, saying that when she gets home she summons the entire elite of the Tang family, and says she'll show what happens with what he does as a hostage, saying he'll regret provoking the Tang family. But then she hits the wall with a horn, feeling a lot of pain, and wonders why that window didn't break. And she says that after so many days without eating, she must be out of strength. He gets up and goes to her, and she asks what he's going to do. He says he was thinking about the best way to make her earn him money, and she tells him not to even dream about it. Then he uses his hand, fully characterized for evil, to get close to her, and she says he'll never have that from her. But then she hands him something to eat, and she asks if he wants her to humble herself, saying that all the members of the Tang family are well trained, and even though they go hungry, she ends up eating quietly. Then she says he's gonna die, saying she only accepted because, and he says of course he did. Then he tells her to sign the contract, and the next day at the store, she only gets better and the number of hotties increases. And so, Anna tells them to form a double line, while the other girl is all embarrassed wondering why, and why she always has to accept be dried like that, and she asks Anna if they really have to serve this plebhood. But the girl tells her not to call the insects pleb, so she thinks the front door is open. And there's nothing stopping her from leaving, and Prota goes to her, telling her not to forget that she signed that, and she won't be able to set foot out of that place for a year, and she says she tricked him. Signed that last night but says that that old paper has no power over him, just asking him to watch. But then she hits the door and flies back inside, and all broken up she asks what magic is this, because not being able to break a window is one thing but also not being able to leave through the door. And Prota talks to Anna, saying that the employee is the most experienced, telling the girl to teach her the rules and he'll give her some points, and so some questions. And he goes to those guys and they ask if he was the one who hired the service to film the ad on the Pioneer's website. And so they ask what he wants to film and what else he will need. And so he starts to invoke suspicions, saying that most of his current clients are the ones he had since the beginning, when he only served rank 6 pets. And now he has to attract the fat who want to train those of rank 7 or above, so he pulls the dragon from purgatory and everyone feels the pressure of the beast, and the recording man asks what the slogan of the ad will be, and he says that there is no need for a slogan, saying that he just needs to include the dragon and the name in the store of the image, and says that so his sister goes to dragon in, calling Proda, and he questions what happened, asking if she doesn't have classes. And she says yes, but says that those 4 are always following him even when he goes to the bathroom, and their timing is so intense that not even the teachers can teach properly. And Froda starts to laugh, but she gets irritated asking what they are doing, and he tells her not to worry, because they won't hurt him, he just asked for them to protect him. And so, Hu Yen, from inside, notices that that is Master Snakeheart, thinking that this is wonderful. Questioning his protagonist, he said that shooting his communicator would be enough to prevent him from talking to his family, saying that he is naive, saying that Feng Lao, who he defeated, was only the 8th strongest in the Tang family. But Master Snakeheart is the 3rd strongest. His hidden weapons are so powerful that he can kill a person from 160 kilometers away. She tends to talk to Coral, and he notices that it is a message with stellar energy, but notices that that voice is Hu Yen, and he asks what she is doing there, since the Tang family sent hundreds of people to look for her in the secret land a long time ago, and she says that it is a long story, and she was captured by a villain and imprisoned there, but then he asks him if she was also captured, and she is surprised by this one too, and the Proda just looks at her with a big mischievous smile, and she realizes what she got herself into. Yes, at that moment Hu Yen knew true terror, and she thinks that he almost saw her, wondering what Master Serpent Heart meant by also just now, and she looks again, noticing that the Proda is talking to the 2 of them giving orders, and he says that it's not just the snake-hearted medium of his family, but also the poison king of the Lu family, saying that the biggest mediums in the city are all bowing their heads to Supence, questioning what's going on there. And so the employee Anna received another point, and she has 104 at the moment, and he says that Anna's points went up. This means that she's not messing around. She's serving customers and the system is on trial, thinking that getting points for having a capable team is a beauty. And so he goes there to his parchment to plant the tree and says that the tree is making its way to the earth like a living being. And the system says that it's a feeding instinct that it developed with enlightenment. Unfortunately, the aptitude of that spiritual tree is very low, and it reaches and only bears fruit once, and is very far from being commercially viable. And he says that if she could really evolve and become a pet like the system said, and he used the power of the breeding tank to improve her regeneration power, that would yield a lot of food every year. And so the system says that the Vitrio has not yet reached the necessary requirement to learn the enlightenment skill, telling him to become a cultivator first. It says that then, after becoming a pet trainer, now he needs to become a cultivator. But he thinks that even with everything he has so far, he has no knowledge about true cultivation. And he says that he really had to rely too much on the power of the system until now. He needs to improve a lot to be a cultivator. But he says that he doesn't have time to think about that now, asking the system to open the cultivation field screen, saying that even if the matter with Yuan has been resolved, he can't guarantee that nothing similar will happen in the future. He first has to continue improving his strength and reputation. And he doesn't want to be famous and can spend all his days at home relying on the system to train and become stronger. But he can't impose this on his mother and sister, who need a normal life and can't spend the rest of their lives being watched or followed by bodyguards. So he needs to become so strong that no one dares. And so Anna feels something, noticing the mysterious strength again, and thinks that this is a very familiar smell. And Proda then disappears and returns a while later. And he thinks it was a great fight and he had to revive 100 times and killed the damn belt, and says that since the free resurrection period ended, he was a newbie and he hasn't had such a good time. And he says that this is a great start for this new store, and the first stance, the Demon Super Soul Fist, is mastered, and he says he's going to take a shower and get back to fighting. Then the girl comes to his room carrying some soup and says that his mother said he would want that, and he is surprised that she brings soup, asking since when. It was so cool, because it doesn't matter, even if she did something, at the poison station, in there, he's invincible, and he takes that. Then she asks if he just used that power, and go to the realm of the gods, and so, he notices that she has become a fortune teller, asking if she was watching, and she says that next time he should take her with him. What does she mean? Because he can help her improve her cultivation using part of the power of the divine land. And he thinks that when the alms are too much, the saint gets suspicious and this girl must have some problem. And she tells him not to worry because she won't ask for an employee point and only wants to be able to take care of some matters alone. And he wonders if she is testing the limits of the contract, seeing what she can do or not, but considering the terms, she shouldn't be capable of much. And even so, the offer is very lucrative, and he takes the opportunity to ask about Tang Huiyan, saying that if she goes with him, she would be alone in the store. And that 3x4 look from Proda pumped up on Trombolone, and her two all cocky look. Tension. There's a little tension between these two. Look. Cicero turns off the light, but Anna tells him not to worry, because she fixed it up, and she worked hard all day, she's a wreck. And to make sure, he cast a sleep spell on her. And she says that unless there's an earthquake, she won't wake up that day, so he thinks she caused pain, pulling her by the arm, and tells her to go with him. Then she is surprised that it is from that moment, and she says that she has to strike while it is still hot. And they go to the kingdom of the demidoses that fell on the world tree. And she notices that she thinks that she really came back, because she was just seeing if she could get some clue from him and did not expect that he would change the entire world with a gesture of his hand. This human has the ability to travel between the Great Plains, thinking that it is really possible for them to return to the kingdom of the Supreme God, and he tells her not to get too excited because she still has a long way to go to become an excellent employee, asking where they are going to train because she is the one who knows the way. And she calls him rudely, saying that he has no idea what his power means to his people, and tells him to leave it alone, because she has already told the god who administers that land that they have arrived, and he will get them. And Proto asks if that land has a lord, asking how they divide the territories. And she says that this question is very basic, saying that the pureblood gods grow naturally until adulthood and become true gods, which is the same level as the that she defeated the other day. He realizes that then the pureblood gods are equivalent to the 10th rank bloodline pets. And she says that the division of her kingdom is not complicated like that of humans, saying that there are only 6 levels, but with the disappearance of the supreme gods, it has been a long time since anyone saw the supreme god's kingdom, and now they can only reach the 5th level. So he thinks that their maximum level has been blocked and strong enemies keep invading. And it makes sense that she would accept the risk of signing an employment contract. And so a gigantic big guy arrives there calling Anna your highness, saying that he came to get her, asking who that is. And she says that he is an honored guest of the gods, asking to take him with her. So he agrees to this, holding him and taking them to another place. So everyone there treats her with great respect, and she orders them to prepare the sacred spring. And he thinks that it must be the first time he has leveled up with hot water and soap. Then he is taken to another corner, with some not-so-pretty statues, and those statues cut his well, letting his blood fall in a specific place. And Proto says that he has heard of a heart of gold, but blood is strange. And she says that this sacred spring can cleanse the impurities in your bloodline and improve your enlightenment and qualifications. And the effect on cultivation is 100 times greater than the store's nurseries. And she says that her best of the best can bathe there once a year, and he's a real jerk. And she says that when it's over, they'll have a special fight for their pets to exercise. Wondering enough, and he says that's great because it would be better if he could use it more often. But then she asks to make a deal because every time she brings him back, she'll let him enter the sacred spring once more. And in exchange, she asks that he not hunt the space bugs, but then he asks why, because they're fighting the bugs, and asks why she wanted to stop him because their goals are the same. So she says that it's because she's a goddess and she smells the divine crystals on his body. Then he says he took a bath, but she can still smell it. And she says that on the way there, he saw the huge world tree. And she says that's their mother. And after the gods die, their bodies transform into divine energy that returns to the tree. And the mother fuses them together and refines them without differentiating one from the other. So they are born as different beings, and the boy probably already understands where she's going with this. And he says that after the gods are devoured, their divine power stays in the worm's body in the form of a divine crystal, and they don't return to. And she says that you could say that, and the higher their cultivation level, the more divine power they return to the tree when they die. So with each cycle, the total divine power of the kingdom should have increased, but with the insect infestation, they lost a lot of divine power, and they gained that power. And with the loss of the supreme god realm, no god has been able to reach the supreme god realm, and the once glorious divine realm is in such a sorry state for their soul reason. So he takes her hand and gives her all the crystals he has, saying that he got those that day. And he smiles at her, leaving her a little lost. And he says that what she basically said is that if he consumes those crystals, he will be like an invading insect. So he won't keep them anymore, and says that anyway her goal is to increase her combat power, and her sacred source will serve for that, saying that she can take all of them to the arena to fight and that she doesn't need to go easy on them, asking to train them to death and show what the gods can do. And so he just smells all of her clothes and gets into that thing, talking about the feeling of cleansing the meridians and burning impurities, saying that it hurts a lot, but he's going to be a monster. Then she thanks him for his understanding, saying that she'll be right there, and if she needs anything, just call her. But then he asks her to wait, asking if she's ever heard of a divine beast, Yangjin, saying that he can't find that animal in the blue star, and she says that of course, because the heart of the divine beast Yangjin is the core needed to ascend to the rank of a true god, and she says that it's quite rare, but if she wants one, she can ask someone to get it. And he says that as soon as he can, because the battle body he cultivates only needs this material to reach the 2nd level. He continued happily, saying that that water is activating every cell of his, and practicing there will really be twice the result in half the time. Then she leaves, leaving with the crystal. She leaves taking the little skeleton of a change, leaving him all silly, saying that the arena is over there, and thinks that he didn't expect to get so many divine crystals in a few hours. After all, a normal warrior of the true god level would take 2 or 3 days to get all that, and he gave it without even hesitating. She says that it seems that this deal will yield very good results, and she says that for the good of her kingdom she has to get along with him, and so he opens up storage space with several crystals that he didn't give her, and he thinks that he will have to keep that in a safe place to keep it well away from his nose. I thought it was strange that Proto was being so generous. I knew this guy is such a scoundrel. And so when he returns, he thinks that it was a beauty, as he has completed the second level of the Divine Demon Golden Body, and his physical strength is already almost at the upper stage of the ranked Nova, and the Demon Suppressing Fist was also mastered in the last battle, and now he can kill a rank 9 with its strength. And adding to the flight speed of spiritual control, even though his power is below rank 6 for the world, he is a complete rank 9. And he talks about Yuan, who was seriously injured after the battle against Anna, and he thinks he will never return to the kingdom of the lower sea. And soon, the only threat to him on that continent would be another legendary level opponent, and his normal strength would still be greater than his, and he immediately orders Anna to wake up Ruya and get ready, as he spent a lot of money on advertising, and the store will catch fire that day. And she's really going to do it, but the store is empty as hell, and his sister notices that there is not a soul there, asking if he took the day off. And he starts to be ironic with her. She apologizes if she interrupted the huge line of customers, saying that your classes ended early, and she still has a class with Mr. King of Poisons. But then she reads a news story that the Extraordinary Mascot Store is guaranteed to get a place in the top tier of the Elite League of Cities. And they say that the 3 customers who have purchased the most products in any branch of the store within the established period will receive a special prize, free of charge. And she says that this is really dirty, because there are dozens of branches spread throughout the city, and just from the flow of customers they can selling at a bargain price. And Proto starts to laugh, and she asks what he's laughing at, and he says he liked her indignation, saying that he found it cute, and she asks what all this talk is about out of nowhere, saying that she just thinks it's unfair. And she gets angry with injustices and nothing more. However, Proto says that what they're doing isn't unfair, but it's more complicated than that, and they called last year's champion to do advertising for them. And since most people follow the crowd and believe in the propaganda, they must get all the customers in town. Then the little sister says that they can't let him leave on his best foot, asking why he doesn't promise a top 10 finish too. But Proto says that if he's going to announce it, it should be something big, and he's simply going to guarantee the champion. And so Proto really announces to everyone that he's going to make them the champion, and everyone who was in that huge line goes to Proto's store, and the executives start to get pissed because he's guaranteed to get a first place. It's clearly a direct challenge to their store, so they complain that their leader, the store owner, asks everyone to sit down, telling them not to wear themselves out because of a loudmouth kid, saying that they just want to be famous, asking the public relations people to force them to reveal who the chosen ones are. And he says that they just have to exaggerate the stories of the store and the power of the chosen ones until they explode, and the more they offend, the better it will be. And they won't be able to handle the floor of public opinion. Meanwhile, Su Kwang goes to Proto asking if it's a joke, so he asks if it seems like he's joking, but asks about the candidates, and his little sister asks if he's really going to do what's in the ad and choose a client who's on the list of biggest spenders. He says no, saying that it was just to get attention. He says that it's too uncertain to say that an unknown would win. This matter will directly affect the future of the store, and there can be no room for error. Then he says that he has to choose someone trustworthy, looking at those two. Then Shukong asks if false advertising won't cause a big problem. But he asks how it would, because if he chose, the boy would invest heavily, so that would take him to the top. And Shukwang says yes, but then the little sister says that she wants to be the representative, saying that she accepts any training, even the hardest ones, asking to be trained. Then he tells her not to mess around, because the training to become a champion is tough, and with the 4 elders training her and the Silver Draco, she would already enter the top 10 by herself. But she says she doesn't want to get into the top 10. She wants to get stronger as soon as possible, because she wants to catch up with him. And she says she doesn't know why, but he must have trained like hell to get to his current level. So she knows she'll never be as strong if she keeps living in his shadow. And he says that it's just her first year at the academy closing, and getting into the elite top 10 is already a huge feat, asking why she's so anxious, because if he chooses the entire city, he'll target her, and not to mention the Vipers from the 4 main families. And the rival store will also play dirty, and says that everyone on the streets, even her old friends, will start looking at her sideways, saying that this whole game is a life or death bet. But the girl says she'd already thought about that, since the moment she decided to become a trainer. And when she and her mother blacked out, she should have realized this kind of crisis. That mascot master skills were very strong, and he was the one who protected them from behind the scenes. And she says that she's not someone who will take more than she can chew, saying that she also wants to protect everyone around her. Then he says that he should have thought about that, but they notice someone screaming for money back, and the system issues a mission, saying that someone is trying to defame the store and he must save his reputation by killing that person. So he thinks that this is the first time he's seen such a violent reaction from the system, asking what's going on. And outside, a guy says that the store damaged his mascot, saying that not only did it lose its power, but it will also die very soon, and says that he has a contract in his hands, telling him not to try to deny it. So everyone starts to focus on this, but then Anna tells them to be quiet, throwing everyone to the ground, and he asks if they are going to use force against him, saying that he is going to call the police and close that store, and then Prota arrives asking Anna to stop, saying that he is the owner of the store, asking what happened. And at that, the man says that he can prove it himself, pulling out a wolf and saying that he was the one who did that. So, Prota confirms his name and says that the mascot was taken to the store the day before yesterday and taken home yesterday. And there is also his signature saying that he checked the mascot and was taking it home. When asked about his signature, he does not deny that it is, but says that it does not change the fact that she is feeling unwell that day and her fox started to feel unwell after she got home. And Prota asks him not to worry, because he's going to take a look. And so he looks at it, noticing that her combat power really dropped and not a little, saying that those marks don't look like a disease, and on the contrary, they look like poison. Then he asks Anna if she knows how to cure it, and she says yes, but the guy starts saying that she went to the pet hospital. So the doctor there said that it was a mutation caused by rush training and drug use, and if she could have been cured, she would have been already. But then, Anna slaps him, telling him to talk less and get out of the way, and he starts trying to talk to everyone she attacked him. And the girl uses her power to cure the animal, removing that poisoning, and she becomes calm again. Then everyone is surprised because the girl is very good, and they say that the fox was so weak, but it's already back on its feet. And her power returns to ranked set. And he says that not only did he cure the poison, but he also leveled her up. And she starts licking that idiot's face and he wonders how this is happening. Then Prota notices that something is wrong and he says that since she was cured, he won't get involved in the process and this time he'll accept it. But he says that this shouldn't happen again, telling him to leave, but Prota holds him back, asking him to wait, saying that his store will do a complete check on her, and he should go with him for a minute. And he's taken to prison, and Prota says that he didn't relax when the fox was cured, and on the contrary he got nervous, asking if his purpose was not to talk about the mascot. Also asking who sent him, and the guy asks what Prota is talking about, asking if he's gone crazy, telling him to let him go or else he'll call the police. Then Prota asks if he wants to play the badass, lifting him up with his stellar aura, saying he'll pay to see. And then he notices that that's the power of a rank 9, and he asks if he knows what happens to those who mess with a rank 9, asking if he's really going to keep playing innocent, saying that they haven't even started yet. Then he starts talking about, saying it was the Lu family, and Prota realizes that it's from the rival store. So he tells the kid to continue, and he says that his mascot got badly injured while it was in a fight, and healing a mascot before the Elite League costs a fortune. Some employees of the Lu family showed up and said they would take care of her for free if he blamed it on him. Then he asks the name of the person who sent this and what he looks like, and he says he doesn't know, because they were all wearing masks and he couldn't see their faces. Then he asks Anna if she has something to read minds, but she says that gods don't use something so low. And he says he gives her 2 points. She says he already confessed, asking if she thinks he's lying, but he says yes, because he explained everything too calmly, and he had an answer for everything, saying he looks like a ready-made story, and if the rival store stooped that low, if they put them in, there's going to be a beating, and so she uses that power. Tries to attack her, but she easily stops his power with one hand, and tells him to open his soul to her, and she sees every step he takes in the store being beaten by the guys, and receiving a completely fantastical cure, and he says he heard that that poison destroys the body and causes an agonizing death, saying that there is no antidote. But that guy says that if he can blame the store, he will give him a rank 8, and he gets totally greedy, while his fox starts crying, and he asks her for forgiveness. Then Pronto gets really pissed, and he says he was desperately asking them to let him go, and so the fox starts biting Prota, protecting its owner, and he says that for the fox's sake, he will disappear into the world, and will treat her super well from now on, saying that she cannot be without him, and so he calls Anna, saying that he will give her 2 more points, telling her to break their bond for him. And she quickly takes her spear and breaks that bond. Then the fox stops biting him. So he tells the fox to come back there, saying that he is its master, asking it to defend him now. Then Prota says that he is not worthy of owning even a bacteria, calling him shit. And so the kid starts asking him not to kill him, but Prota talks about killing, saying that he doesn't dirty his hands with shit. So he goes to the Zo mansion, and they notice him and Rankinobis arriving with the Bravos. And Prota tells them to tell his patriarch to go there, because the owner of the rival store wants to have a word with him, so they ask him to wait. But Prota says that his patience is short, making his dragon almost spit fire, and he goes towards the place, and crashes head on into a barrier, and they say that the clan members are not allowed to enter. And Prota says he came to see the clan leader, asking if they didn't hear him. Then the commander of the troops starts talking about how he has a lot of swagger, asking who he thinks he is to look like that, saying that the marked lady can't whether enter, she's rank 9 or not. Then Prota says that if they refuse to listen to him, he'll have to enter by force, gathering the second form of his divine fist and throwing a punch at that barrier, breaking it. And so, they wonder what kind of attack this is, and send Zarya with all her strength to resist. But while they do this, they start to bleed. The commander doesn't believe he can break that formation, so 2 guardians arrive and stop the boy, saying that it's better for the formation to dissipate before it's destroyed. So they use the Shuangwu explosion, and the commander thanks them for helping him, and the patriarch arrives saying that the minimum requirement to join that troop is rank 7. Then he wonders when they became so incompetent, saying that they couldn't even resist a rank 9 youth. And he says that's why he had to send 2 of his guardians. Then the commander says that it's his fault, saying that he couldn't stop the melee. Then, Prota asks if that's the head of the Zo family, saying that it'll make things a lot easier, since their employees just plotted against his store, asking to hand them over. But then the first guardian starts barking, saying that he went there alone and they expect him to hand over something. And so they begin to summon their pets to fight against Proda. But he says that they protect themselves with ants and think that would be enough. But then the patriarch says that he is the frog at the bottom of the well, making a weird formation with everyone around. And the immortal green dragon's punishment formation stops on top of him. And he says that he is just a dragon, telling him to fight and get married. He is sure that he wants to continue covering up those responsibilities. But the patriarch asks how dare he be so arrogant, especially knowing that he will die. Then he thinks that reaching rank 9 is something extremely difficult, but someone from the lower stage challenges him. The person in the upper stage would be the same as rank 3 facing rank 9, and he tells the boy that it is not too late to ask for mercy. Then he says that even if he has the strength of a rank 9, the power to destroy in the form of the dragon's punishment is that the limit of rank 9 power is a hair's breadth away from reaching legendary rank, and says that he could even face Daozong himself. But Proda, seeing that attack coming, stands still and talks to the purgatory dragon and the shitty dog, asking them to go forward and use their best skills against it. And so they stop that attack, and the guy who was setting Proda up keeps asking for help. Then they notice that they managed to resist a supreme attack that borders on legendary, who wonders what kind of absurd defense is that. But Proda says that it doesn't matter, because he didn't go there to talk. Then he sends the little skeleton, which they notice is just a little skeleton. But the brat simply summons the aura of the Demon King, showing who the owner of this work is using the dragon's cut. And the patriarch is shocked by that dragon slayer, saying that it is a rare attack that is extremely strong against dragon types. And he says that that little skeleton cannot be underestimated, so he fuses Suzaku's armor together with the dragon, but Proda then asks if he will morph, saying that it is too late and the little skeleton manages to cut that slobber. And the patriarch starts to spit blood while being scared that it was in just one blow, and they ask if they are okay. And so I think that this is a curse because he wanted to lure that brat to strike the Lu family in the back. But he wonders how it all ended like this, because he used his star power to erase the key memories of everyone involved and left no recording or evidence. Wondering how the hell he found it, then Proda says he will ask again, asking if they will still continue to protect him. Them, and the patriarch says he's going to hand them over, telling someone to bring those responsible, and he says he didn't even use a weapon to attack them, saying that his sword must have a frightening power. And he starts to think that he expects him to calm down or catch those responsible, saying that more than half of Zhou Wang and Jun's army died, and the ancestral home was destroyed and 4 of the strongest soldiers were injured, so the damage was much greater, saying it's time to change strategy. And so they bring the men he asked for. Then everyone keeps asking them not to kill him, and the patriarch says that those are the reckless ones who did that. Then he asks if anyone is missing, and that scaredy cat guy who went to mess with Proda says he doesn't know them. And they've never seen that guy either, and Proda is in doubt about this, saying that they are the same people who appeared in his memory of Suking, wondering if the memories were altered. And the elder back there says that this is why he always sends several groups for a single mission, and their duty is to erase the memory with the appearance of the person who sent them. And it seems that he couldn't decipher this, saying that that boy reached his family and probably must have used some secret treasure to search Sun's mind and saw memory residues. But he thinks that no matter how powerful these treasures are, they use a lot of energy or have a limited number of dares, saying that he will never find. But then Proda connects a line to him, talking to the patriarch who is so sad that he loses his patience, asking him not to try to deceive him, saying that the last time he told him to hand it over to him. Whoever planned it executed it all, because if his store is defamed once more, the price to be paid will be in blood. And so the patriarch becomes afraid, asking how he can be so sure. And so he says that in fact there are more people being brought, asking them to hurry up, so everyone who is involved goes there, and they continue asking Proda to spare them. And so the patriarch says that these are all the people responsible, and Proda says that to tell the truth, even if the main culprit is not there, what they did does not deserve death. But more important than the system's mission, his purpose there is greater than that, to demonstrate his authority. And so that this does not happen again in the future, so he cannot be soft-hearted. And so he kills everyone involved, and the human first of all thinks that after killing so many people he must have calmed down, saying that they will finally get rid of that ruthless killer. But then the system says that everyone involved was killed and the one responsible is still alive. And then the boy tells the little skeleton to do his part, and so he jumps on top of that house and breaks it in half, and so the elder says that everyone involved has been handed over. Asking why he keeps destroying his family's home, saying that this is unreasonable. And Proda asks if he is being unreasonable, saying that they still haven't given him the creator of the plan, so he will keep eliminating them one by one until he finds them, saying that they will start with the patriarch. Patriarch starts to fart, saying that if he loses one of the guardians, it would be like the family losing an arm, and his whole body is paralyzed trying to save that arm, and he asks Zoji to go there. He gets scared of this, and Proda realizes that he was the one who planned everything, asking if he has anything to say, and he starts to laugh, saying that because of a store in the backyard, an entire family is being destroyed. Then he looks at that guy who made the theater. His plan is being discovered, saying that he dies but takes him with him, so he punches the kid that makes him spit blood. But the little skeleton comes from behind and kills him quickly, and Proto just asks the Purgatory Dragon to incinerate him, killing him completely. And everyone thinks at the same time that it was very good that he didn't participate in this. And the Patriarch says that from now on, the entire street where his store is located is forbidden ground for the Zal family, and they will never mess with that man again. And so the system says that the one responsible was more. And after barbecuing the two jerks, the Patriarch lowers his head, saying that everyone involved in the honor of his store has been handed over to him. He hopes that this has calmed Prota's anger, but he says that it is not over yet, because he only punished those responsible. However, the damage caused by the defamation still continues. Then he says that the Zhou family has to broadcast an announcement throughout the city admitting that they did something against his store and Innocentando. And in addition, they will compensate him for the money he lost by coming there. The Patriarch agrees to this, saying that he will personally take care of the apology announcement, but inside he is very angry, saying that there were rumors going around on the internet that the store owner was a very powerful man who had already defeated many legendary fighters. And it was not a rumor, if he finds out who published that, the Patriarch himself will kill him. And he asks Proto what he wants in compensation. Money, properties, or treasures. But he says that he will not ask for anything too much, as only a set of celestial treasures, some materials and a treasure for cultivating battle pets will be enough. But he says that he wants what his young master dares, and the Patriarch is shocked, as the young master is the first successor of the family. And in order to raise his qualifications to at least get close to the previous Patriarch, they have exhausted all the best quality resources that the family controlled. Then he asks how he can ask them to hand over these resources, as that would make the Zhou family never rise again, saying that he is treating them like pigs. So, Proto says that maybe he really is, because he didn't think about a little detail that he can even make a dog become the next Patriarch if he wants. Didn't you just see that he literally X1'd all of you in one? Like this, you guys are butting heads. The guy could kill everyone there without realizing it. And they begin to ask how he dares to compare their Patriarch to animals, saying that he can even kill a man, but not defame his honor, saying that if Proto wants to fight, they will fight. Then the Patriarch tells them all to shut up. They don't understand anything, so he asks if they've already forgotten, because that guy's little skeleton might have a strange appearance. And even though he is only the first rank star pet, he has shown to have some tricks up his sleeve and has the aura and strength of a river. Beast, talk about the little skeleton, son, talk about the little skeleton. Simply my brother, comrade, I like it a lot. And the Patriarch says that people say that even pigs can be trained to rank 9, and from what they've seen, he doesn't think it's a metaphor. So everyone gets scared, and Supam says that his attitude is worthy of a Patriarch, and if he wants to work with him, he can train them super powerful pets and provide rare pet food at well below market price. And he says that he has been coveting a position in the 4 main families for a long time and says that to challenge in battle against the 4 families must have a well-armed army, and he is the arms supplier who can turn a man into a nuclear bomb. And so the Patriarch asks if by chance his goal is the 4 families, but Proto tells him to aim higher and says that the entire city will be his store. My friend, there is no table. There is no table. There is no table that can be measured. There is none. There is none. There is none. You can put down a red carpet. And so, the next day, everyone finds out that it was the blue family's work. So I ask if they changed their minds, because a minute ago everyone was beating up Boss Zoe's store. Then they say it was just a joke and go back to gossip saying that Supinho went to the Zoe family's house in a fit of rage, cut the entire mansion into 4, and they start saying that they didn't think that. And the mission was complete, asking if he wants to receive a legendary technique for the mascot. And when she accepts that, a golden sphere appears in front of her. And it is the Soul Cloak technique that grants the mascot the ability to merge with its master for a short time. And he is surprised by this because it is the ability that only legendary masters can master, besides that it can now be learned directly by stellar mascots. And he thinks that this is a very stolen reward and says that this technique is even scary. Who he should teach this to, thinking about merging with the Dragon of Purgatory, and he would have a very angry design. And he thinks that with this he would become a dragon warrior because breathing fire like a dragon and flying after this seems pretty cool. But he says that he has been used to flying with spiritual control for a long time, and turning into a dragon would be a waste. And he wonders if he's the dark draconic dog, thinking he's going to turn into a werewolf or a furry from Dark Romance, and thinks it would be nice to be able to use an improved version of the Soul Chase. But then he remembers that the dog is kind of silly, so he says it doesn't sound good. And in the end, the best choice for this technique has to be him. Yeah, bro, I agree with you. And look how the brat comes out of the portal. He already starts looking for someone to kill. He learned it right from the psychopath of the owner. He says he didn't ask him to slice anyone this time. And so, he stops Skeleton from learning that technique and he gets all loving, with Proto asking him to absorb it right away because it's nice, and he finishes absorb learning that. And Proto notices that he gained half a point of strength. saying that this is wonderful and says that from now on the little skeleton will not be able to get stronger in common battles. And he says that with strength 10 the little skeleton could not face the guardian dragon. At the top of the dragon tower with the strength of a beast king, he says that the little skeleton had to revive to win the fight, and his strength went up to. After absorbing all the blood pearl, he obtained his previous strength and went up to 10. Then, after entering the land of the fallen demigods and fighting fiercely against those worms, he reached 11 with Anna's help and says that he did not imagine that a legendary technique would increase his strength, since he had fought so much with half a point. And he says that now that he has solved the problem with the store, he sends a message to Go, saying that he will take 2 rank 5 rookies to train somewhere, asking him to help find a suitable place, saying that now is the time to secure a podium. And so, already in another place, Frende says that the strong man that Prota is talking to must be that guy with the sword technique, who can kill countless 9th order mascots with just his own strength. And Prota asks him to come, and he says that he hasn't been there for just a few days, and he doesn't recognize her anymore, saying that he must be ready to learn the art of the sword, since he contacted him like that all of a sudden, and he says yes, saying that he wonders what kind of stage he would like to teach him. And Dawson says that his swordsmanship style is very open. Preferably, they should be mountains and seas. Then, Prota starts messing with his bookshelf and opens another world for all 3 of them. Idalzon wonders how this hologram can be so realistic, since he can even smell the sea. And he says that it's not a great technique, and he can use this testing field without worry, because even if he damages it, it will be restored immediately. And Dawson then goes straight to the confrontation, saying that many people have wanted to learn his sword skills, but they are either not good enough or their understanding is too low. But he should be able to handle it, so he asks him to draw his sword. Prota calls the skeleton and Dalzon doesn't quite understand and asks if it wasn't him who wanted to arrest him, and in fact it was the skeleton, and he says yes, saying that he won't be able to feed him for now, saying that he will be guiding him. And he says that of course he won't let him work for nothing, telling him to accept a star fruit. And Dalzon recognizes that this fruit can take a 9th order pet master 1 order, and he thinks that although this won't allow him to reach the legendary level, it will already improve his training in 2 years. And it is very useful, and most importantly, this item is very valuable for an average pet and has no price on the market. And even if he has millions of dollars, he might not be able to get one. And Dawson says that this is not a form of payment, and if he is not at the upper level of the 9th position, he will not be able to learn his blade of stellar turbulence, and he feels that he will not be able to teach such an inferior being. And so Prota orders the little skeleton to go after him with the superior blade technique. And the cut is so absurd that he brings the Demon King back from the clubhouse and attacks, shaking almost the entire sea. And Prota asks Dalzon if he has seen enough of the little skeleton's skills. And he says that the superior blade technique is a 7th order technique of the mascot, and only 60% of strength can be added to its attack. So he has just touched the limit of the blade art. And Dawson thinks that this little skeleton already has the power to split seas, and its unique blade, Turbulent, can add 120% of its own strength to its basic attack. And if he lets this little skeleton learn it completely, he can't imagine how strong he will be. And with that, he gets excited to teach the technique to the little skeleton. Skeleton is the best technique he has, because if he can't teach him that day, he won't be able to sleep. He pulls out all the swords and goes after the guy. And Prota thinks it's a shame not to keep such rare professional material, telling Hu Yen to take a picture of them practicing and make a poster to hang in the store. And returning to his friend AI and also to his sister, he says that he finished what he was doing and is going to take the 2 of them to the desert. So he gets a pimply military car and starts driving around with them. And Frenda starts praising the car, saying that he heard from his sister that it's not available for a normal pioneer, and you have to be at least in the silver category to be able to buy one, and says that it's a great way to go to the desert area. And he's going to ask that pioneer that he saved last time to show him a suitable desert area, because he didn't expect him to be so attentive, even giving him the car. And he says that he'll pay for the armor later. At that, his sister starts asking where Prota was, because she heard on the internet that he got into a fight with someone, asking if he's not hurt, and he says he's fine, saying that it was because of a great power, because the Zhou family was annoying him. So he went to talk to them, and then he sought justice. He kindly makes it very clear to both of them that he killed the people involved along with their subordinates. And Frende says that the Zhou family is one of the most respected families in his city, asking how he dealt with them so easily. And his sister asks if it was because of her business of competing as a champion, so he tells her not to be silly, saying that, as they get stronger, they will inevitably have to fight stronger families, and she should feel guilty about it because it has nothing to do with her. And he had his own reasons. Then Frende asks if he was really going to win first place, but he says he wanted to. However, as a store owner, that wouldn't attract any publicity. Besides, the best thing about being a champion is that he can be taught by a legendary mascot master, which for them is a great opportunity, but for Prota it is literally useless. And already in the infected land, the diabolical war dog is eating a bunch of people, so the little sister asks to watch. So, her kitten, which should be cute, throws a black hell at that monster's face. He throws back some spark thorns in the cat's direction, but it disappears. But the moss beast from the cemetery appears behind him holding the dog's leg. So the little sister orders the fire beast to attack again with a fire tornado explosion, dealing pretty strong damage to that monster, but it gets nervous again and lets go again. And he changes his plan, wanting to attack the masters this time, and Friend A asks the little sister to be careful, because he is going after her. This time they try to start blocking, and so he puts another one of his beasts, and she sends the Snow Moon Dragon out to help. He sends her baby Blue Eye to use the Moon Claws, and they even manage to defeat that monster, but behind them another one appears, and she quickly activates the Star Shield, saving her friend A, and the top-level poisonous python appears by surprise, and the girl is the daughter of Garaspeo. So he uses the soul-devouring beast to launch the miasma of darkness so they can escape. Then she thanks him for the help, and he says that ferocious beast seems to be poisonous, asking if she is okay. And the girl says that he saved her life, and Professor Eric and the Poison River taught her high-level healing and antidote techniques, so she can easily cure that. I'm cured. Did you like it? And he says he didn't know that, but she remembers telling him to never call her sister, because it seems like they're the same age when he does that. And Proto starts laughing up in the sky, while Shu says that this isn't good, because the beast must be calling for reinforcements. And the little sister says that the miasma that hid their tracks hasn't dissipated. They haven't been found yet, so they have the advantage. And she tells them to combine their mascot attacks and crowd together. And Proto thinks that that was a good training place, but what it looks like, it seems that he underestimated that desert. And he says that in no way is his sister inferior to the young promises he claims to have thought that by asking his brother Shu for help to take some of the pressure off her, he would help her. Was wrong, so he says that Sumin can really seize the chance to win the Elite League, and she won't have to worry about her safety every day. He heard that the pet industry is flourishing in the neighboring continent's sacred city of light, wondering what it's like. And so, after defeating all those monsters, he goes to them, saying that it's time to rest. And neither of them wants to stop, saying that they're not tired and that they want to fight more ferocious beasts. With Sun Min saying that he's never had a fight as good as this one, and she wants to save more money to improve the lunar dragon in the store. And he says that's fine, telling her to do it at her own pace. Meanwhile, at the explorer's base in the hunting authorization camera, he starts to calculate some points. The next one is asking how many points he got, and they say that his total points were 1,280. And he's shocked by this because he hunted a lot of animals but still got a very low score. And the agent says that the points obtained by hunting are clearly listed, and beasts of a rank are worth 10 points. Those of rank 2 are worth 50, those of 3 are worth 100. Those of 4th rank are worth 1,000, 10,000 for the 5th and 100,000 for the 6th. Also, rank 7 is worth 500,000. And the guys start laughing because the strongest beast he hunted was a rank 4. But even laughing at him, they try to encourage him because being a solid hunter and coming back alive is already a huge advantage. And just like the next one, comes the Night Wolves with 64 members, and the score is a pretty big number, right? 1,572,000. And the previous kid points. Is shocked that this is the amount that the groups get. Then they ask themselves how they should distribute the merit points. And the captain says that it will be 100,000 for each person on the first team, 200 for each person on the second team, and 5,000 for each rookie. And that loser starts crying, saying that it was a loss that he went alone, saying that he will need to find a team. Then he calls explorers 91, 92, and 93, saying that there are 3 people on the team, and they notice that the total points that these people got were 2,256,720. And guess who comes out of there with his little sister and his friend A? Then everyone is shocked by the division of those points among only 3 people. And the guard asks how the points will be divided. And so Proto says he's out. It's all those 2. He asks them how they intend to divide it, if it's going to be half for each one. But she says that his little sister saved his skin over and over again, so he should leave more points for her. But she says that she only did what she had to, and it's fair to get half for each one. Then he starts to dust, asking why. Why do they have more points? Saying that this hunt yielded more than 1.5 million. And that previous team starts to complain, because each rookie only got 5,000. And they talk to the south, asking why she doesn't say anything. Look at Katreya, the mouse's owner. Oh, I miss you so much, man. Why did it have to be that girl? And her friend, who doesn't want to do anything, keeps asking if she's going to let those hard days of work be paid for with the change. Saying that even if you don't use them to buy secret treasures for the warehouse, you can't even buy a mascot training with. Then the captain simply yells for everyone to be quiet. The veterans start saying that the rookies really don't know anything. And it's the first time they've gone out exploring and they learned everything from their team leader. And they're still turning a blind eye to other people's scores, saying they're lucky to be able to carry the equipment. And they say that of course they did it because they're still students and had a few problems here and there, but none of them were serious. Besides, they say that in the battle against the rank 8 flaming mammoth Draco, if Hatayu gives in, he'll be tamed. If they had mobilized the other beasts, they probably wouldn't have been able to eliminate them all without a scratch. Besides, several of them hunted rank 5 or 6 beasts, and each one there deserves a lot of points for that, and they say that they want the points that are rightfully theirs. And so the little sister tries to get Prota's attention, but he tells her to calm down and not judge yet, telling her to
Then
keep
the captain
listening. Tells them not to think they're great hunters just because they killed the animals. Then they ask if now he's going to say that they don't hunt well. And the captain says that when it comes to hunting vacations, the veterans there have been at it for a long time and everyone there has the strength to kill these bigger animals, and the hunt that time was very good and earned a lot of points. And yes, but they shouldn't forget how they came back alive. For the scouts, planning, medical treatment, and logistics. He asks if they were the ones who planned all this. Outside, as they have joined his team, they risk themselves for him, and whoever gets hurt has a hospital. But this also means that they are not alone, and every penny earned has to be shared among their companions. And he says that if they think the division is unfair, they can go on their own. After all, they can let reality tell them how much each of them is worth. So the little sister feels a little down. Proto notes this down and says that his little sister never accepted injustice and always acted with integrity. And it's not a bad thing, but if you're not strong, it's easy to be defeated. And now it's time to adjust this temperament. And he asks the two not to forget that the path they are following is 100 lifetimes harder than theirs, and he orders. They quickly exchange their merit points for money and spend it all in the store, saying that there is a month left until the tournament and he will bring them there every week to earn money. And if they want to be first on the list of biggest consumers, it will depend on them. So, she becomes more motivated, returning to the store, leaving her dragon in Anna's hands. So, Shu also passes by there buying a lot of stuff. And Proto watches that world from above as they train, and the list of biggest consumers arrives with the little brother 10th. And so they keep training, training, and buying. And the day before, the day the tournament starts, the store's customer list closes, and he says he will reveal the guaranteed champion. And wonder who was chosen. And the owner of the rival store gets all excited about this, saying that the mascot store is finally going to reveal its supposed champion. And he wants the revealed name to spread throughout the city that day, because if the Blue family hasn't been able to deal with him since summer, what will the four families think of this? They start to see who the person is who will compete for first place, saying that the name doesn't mean anything, saying that he's going to beat her up. And seeing the photo of Prada's brother, he asks his patriarch, because if he falls into the same bracket as that person, he could kill her without thinking twice. Man, if you do that, you better know how to resurrect, bro. Or that you kill yourself before he finds you, because that's going to be. And so 2 welcomes to everyone at the event, and the audience goes crazy, because the little sister is already among the participants with blood in her eyes. And so the presenter says that the gates have been closed, and the energy shield and force field of the arena have been activated. And the theme of that competition is to eliminate the swarm. And a bunch of moths, bees, flying bees, butterflies come at them, and they are already scared by those rank V phantom papillon bees, because they are super aggressive, unpredictable, and very poisonous. And yes, they say that is exactly it, because the rule of the competition to eliminate the swarm is to survive the swarm of bees that can paralyze or faint their targets with a single sting. And they say that the time limit is 6 hours, so they are shocked to have to endure that for 6 whole hours. He starts running, saying that this is not a competition. He's picking 1,000 suckers and killing them all for free. And the commentator reminds them not to embarrass themselves, telling them to summon their mascots. And the Vice Dong returns to narrate another competition, saying that this one will be much tougher than the previous ones. But he says that this level is nothing more than a joke for Luo Fenchong from Jianglan, saying that he will do it with ease. And Vincenzo is also there with him and Proda, saying that he trained Yi how to be the best. Then Proda asks why those two are there, and so Dong says that Proda's sister is the one with all the spotlight that day. Then Zhou tells him that after the exchange fights, his behavior was not forgotten by the teachers and students of Jianlan, and they all admire him as an endless king. And with that, he asks if Proda would like to join his academy with a gold medal teacher, saying that they pay 5 times more than what Fengshan offers him. Then, Donk starts to get pissed, asking if he wants to steal his teacher outright. And Sol says that teacher Su has cosmic and phenomenal powers, and the Fengshan Academy is just a little lamp. So he starts to get dumber and dumber. And in the middle of all this, Proda finally remembers that he is also a teacher. And he says that's right, that he hasn't been teaching classes lately. And he also used the academy's connections to get training material. And his teacher ranking must be way down there. But Dong says that as long as they are there, that won't happen. And he found out that Proda beat up the Blue family all by himself. And even though he's not teaching, he's still a treasure of Fenshin. And besides, many students who have come to his shop have said that their mascots have gotten much stronger. And thanks to his shop, the key growth indicators for his teachers are much easier to meet. And he says that's why he's going to promote Supim to the position of director of Fengshan's training department. And he says that even though it's a new department, he'll receive half of the school's jiu-jitsu fund. He won't have to teach during the week. He'll only be in charge of the academy's training, asking what Proda tells him. Then he says he'll milk this cow, saying that they'll talk about it later, because right now he only wants to know about the competition. The Vice Zoo is rotten because that old fox, in order to keep his pin as his teacher, opened the world to half of the Academy's resources, asking where the Ethics Council is because he should have done this Then before. The presenter asks again if the trainers are ready, because those who don't fight or can't fight anymore will be removed from the arena. And man, isn't this some kind of Pokemon or some other game of Plants vs. Zombies? Oh, I'm starting to feel like you guys are trying to sue. And he also says that if anyone attacks these flowers with opaque petals, they will also be disqualified from the competition. And so he starts again with those bees and the others are attacked one by one. And so several start to fall right away and the round keeps promising. PVZ plant that was left without work after the end of the zombie and is collecting everyone. And so the wasps go after their little sister and say that another participant unfortunately didn't see him and the swarm is approaching. But she dodges them very easily. She thinks that this swarm is too big, and it's likely that there's no trainer controlling it. But even if it's a wild swarm, she asks why they don't attack the rescue team's flowers, asking if that would be a coincidence. And so on the other side of the field, the redhead with the short hair says that this is easy to solve, saying that all you have to do is use good old brute force to go after the bees, saying that he'll take care of them with a beating. The presenter notices that this trainer chose not to reveal his mascot, saying that he's only trusting his own techniques, and he killed several papillon bees at once, at the same time that he's showing off his strength while hiding. The trapdoor opens behind him and goes. Several other bees appear running after the guy, and in the end he also ends up being eliminated. Then the presenter jokes with him, saying that brute force really doesn't solve everything. And he says that these bees reproduce very quickly, and they have a large stock of them. So even if confined, in their strength they must not underestimate the enemy. And so, the little sister says that most of the participants are at rank 4, few are at rank 5. And only a handful have reached rank 6. But even if everyone was at rank set, it is not possible to resist 6 hours under such an intense attack, not to mention that it is not possible to deal with a swarm using only force. And she thinks that this test is not measuring her combat power, saying that there is some catch. And so she looks at 3 beings there next to her observing him. And they notice that she is the one who wants to compete against their young master in the finals, saying that they will show her who she has messed with. And here they are the children of the Tang family. Meanwhile, the little sister starts to do something useful by testing her assumption, asking what happens if she brings the swarm to one of the sheets with opaque petals. So, they are not attacked, and she says she knew because the swarm does not see the flowers as enemies and ignores them. And she says that if they do not identify enemies with such precision, it can only be in 2 ways. One is using a mascot with range control over the entire field, and the second would be using some secret treasure that repels insects on the flowers' bodies. And if it is a mascot, you would be able to feel the use of star power from its trail, but so far nothing has happened. And she says that if it is the second case, but while she is thinking, those Tang guys try to attack her. And the girl comes to the exact conclusion at a very bad moment, saying that this is why they said not to damage the flowers with opaque petals. And the Vice Zoo meanwhile gets scared, because here they are the hidden weapons of the Tang family. The silver scorpion stinger and the dragon's pitcher blade, with Vice Dong saying that their venom is so strong that only one is loved by anyone below rank. And so, the girl is not even hit by any of those hidden weapons, dodging them quite easily. And she, in addition to dodging, catches it on the tip of her feet and returns it with the grafting technique, throwing it back at the 3, also killing the bees in the middle of the way. They wonder how she can know that Tang family technique, and she starts to think that there must be other treasures ready to repel the swarm somewhere in the arena, and if she finds it, she wins this round. I'm getting happy that the author is giving a buff outside of the little sister's body. Huh? He's making her irrelevant in the work. While the bees keep going up above, the trainers try to attack them in every way, and one of them uses a wall of fire to defend himself, and the others seeing this notice that it is a 6th rank skill, asking him to let them hide with him, but the boy asks if he looks like it is an elimination fight. Besides, there is a chance that he will betray him, he having saved them, and they swear they would never do something like that. But the kid starts to think it was a good thing he trained his boss, because otherwise he would have gotten himself into such trouble too. And so the bees start to explode. And at that, the little sister notices something, saying that she searched the entire field, but couldn't find a secret treasure to repel insects. So she starts to wonder if this treasure would be hidden in the middle of the exam, and she thinks that if it is hidden in one of the papillon bees, she will have to feel it with star power. So she starts to scan, thinking that there has to be a leader. So she finally manages to find it and uses the rank V strength and speed enhancement to get close to the bee and grab its wing. And she simply breaks it. The commentator says that it is just a hell of a review, since it only took an hour, and the first participant found the right way to pass this round. And everyone pays attention to the little sister, and he congratulates Su-min for being the first place. And some of the guys start crying over spilled milk, because they must have destroyed dozens of that immunity ring. And Vice Dong thinks that it was good that she found the answer in time, because he was afraid that Feng Shui would lose another star. But VC, Zhu says that the move Su Min used to get the secret treasure just now was extremely precise and refined. Asking Proda how he trained his sister, he says it was nothing special, since she only learned some of the moves from the Tang family's hidden weapons
And the Vice
master. Zhu, hearing what she trained with the Tang family, assumes that he must have very powerful connections. But if I tell you that the guys from about 4 families there are his subordinates, I mean his little elders, things will get a little... And so, shortly after, several other participants followed Sumi's example and qualified for the next round. He says that there are a total of 100 protection rings to be obtained this way, wishing. And those who have already qualified can now leave the field and go rest, as the group round will take place in 3 days. So the girl is happy that she was able to realize it early, because if she had wasted time like the others, everyone would have ended up disqualified. And she starts to hum all happily, saying that she is going to go home and tell her mother that she passed. But the pig spirit, seeing the girl all happy, says that with the Tang family out of the way, now is her cue. Activating the demonic claw, using her 4-eyed monkey, to activate all those bees with the bloodlust mark. And with that, the girl starts having to dodge the bees with everything. This tells me that this secret art of the Mugia family can make the mascots, without willpower, attract a violent frenzy and make them attack the marked target to the death. But she says that since this ability has an enormous mental weight, the user's mascot has to withstand half of the mental load to be able to use it. Then he notices that she even knows about this, but asks what good it will do. And then, the presenter says that the swarm on the field seems to be being controlled by one of the players. And he went on to disappear in evil. And the audience starts saying that this is dirty work and sabotage, asking who he is asking to be killed, saying that they're going to throw him on Twitter. However, the presenter says that, despite being morally reprehensible, he doesn't have rules explicitly preventing the participants from attacking each other. And the little terror asks, so what if this is ugly, questioning what's the point of being noble and fair if he can only steal the crown, asking if she thinks she can handle all this number alone. And he tells her, full of swagger, that the champion of the league will be the Mugia family. The little sister, just like Proda, won't give in and starts to summon something, and so she calls the tornado of dragon flames. And tell you this in passing, this is one hell of a tower of flames, you know? A respectful dragon of flames. Let's go. And so her black cat appears along with the girl. And look, this family knows how to make a triumphant entrance. Huh? Kitty, look, drank some water over here. The host says that the star mascot that used this high rank skill was the girl's phantom fire Vera. And he says that his mascot came from a rank lineage and mastered a rank 8 skill, saying that she is truly the best of the best. Then the boy asks if that's why he hid the game so much, saying that it is a very strange barcode. But he says that the phantom papillon bees on the field are endless, and he wants to see exactly how long she can use such a powerful fire skill. And he starts trying to use the demonic claw. But then snakes appear around him and he wonders where they came from. And the girl's cat can not only use fire, but is also using a nightmare shadow, putting the two of them in the middle of a hypnosis. And the girl comes close to him, saying that the bloodlust mark has a weak point. Since the mascot has to help his trainer share the mental load, he stops paying attention and it becomes easier to get close. So, she starts to take the ring off him. While she does this, he asks her to wait. But the bees are already on top of him, ready to leave him with more holes than Lu. And she leaves him behind suffering, almost turning into a mummy. And she says that in this life it's kill or be killed. And she says that her brother taught her that. And our pro is producing another assassin on duty. Look, we're already reaching 3, huh? Soon he asks for music. And so the disciples of the Mugia family are also eliminated. And everyone is surprised by Morina's power, saying that she is cruel. And that guy who escaped taking a pial from Proto once says that this is the strength of the guaranteed champion of the mascot shop. Then he says that the internet will stop. And the girl leaves calmly, while he realizes that what the boy said is true. Then Vice Zo says that that was amazing, while Vice Dong tries to talk to Proto, but he disappears from their side. Meanwhile, the little sister continues walking alone around the place, until she notices that something is wrong and the circuits are failing and some people are already dead on the floor. And a man says that the girl is unlucky, because she dared to challenge the 4 great families in the Elite League, asking what the boss is going to do with her, saying that the decision is difficult. Her contractor ordered her arms and legs to be broken. But judging by the photo, it's not something to throw away. So he says it's better to delete it and take it for a walk, because it's been a while since he played with a young girl. There always is, right? Oh man, the Chinese air is unbelievable. And those are the Black Dogs, a famous squad of brothers for committing all kinds of crimes. And their average strength is 8, but they occasionally do the dirty work of the 4 big families and nobody messes with them. And so they start planning to take turns with the girl, but while she walks, someone tries to grab him until she reacts really quickly with her increased strength. And she punches and Proto just holds it, and he says that was the right answer. She asks if he's been drinking because he has to stop testing his reflexes. One day he's gonna end up getting really hurt. However, the boy says that the day she gets it, he'll retire and says he came to get her. She's in doubt about it, saying that the parking lot is closer that way. But he says no, saying that he just came from that side in such filth. So, the wolves start trying to go after them, but they come face to face with the brat who's just calmly waiting for them, and they question what that is because the spaces they heard were from that one over there, and so the little skeleton simply draws his sword. And check out the elements look. This doesn't scare you, son. You're dead inside. And Prota says he called the cleaning team to fix it, and they go the other way. And so they all become just scraps, and the little skeleton causes a bloodbath with the star-destroying cut and simply leaves silently. And so, from outside, he zooms in and waits for the protagonist. And the boy asks what he can do for him, asking if he came to train a mascot. And so he says that he just stopped by to see if that little skeleton was free, because if he's busy, it's okay, and he leaves. And Prota wonders what's going on, because he zooms in. He's there as if he's calling his little friend to play. And he wonders what the little skeleton did in the month he was away. And he says that it doesn't matter because as long as he comes back stronger, it's fine and even better. Then he says that the little skeleton is fine for Dawson. It's always free. And so, going back to the store, Prota sees some things right away and asks Anna what they are. And she says that it's from some incessants that they say are from the Blue family. And she says that they also requested 100 more high-ranking pet training services. And they left a message asking to accept those secret treasures they used in the young master's training. They hope that if it is already out of goodwill to demonstrate that the Zhou family is always at their orders. And he asks if everything is in order. She says that she checked everything with the divine eye. And despite there being no traps or poison, everything is a pile of trash. She questions if the Blue family sends her trash as if it were an offering, asking if this is an insult, questioning if the protagonist wants her to kill him. So he opens it and ends up almost going blind. She says that she was right. However, he is shocked by her calling it trash, because it is trash. What is supposed to be good? And the little sister is shocked by that pile of secret treasures, asking what her brother is going to do with all this, and he says that of course it's all for her cultivation, since she must take those 3 days of rest to absorb all those treasures. However, she is shocked by this, since she has only seen things like that in books, and she doesn't even know how to use them. Then the spoiled maid Tang says that those treasures are too high level for the girl, and if she forces the absorption, her body will explode and she will die. Questioning if no one, he realizes the obvious. And Prota realizes that Ruya is still the young master of one of the 4 great families. So she must know how those treasures work. And so he tells her to come closer, because they got me talking. Come on, bro, it's not just about staying quiet. Just stay in the corner serving the customer. He talked too much, he went around. I recognize Ruya, he takes his little sister for a bath. Somewhat unnecessary. Then she asks him to stop because it's tickling. And Ruya says that if she moves, it will be worse because she was tied up. To avoid side effects during cultivation, telling her to be good, telling her to focus on the sensation of her body. And man, it's not possible, man. Man, help me, man. Censor that, please, for real. And so, an hour before this hell, Prota asks if she knows how to use those treasures. And she asks what he gains by answering, asking if he will release her, and he says yes, but says that only after the Tang family kneels in front of her, and it won't be long now, and she can wait calmly. Little sister over there notices that her brother is turning into a cartoon villain, and she says that he barely played rank 9 and is talking about taking them down, saying that, for his information, the Tang family has bases in several cities, and Longyan City only has one of its divisions with the other 3 great families. And if they are talking about the Tang family, there has to know her whole history. And one day, during the 2nd year, she starts talking a lot of shit. And Prota asked the system if when he captured the year, it said that the contract was not limited to any more Stellas. And so he begins. And so, with him getting closer, she starts saying that she will talk, asking him not to get close, and he says that he tried to make a deal with her, but then he holds both her hands, saying that she didn't want to listen, so he's gonna have to use some tricks, and she starts to blush. But he only uses another temporary contract mark, and she asks what he did to him, but Prota says he didn't do anything, asking her how she feels about him now. Then she says she feels like hurting him. But then, something pops into her head, and she realizes that something is wrong, because the person in front of her is clearly her enemy, and she wants to destroy him, kill him, but suddenly, run away. His gaze and his words, everything about him is majestic and irresistible, like a divine work. Then he calls the girl again, and she kneels before him, trembling and almost turning pale, asking what she can do for the master. And so the little sister asks if she hit her head, and Prota asks the girl to get up, because he actually likes her rebellious attitude. And she can continue with this, so she tells him to tell her what he wants right away because she doesn't have time to waste with him, and he tells her to explain how to use the secret treasures, and they will be used to train Sumin during the next 3 days. She asks if he's crazy because that's too little time, saying that there are many secret treasures, but they can be divided into 3 areas. Training the body with medicinal materials, training martial arts with combat techniques, and training star power. With spiritual stones, and she says that just the first stage, the medicinal bath, takes at least 3 months, and if the body is not well trained and resistant, trying something like that will make the heart explode and she will end up dying, so he talks about those 3 months. But then he remembers that if they now have a training contract, he can take her to a cultivation field. And a day at the training site is an hour outside. So you can train in there for 72 days during that short space of time until the second part of the tournament, and that's enough to finish the initial training. And so he tells his little sister to close her eyes, and she asks what he's thinking, and he tells her to calm down because it's not worth doing any harm. She asks what all this talk is about out of nowhere, and he says he's going to take her to a nice place, telling her to be good and keep her eyes closed. So he forms a temporary contract with the girl too. And so we go back to those scenes that will all be censored. And Prota thinks that even though it's slower than he expected, there are a few days before each stage of the tournament and it should be possible to assimilate all the treasures that way. And he starts training the stellar chaos technique by flying over them. And Huyen keeps telling the girl not to run away, because that is to clean the meridians and strengthen her body. But she keeps complaining about tickling. However, Prota tells her not to get distracted and to focus on the bath and her body training because that is much better than training in nature. The explorers would kill for a good bath like that, and she says she will trade places with them, killing anywhere in some very dangerous area. And so, in the Muja family, they send to inform the patriarchs that the black dogs were attacked, and ask what the result was, and the entire team was annihilated and the target disappeared safely. So they are shocked that everyone died, asking who killed the black dogs, saying that it couldn't have been the little girl. Then they say that unfortunately they can't confirm this, since the cameras were all destroyed by the hams themselves so as not to leave any evidence. Then they ask about the bodies because through the experiments, they can know what weapons were used. But then the informant apologizes again because there were no bodies at the scene, and the black dogs were massacred, and there was only blood at the scene. And the 3 there almost don't believe it, and they say that an entire team of rank 8 masters turned into a bloody mess. And they must have asked for help from some rank 9 expert. And they think that since they couldn't deal with her quietly, they will deal with her inside the field. They can't let her reach the finals and get in the way of their young master. And he asks all his minions to listen, saying that he will give as a reward an adult demon fire prison dragon, plus 2 secret treasures from ranked set, to anyone who helps them win the tournament in 3 days. And everyone keeps their eyes on the dragon that is the 5th most powerful and says that they will do as he orders. And in the Kim family, they swear that they will follow the patriarch's orders with their lives. And in the Tang family, they say that the girl will die on the field and her blood will be spilled to show the power of their family. If you knew what happened to the young master, one of your elders, oh my god. And so already in the stadium, once again they say that another test is going to begin. And it is said that it is a preliminary round because the test is the speed and observation ability of the participants. But in this one, they will put the competitors' foreheads, combat strength and judgment ability to the test. And the battle in the arena will take place in a limited area and each competitor can only take one of the secret treasures. And those who surrender, become conscious or fall from the arena will be eliminated. Only 1 in every 5 competitors will be able to advance. In addition, it is also forbidden to destroy the arena, so they must think carefully beforehand and use very powerful attacks. With that, he orders all the students who will participate to enter, because the battle in the arena is about to begin. And so Vice Dong says that this year's competitors have a good presence and it seems like it will be interesting to watch. Then Vice Zhou asks if they heard, because the members of the Stellar Sky came to his city. I saw that Dong is surprised by this, asking if he means the strongest organization in the region, saying that he heard that its founder was a legendary ranked mascot medium, asking what they came to do there. Then Zhou says he doesn't know, but where the Stellar Sky is never a good sign. And he heard that last month, one of the big families from another base city was eliminated because they meddled with secret treasures that the Stellar Sky wanted. He says that even the city walls were damaged during that attack of theirs, and almost caused a wave of beasts to attack the city. And they say this in front of Prota, who pays attention to everything. And Vice Dong asks if they are crazy, since all this is because of treasures. Then Zhou says that he can only hope that they are not targeting anything that is theirs. Then the girl enters the arena. The battle narrator tells them to begin. Then Zansu, almost a 5th-rate cosplay of Orochimaru, asks if she is the woman who dared to say she will win the championship. And Mazong says she was unlucky to meet him. Then Geshui says that if she surrenders right now, she will avoid suffering. However, the girl does not seem at all willing to give up. And so the little boy gets close to her, saying that her look is very scary. Then she tells him not to talk to him, saying that they are rivals there, and tells him not to call her big sister. But then the little boy uses tactics and logic, saying that if they unite to defeat her, the next target will be him. Then he asks if they can unite for now, and she says she didn't expect him to have already thought of this cool thing, just to be with him. And the kid soon extends his big hand and she even thinks about shaking it, but the kid is all malicious, saying he's lost count of how many girls have fallen for his innocent little face. He starts to think the girl will fall for him, because he's using the Moon family's rank 7 secret treasure, a star-devouring lock, which seals all the star power of the target of rank 6 or below. When he takes the girl's hand, the kid's face completely deforms. He turns into the goblin that he is, and he tries to use that thing on the girl, and says that without the star power, he won't even be able to call her mascot. And the fate of an ordinary woman like her is to be humiliated in the arena. But then, she herself gives the kid the shock, making him simply fall down stinking, and throw that old thing he was holding on the floor. Then they ask what happened there, and the boy realizes that she used a paralyzing toxin, asking how dare she poison him, and she says it's his fault for squeezing so hard, saying that she'll accept his little gift. Then, the dumb blonde on the other side asks what makes her believe that he was the enemy, asking what will happen if she's wrong and has eliminated an ally by doing that. Then she says that she would never be wrong because he's also from the Mu family just like him. Besides, she knows who they all are because the one on the right and left. And she says that from the moment they got into that arena, the way they breathe and walk revealed their identities. And she says that her brother says that none of the 4 families deserve mercy. And so they start trying to defend themselves because their cultivation technique is not something easy to recognize like an open book. And the girl next to him tells him to talk less and attack more because she has to be eliminated. And he calls the Sonic Bee and the Prosawolf. And the girl tells the guy from the Mu family to summon his mascots. But the blonde tells her not to give him orders because the Mu family had its member eliminated without any effort. And he doesn't know what cards up her sleeve this girl has and doesn't intend to be reckless. Then the 2 fools realize that they are being used as fools, and he says that if he has time to argue, he will pay attention to the field. Because his mascots are not doing well at all, and he wondered how come, because it's been less than a minute since they started arguing. So how about Sonic, the Bee, and Storm? They would have been defeated so easily. Then they say they're going to use the family treasure, and she talks to the boy, Tang asking him to find a way to hold her back. Because if it continues like this, they'll lose and the Mugia family will only go crazy. And Orochimaru from Shopee says she doesn't even need to talk. Summoning the secret rank C treasure of the Tango family, Serpent Puppeteer orders them to surround him, and so they all go after the hottie. But the girl tells them to mess with her, but not to mess with a snowflake, telling them to fight with someone their own size. Then she summons the secret technique of the Beast King, activating the blood sharing, turning half cat, and says that now they're together. Guys, I'm missing something. When did the little sister start using the Beast King technique? What level is Proto at? Because something's unbalanced here. And so, when trying to miss the girl's face, both she and the cat leave only a residual illusion and appear on top of them, and I see them there. The woman tells them not to worry about the Phantom Beast and the penalty of killing the girl. I try to hit her. She dodges very easily and says that she has to hit her to kill her. And she takes the opportunity to pass the Umber Flame Claw on both of their animals. Then the girl thinks that technique is bizarre, asking how she can be as agile and fierce as a wild beast, since she can't land any blows. And the other says that they have a frightening level and not even the 6th rank mascot is a match for her, and the gold one stands from afar watching all that confusion while they are facing each other and thinks that the girl's techniques are, if he is not mistaken, they are the secret arts that only the high-ranking disciple of the Mugia family can learn. And so the other one uses the Sonic Bee to attack from the blind spot. And the blonde one thinks that common battle masters control their mascots by giving orders, and their synchronization rate is between 40 and 60%. And some masters have a deep bond from years of dealing with their mascots, and a thought, a look, is enough for them to understand each other. But at a point where the girl finds herself, at the moment, the synchronization rate is close to 90%. But a trainer and his mascot are still distinct beings, and the 100% synchronization rate is just theory. And the only way to reach full potential is the Mugia family technique, because it makes the consciousness of the star mascot and its trainer merge, and one feels what the other is thinking. And so they go to 200% synchronization. And the girl goes after everyone, cleaning up, saying that they only attack hidden from afar and that this is already getting annoying. So they say that they will take care of him soon. But while she is finishing the one, she feels something on her neck, so she quickly dodges it along with her cat. And in that shadow of a dragon, it stops on top of her. And they notice that it is a dragon beast. And the moment has arrived. And the fighter Zong made his first move with the dragon of the demonic fire prison, the 15th in the ranking. And he says that her speed is actually good, telling the dragon of the demonic fire prison to release it. Then he opens his mouth, placing the girl on her knees. Then, Loro notices that her beast doesn't seem to fear the power of a dragon, saying that the store that trained him knows what it's doing. However, he says that it's enough for her to be under the influence of the dragon's power, because since her mind is unstable, she has no way of maintaining the state she was in, and the girl gets frustrated with this. Then Zoe says that it's a shame, because if it weren't for the Muji family's interference, Sumin might have been able to deal with the Taniki family. And Vice Dong says that not even the average young man from the outer families dares to use a rank 8 dragon that is in 15th place, and only the Mugia family that won the previous championship would have the resources to do so. And the blue-haired girl says that without that strange battle technique, she wants to see if the girl continues to be arrogant. And they start to say that they will make the girl pay for hurting her. And they team up against Sumin, who is immobilized by the dragon's power. Then nothing happens. Starts to ask if she will be the second person to be eliminated from that arena. And the little sister starts to say that with such a strong dragon, she can already imagine what the result of the fight will be. And it seems that the winner has already been decided. Then the blonde says that she knows her stuff well. But the girl says that it's a shame that the Tang and Qin families are useless, because after working hard for so long, their secret treasures have also run out. And the blonde asks what she's talking about, and the girl asks if she's wrong, because in a single minute, most of her physical strength was exhausted. And if the three of them worked together to defeat the Manga family, the chance of victory would be equal for all of them. But she says that if they continue helping the Manga family, if she loses, even if the two of them join forces, they won't be able to defeat Loro. And she asks if the two of them will hand over the throne on a silver platter after being used. And the brat from the Kintiz family hates to admit it, but at this rate they're working for the Mugia family for free, asking why they don't join forces to weaken him. But then the girl from the Tang family stops him, saying that that girl is stronger than the two of them, that she must still have some trick up her sleeve, ordering to let the girl fight alone against the Manga family, because they can wait for the Manga family and finish her off. And then they go there and finish off the Magi family, telling them to let them become stepping stones for the two of them. Then the blonde guy asks what the hell. Well, he kills each one of them before something like that happens. However, the Tang girl says that if he comes at them, they'll beat him up just like they did with the girl. But that didn't go very well, did it? I think she has a very short memory. So she tells them to behave and finish her off right away while using the elemental recovery technique. And the Kim kid says that now he sees an advantage because they'll make sure that the girl loses and they'll also have a chance to win. However, the blonde guy doesn't like that at all, saying that if the dragon's attacks in the demon fire prison couldn't destroy the arena so easily, the lava breaths and the meteor shower could kill all three of them in seconds. And the longer this battle takes, the more the two will recover and it will be worse for them. So he leaves with the dragon. Sister Zia thinks that she may not have been able to help, but at least she is not surrounded, so she sends the snowflake with the nightmare projection, throwing it on top of the dragon. But the dragon is not fooling around and uses the destructive draconic claw on the cat, throwing it sideways. Then the girl is shocked by this, and Loro tells her to worry about herself first. Then he pecks the girl, throwing her away, but the snowflake quickly turns around and manages to hold the girl, so she is not thrown out of the arena. And she is pissed, because the dragon's power made her slower and at least the snowflake was not affected of the training, and Loro tells her to stop stalling and surrender, because the dragon of the demonic fire prison is invincible. Then she wonders why the nightmare projection didn't work, because if she knew, she would have a chance. While the other two there, behind, continue healing, the blonde tells her to stop wasting her time, because if she surrenders, he will let her leave alive. Then the girl thinks that even if the snowflake is only of the upper rank 7, he has already controlled a beast of the lower rank 8. But it wasn't one as resistant as the dragon of the fire prison. And she begins to wonder if Ma Zong used some secret technique or a secret treasure to resist mental attacks. So she begins to surround the dragon together with a snowflake. And Loro says that being nice really doesn't lead to anything, and sends the prison dragon to take care of the ghost beast, because he's going to take care of that girl. And so she sends Snowflake to use the nightmare projection on the dragon that's far from the laurel, but he says it's useless, going after her again. Snowflake, once again, is almost bitten by the dragon, and so she says that she managed to understand, because it's her secret treasure that's doing this. And he notices that she realized that that secret treasure, created from rank 7 of the Mugia family, the sleeping dragon bones, and after injecting her star power there, one of her dragon pets becomes immune to negative status of rank 7 or below. And he questions what she's going to do, even though she knows attacking the girl and managing to hit her abdomen. Then she realizes he's very fast, and he calls her an idiot because she continues to be suppressed by the power of the dragon. And he still worries about his phantom beast, telling her to say goodbye to her mascot. And he uses Marios's shadow step technique. And he says that she is a little sheep in the matador and starts to hit the girl. And the presenter says that that was incredible, because Sumi doesn't have the power to resist Ma Zong's fierce attacks. And he says that it could only be a participant trained by the champions of the previous tournament, the Musashi family. And he says that using those steps leaves her only dust, but after losing so much blood, she must also be in the crow's beak. However, the girl starts to heal and gets up with a single jump. And everyone is shocked because she is not only strong and resistant, but she also heals herself. And she tells him to do it again because she wants to see. And he notices that this is an advanced color technique, saying that this will be a problem. And now he's going to have to rip out her heart, So he uses the moth shadow step once again, surrounding the girl with several ugly ones like him, telling her to get the children out of the room because another violent attack is coming. So the girl simply closes her eyes, and while he attacks, she manages to find him and strike in that direction. However, the boy appears next to her, saying that he is on the left, attacking her from behind, piercing the girl's chest. And the presenter is shocked, but she gives him a little smile saying that she caught the boy, placing the relic that the little boy left behind in his arm, taking away all of his star power. And she says that his star power only has the strength of a normal adult. And even if the dragon is stronger, she finishes him off very easily. So he starts asking her to go and let the dragon do something, but there isn't enough time, because the treasure that stopped the snowflake from doing anything doesn't work anymore, and he uses his slow heavy projection. So she breaks that device with her own hand, saying that, for everyone's sake, they still can't let him kill Sun Min. Besides, they can't underestimate her strength. And the boy probably also doesn't want his family to punish him for failing the mission, saying that they'll forget about personal gains and finish her off first. And so he ends up agreeing, ordering the prison dragon to use the dragon's power again. And the girl gets down again. And without the victory in Madamada, now it's 3 against 1 and things are only going to get worse. So Proda tells her that she can use it, and so she doesn't have to. Wants him to advance her brother. Then Vice Dong says that she almost succeeded twice, and Vice Zhou says that a talent of that caliber will lose in an unfair fight, and the 4 families really have no limits, and Proto, looking down from above, all serious, says that she doesn't need to hide him, ordering to use the main card, and so she herself, without really wanting to, while he attacks her, calls the ice. And from inside comes the damn dragon the size of the mountain that she calls the ice, as if it were a thing that fits in a cup. And she orders to use the 1,000-kilometer blizzard. And they notice that it is the 8th on the list of dragons. The white dragon with blue eyes. And I came to see the monkey, and only with the appearance and the first attack of the beast freezes the entire arena and all those annoying NPCs that had already been on the screen for a long time. And the presenter says that it was only with that snowfall that the participant disappeared and defeated all 3 families. Then the girl simply tells Jalinho that she can release them, since the other 3 fighters are unconscious, and the victory goes to her. And the audience says that if she had such a strong beast in her pocket, maybe she really will win this tournament. She defeated all 3 in one blow, saying that it is an enormous force, and it is the first time that the ability of a huge squad rank appears. They say that they would pet the dragon's belly. Besides, they say that her bruise is beautiful, but the girl doesn't seem very happy with that victory that the presenter talks about, that she qualified for the nightmare hunt in 3 days. And Vice President Zhou begins to congratulate his sister on her performance. And Vice President Dong also talks about the surprise that Proda has chosen her to win the championship, and that in the future she will be a huge support for the school. And so, when she gets back home, she goes to Huyang's room and knocks on it, and the girl asks what's wrong, since there's still an hour before training starts, so she lets her in. She apologizes for bothering the girl, and she says that she's really bothering her because her chaotic star power is like a cloud of mosquitoes surrounding her, saying that she can't concentrate on her training, saying that she should say what she wants at once, so she hands over a bunch of cupcakes, saying that she wants to train with her more, saying that she wanted to ask for this in advance, apologizing for bothering her. And so, Rue notes that she didn't want to listen to his advice before, but now she came all obedient, asking if she's starting to like her training. But her little sister says that's not it. It's just that, after the competition, she realized that she still has a long way to go to be the Elite League champion. Then she starts to understand. The strength of her opponents must have intimidated her. And she says that training with her brother, Jalinho, became so strong only me month. And even so, she was at a disadvantage more than once. And she says that if she continues at this pace, she won't be worthy of fighting alongside him. Much less will she win the tournament. So she wants to get stronger. And Hu Yen thinks that she must be afraid of not being able to control the mascot, asking the girl to be more specific, asking what she wants to learn. And she says that during the tournament, she was affected by the power of the rank 8 Demon Fire Prison Dragon, and this left her cornered, saying that she first wants to improve her mental strength. Rue is loving her and dreaming because mental power is the most difficult attribute to improve for a pet trainer. And there are very few techniques that strengthen mental power, and people usually compensate for this with secret treasures. She asks why even rank 8 trainers can usually only have 4 or 5 pets at most, but also says that, however, the Tang family has a secret technique that is only passed on to women, never to men, telling her to summon her dragon. But she asks if it is there, saying that there is no space, but she tells him to stop messing around, telling him to summon only his head, just to make him use the power of the dragon, asking if her academy didn't teach her how to do a partial summoning, because after opening the portal, she shouldn't release the star power immediately, telling her to hold it without releasing everything. And she says she'll do the best she can, calling the little ice, and so only his face appears in front of Hu Yen, and she notices that that's the silver Draco. Who says he spent so much time locked up in that store that he missed fighting. And even the dragon's roar is music to her ears. Then the dragon tries to attack her, but the girl uses Raj's immobile body, and says it's just a rank 8 dragon and it's no big deal. And Samanho says that this is an impressive thing, saying he can't believe she held back an attack from the ice. And she says that this technique not only provides defense, a physical defense far superior to most of the same level, as it grants the same level of mental defense, and even if it doesn't meet all needs, at least it will allow her to fight a dragon without getting caught in the crossfire, and it's 1,000 times better than that ridiculous body strengthening technique of the Zhou family that she trained. And so she says she wants to learn it, and Hu Yen says he would teach her, but she has an empty stomach, asking if the girl understood what she's getting at. And so Sumin says of course, because from now on she'll bring dinner every day and only good things. However, Huyang thinks to himself that he didn't teach this to the girl for nothing, because Vraj's immobile body is a technique that only the family's young master can use, and if she uses it in the tournament, her entire family will recognize it. And after that, it'll be a matter of time until they come to rescue her. And she even gained a servant to bring her food. 2 birds with 1 stone. That damn Tsupin was only giving her canned food every day. Finally, she'll be able to eat properly. So he continued observing everything from afar, thinking that this is interesting. Who says that he created a sound barrier with star power, telling them to continue informing him everything. Then, the elder of the Mujaha family says that his patriarch is very angry with the results of the tournament, and punished 2 disciples who were defeated and considered Sun Min as the 4th biggest threat in the tournament. And the other 3 are the young masters of the other 3 main families. The Qin family elder says that his patriarch doesn't seem to care much about the Elite League, but young master Qin Shaoqing wanted to fight Sun Ming, and his young master's strongest pet is a blood demon servant, which has combat power at rank 9, recommending that he avoid the battle. And as for the tank guy, saying that his patriarch's focus is still on the young master's disappearance, and he still doesn't know that she was captured by Supim, saying that he then sent more people to explore the dragon's secret land. While Lil's elder says that his patriarch decided to remain neutral, and he won't provoke anyone, and he keeps laughing, drunk. Then Proto asks why the Lu family decided to be the most discreet, and he says that he informed them that he killed Master Yuan. And so everyone notices that he acted without an order from the master, telling them to kill this traitor, telling him to turn into adobo. But he says that his family is known for their advanced poison techniques, and it would be a problem if he declared war on Proto. That would hinder Sumi's development. So he persuaded them to remain neutral. So Proto takes it in stride, telling him to get up, asking about the Starry Sky if it has any news. They found out that the person sent by the Starry Sky is a woman named Yen Bingyue, and she is accompanied by other powerful people, but they still don't know what they are doing. And Proto says that if they have any news, they should inform him, because during those 3 days they must take care of a guy named Shu Guang for him, saying that he will be busy during those 3 days, so they should help him, saying that they are dismissed. He thinks about this woman and Ian of the Starry Sky. After all, this is the strongest organization in the subcontinent, asking what they intend to do during the league, saying that there is no point in thinking about it, so he will train because a week has already passed, and it is time to take Anna back to her kingdom, and he calls her. She appears right away, so he says that they will return to the kingdom of the fallen gods. And she notices that, as it seems, a strong enemy has appeared, and he is anxious, asking why they don't go to the kingdom of the supreme god, because it is much faster to train there, and once he experiences it, he will never forget it. Then he wonders if he heard everything he said, and there's no way he's going to take her to the realm of the supreme god before time, because how is he going to keep her in check after that? They haven't even finished exploring the realm of the fallen god, and he doesn't need to open a new zone. So he goes back to winding her up, saying that she's right, but the condition for her to go to the realm of the supreme god is that she be an excellent maid, and it's written in black and white, and he can't violate the contract, asking if she has any other recommendations for him to get stronger. And she thinks he didn't fall for it, but she thinks he still has a lot of time. And one day she catches him and says that if he wants to get strong quickly, there's a method that suits him. He asks what it is. It's the heavenly tribulation. He's definitely going to get hit in the head with 2 bolts of lightning. A rock is going to fall. There's going to be a flood. The guy's going to get screwed, but he's going to get out of their blind. And it's said that as the cultivator's level rises, the heavens that maintain the balance of the universe begin to bring catastrophe upon them. A catastrophe known as the heavenly tribulation. Depending on their surroundings, the heavenly crew can take the form of 4 different types. A crew of wind, fire, water, and thunder. Yeah, I got that right? The guy's going to get screwed. And it's said that if the cultivator survives the ordeal of the heavenly tribulation, he'll be able to reach the legendary level. Meanwhile, there's a member on probation at the peak power level of rank 9. And he says that if he can endure that tribulation, he will become a formal member, of the 7th great quadrant of nirvana, and so he activates the body of the divine bull, and the lightning bolts strike him, and he is in the tomb of the demigods, the place of trial and tribulation, and at the peak of the divine
wonders
thunder,
if this is
and
the heavenly
tribulation, because even from this distance he can feel a devastating oppression. And she says that it is indeed, and it is a shame that they arrived late, because the person at the peak of the thunder has already started to go through his tribulation, but he can still see what it is like. So he asks her to wait, because they have just arrived and she should let him get used to it, because it took him a long time to hire someone to make a website for the store. And without a website for customers to order things online, his mother will die from working so much, since she is alone in the store that day. And then, Anna asks if the other 2 enactments aren't going with him. And the boy wonders if she's talking about Ryu's little sister. But he says that not even he has gone through the tribulation yet. Imagine the 2 of them, saying that he left them training in the palace, telling them not to worry about them. And one of the guys who's there says that the radius of the thunderclouds is at least 16 kilometers. And he's worthy of joining his squadron, saying that the guy up there has a lot of talent. And so they say that last year, his squadron also had many talented members who brought clouds of more than 16 kilometers. And they all became excellent soldiers with memorable military feats, who say that this year he'll be the 7th squadron. And so Proto notes that this cutlery, what they're talking about is the system's potential, and they measure talent by the lightning of the thunderclouds, saying that their mascots only have average potential, wondering how big the clouds they're going to make appear will be. And up there, already losing 1 or 2 horns, the guy keeps saying that it's just a celestial tribulation, telling the great mother tree to witness his glory. And so he takes another lightning strike, and ends up having his horns broken and falls all messed up. However, an amulet appears to save his life, stopping the lightning. And so everyone notices that he failed, even though he was at the level of 16 kilometers of clouds, saying that he pushed too hard, saying that not even the treasure of the immense sea level could hold it. And this one starts treating him like a poor guy, because even though he survived, he lost all his powers and became useless. And now it's going to be tough for him. And so he simply chooses to kill himself, turning himself into dust and returning to the Great Mother. So Proto thinks that this is really cruel, because if he didn't have the protection of the system, he would have turned to ashes like him, and he will have to use his powers carefully. Then he asks Anna if the failure rate in the heavenly tribulation is very high, and she says that it has nothing to do with probability, asking if he heard them talking about talent, saying that not only does talent affect the strength of the heavenly tribulation, but it also represents growth. However, passing the heavenly tribulation depends on the individual's combat power, and even if he was at rank 9, his combat power was only at the immense C rank. It was predictable that he would fail, and she asks what was that face he made just now, saying that she saw everything, asking if he lost his courage, and he says that he didn't, and she says that even if the gods die, if they return to the arms of the mother tree, they can revive and return to this world quickly, so he should only worry about himself. And he thinks that his strongest pet is the little skeleton that is at the combat level of the immense sea. However, the store's profits can't even compare to what they were before. As a last resort, he can continue reviving using the system. And so, a boy goes to Anna, saying that it is his turn to go through the tribulation. And she says that she will lend him a treasure and gives him the shield of Hercules, saying that it is an honor to receive such a great gift from your highness, saying that her gratitude has no words, and Achilles the shield of Achilles, and she says that forged from the body of a god, it has an impenetrable defense and protects the users from all harm. Technically, there can be no one else present when going through the tribulation, because the strength of the heavenly tribulation will increase depending on the talent of whoever is nearby. And she says that the pro will have our heavenly tribulation with him, and he will have possible unforeseen events. Therefore, she is leaving his life under her responsibility, and the boy says that enough of stalling and goes for it, thanking her again because he will protect that human at all costs. Arriving there, he tells Proto that when the tribulation begins, he must hide behind him, because with the shield of Achilles, they must withstand a storm of 80 kilometers. But Proto still acts cocky, saying that he eats 200-kilometer storms for breakfast, saying that he can start his tribulation. And so the thing begins. And down below they talk to Anna, asking why she is letting the rank 6 human go through a tribulation with them, since the tribulation fires a total of 9 bolts of trial and a human's body will end before that. And they say that even the first bolt of lightning from a 1-kilometer cloud would transform him. Asking if this training will be useful to him, since it would spread a stain on Anna's reputation. So, she doesn't even listen to them who say that the color of the sky has changed, and when they look up the thing gets really serious, and the kid who went with him gets scared too, because that is a tribulation of multicolored thunder. And he asks, so what, questioning if this is a bad thing. And the boy, already scared to death, says that the multicolored thunder tribulation only appeared a handful of times in the last 100 years, and is very rare, and its strength is 3 times greater than a common thunder approval. Then they say that there is only one rank 6 and one rank 9 up there, And how could they have summoned a multicolored thunder tribulation, wondering if it is because of those shields. And Anna says that if it is not because of the shield, maybe one of them violated the celestial laws in another life. And I don't think it was even in another life, girl. Prota must be violating them now. If so, girl, if you investigate the way, he will be arrested for an extensive criminal record. And so the cloud keeps growing, reaching 11 kilometers. And they guess that it might be a force of 33 kilometers. And the boy who is with him asks why he needs to be afraid of such a weak tribulation. Because everything is still within the calculation. And their shield here can block a tribulation of this level. So Prota tells him not to celebrate because he has a low talent. And so the lightning starts to get closer and the boy tells him to come closer. And Prota takes the opportunity to call the dark dragon dog to measure the level of strength for him. However, the clouds do not stop expanding, reaching 16 kilometers, 18 and continuing to grow, and so they reach 43 kilometers, and the boy starts to say that now they are reaching the level of a medium talent, telling him to keep growing, he will end up falling asleep, and the pro. Note that the dark dragon dog's talent is a 43-kilometer cloud, so he orders the silver dragon to appear too, and the cloud keeps growing, reaching 50 kilometers, reaching 65 and even 78, and Prota, noticing that the silver dragon has a talent of almost 80 kilometers, calls his purgatory dragon, and says that its combat power is one level below the counterconic, but its talent is higher. He notices that the beast is really worthy of being among the top 10 strongest dragons, and now to collect the gift there, even that god is a bit in that, asking if the boy still intends to continue, with the god who is there saying that things are starting to get serious, and so down below they notice that it is reaching 170 kilometers again, and it doesn't stop growing. Wondering what kind of absurd talent this is, realizing that he summoned a thundercloud of 170 kilometers, and so they talk to Anna, saying that he should retreat to the foot of the mountain, because if they are within a radius, they may be a strong cloud, but she says that they can go, because she has gone through tribulations of this magnitude before, so she thinks she wanted to use this chance to discover his secret, but she wonders how he created such a mess, and to protect him, she will have to use her DNA treasure. Real. And she throws the thing there in the hand of that god who is accompanying Prota, and he notices that that is Anna's personal treasure. And Prota says that he knew she was hiding the game, and if that's the case, he doesn't need to hold back, calling the little skeleton. Then everyone wonders what's going on, because the tribulation is on the opposite side, and it grew so much that it reached a tribulation. And the god who accompanied Prota says that he has never seen anything of this size in his life, asking for someone to help him. And Achilles' shield says that, honestly, it has never seen one of this size either, and they will die gloriously trying. He starts calling Prota close to him, asking the mother tree to witness all his glory. However, all four of Prota's monsters create a barrier to stop the lightning, and so the little skeleton activates the demonic undying fruit, avoiding a fatal blow. And the little skeleton dies soon after, dredging Draco's purgatory. Silver and the draconic dog dies too. And so, the boy says that all the mascots died, but the boy says that it doesn't matter because even if they die, they will all revive. He says that they are already professionals in the art of taking surprises, and he should only worry about staying alive and leaving the rest to him. Then the boy thinks he is incredible because he reversed everyone's death in an instant. And the boy says that they can't let their guard down because there are a total of 9 lightning bolts, and that was just the first one. And all the subsequent ones will be stronger than the previous ones. Then, the second blow of the tribulation comes at them, and he activates the killing intent, leaving along with all the mascots. This time, they attack the lightning bolts. However, one of them still ends up hitting the little skeleton. But the undead fruit saves him. Then, the boy notices that those snakes explode when destroyed, telling him to go to a safe place. So, the god who is with him tells him to be careful with the next attack, because they will get faster. And so, electric wolves come this time. So, he asks everyone to fall inside using the divine demonic fist, subjugation. And on the 4th strike, a lion comes this time. So, the silver Draco is killed by a bite. And so, the god tells him to hold on tight because it was already the 4th strike. While they attack, Concagon, Purgatory Dragon, and Skeleton all die together. And Prota continues using subjugation to kill that lion this time. Then on the 5th strike an elephant appears, and with it Prota dies, but he keeps reviving, and reviving, and reviving, and reviving. It's almost all over. Then the god who is with him asks if the boy is okay, and he says that his mental energy is at its limit after reviving so much, asking how many hits are left. And the boy says that that is the last one, and it is the 9th hit of the tribulation. And a gigantic demon appears above them. Wanting to support Prota and seeing that gigantic hand coming towards him, he thinks that he has no more mental energy to live, and now it's over, but the boy asks him not to give up because it is the moment of glory, asking him to get that artifact, so he doesn't have Anya's treasure, the prismatic star core, a divine rank treasure, forged in the core of a myth beast, which can immensely increase the user's energy limit. And he notices that unlimited astral and mental power are flowing into him, sending the shit bolt falling inside. And he thinks that treasure is very sinister because with the buff from the prismatic star core, the body of the golden crow of the divine demonic fist, and the divine demonic fist temporarily went up an entire level. Then he calls Skeleton to use the soul cloak, and Brabo begins to disintegrate and enter the Prota's body. And there inside his subconscious he notices that he has received some options, and the system says that he can temporarily receive a skill from the pet he transformed into, and the destructive power of the skill is doubled compared to its original power. And he thinks that in this battle now, either he will face the final blow, or he will be destroyed instantly, and it's hard to say with his current level. And now that the prismatic star core, providing constant astral power. So, if he combines it with the golden body's body with the body regeneration, he'll become more immortal than the Highlander. And he thinks that in order to properly enjoy this baptism of the heavenly tribulation, he'll need all the resistance he can get. And so he activates the body regeneration, summoning a strength-type soul brother with him along with the little skeleton. My god, I thought about this so much. I dreamed about this scene, and that hand coming towards Prota is no longer scary. And the Purgatory Dragon used stone armor and vines, hardening, ice armor, and the Supim Flame Mantle. The Dark Draconic Dog uses Prota's Lightning Mantle, earth armor, hardening, and wind armor. And so he gets more upset than ever and tries to stop his hand by resisting by force, but his fingers start to melt in contact with it, and he says he almost couldn't hold it. And that little pain is actually good. And the god who is there can only think he's crazy, because he threw himself into the divine tribulation. Then the shield says he liked seeing it and got excited. So he simply walks away from that kid, telling him to stay there because he's going to battle. And so he joins Prota too. And when he does that, Supinya's defense increases immensely. And the shield says it will protect him, and he can only focus on attacking. And the boy says that now, that Achilles' shield that rang in him, he doesn't feel so much pain anymore, and he says he's going to fight back, telling him to come closer, because he's going to show him some things calling the heavenly tribulation. So, he uses the divine crow against that thing and makes a power cable, but the divine crow ends up breaking it because it's not whole, and Prota is surprised that not even his demonic fist could match it. But he thinks it's good that he has the core of the prismatic star, because if one punch didn't work, he just has to hit it 100 more times. So he tries again, being broken over and over and over again. And so the ordeal starts to crack too. And the boy notices that his attacks are working, and continues doing this several more times. And everyone down there thinks that that human warrior is immensely strong, and his talent and combat power are incredible, even in the realm of the gods, and says that it's no wonder that the princess supported him. Yana is shocked to see this technique, wondering if he is also related to the demonic tribe of the ancient era of chaos, which then Prota finally tries to release another single, and ends up finally finishing the celestial tribulation, and not even he can believe it, because they passed that and the little skeleton comes off him. And Anna goes there asking how he feels after going through his first divine tribulation. And he says it was wonderful. Wow, and that battle there broke, rebuilt, he dried and replenished several times. And he says that his body became lighter and stronger. His astral power went from lower rank 6 to upper rank 6. So, both the young god thanks the girl, and the shield says, which makes a beautiful pair with the boy. And then, Prota starts to see a little bar above the apprentice who is next to him. He asks what that is, and the system says that that is the comprehension bar, and every time it is full, he can learn a new skill. Then he asks why he didn't see this before, and the system says that he didn't have the capacity, but after going through the baptism of the lightning tribulation, and he learned, by chance, the path of lightning and can now mark lightning techniques on people who have a full comprehension bar. You notice that the path of lightning must be those sparks that appeared. And he says that really an infinity of lightning techniques that he has never seen before appear in his mind, if he wants. And that is wonderful. However, the system says that there are a total of 999 lightning techniques, and they are ranked according to their general usefulness. And they are different from the lightning type skills he learned at Blue Star. So he asks how strong the lightning type skills are, asking if there is a way to mark all 999 techniques. But the system says that he has barely seen the surface of the lightning path, and his comprehension level is still that of a beginner, and he will only be able to mark 333, and he will have to continue comprehension to be able to mark more. So he thinks that this is interesting because he can teach his pet according to its specialties. And after returning to the store, he notices that the comprehension bars of the Dark Dragon Hound and the Star Dragon are full, saying that he will test it with him. And he sees that the defense power of the Konkego is high. He realizes that he needs more attack. And the appropriate technique for a tank like him is Technique 773, the Deadly Thunder Domain. And this is a technique that eliminates his enemies with the power of the God of Thunder, and eliminates him within a domain radius of 10 meters. Then he says that the Star Draco has a lot of area skills, and he needs a strong single target skill. And he gives him the Wind God's Lightning Arrow, and in this skill, the power of the Thunder God is converted into an arrow and fired ignoring all the target's defense skills. And he is happy, because now the combat capabilities of the Lunar Draco and the Dragon Hound have increased drastically. And since the young mid-levels of the great families can appear in the tournament, he will lend the Dragon Hound to Shukwang to ensure his safety. And so, for the next round of Anarena J6, they will have a nightmare hunting competition. They will be put into a deep sleep in the stasis capsules. And that is the dream beast of the nightmares of the abyss. The presenter says that their consciousnesses will then be taken to a dreamland created by the nightmare beasts, and the score will be based on the hunted beasts. The little sister already starts to generate that horrible thing. The presenter says that if you kill a participant who has no points, you will earn a point. And if you kill a participant who has points, you will get a point. So, Battle Royale, which is said that the dead competitors will wake up from their sleep and be eliminated from the tournament. It's the end of the game time. The top 5 players with the highest score advance to the final round, and the game time is 5 hours. Sisters, and just the scene for Proto while the presenter says that each person can use a maximum of 1 secret treasure that is no greater than their own combat power and to prevent participants. With points from staying hidden and only attacking in their order, those with more than 100 points will be highlighted for everyone to see. And so the sleeping gas is released and they all enter the dream world. And Weisdong comes close to the Prota, saying that since all the competitors are dreaming, they have to use that to see the game images. The boy is surprised to see Dong there, and he thinks he won't miss this tournament for anything, because he's rooting for his mommy. And so the hunt begins with the girl falling there, and Sumin wonders if the hunt will be in a forest, because she needs to have a good field of vision. So, she activates the secret mechanical art taught by Master Serpent Heart, and releases a small bird to see if there are enemies around. And the Puppet Owl's 6th order secret treasure moves quickly and cannot be detected by star power. And it detects things within a 30-kilometer radius, and looking from above there comes an explosion of star power, thinking he's fighting, and 2 of them already send suspects falling into a fight wanting to finish quickly. But another one from afar starts wanting to shoot with a snipe, saying that those idiots are making such a racket and are asking to become a target. This little demoness appears behind them, upside down, asking who he's aiming at. And the kid doesn't even have time, and she kills him quickly, successfully eliminating 3 people so far. And she notices that the match has barely started and he already has 5 points, thinking that's not bad at all. So she watches the 2 of them fighting from up on the tree and thinks that since those 2 will continue to attract the sharks, she'll just keep sitting there fishing for whoever comes. After biting the shark, she'll reach 100 points and will face the other participants head-on with her Dracula or Narco that her brother trained. However, while she was thinking about this, 5 rays of light rose into the sky and they were astonished, because the match had been going on for an hour and 5 people already had over 100 points. One of them was the young master of the Zhou family, Zhou En. And look, if it really is the Zhou En I'm thinking of, man, the little sister is gonna get beaten up, but she's gonna get beaten up a lot. But then, the commentator realized that they were using pentagonal positions, wondering if they were using old rules again. And Prota asked about these rules, and Weisdong said that the families have been using rules that were negotiated for a long time, and first they meet in the middle of the map and then go towards the edges, and so none of them eliminates the other before the final, so that they eliminate everyone who isn't from the big families. And Prota notices that they always monopolize the top 5 spots, saying that it doesn't seem fair to others to participate. However, Weisdong says that this was good, because besides him, no one dares to compete with the 5 great families. But he also notices that he didn't see the average young lady from the Tang family that year, and along the way they start sucking up to Lu Jianjin, saying that he's a monster and a nanny. And he says that he guarantees that they will reach the top 10 just because they bought this position in his store, so they should remember, because without the protection of the Lu family they are dead. And so they say that they will certainly return this favor in the future. And that one is the son of a relapse, and the other one must also be the son of a relapse. And so they see another golden light, noticing that another person has reached 100 points, and that person is the crazy Shoukwang, and he says that the people down there don't even notice the smell, reaching 134 points, saying that the dark Kondraconic is sweeping by. And the little gang from the 5 families is already interested, because an illustrious stranger that no one has seen before has appeared, and they say that he will discover that the very large trees are the first to fall in the storm. And Sister Zia continues to clear, climbing very slowly. But she notices that Kim and Lin are going in Shukwang's direction, saying that it's going to be bad and he has to go help. So they start cutting down all the trees, clearing the way. And the boy says that he knew that he was going in his direction. But even so, he didn't try to run away and stayed waiting. Then he says that Shukwang has courage. And he thinks that guy, she sliced huge trees like butter. And that sword must be good, so he says he intends to enter the top 5. And if he's going to have to face it one way or another, there's no reason to run away. Then everyone starts to make fun of him, but Shukwang tells them to bark in another neighborhood, asking if they've ever stopped to think that the one who can show what he can do is himself. Then a kid from the 5 families attacks him without even expecting it. And Shu stands there with the shitting dog in front of him. They don't understand anything, saying they've never seen him before. But Lu is still a little surprised that he didn't even get a scratch. And he says his name, asking what the boy's name is. While Su Guang was going to introduce himself, he attacks once more, with the cut of 100 thunders on top of the dog. But even with this rotten and dishonorable attack, he continues talking, saying that his name, and asks if they can stop attacking while he's talking now. Asking if they only know how to attack with crocodile thrust. And Lu starts looking at his own sword, wondering if there's something wrong with it. And everyone notices that he, who eliminated 100 candidates, found a gold one, wondering who this Shukwang is. Besides, that dark draconic dog is too huge, and the Vice Danko, he starts to wonder where he knows this guy from, remembering that he's Prota's ally. He remembers that it was the boy who called Supim master that day, wondering if he's Professor Supim's disciple. Then, he loses his patience and decides to summon one of his mascots, saying that he'll remember Shokwang's name. Then, he says that for being the first person in that competition to see his battle mascot, he should feel honored. And so, yes, have a heavy aura from that beast. And notice that he is the 5th in the ranking of dragons, the Dragon of the Abyss. And I saw this dong say that during the exchange battle with Zhanglan Academy, Lu used this same species of dragon and defeated 5 talented students from his school. However, compared to the dragon from Zhanglan Academy, that one over there is the Monarch's dragon. So look, things just got a little narrow, and Prota better get up from that chair. Then, Shukwang himself notices that one over there is on another level, and Leo asks what it feels like to be crushed by a superior lineage, saying that now they will see if he can handle his sword. But before he can do anything, the little sister arrives, dropping the spout on him, trying to throw it far away, but he manages to deflect the attack with his sword. And the girl just answers yes, saying that she will be his opponent. Then, they wonder how she is not affected by the dragon's aura. But then, the Geo brat notices that she just used the immobile glazed body. The little sister asks how he knew that, and the young master of the Kim family says that he has fought the master of the Tang family several times. And of course he recognizes her. However, from what they know, only the young master can learn this technique, questioning how the girl there learned it. But then they notice that the young master of the Tang family is not put off this year's elite tournament, wondering if that is why her father is taking that mascot shop so seriously, and also why the owner said he would guarantee the podium in this tournament. He starts laughing, saying that no one could have predicted that they are with the young master of the Tang family. Then the other asks what he is laughing at like that. He tells him that it is nothing because he heard that brother Kim wants to face the girl, asking how about he participate and see who is the best. He tells him that if the Kim family becomes an enemy, they will suffer great damage. He also thinks that the Lu family will take advantage of the situation and step on them. And Su Guang says that is exactly what he wants, calling Lu to fight again. But Ian says that he will deal with Kim, telling the boy to be careful. And so he says that it is great, asking to see the strength of the one who calls herself the champion. And he summons 2 big beasts, the Earth Dragon and the Lightning Flame Dragon. Earth recognizes that the Earth Dragon is super armored, and the Lightning Flame Dragon is 7th in the dragon rankings. And they say that he is rich enough to have 2 dragons, and just having 1 dragon is the same as a normal person having a private jet, and with he has a private jet and a yacht. And he says that he already knows that she also has a dragon, saying that there is no need to hide it, telling the girl to bring it. And she thinks that Icy can't handle the 2 of them alone, calling him the same way. But then, when they clash head-on, they start to roar. The Lu Brat, in turn, orders the dragon to create a Genkidama, asking Shu Kuang if he dares to face him. And so he tells the scaredy cat to get inside, and he actually manages to calmly stop that attack. And Lu gets totally frustrated because that attack is one of the strongest techniques and has the power to vaporize bones without even leaving dust behind. And he is shocked with that thing receiving an attack from the front. And Shukong says that an attack of that caliber doesn't even mess with the Dark Dog's pill. So he asks the dragon to just take care of the dog because he will resolve this with the trainer. And he says that the dragon hour is suppressing his movements, asking how he will dodge it. And he questions about dodging because the day he tries to escape from one of those butter knives is the day he loses all morale. And he manages to break that sword with just his body covering and goes for it along with the punch. And at the same time that the big guy is scaring the hell out of Sun Ji-woo's dragon, Shu Guang lands a punch right in Lu's face, and he thinks it can't be, because he only held on because of the dog. And Shukwang thanks him for the compliment because he's really good, and asks what other techniques he has there because he can use them all. Then he says that the competition was limited to a treasure of at most rank 6. And if he had used the Zenluko sword, which he usually wields, his head would have flown off. So, he calls the dragon from purgatory, and the dragon quickly lines him up, while the big guy goes near Shukwang again. And so, Lu just takes flight, leaving, telling the boy not to celebrate yet. So, he uses the annihilation sphere from up there with full power this time to make the dragon turn blue, and he asks Shu Kuang if he thinks he's tough, telling him to try to block that. And the little sister asks if that's a rank 9 technique, and the skin kid asks if she's scared, because her earth dragon can block it for the girl. She says that his dragons already have enough to do in their lives, and soon they'll turn into ice statues. But he says that his mascot will become a chew toy for his dragons. And the crowd in the stands starts to notice that the annihilation sphere is almost ready, and a third of the island goes to hell. Then the boy throws that Shinra Tensei on top of Kankageo, and Shukwang tells him to use that technique to counter that. And the dog actually jumps towards that, telling him to activate the domain. And he activates the Deadly Thunder domain. The Susanoo appears around the dog, and he clashes head-on with it, exploding all that Genkidama. Then he wonders if the sphere disappeared, wondering if the domain created by the dog swallowed that annihilation sphere, thinking that this technique is too sinister, including the domain. Then Shukwang says that that little guy was trained by his master, so he has a lot of wood to burn. And Lu questions who this master is. Then Su Guang asks if he was curious, saying that his master is the owner of the Xiao Tao Chi mascot shop. And he says this, while literally beheading the shadow dragon, passing through it with everything. Then Leon realizes that he is Supim's disciple and that is why he is so strong. But he says that the Tang family will definitely take action after seeing someone using the glass and mobile body, and the elite tournament will become very interesting. So, he says that now it is the other two who go after the henchmen, but they ask not to be killed. But he doesn't care much about that, and he is shocked. Each one only has 1 point, and besides, the store said that they would take those idiots to rank X, and the audience notes the difference in strength between the two stores, and even Master Lu was defeated, so they think about taking their mascots Vice Dong says that openly eliminating the family's young middle class, there is a stain on the reputation of the 4 family winners, and that could cause a problem. So Prota hopes that it really happens. Then he remembers to tell Shu Kwang that it's worth borrowing the Dark Dragon dog. So he's happy to be able to use Prota's favorite mascot. According to him, he even asks to be pinched to see if he's dreaming, and Prota says he does. But he says that lending pets is also part of his shop and he says that the boy will pay for this temporary contract. And he says that money is not the problem there, but he says that he's afraid of not being able to control him because he's very strong. So he tells him not to worry, because the limit of the temporary contract is only limited to his combat level. And even though he has combat strength of at a rank 9 or higher, the boy's rank reached rank 7, and that's more than enough to make a contract with him, and it would even be possible if he were at rank 6 or higher. And he starts to thank him, saying that he'll return the dog without a scratch and with a full tank of gas. And he says he doesn't need all that, because he can treat it like it's his mascot and can use all his strength during the competition without needing to hold back, because the elite tournament is a unique opportunity to advertise. And they will establish the store's name definitively in this tournament. While Prota says that it is high time for the 4 great families to step down from their positions as leaders of the Longian city. And so, the little sister summons a huge angel from heaven, and that being takes the bow and arrow using the wind god's lightning arrow. And the skin kid thinks that it has a very oppressive aura, saying that he liked it, asking his lower rank 9 power nature guardian to leave together the intermediate rank blood samurai. And they talk about that demonic samurai, because he has the reputation of being the most violent and difficult to tame mascot among all the rank 9 mascots. And they say that despite being an extremely strong mascot, there are records of them betraying their trainers. And he was almost classified as a wild beast like the Dragon of Purgatory. And she throws the arrow at King's Power Ranger. And he tells everyone to use dragon armor to stop that arrow. He uses several layers, but the girl says it's no use and she goes straight through going after the boy, but he wonders how and why his defense techniques didn't work, so he calls the samurai with demonic blood to defend him, and attacks him from the front, holding back most of the attack. But he has no other option, other than dodging the attack so as not to be hit, because he wouldn't be able to stop that. And with only that residual power, the girl kills 36 people, getting 95 points. And the commentator says that, absurd technique and went through defenses of level 9 techniques as if it were a ghost and it can't be stopped. And Kim asks the girl if that was her best attack, because it really isn't something to be taken lightly. But he managed to block the blood samurai's sister, because it's his turn. He appears behind the girl, opening the mouth on his chest, ready to bite her. Then Sumin thinks he's too fast, but manages to stop him using ice. And here she is the rank 9 ice defensive skill, protection of the ice goddess. And she admits that the samurai is fast and he almost reached her lunar Dracula. And she was already behind him sniffing the token goat, and just gives him a big bite. And the girl says that the arrow was just a warm-up, and now she wants to see him withstand the next attack. Then she attacks them from all sides with that titanically powerful arrow. No one believes that thing can be fired in sequence. And I meet the little sister, the second person to reach 200 points after Shukwang, with a presenter asking if anyone will be able to stop the two of them. And others, also participants from the other big families, say that they will have to resolve the situation, going after the others. But both Shu Kwang and the little sister continue to make a path of elimination. And she tells him that she will provide aerial cover and they finish on the ground, saying that they will finish off the rest. And it is said that they are heading towards Mu Shen and Qin Xiaofeng. He wonders how they will react, and they are shocked, wondering if they have already arrived so fast coming from the other side of the street. And he says it's a shame he can't give away his high-rank treasures, because of the competition rules, because his most powerful weapon isn't with him. And the other fart starts with the same excuse, saying that if he had his gun, he would have the chance. Then they start getting closer and closer, and the number of participants finally reaches 5, and they congratulate everyone who is left, with the 2 cowards getting very close. And the prota of the telephone manruado is over. Stop asking, because I said in the video that the deal is over. Oh, send more. It's over, people. It's over. It's over. When there's more. Opposite. Okay, after this rage, because there are people who don't listen, don't watch the video until the end and keep dropping messages like crazy. He's very angry, he's on the same side here. I knew it was by the same author, but I didn't expect to see him participating in literally one of the championships. And also our 2 friends who came in last. And so, he asks if she saw because they're in the final, but she tells him not to celebrate because things are going to get tough. And he asks why he's so worried and how those three are going to be a match for them. And he says that in the final he'll defeat one of them and she'll take care of the other. They finish off the last one and he surrenders so she can be the champion. But she tells him not to jinx it before time and he keeps talking, because today it's going to be a barbecue at his house on his behalf. She keeps thinking that he won't stop talking and the universe is listening and she doesn't want to participate in the tournament anymore. Then Lu and Sheen arrive there, telling them not to worry, he just came to congratulate them. He also says that he wants to meet them in person because that arrow was very good. And so, Chu Kwang in turn appears to grab Lu, saying he wants to fight him again. But the girl wonders who would want to fight a monster like him again, saying that this kid's nerve is worthy of a sequoia, so he asks why he has that face, but he says he was born with it. And so they leave, and the owner of the rival store appears saying that the store, Xiao Tao Chi, won this time by pure luck, saying he has another plan, but then Li tells him to screw himself, questioning if he thinks he is strong enough to face that store, or if he brings trouble to his family and he will pay dearly. Then everyone looks at the Tang family, and they say that the technique the girl used was definitely Vraz's immobility, and they tell him to report this to the family leader immediately. And the vice principal even tries to talk to Proda, but he says he's busy, saying that the serpent's heart sent him a message, and he says that there are people in the family reporting that Su Lin Yi used a Vraj immobility technique in the tournament. And as he fears that this could bring problems, he blocked these messages, asking how they will deal with it. And he says that in the end he will have to face the Tang family, and tells them of the response, ordering these messages to be released in a few days, because there is no way to stop this news from reaching the leader and he has some plans. And so, at the Zhou family's house, the boy goes there, and the general who is training everyone notices that it is Protik and says that the leader told everyone to greet the little Sapinho as soon as they see greet him anyway, so Proda thinks that even though the family leader swore loyalty to him, the Sivos are not loyal at all. So he already imagines that he will have to teach them. He says that they don't need to greet him if they don't want to, because he wants to see the family leader. And so they ask to take the boy there, and he goes to have tea with the old man, and remembers that he sent more than 100 mascots to be trained in his store, asking how the results were. And he says that the training was formidable, and they had a drastic increase in their combat power, saying that the 100 mascots belong to the high echelons of the blue family, and those low-ranking subordinates are not worthy of having something of that caliber. Then he says that the Raz soldiers get beaten up badly, but they don't get any rewards, and that's why they looked like they were about to die. And he asks if the old man watched the elite tournament match from the previous day. He says yes, saying that his sister did very well and defeated 2 young masters. Besides, many members of the Blue family recorded the fight and are watching it over and over again, hoping to be able to create such a powerful technique. And so, Proda stands up, asking the Zoa family army to form formation and summon their main pets. But the crown says that they are training now, asking what he wants to do with his pets. And he says that the bonuses. And so, in the mid-level battle detector, the young master boy uses his pet's attack to test its power, and then some marks go up. But the stuck-up guy asks the advisor which headquarters, wanting to show off, and tells Beelzebubus, Vulpus, I don't know how many, to use the Volte Bow. And so they go up 8 levels of orange light, which would be a higher rank 8 since he almost destroyed the meter. Then they say that he is very young and already has a rank 8 mascot, and that means that in a few years he can become the guardian of the right. But he says that that officer is more experienced than him, asking if he doesn't become the guardian of the right. But he says that he wouldn't use him since he is the oldest, so there is no way to improve much more, and given his training speed, he will surpass him. He thinks that Proda's store is very absurd, because if he keeps going there, he will become a master even if he sleeps all day. And he says that the guy realized his limitation, saying that he could retire soon. But Proda says that he has already taken his mascot to his store more than once, and only managed to make such small progress in 2 in a single master. Asking why that is a lot, the patriarch asks everyone to get into formation, and leave his main mascot on the side. So everyone takes it out, and Proda thinks that they look strong. He wonders if everyone there is very stupid or very unlucky, since none of the mascots evolved, and says that he will keep looking until he gets to the beast of the ancient vines, for it to get ahead. Then he says that his beast is a rank set plant type beast, great for healing. Being his attack mascot, he asks if it doesn't lack attack power. Intoon says yes, as he intends to train him into a versatile pet that can hit and heal, because he wants his mascot to be able to protect his companions on the front line. But the stuck-up guy says that talking is easy, because he doesn't have enough beans to hit properly, and the healing is also weaker than that of the support mascot. But even with him talking all that crap, Proda says that this hybrid attack is very interesting. He marks it with the lightning technique, ascending celestial dragon wave. Then, everything starts to get dark around him. Then, the patriarch notices that he can teach techniques directly to the mascot, saying that not even rank 9 instructors can do that. And the kid says that he passed on a new battle technique that will fit very well, telling him to try to measure his healing and attack abilities. And the kid is shocked by this because no one is injured, and Proda says it's easy, ripping off that brat's arm. And he falls to the ground crying, saying he's ready. Then the boy uses the attack quickly, with the electric dragon going after the crying boy. He asks if this won't kill him, but when he gets hit, his arm starts to grow Deadpool style, with a little baby hand coming out. Man, this is ridiculous to see, but maybe if something like this happened in the real world, it would be like this. And so, they notice that the arm has grown back. And the attack goes straight to the snake and breaks it, because the meter simply exploded and the power of his attack went from rank 8 to a higher stage. And they notice that there really is a mascot that can both attack and heal. They say it was very easy, because the mascot became extremely strong in an instant. And Prota asks if he hasn't fully recovered his broken arm, and says that it seems he still can't use his full power, and he'll have to train a lot with him. And so, everyone gets jealous because he taught a very powerful technique without even hesitating, saying that this is very generous. And everyone starts wanting to make peace with him, so they say they'll follow Chief Su until eternity with all their soul. Then, the boy says that it's great, but thinks that having just a loyal army isn't enough, telling everyone to take their pets to his shop to train for the future, because they must become as strong as they can. And the patriarch realizes that this brat intends to take over the entire Zhou family army. So he asks Prota why he's in such a hurry. And the boy wonders if he didn't notice, because the peace of the Langia city is ending. And so he receives a message telling him to be careful, because the purpose of the Starry Sky organization is to support the young master of the Aquinha family to become the champion of the Elite League. Besides, the other families intend to unite to eliminate them during the final tournament. And so, sometime later, the day of the final of the Langia Province Championship arrives, and it is said that the champion will be decided that day and the champion of that competition will represent the city of Langia internationally. And so he tells them to look at the people sitting in the tower, saying that they are all big shots. But then someone wonders who that empty seat would be for, and so the head of the Tang family says that because of that shitty mascot shop he had to go to that boring competition. Yes, the head of the Mu family tells him not to be like that, because he can't just miss this event. And the head of the Kim family asks if that is the girl who defeated his son, while the head of the Lu family says wants to see the strength of that girl with his own eyes. And the head of the family says that it seems that the fight that day will be good, and the head of the family just laughs. Meanwhile, a girl arrives surrounded by several guards, thanking them for waiting, and here they are, the Imperial Guards of Heaven. And she simply orders the competition to begin. Then Prota's deputy questions who that young woman is, and they say that she is on the same level as the heads of the families, and the one in the middle is Miss. And they say that she will participate directly in her competition as a member of the social organization, and so they notice that this is the strongest organization on the continent, but they say that it is not fair for a person from outside the city to participate in this, telling her to go screw herself, saying that it is too dangerous to stay there, saying that she will go home to watch the competition online. But then the presenter says that it means that they will have 6 competitors. It is an honor for society to be visited by this organization. And due to these changes in the number of participants, the rules will change accordingly, and they will be divided into groups of 3, being Group A and Group B. And it is said that the one who defeats the other 2 present in their group will move on to the next phase, and the champion will be determined in a battle between the 2 winners. And the other 4 will receive rewards for having reached the top 6. And this little sister is shocked seeing the groups that were formed, and she ended up falling into Prota Telephone's group, which she also notices that she will have to fight her only ally in the first fight before the finals. And so, the family gang starts to smile because it was all their plan. Then, the presenter says that now they will start with the first fight of Group A, Moon versus Emotion, but then the leader of the Moon family raises his hand saying that she surrenders, but then asks why. After all, the Moon family was last year's champion. Asking why she gave up so easily, and they wonder if it's because of the sky, saying that not even the big families dare to challenge the sky. And the champion of her city was summoned by a foreigner, and they say that Prota's sister is probably her only hope. And Prota is in doubt, and the vice director says that even if the government has never announced it publicly, he should know the rule. And several competitors in the International Elite League and the King's League prefer to highlight individual talents. And for that, it is important that they are recognized and obtain a good position in the ranking. However, for them, just getting resources from the Blue Star Federation is enough. And because of that, they cannot get strong individual talents because they do not aim high enough. And he says that if the championship is won by a foreigner, they will be in an even worse situation. And the big families act tough every day, but they bow their heads to a mere organization. So he says that Prota has to win. And so, the second fight of Group A is Moon versus Drag, and one of the family leaders thinks that now they understand because they want to use the power of heaven. Get rid of the girl, and the family will also take advantage of this. And even if the cost is high, as long as they win the King's League to make up for it, there's no problem. And so he says that the Yi family surrenders. And so the presenter says that 2 of the great families have surrendered and Miss Moon is in the finals. And Old Man Yi talks to Old Man Zhou, letting him advise him, because if he wants to survive in that city, he must tell his son to sacrifice himself, to hurt the girl at all costs. And so in the first match of Group B, it's the little sister versus Owen. And so he says he'll say it one more time, because if that girl passes, she will be a threat to the ocean, and if he wants to remain a prominent figure in the city, he must stop resisting. Then he asks what is saying, then he says that the Zhou family surrenders and the Zhouan family leaves the competition, so the host is wondering what is going on, and the audience thinks that they are on the other side of the coin and their chances have increased, and so the leader of the Mu family asks why. Because they chose to support the Rastral mascot store, with the other questioning if he is going crazy because of old age, telling him to just wait, because he will face the consequences after that competition. So, the little sister goes straight to Moon, calling her to fight. And she just calls the girl cute. And in that, the flashback in the jutsu is activated and Moon remembers her past when she was feeding a kitten and a man comes to her asking how many lights there are while another. The other girl says that the kitten is so cute, asking if she wants to adopt it, saying that she's going to get a cage. Then Moon stays behind, saying that there's no need, because the cat that was just chilling in front of her is already dead in a pool of blood without one of its ears. And she thinks that she hates cute things, so she gets up and flies towards her little sister, and so they say that both competitors are in position, ordering the defense barrier to be activated on the long level. And they explain that the final adopts the best of three format, surrendering or losing consciousness will be considered as losing a round, and the treasures carried must not exceed the 7th level. And so a consul speaks, ordering her to continue, telling her to go back to her hometown, and they hope that the girl can defeat Ramon. But then that person who was rooting for the little sister there in the audience ends up being killed. And everyone is shocked because he died just for cheering for someone, and Prota doesn't like that at all. But Zhao Ji says that anyone who speaks disrespectfully to the sky deserves that kind of death. He uses the seal capture demon with combat power of the 9th grade, upper level. And so, the Dragon Knight of the sealed rank with combat power of the 9th level starts to laugh, saying that it seems that education in Long still needs to be reinforced. He is also a member of the 4 Stars of Heaven, and he orders them to return to their original positions and continue the match. And the people who were in the audience next to the guy who was cheering start to tremble. And the presenter says that everything is fine, ordering the referee to continue reading the rules. And he says that during the competition there will be no medical treatment provided by the officials. And the competitors must pay attention to the moment their mascots enter. And so the little sister asks why she came there to take their places, and asks if it is because they do not have the confidence and strength necessary to win the championship in their own city. And Moon does not answer, and she is already preparing and goes after the little sister with everything, throwing her away. The presenter says that it was a sudden punch and its power far exceeded the standard of the 6th level and wonders if Sully can resist. But the girl is calm, asking if it hit, and so he notices that she is safe and sound, as she managed to receive the punch successfully, and one of the patriarchs says that, in fact, it's the immobile glass body Yang Yi, and he already starts cursing Su Ping mentally, because after the match he will certainly execute all of them as a warning to the others. And so, the Vice says that starting without the referee's signal is very despicable. And the Prota says that the star patterns on Moon's body are also extraordinary, saying that even with the defense of the immobile glass body, for her to have been thrown so far, the star power infused into her star patterns is probably far beyond the 7th level. And so the Vice is surprised by this, asking how the referee could have pretended not to see it. And so, the Prota says that he had his doubts ever since the division of Group A and B, and the organizers, including the referees, must have many people loyal to heaven. But the referee gives a warning for false start behaviors. And so, the Prota says that even if heaven commits a foul, they can't do anything about it, and the Vice thinks that since they have developed people, he questions whether it's still necessary to continue the fight. And Prota says that of course it is, because that's exactly why they must defeat them. And so the little sister calls her dragon out, but Moon can't resist the dragon's attack and is thrown away. And the guys up there notice that the girl managed to suppress the star patterns of 8th, extreme 8th level just with her physical body, saying that that silver moon star dragon is extraordinary. And so one of Damon's maids goes to her to hand over her sword. Then the sword simply flies away, blinding everyone, just with its intense display of power. But in that, the little sister orders the white one to try to knock the sword down. But it goes through the barrier and falls into Moon's hand. She swings the sword, attacking the dragon. And the commentator says that Moon's sword not only easily cut through the 9th level protective barrier, but also injured the silver frost moonstar dragon, saying that this is truly terrifying. And so, the Vice notices that that sword is Ichien's 9th level treasure, saying that it is said to be able to cut through iron as if it were clay, and has already killed countless beasts of the same level, and not even the praised, kicked star dragon can resist it. But he wonders if the sword is not a legacy of a family of a certain clan in another basic city, asking how it ended up in Mon's hands. And at that, one of the guys from the sky says that forcing his young lady to wield the Ishin sword means that the girl has some skill, But he says that it ends there, so everyone says that they can't take it anymore, because using a 9th level treasure in a 6th level match is a clear violation of the rules, saying that the Elite League is about battling mascots and not about comparing treasures. And once again that guy from the sky starts an infusion of star power, saying that everyone is being noisy, wanting to kill the audience, saying that they, in the sky, deal with their own matters. And it's not his business to give them instruction, but at that Prota quickly stops his attack and says that if they're going to compete, they're going to compete properly, telling him not to overdo it. And at that the campus referees, he wonders if Prota is warning them because they're low-level 9th degree. He says that that kid can easily withstand the attacks of a high-level 9th grade expert, which is not something they can provoke. They wonder if they should consult Cell then. The purple-haired guy calls Prota an ignorant Tula, asking if he dares to demand justice, but the guy next to him tells him to calm down because his purpose on that trip is to help the lady win the championship, and after they finish the match he can do whatever he wants, and so he tells Xiaoju to explain. So she says yes, saying that the lady's Etienne sword has undergone a spiritual awakening, can make a contract so it counts as a mascot, and she says that he is the lady's contracting master. And the referee says that in fact there have been precedents of elite creators awakening items with intelligence. And they say that Mrs. Itaman's sword meets the conditions of a mascot and isn't restricted by grade, so they tell them to let the match continue. And the host says that he can only say that they truly deserve to be the strongest organization in the district, and Allo, and their network of resources are quite extensive, and even the elite breeders are at their service. Then they ask what kind of mascot the sword is, saying that they are clearly cheating, thinking that with such powerful divine weapons it will be difficult. And so the girl uses the spiritual stance on that sword, and her star power begins to increase, and she orders all the monsters to come, calling 3 mascots at once, and she calls the store's weapon worm, as well as the raging malevolent beast and also the demonic dragon Shura, a high-level 9th grade fighter. So he says that they all reach the 9th degree power, and one of them is the second placed, the demonic dragon Shura, among the Step of the Dragons, and he says that she came with full fire, asking if they don't intend to hold on in the next matches. And she sends everyone after the girl. And so the little sister calls Xiaobai, telling him to go, saying that they have to win. So she uses the resonance of the blood of the beasts, but the dragon Shura uses his Baijidama. However, the girl's dragon uses 1,000 frozen miles against the other dragon. And so the 2 powers clash face to face, find the worm and that other monster, go after the girl, and she says that those weaknesses are exposed and tells her dragon to use the claw of the moon. Then they take a huge attack. Little sister easily summons the net god's lightning arrow and starts attacking the 2 remaining monsters. The host says that inflicting damage to the 5 fingers isn't as good as disabling 1 finger, and Solemn finally decides to launch his finishing move. But as her attack goes up, something happens stopping it, and the host is left wondering what happened, because Solemn's finishing move is blocked. Then, one says that this Thunder Arrow move ignores defensive techniques with an incredibly sinister characteristic, but the more you channel star power into defense, the more vulnerable you become. He says that if it weren't for her previous demonstration in the competition, it would be really hard to think of using an attack to destroy the arrows themselves. And she says that an ambush will always be an ambush, and she shouldn't expect it to work every time. And so she goes after her little sister along with her 3 pets. And they start a close-quarters one-on-one fight, and the little sister actually manages to stand up to Moon. Meanwhile, the pets are fighting with the dragon versus the 3 and also those angels pointing at all of them. But Moon manages to wound her little sister twice, her leg and also her arm, and they think that this is not right, because as the close combat continues, her line is continually forced back by the sword, creating distance between herself and her own pet. In this way, the joint combat effect of the blood resonance cannot be fully exerted, and so the purple-haired guy starts to be funny, because Moon's battle pet is different from the useless ones they encountered before. That would fall with a single blow, and so the girl uses her killing intent on her pets, and the 3 become even more bison. And so the presenter says that those methods are relentless, and this completely ignores the life and death of the pets, hoping to suppress the Silver Frost Moonstar Dragon. And so the girl thinks that they are planning to decide the outcome of the first round, saying that she can only follow their example. Then she sends Snowball to appear and says that Moon's pet is already at the limit of its strength, while she and Snowball must hold on, and victory will be within their reach. But Moon goes for it with her sword, and the girl tries to use the Fire Dragon's tornado explosion. But at that, Moon says that she has already figured out what she is, and the illusory flame beast that launched the fire dragon's tornado explosion is now an illusion. An explosion and it won't hurt you. Little sister is surprised that she already knows so much. Then Moon says that the real beast of illusory flames has him circled, ready for him to attack by surprise, that she can hit the snowball very easily, that she says that this move is a gift back to her, and so he is completely sliced and the girl is shocked to see her kitten being chopped up. Look, I didn't want to say anything, but I only see two options for little sister to win. Either she has the skeleton in her pocket, or she will have to ask Proto for help, because otherwise things will get very, very difficult. And Moon says that the girl is finally showing a good expression, and now she asks who else can come and save her. Her speed, going all out towards her little sister, almost hitting her with her sword, and the commentator says it's Shunzhan, saying that that's incredible speed, asking if Solemn will be able to escape. But then, while that attack happens, a huge explosion appears, then the Ice Guardian blocks the sword, and the commentator says that the Ice Guardian blocked the deadly and bloodthirsty attack of the demonic servant, thinking that it was a perfect team. And so Soli calls Moon cursed for this separate and extremely unfavorable situation for her, and Moon's power is far above hers, and now only Xiaobai can face her. And so, the Frost Dragon continues fighting the four together, trying to bite Moon, who manages to dodge quickly. And Suilin tells Broyes to take advantage of the opportunity. And so, all those angels appear again aiming at Moon. And the girl who is protected by the ice stays back there, but Moon quickly manages to appear behind her, then says that her Ice Guardian may be impregnable, but the Wind God's lightning spear can ignore defenses, saying that it would be like attacking a shield with a spear, asking what the dragon will do. And so, the Frost Dragon begins to hesitate, and the other three attack him, and he doesn't have much to do other than endure all the bites, so he begins to use the Frozen for 1,000 miles, but Moon activates his divine sword from the cliff attacking the dragon, making a cut in it, and he gives a roar of pain. All those angels around that he was projecting begin to fall apart, and the girl notices that the dragon is beginning to be injured, and his transformation is also falling apart. But while she is worried about Broa, the tentacles go to her and start covering the girl's mouth, holding her hand, and she can't speak or move. The presenter says that Sulam's two stellar feet are seriously injured. She herself is restricted, asking if it wouldn't be time for the round to be declared lost. Then the referees look at the crowd in the sky, and that guy with purple hair says no, and so it is said that the competitor Sulam has not yet surrendered and still has the ability to resist, and he says that the match continues, but the crowd in the audience starts to say that she clearly wants to admit defeat, but they are silencing her and say that this is too much to intimidate people, and the guy with purple hair asks, so what if they intimidate after all? The strong must humiliate the weak, otherwise there will always be fools who will rise up against them. And he tells the young lady to start educating the girl now. And so the little sister begins to tremble while she is all wrapped up in tentacles, looking very much like something from Japanese culture. And the crowd in the audience says that they are doing this in full lordigy, asking what they think about it. But then they say that they can't take it anymore, and the patriarchs begin to say that the methods of heaven are truly excessive and say that they are daring to claim first place, only to meet the formidable opponent. And Proto remains silent while Moon tries to hit the girl. But in this, her sword fails to hit the little sister, stopping right at the tip of the girl's nose. And Proto appears inside, breaking the barrier and holding Moon's sword, saying that she has already admitted defeat, saying that the first round ends there. And so the girl is shocked that her brother appeared, because he stopped the sword and also cut all those tentacles, and Moon wonders when he appeared there, along with the other two idiots from the sky. And so the presenter says that the 9th level protection shield was actually pierced with a large. And the Proto asks if it isn't time to announce the verdict. And the referees don't know what he was doing, but they quickly assume that in the first round Solemn was the one defeated. And Moon asks what's happening to that person, because clearly on the outside he's just an ordinary battle mascot trainer, but the feeling she has is that he's some kind of inhuman terror. Young girl, you're in front of the golden crow. The thing is a little lower, so the purple-haired one asks if he would be the mastermind behind the little troublemaker, and the slanted eye says he has an impressive aura, but says that the arena is reserved for competitors. And he injured your little lady's battle mascot. He interfered with the referee, asking if he's planning to mess with the weak using his strength, activating his aura. Then everyone starts to be crushed just like the little sister. The presenter says that that is a very terrifying star power, and the entire arena trembles under its oppressive strength. And the Proto remains calm, telling him not to misunderstand, because he's just an ordinary store owner. He went there just to deliver a pet to that girl. Then she sees the Brabo appearing next to her and is shocked, and he says that it's just a skeleton, saying that it's not too much to handle. Dude, there's no way. The ones he had just appeared, all the hairs on my body are standing up. They're standing up. I even felt cold, kid. Then purple-haired Shatomu says he'll let him interfere with the referee, but he's still allowing his own battle mascot to participate, telling him not to think they'll just sit around idly. But Prota says that in his store, they've always had a star pad rental service, and although the ones he had are either worn or dirty, he rented them before the competition, so he's only in charge of delivering them. Then he asks about them having a specialized person in charge of leading their combat mascots there. But to that, the guy says it's a nonsensical argument, and asks how they're going to explain having hurt his lady's combat mascot. And Prota says it's simple, because it turns out that her combat pets don't have much combat strength anymore. So why? Who didn't give up, ordering them to replace his 2 combat pets with others, because the quantity doesn't matter, the most important thing is to make them lose in an indisputable way. And he simply trusts 200% in the protagonist of this work. So all the patriarchs think he's very arrogant, wondering if he really knows what he's saying, because he's challenging the trailer pets from heaven, and with no limit on quantity, wondering if he gained a small advantage. He forgot his own identity, saying that apparently, they won't even need to intervene because that guy will be defeated. And so, the 2 guys from heaven say that he is truly shameless, for he dared to defy the heavens, and he better have some real skills. Then they summon 5-star pets, which everyone notices that their aura is quite dangerous, noticing that this competition is too scary. And 5 huge monsters come out of those portals. Then they say that they are easily destroying the protective shield, wondering if all of them have a combat power close to the limit of level 9. And they say that what seems to be the nature of the competition has changed, and it is purely a show of strength. And Prota remains calm in front of those 5 huge monsters. And Moon thanks Aizel for taking action, saying that he will certainly not disappoint them, making the blood of the evildoers splash 3 meters away and bones break and ash rise. Little sister is shocked that there are 5 combat pets stronger. Then the demon dragon assures. However, both Skeleton and Prota are super calm, and he says that only in this way will there be qualification for the battle, ordering to use that temporary contract and sign with Skeleton. But in that, she notices that the difference between her and Skeleton is very big. And if she signs by force, she fears that he is not worth listening to. But in that, Gold simply gets on his knees, extending his hand to the girl. And Prota tells her to trust him. And so she extends her hand to Skeleton's hand, that small hand, covered in battle marks, and she says that although it is not warm yet, it does not seem cold. So the temporary contract is established, and she notices that it's the consciousness of the Ice Moon Dragon and the Illusory Flame Beast, and she thinks that's great because although they're weak, they're still alive, and she thinks that they need to find an opportunity to treat them later. But then she notices that it's strange, wondering why she can't see the little skeleton's consciousness. But then she notices that there's something wrong there, looking ahead, and there's literally a gigantic skeleton looking at her. Dude, it's not possible. I'm gonna have to get a tattoo of the little skeleton somewhere on my body, because this is absurd. And she gets scared by that, and the temporary contract is signed. So she thinks that Killy is the battle mascot that accompanies her older brother's conquest. And so the presenter says that now it's time for the second game of the final, and he says that if Solemn loses again in this round, then Moon will directly obtain the Elite League Championship. Little Sister thinks that each battle mascot on Moon's side is incredibly powerful too, wondering if they can really defeat them. And so Moon prepares for the fight, and Prota tells her not to worry, because she only needs to give the orders and the other matters that he had in mind. Take care, and so Moon orders the battle to begin, telling them to all advance together and destroy with all their strength, and all 5 of them. Towards the girl and the little skeleton, which I don't think there are even 5 because there seem to be more, and the little skeleton remains calm until he makes the first move with his dagger, cutting off the hands of 2 of those mascots. Then he launches his chaotic stellar reincarnation, licking most of them. Then one of the pets there uses the 9th level quick art, the demon's illusory eternal abyss, wanting to hit the little skeleton, but he quickly uses the corpse's roar, summoning that demon king from which he stole the pearl, and destroys that monster that was attacking him. And so the presenter is shocked that the 9th level battle mascot was killed by a single, with Rojito wondering who exactly this little skeleton is, and Moon seeing that scene locks everything she had to lock in her body, and the Bravo appears behind her, and she notices him there, and the purple-haired guy gets desperate, telling the little skeleton not to do that and to wait. But he goes after the girl, breaking the artifact and cutting the girl, and she remembers those last moments, saying that in the natural world, dangerous things are generally divided into two types. The first type adorns itself with vibrant colors to warn others, while the second type hides its own existence, blending in with the environment, and she remembers Proda a lot, who was calm in the middle of the entire common audience. But she thinks that the small skull in front of her eyes doesn't belong to any of the types, like the pure black, extremely disharmonious, and she turns around moving and hits her. Then something breaks when the girl is hit, and so the little sister notices that it is a protective treasure, thinking that it is impressive, because the person who managed to bring Bruaise to the edge of the cliff now seems to have no power of resistance. And at that, the patriarchs wonder what is happening, because the people in heaven are like meat on a cutting board at that moment, so they wonder if they overestimated their strength or Supim's true power. It is really beyond imagination, and Koru, who looks more like a mummy, thinks that just like the Poison King said, it seems that what the original adult said is true. So they think that it can't be, and old Zalkin already knew everything that was going to happen and supported Prota's brother like that. They notice that he already knew Zhao's true power from the beginning, and he says yes. Then they ask how he found out. He says that he almost lost his life, and the other doesn't even believe it, and the oppressive macho skeleton pulls her hand by her hair while she is already completely defeated, and in Exal they go after Goltz, ordering him to spare her, saying that they surrender in despair, calling the skeleton to talk, saying that they surrender once again, and so the presenter says that this is very exaggerated, and he can't believe what he's seeing, and in an instant at least 5 mascots of at least 9th degree power level were killed by that skeleton's blade, and he says that Miss Moon surrendered directly, but at that Prota flies over there, asking about surrendering, questioning where all that relentless determination he showed a moment ago went. And so, every hole that was in the bodies of those two that could be locked was locked up hearing Prota's voice. He questions if they are willing to give up the championship now, after coming this far, and so the patriarchs realize that that guy must be crazy, because at this point, who cares the most about the championship, and if he really kills Moon, it is in the sky that true relentless determination is found. And so they say that they will give up the championship while trying to heal the girl, and says that as long as he does not hurt the lady, they will not hold the grudge of the past. But at that Prota starts to cough, asking if they are insinuating that he was wrong to provoke them. But now that they are facing death, he decided to forgive them generously. And so he orders the boy to neutralize the poison, for he dared to let his stars fall. His base city will be buried with them, and Zal orders to spare the defeated one, for they are the people of the sky and he cannot afford to offend them. But the protagonist says that when he intimidates the weak, they have many justifications, but when it falls into the hands of someone else, they want to back down, and the protagonist says that keeping them around will only bring harm to one side, and without him even needing to give a strict order, the little skeleton took the action of cutting off his arm to leave. Then he asks if he dares to do that, and the little skeleton goes after Zhao, attacking him, but he stops the little skeleton's dagger, noticing that it has finally arrived, saying that he is doomed for daring to attack. Several people of apparently rank 9, since they are flying, appear in the arena, and that spear that defended the two from the little skeleton's saber is that of the central person who has the heavens. And so the presenter says that suddenly dozens of 9th stage experts entered the arena, and that guy controlling the spears asks if the regicide decree is targeting Prota. Isel says yes, saying that it is on him. Then Een tells Supim, asking if he thinks he is good at fighting, saying that he wants to see how he will die now. But then Prota asks about this regicide decree, saying that he has never heard of it, asking who they are. And the patriarchs are surprised that they activated this decree and say that this is a mobilization decree issued only when king-level threats appear in the base city, and as soon as the order is given under the command of the heaven, 9 superior experts of level 9 will be sent out, in total of 30 people, and 10 experts of level 9 will annihilate the king beasts. They are known to possess the power to deal with the king beasts, and that is the greatest support, on which the SEAL organization has been based since its existence until today. And so, the bald man with Kratos' mark, known as the level 9 god of war, reveals himself to be a member of SEAL's 6 stars, Jia Ganjia, and he says that unrelated people should leave and seek refuge. However, if they really end up crowding, it won't be long before this small, distant city turns into ruins, saying that running is useless. And so the little sister notices that the entire city is going to be destroyed, calling them lunatics, saying that she needs to quickly notify her mother to leave the city. But then Proda tells her not to worry, because she is already in the safest place on Earth. And the girl doesn't quite understand that, in the meantime, Mom is by Anna's side, who is serving her tea, and she says that her daughter's live broadcast was suddenly interrupted, and she hopes that she is not in danger. And so Anna says that it doesn't matter how many ants come, it's all the same, and asks if she would like another cup of tea. Meanwhile, Proda says that, above all, if they want to kill a king, he fears that these people will not be good enough and asks how he and dares to speak as if it were a legend, saying that it is arrogant, asking if the boy believes that they are few. Then he speaks to the famous families from afar, telling them to listen to his call, because those who help the star camera kill its enemy will be rewarded in the future, and those who violate the order will be considered deserters and excluded. But at this, the Tang guy says that there is no need for him to say those words because Supin took his daughter, and everyone in the Tang family has long wanted to rip his skin off. Then he calls the Tang family's air army and they all appear in the sky at his orders. Then the presenter tells them to look at the sky above the arena, as thousands of purple thunder sparrows with level 8 bloodlines in their beaks suddenly appeared and Tang orders them to help. And so, the leader of all those sparrows orders everyone to draw their bows. And they launch an attack on top of that arena, causing it to collapse. And everyone down there begins to feel the terror that is happening there. But one of the participants says that it is truly spectacular, saying that the Quan Yu army of the Tang family is truly scary. But one of them says that the Tang family really went too far and activates his mascot to save some people who were there from the rocks that would crush him. And the vice president notices that he wants the natural protector, noticing that it is the young master of the Kim family. He orders that vice president to evacuate quickly, and the vice thanks him, saying that he never imagined that the Tang family would draw so much attention with their actions, saying that the destruction is too much, and the Tang leader tells Suping that he is within the attack of his ugly army, telling him to surrender. Because that is like being attacked by a wave of beasts. Isel asks about the leaders of the other clans, and Manita tells them not to try to pass themselves off as neutral, telling them that if they try to act wisely, to protect themselves, they will also be considered for defying the will of the stars. Then, Zoe says that, naturally, he is on the side of Supim's faction, saying that they can think about it calmly. And so, everyone wonders whether they should support Supim or the stars. And they think that, unfortunately, if they choose a losing side without a doubt, they will suffer retaliation from the winning side later. And this is no longer a matter of petty personal squabbles. It is a major problem and disrespects the survival of the entire clan. And they think that the power that Supim has demonstrated so far is capable of easily crushing 5 supreme battle pets of the 9th Order. Although it is unpredictable, but the opponent is the stars who have resolved several king-level crises in the base city, and the 40 reinforcements of the Redicide Order have a combined strength at least 20 times greater than before, and they think that this is unquestionable speaking of a solid force. And on top of that, they have already caused trouble for the troublemaker before, and they are still in a hostile relationship. And even if they help Supim, there is no guarantee that they will benefit afterwards. And on the other hand, the heavens have promised generous rewards. They say that what seems like the question of which side to choose is already clear at first glance. But then, as the patriarchs act, the young master of the Kim family calls his father. But he tells Xiao Tian that it is too dangerous there. And soon they have joined the stars to fight against Supim, and he must quickly seek shelter. But then he asks his father to change his mind. Then he questions what his son means, and he says that his starry sky does not care whether they live or die, and even if they win, he asks what does it matter. And so his father asks if he really wants to side with Supim, saying that this is no joke, but he asks his father to understand, saying that the resources required by the starry sky increase every year, and for now they have taken 5 cities. But tomorrow they might take 10, and they can't sleep in peace, and trying to please the starry sky is like stoking the fire, and the wood is inexhaustible, and so the fire doesn't go out, and so he thinks about the starry sky, and the other patriarchs notice that the Kim family hasn't arrived yet, and begins to notice that he's changing sides, and Een says that that's a young child with a confused mind talking nonsense, like the leader of the family. He questions if Kim Du Huang's brain has also gone bad, and so he goes to the right side of the crowd, and Tang says that they're getting older, but they still act impulsively, telling him to stop ruining his good fortune. Then he orders everyone to release their arrow, and Kim says that he is indeed getting old, and the family's trivial tasks have worn out his ferocity, and that is why he remains silent about the things that the starry sky does, but his title is the God of Wrath. He starts acting like a berserker and says that he will never bow down to mediocrity. He uses the full counter type, returning all those arrows to those soldiers in the sky, killing most of them. And one of the patriarchs says that that is the dominating roar, and says that his power has not diminished, but rather increased, and says that he did not expect the Kim family's god of wrath to remain silent for so many years. Meanwhile, the Feather Army begins to reorganize, and the Tang guy says that no one has ever gained an advantage over the Tang family's troops. And he speaks to the god of wrath that even if it is him, it is the same thing, saying that he will meet his death. And Kim asks if it is really so, saying that he is willing to accompany them. But Proto talks to the god of wrath, telling him not to worry about these small fry, and he calls King Zhou's army, ordering them to advance. Thus, several feathered men who were in the sky begin to fall, and Tang wonders what is happening. And the Zhou family's army appears, along with several very well-trained beasts, and Frende orders them to surround the competition field and not let anyone escape. And so he says that it is finally his turn to enter the scene, speaking to the master, saying that those birdmen in the sky are about to disappear. And Tang is surprised by this army of King Zhou, asking if they are not those mediocre Zhou clan men of levels between 7th and 8th, asking how they can compare to the elite army of the Tang clan at the limit of the 8th level. But then Proto remembers to train each of them as well as their pets and asks if they have forgotten what their shop is for, and tells Shu Kuang not to leave anyone alive. He agrees with Proto, ordering the anti-aircraft troops to use the lightning. And so, the lightning occupies the 982nd post of the path to the throne, and when it hits in a chain, automatically the nearby enemies, with the damage at most 12, they begin to take down the entire Tang family army of them. And the patriarchs think that this is very absurd, because that Tang family covering several basic cities really suffered that kind of defeat at the hands of the Zhou clan that was subjugated by Supine not long ago. And so the aerial army begins to give orders for everyone to spread out and not stay together. But they complain that there is nowhere to hide, and they start to fall one by one, and Su Kuang speaks to the frontline troops, ordering them to assume defensive positions, and orders the anti-aircraft units to continue the attack, and they are living targets up there. And so Tang starts to get pissed off because the Flying Feather Army, known for its stealth and agility, is being defeated, and wonders how the enemy army's automatic thunder technique managed to counter them so effectively, and wonders if Proto already knew in advance about the ambush against the Flying Feather Army and thinks he is a damned one, because if they continue fighting without hurting Soper even a little, his entire army will be annihilated. And he wonders when it was with the Flying Feather Army of his tank family, he suffered such a great loss, and he orders the Flying Feather Army to retreat and kick. Kuang asks if they want to leave, saying that the enemy army's morale is falling, and orders them to annihilate them all, and not let a single feather escape, shaking the nests until all the bird eggs scatter in Kevin. But then the god of war of the sky opens his mouth to speak, calling the celestial hunter seat, giving the coordinates of where they are. And already outside the planet, in an orbit close to the blue star of the main city, the starry sky that starts to aim at where they are. And the protagonist notices that lightning coming from above, tearing through the skies. And that lightning falls directly on top of the Zhou family's army. And Su Kuang barely manages to defend himself because of the shitty dog's shield. And Qin wonders what the hell that is, telling everyone to run, saying that it is the supreme weapon of the UCL organization. The 10,000-ton space particle cannon settles the celestial hunter, and the old man of the patriarchs who looks like a plant wonders if they really think they can escape to the backside of the blue star, saying that what seems to be next to the sky is the right choice. And Mu orders them to finish him off, and after the next shot, everyone in the army starts running because they are seeing again, and they think they are lost this time. But then the protagonist's gigantic dragon appears above all of them, covering them with its wing, and they notice that it is the Dragon of Purgatory, and it activates its defense, protecting the entire army, only with its back, in a simply absurdly beautiful scene, and everyone wonders what is happening, and the Dragon of Purgatory uses the divine defense technique, Wall of. And so, the entire perimeter of the arena is covered by the dragon's protection. And the Proto thinks that in order to make the Purgatory Dragon so apprehensive, they directly revealed their trump card, and says that their firepower is impressive. And so Zhao Ying thinks that this statement, it must be what they said, and no matter how powerful a 9th-level ferocious monster was in the past, none of them survived under the bombardment of the sky-hunting cannon and were all destroyed. He wonders how there could be a battle pet that can directly confront him. And so the god of war says that they have probed enough, saying that he has impressed him. He thinks to himself that he was just an ordinary child of destiny, but his true power is much deeper than it seems. And he tells all the troops to summon their battle pets. And so they all start opening portals on top of the protagonist, and the army thinks that this scene is brutal and terrifying, and everyone is impressed that this is the strength that their star is so proud of, thinking that it is too scary. And so, the god of war speaks to Supim, asking him to let him experience his true power and orders all the troops to attack to kill. Then, the protagonist says that he is withdrawing in advance the right to use his sister's skeleton and tells Kim to take good care of his sister for him, as he will be back soon. And he thinks about this sentence of his, saying that the opponent is one of the cell who is capable of killing kings, questioning if this can be solved easily. And the protagonist simply summons the devil, using the selected ability, Chaotic Star Reincarnation Blade, fusing with Skeleton, and the army of heaven notices what he is doing, surprised that there really are such young legendary individuals, so the god of war tells them not to let their guard down because in terms of combat power, even if they join forces, they are still legendary, and now is the best time to eliminate him. But then, Prota takes over the body of the beast's soul, like the fastest one. And finally, this version of Skeleton appeared in the manual. I was waiting for this, guys, my god. Someone stop me or I'm gonna have a heart attack. And Prota, possessed by Goat, says that now he will show them the true difference between common legendary individuals and true legendary individuals. And all the pets of the army of heaven try to attack Prota, but he, in his angry form, pulls his gigantic dagger from his own hand and prepares to go after all of them, and so he simply spins it in the air, cutting 3 of them with just one swing, and everyone notices that, noticing that the troops on the front line have fallen and order reinforcements from behind, trying to activate the 9th level defense, but Prota uses his machete on at least 10 of them at once. Then the beasts that were there try to rise up against Prota, and they think that the pet battle master died first, and those ownerless battle pets got out of control and they ask to resolve it quickly, but those pets are attacking randomly. But then Prota uses his machete on all of them who were worried, and they notice that it was too fast, realizing that Prota broke through the front lines, is specifically targeting pet battle mechs, and they think he's too smart, questioning who's going to keep an eye on him, and the entire army starts to get in the way as the unowned battle pets are mixed up, causing chaos in the battle, and they notice that Prota has disappeared again, and Kim thinks this is great, saying that this is how they should fill up, and the biggest difference between shitty battle beasts are legendaries and king beasts is strategy. Spheres and kings can be worn down by the exaggerated number of celestial stars in a methodical way, but this doesn't work against humans, and once the battle master dies, the battle pet that summoned it loses control of the contract and reverts to a wild pet. This way, their numerical advantage becomes a disadvantage. And the most important thing is that Supim is a powerful legendary, and he remembers telling his son that he did very well, and the boy doesn't quite understand his father's intention. However, he saved his family's life without even knowing it, and the Masters of Heaven think that Supim is Doer's bone maker, saying that they will deal with him first, ordering the boy to be killed. But Prota is alone with his saber in the middle of all of them, and the little sister thinks that it's not good, because those powerful 9th level ones are coming there. But at that, Kim quickly defends her, saying that they will pass this stage first and they can't delay Brother Sue. And he goes after everyone who is coming, and Zoe starts to help too, asking them to be careful with the flanks, and the young master says that there are a lot of those monsters, but in that, the Dragon of Purgatory simply comes to help, crushing several of them with just one hand. And Zoe and young Match, who were there, turn white with fear, thinking that that physical strength is terrifying, thinking that not only can he withstand the attacks of the empty hunter's seat, but he can also easily crush enemies of the same level. And so, Shukwang orders everyone to advance, telling the shitty dog that they are going to cause a big scene there, ordering them to activate the domain of Thunder's massacre. Prota's forces are no longer in a war, but in a completely one-sided massacre. And Mu starts to get scared because whether in quantity or quality, they are completely useless, and says that that kid being legendary is one thing, but even his subordinates are exceptional, and the bald old man in the middle is starting to think he really wants to disinherit. And then, the nerfed creature starts using the blood-sucking demon, saying that this battlefield is offered to him as a sacrifice, ordering him to feed on them and grow stronger, ordering him to trample all enemies, and he really gets huge, and everyone notices that his size is even bigger than the Purgatory Dragon. They think that that mascot can absorb power from nearby bodies, saying that there are so many powerful level 9 bodies there, so this will be no joke. Prota notices that it's no wonder he let the team lose members carelessly, and he was waiting for this move. But then Kratos nerfed says that now that he realized, it's too late, and starts raising his sword to attack Prota. However, the brave guy says that he was never afraid of anyone when it comes to comparing strength. He activates the demon-suppressing fist second form, activating a stand even bigger than that mascot that consumed the souls of his own friends. And so Kratos, nervous, wonders what strange technique is this. And Prota rips off almost half of the monster with just one punch. And Monk, even on his last legs, finally starts to wake up. And his mate is happy. But Moon starts to notice that the blood-sucking demon, the proudest of the king of soldiers, is losing very easily, and the Proto possessed by the Brabo launches a gigantic cut, cutting the demon in half. And so, Moon tells her to take him away quickly because the king of soldiers cannot defeat them, and tells them to hold on because they must hold on, telling them to wait until he accumulates enough power, and then they will return for revenge. Yes, her mate says yes, saying that in the future they will make Supim pay 100 times over. But then she notices that the thing around them won't open. So I wonder what this means. And Moon notices that this protective ability of the mascot looks like a cage. They can't get out, and she starts to fear that they are actually trapped inside. And Proto says that this is true because the iron barrier of the gods can cut through everything. Even messages can't be sent out. The outside can't observe what's inside, and none of them can escape. And he finally kills the suppressor demon with a single cut. And Moon, who was limping away with her maid, is right under that demon. So, in Isle they call her, but apparently it's too late because that Susano sits on top of the girls. Meanwhile, on that ship that attacked Proto, it's orbiting the planet. They talk to President Zhou, saying that with the exception of Soldier King Xiegang, all the members of the Star Chamber are there. And he's happy about that, so they ask him why he called in such a hurry, with the advisor wondering if the seal of the abyss has loosened again. But President Zhou says that it's not that serious, and says that the Dragon Knight and the Weapon Master were listening to a constellation to train in that city far from Yen. But he says that apparently someone with much greater strength than them wants to kill him. So they sent out a distress signal. But the senator is shocked that something like that happened in that remote area of Longyan, even more so since it seems like someone that not even the Dragon Knight and the Weapon Master could defeat. And Zhu says yes, so he authorized the Royal Killer's Edict. And the War King will lead a team to resolve the situation. So they say that although cultivating a qualified Stardust, be quite demanding of resources, and asks them if it is really necessary to gather all the members of the council, and tells them that he is right, because with the strength of the War King, together with the other 39 Ninth Order powerhouses and authorization to use the Heaven Hunter seat with Edict, they can easily suppress any kind of enemy. But let them watch a recording and they will understand. And so they see their entire army dead and the War King on his knees along with Tang and 4 other patriarchs. And just as Proto is sitting on a huge pile of corpses. And the senators are surprised that the War King was captured alive. Besides, the team was almost completely annihilated, wondering who the hell did this. And so the Zhu zooms in on Proto, who is on top of that pile, saying that the author is called Subin, saying that he is the man sitting on the corpses. And Proto is very angry indeed, and says that the information has already been sent to his communicators, and they say he's an 18-year-old Superim, a morning after awakener, and he's demonstrated title-level strength in places like the Secret Realm and the city, and he owns a Starfoot shop. But he is shocked that he has a title level at such a young age, and Zhu says yes, saying that he was also curious about it, so he says that he wanted to see his skills, but unfortunately he was obstructed by a technique. Secret visual blocking. Then, the senators ask if Zhu is saying that he intentionally hides his strength. But Zhu says no, saying that he is suspecting someone behind him, saying that it is a high-level legendary behind the boy. But they start to think that someone of legendary level is hard to believe. Because in a small and remote city like this, if there were no courses to be acquired, they wouldn't even worry about home at all, and they start to wonder how they could attract the protection of a legendary level. But Zhu says that according to the investigation of his intelligence network, under Yuan Shanshan's command, there is a trustworthy and capable follower, the Blade Venerable, and he is very close to Supim, and his shop even openly displays a picture of him together with the Blade Venerable, and they wonder if he is talking about of the one known as the number 1 below the legendaries. And they say yes, because unless there is a certain relationship in the background, no one would dare to use the name of the Venerable of the Blade to make money, as they would run the risk of ending up dead in the street the next day, and they begin to conveniently think that this makes sense, because then if he could infer that the anti-flood served to save Supin, and this could begin to be plausible. They deliberately assume that Anshanshan was the one who saved Supin, and so they speak to Zhu, saying that the War King is currently in Supin's hands, and in that case, he asks how they should respond, asking if they should gather reinforcements from elsewhere, but Zhu says that it's not necessary, although their legendary levels from the Starry Sky are gone. Because of their connections, power, and the ability to kill kings, they are still classified as a legendary level organization, just like Yuan Chongqing's group. And fighting between legends against each other only devalues the other organizations in the mainland area. And this is a huge taboo. Presumably, the original Chongqing is also well aware of this, which is why the soldiers were not killed, leaving room for negotiation. And besides, it was their subordinate Stella who caused trouble in the first place. And if this continues to escalate, the authorities will step in and rectify the situation. They can't save face. They mustn't let a few youngsters affect the public image of the starry sky. And orders the news to be suppressed. And as usual, they must claim that during the competition they were attacked by a wave of beasts, and their seal promptly intervened to save the day. But unfortunately, several agents and civilians lost their lives, and everyone agrees with this lame excuse and wonders whether they should apologize to the original Tianxin or Suping and ask for the soldiers' return. But Zeus wonders about apologizing, saying that they killed an important member of their team, and no matter what, it's too much asking why. Be so humble, saying that he personally will handle this matter. After all, their seal is the top organization in the Asia Land region, and he says that they shouldn't speak so lightly of someone like Suping, and even the original Changshin should show respect. Meanwhile, Xu Kuang finds Moon and her maid cosplaying as Death, and he thinks this is cruel, since she was completely crushed, and so some people start to descend from the sky, and Xu Kuang tells his master that they didn't find another survivor, but then he says that there are new visitors, saying that they will welcome them, and when the ships land near the army, they order them to surround him. Then Zhu leaves there, calling them ignorant young people, ordering everyone to retreat, and they notice that he is a legendary level expert, and Zhu says that he came there to negotiate. And Kratos from Chopik is already toothless after being beaten up a lot. Note that here he is a patriarchal elder, and all the patriarchs get excited noticing that here they are reinforcements from heaven, ordering them to save him, and Proda just watches, and Zoe says they're too chatty, questioning if he allowed them to talk, and uses the stellar energy throat seal to shut everyone up. And so the guys who went with the zoo tell them not to be so executive, and he asks what the conditions are because some of his subordinates have no manners and offended them, asking Proda if he could be more lenient. But then, down there, Chico Ong calls Azul an old man, asking who he's calling a young man, because he went there to beg for mercy. And still he's acting so arrogant, saying he's going to pull out his dentures, believe it or not. Then one of the guys who went with Zoe wonders how dare he talk like that to a patriarchal elder. But Zhu tells him to leave it alone, saying there's no need to get angry with such a young man. Then he says that he didn't feel the presence of the original Tianxin or the Knife Sovereign, wondering if Supin's supporters have already withdrawn. But he thinks that with just Supin alone, they can't cause any storm. Aizu says that they killed 9 9th level experts from his team, asking how they want to resolve this, ordering a battle king to be handed over. He can spare their lives, and Froda starts laughing, wondering what he's going to do if he doesn't hand them over. And one of the sycophants tells him not to think that having a legendary level supporter gives them the right to bully them, saying that even the original Tianxin would show respect to his Star Master. And the other sycophant says that's right, advising them not to overstep their bounds. Then, Prompt asks if they are too confident in their own strength, asking how about making a bet with him. And so Kratos, after being run over, tries to say something, but then Zhu tells him not to worry, because he will get justice for him. But then Zhu asks what kind of bet the boy wants to make. So he says it's simple, because if he can withstand his attacks for 3 seconds, they can take him, and if he can't, they will have to obey him and submit to him. And Azul says that this is ridiculous, saying that he, a young man of legendary level, thinks he can defeat him in 3 seconds, saying that it is simply a foolish dream, then asks what will happen if he agrees. But in this, the god of war is down there having almost a heart attack, saying that the elder chief cannot agree, and tries to redeem him in any way because that kid is legendary level. Then Zeus says that the kid is very arrogant for asking for only 3 seconds, because if he defends himself with all his strength, what could the kid do? But then Proda questions if it's just those guys over there, and Zhu almost doesn't believe what he's saying because those 5 are all exceptional beastly dragons with 9th degree bloodline, and each of them has gone through countless trials capable of shaking mountains and seas, and he wonders how the kid not only doesn't fear him, but he even feels a certain contempt. And Proda obviously starts calling golds, and so Zhu asks how he dares not take him seriously, and so he assumes another posture by tearing all his clothes. And his dragons come down to him, and he goes to the ground with his superior instinct hair, asking to show the boy his posture from 70 years ago, saying that the protagonist dares to play with words, telling him to prepare to face the wrath of Star-Lord. And so, the sycophants say that Kelly is a forbidden technique and sacrifices one's life to increase physical strength. And it seems that the elder chief is getting serious. But then the god of war keeps trying to speak, warning him. But the protagonist says that it's no problem, because he guarantees that he will be convinced. And so he begins to absorb the little skeleton, activating the possession of the beast's soul. Then Zhu wonders what this is. And the protagonist starts to choose what he's going to use, and he looks at each of these options, but notices that if he chooses the position of the beast soul, the skill itself, that means he can merge with another combat pet. And the effect of the chosen skill, the possession of the beast soul, is twice as strong as before. This means that after fusing, in addition to temporarily acquiring the strength of the skeleton, he can also acquire twice the strength of another pet. Then he says that he has a good test dummy in front of him, and it came all the way there, and if he doesn't try it now it would be rude, so he activates it, fusing with another animal, and says that as expected it works. My friend, if this isn't at the level of a deity or something above that, it has become a scarecrow. Then they notice that it is a second fusion, asking how this is possible, noting that it is not a skill that can be mastered as soon as one enters the legendary realm, and Zoe Kim begins to wonder if the cultivation of Super, who reached the second legendary realm, the virtual vacuum realm, and he in a single and dressed goes after Zoa, saying that the countdown starts now. And so the dragons try to make a barrier in front of him, and he thinks that Do has nothing to do with the original Tien Chin, wondering if Supine is really the legendary figure, realizing that he even mastered the second fusion of the virtual vacuum realm. And the boy uses that to destroy the entire barrier of the dragons and take the punch directly to Azul, making him fall to the ground and crushing his face in the earth. Then he wonders how this is possible because Zuxangu admits defeat, begs him to have mercy, and in that Prota asks if he gives up now, stopping his attack and leaving him crushed, and the god of war is finally able to speak. And so the old man's hair, which was blue, turns white again and he starts coughing, and Prota says that he only lasted 1.83 seconds, and he doesn't feel like he did well, asking if he should try again, and Zhu thinks to himself, this can't happen, because if he hadn't given up before, he fears that there would be nothing left of him and only a genius could last for 3 more seconds against an expert in the realm of emptiness. And so he says that he can't do this anymore and is willing to admit defeat, and he is now the new master of heaven. But Prota is absurd. Look at his contrast with the darkness of the little skeleton. This is being of the shadow. This is being of evil. Learn from him, Sun Jiwa. Learn from him. And so, Su Kuang thinks the kid is totally awesome. And they all hail Prota as Mr. Star, that those patriarchs, along with the god of war, can't do anything. And so, a while later, Prota's store starts to boom, because they heard that the level of creation in that store is the best in the city, saying that they're going to try it out. And in the headline, World exists and Su Lin wins the Elite League Championship, and Su Yen continues to serve Diana there, thinking that there are a lot of customers that day, and then Prota arrives along with a pretty tough crowd, and she notices that that's her father, and she shouts to him saying that he's there, saying that thank God he finally came to save her, but he simply ignores her and moves on. She is in doubt, telling him not to look back, and she notices that her father looks serious and wonders what is happening, and why the leaders of the other families are also there, and she thinks that it is just that because it is a joint attack and her father must have gathered the other families to surround the Supim. And she thinks that the Supim is finally over, and she thinks that she will make him witness the power of her Tang family feather army. Look, I have something to tell you. Your feather army by now has turned into a little bird a long time ago. Time, you see? Then Hu Yen calls the next person, asks what service he wants, and he says that he wants to cultivate 3 second stage pets, and also says that he is a fan of her, asking if he can shake her hand, and she says that it is okay because she will make him happy. And so he thanks her, saying that he's decided he won't wash his hands for the whole month. Then she calls the next person, and Anna notices that the girl looks and she says that, to be honest, her father joined the major families to negotiate with Supim. Soon she'll be free. And considering that they're both unfortunate people imprisoned by Supim, if she manages to escape successfully, it'll also help Arana. And the girl doesn't even remember. Takes Hu Yen seriously, and she thinks they're pretty slow, questioning why there hasn't been any response after so long inside. So she goes there to snoop around, questioning what they're talking about, and Prota is basically wearing the star cloak. Then Chief Tang asks Prota if he's satisfied, and he says that's not bad at all. And that is the 9th grade secret treasure, and both the production materials and methods have been lost, and using it allows one to automatically avoid star power attacks and mental attacks below the 9th grade, including detection and blocking abilities. Prota notices that once he dares, it is effective all the time and is much more convenient than his city soul lamp. Then the girl notices that it is the Xianlu ink robe and asks if that is not the Tang family's ancestral secret treasure, and questions why her father gave it away so easily. And not only that, the table is also full of treasures. And so, Zhu questions who is outside the door, pulling the girl, ordering her to reveal herself. And Rui falls on all fours inside. He says that she is quite cheeky, and she wonders what is going on, with Zhu asking if she's listening to confidential information. Then she asks if he's not Supin's enemy, and Proda says it's little Tang, saying she's thirsty, telling her to bring a horn, and she quickly goes to get it. And he says everyone there is invited, telling her to serve it to the others too, and she really embodies the little maid serving everyone. And Zoff thinks that this little girl was secretly listening, and wonders if Supim won't reprimand her a little, thinking that these treasures obviously don't matter, and wonders if they won't be considered confidential, or she would be raised by the one Supim trusts the most. And she wonders what now, because that old man is supposed to be the helper his father invited to deal with his pee. And besides, the star power he emanates seems to be of the 9th degree, and asks why he seems so humble. And with that, Mu begins to speak mentally to Tang, saying that he has been shouting about his daughter's disappearance, and questions if this disguised maid is not herself, saying that apparently she was secretly locked there to train. Then he says that she was captured by Supim. However, the other envious people say that he is taking advantage by pretending to be innocent, because the girl clearly emanates a sacred aura and her cultivation has also improved. And they say that they had never heard of kidnappers improving their hostages. And so he tells him to stop talking nonsense, because if he was the one who sent her, why would he need to come look for her personally? Then Moore says that maybe he did it to cover it up and put on a fake show of suffering. They say that's exactly what it is, saying that he's hiding it very well. And then the girl goes to her father wanting to talk quietly, asking him if the army is in position, asking when they're going to act. He asks about G, asking what action, and she says that of course it would be to save her, wondering if that's not why he went there, and he's a little disappointed to tell her. Then he touches the girl's shoulder, saying that in the future she should follow Chief Su and work well. She's in disbelief, and he says that, in short, his family is going through some problems. And now they've been annexed by the Qin and Zhou families, and are basically under Supin's command, and he says that whether they can regain their autonomy in the future will depend on her performance, and she becomes even more disbelieving, so Mu asks how he can only allow the girl from the Tang family to serve him, saying that his son should also come, that everyone is starting to want to put his son in the parade too, saying that they are very diligent, so Proda tells them to stop because he has enough people and they think they missed the opportunity, saying that if only he had thought of this before, and Mu says that Tang went all out. However, Proda says that he just said that they have enough people, but in the general store, Shao is what? And their families have a lot of properties, and he's taking control of them because leaving them idle would be a waste. And now it's time to open a branch, and the young masters of each family will be assigned to manage the branches in their respective areas. And those who achieve good results will be promoted to temporary employees at the same level as Little Tang. But he says that those who perform poorly or form groups, the fate of their entire family will be in their hands. Asking if they understand what he means, asking everyone there to applaud if they understand, and everyone follows what he is saying. And so, he receives a letter from Daozong about the progress in the Dragonland secret realm, which he notices that the inheritance of the Dragon King is finally going to begin. And sometime later, looking at a screen, Proda thinks that those well-lit areas will be transformed into new stores and people will be assigned to work in them. And the store employees don't have access to the incubation power, so it's a good idea for him to increase the number of incubators. And with that, he puts more medium-sized breeding areas, and the pets that need more training will be able to be brought to the main store by teleport. And the rest of the dormitories, meeting room and food storage will remain the same. And so the store says that the plans for the holidays have been defined, and Proda says that there are still more things to take care of before going to the secret world. And so he goes to meet Shoukwang and his little sister, and she says that Anna said he wanted to talk to them, and he says he's going on a trip, asking if they still want to go to the sister lands, saying that if they want to go, he can take her. And Shoukwang says he's up for it, because since the last time he went there with his master, he's been looking at the combat school curriculum, and it's all so old-fashioned and lacking in detail. And Proda notices that this means his perception has improved. And the elite tournament was good for something, and asks her about her little sister, and she says she's going too because last time during the finals she got a sneak attack, and if it weren't for Skeleton, she would have lost. But Proda tells her not to be like that because the people in the sky used a lot of tricks, and the fight seemed to be a competition between her strength and Moon's, but in reality it was a competition between the people who supported both of them. Then she asks him if he thinks that if she had fought against someone else, she would have won. And he says that she would have crushed everyone because he trusts in her potential. Then he says that those 2 secret treasures are for them. And the defense of the water armor is dynamic and will improve as your cultivation increases, and it combines well with the immobile body that the girl uses. And so she thanks him. And when Shoka walks, he says that her spiritual defense is low, and that soul lamp can compensate for that. And he thanks his master, saying that he will no longer have to worry about that annoying draconic pressure. Then he says that secret treasures are just palliatives, telling him not to waste his cultivation. He tells Anna that he will be away for a few days, and they tell them to remember to check all the mascots that come from the branches, inspect them properly, and also keep an eye on the children of the big families, because if they slack off, he can beat them up, and says that he gave them access to the store's new advantages. And the girl just says she understands. And so, at the Pioneers base number 7, a huge monster is dead being chopped up, and they start to divide everything that the monster has to offer. Then, Yeshin-chan starts giving orders to everyone indicating what they should do. Little sister says that that team is very synchronized, while Shukwang says that they have never faced such a big beast. And then Prota talks to Shin-chan, saying that he hasn't seen him in a long time. And he is surprised by Supin, asking if those are the newbies he mentioned. And he says that they are the same ones, saying that that one there is his sister and Shukwang. And he introduces Shunshan as the current captain of the Battle of the North Star Group, and so he says that from now on they will train with him. Surprised by this because the little sister heard about them at school, saying that they only recruit from the best schools in the city. Then Shukong says that it is an honor to train with one of the best teams. But Amanda, don't exaggerate, because it was Prota who saved you from one of the tight spots last time, saying that he will take care of their rappel, saying that they are welcome to the team, and tells you that he will show you around, everything so that they can get to know the place. And the team, and they both thank him. Then Prota asks how the captain's daughter is, and Shinshan says that she is fine thanks to him, because she regained her strength the same day she ate the fruit he sent her. But it will still take her a while to process the loss of her father. He thanks them for fulfilling the captain's last request, and so Prota gets down, saying it was for a good cause. Then he says he has things to do, saying he's going to leave them with Zanzan. Then he asks if it's that urgent, since he was going to invite him to dinner with the team. However, Prota says he'll do it next time, leaving them behind. And Xion says she'll take good care of the boss's disciples. Then Prota leaves alone, but fits underneath, thinking that if he were stronger, he could have avoided this death, so he thinks he has to get the Dragon King's legacy at all costs. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the secret dragon realm on the dragon platform, the gate is open, and 2 level 9 cultivators are flying at the entrance, telling people to keep their eyes open, because the period is crucial, and they say that no flies can get through. Then other guys say that, as they said, no one can get through. Then they ask why they are blocking the gate to the secret realm, and say that they said that the last floor of the Dragon Scheme continent is about to be completed, and the audience around realizes that this is why so many tough people are blocking access. And they wonder who will get the inheritance of this secret world. And they say that everyone already knows this, and it's not even a secret, saying that Lord Yuan dominates everything related to the Dragon Tower, saying that the inheritance will probably go to his chosen one, Yuan Lingluo. But then Prota flies over there, landing near them, and everyone notices that guy, noticing that he's a young guy. But they realize that he's the man who invaded the secret realm. In the face of the Tang family, the only one who invaded the secret realm alone. But then those 2 cultivators tell Protoss to move away, because the dragon secret realm is closed to the public, telling him to return. However, Prota questions about it being closed, saying that the portal is open. Then he starts to understand, because there's someone who wants to steal the legacy right out of his face. But then the guy tells him to watch what he says, because the heir was decided by the Chancellor. And in the Wastelands, a legendary ranking trainer is the incarnation of the heavens, and asks if he would dare to disobey the will of the heavens. And everyone around says that this kid has lost his mind just because he is high ranking, saying that last time he messed with the Tang family, and now he wants to mess with Lord Yuan. So they ask for popcorn because the fight is going to be good. And so Prota thinks about the will of the heavens, fiddling with his bracelet and giving the coordinates. Then that laser beam, coming from the sky, aims at all of them there, and they realize that it is the particle cannon of the Starry Sky space station, the Hunter. And he says that the Hunter cannot be activated without a direct order from the leader, and only the man who controls his Starry Sky has the authority to activate it. Then he begins to realize who he is in front of. And Prota is very angry, totally summoned in the darkness. So he asks if they still want to get in his way. And so the 2 prostrate themselves in front of him, asking Prota for forgiveness, saying that the Chancellor's relatives are already attacking the Dragon Tower, begging him not to hurt them. Then he says that if no one provokes him, everyone will return alive. My friends, how much? Proda is absurd. This is beautiful to see. Man, what's up with this? And so, while Proda enters the portal, the guys who stayed behind become desperate, because they didn't expect that the recent confusion in the city had been caused by Supim. Then they notice that he himself and think that they should warn Lord Yuan quickly. So one of the subordinates goes to T-Lord, who is cultivating this Carano, saying that they received a call from the Guardians of the Dragon Kingdom, and he says that he spent the whole day feeling sorry for the rest of the divine flames in his chest, and it took him a lot of work to suppress them, asking if he dares to come and bother him while he is medicating, trying to heal the damage he suffered in his soul, and tells him that it is too bold. And the girl starts to lower herself, saying that she wouldn't dare if it wasn't something important. So he tells her to tell him what it is, because if it isn't important, she will know hell, and so she quickly calls the hologram. And that guy says that that awesome man entered the secret realm. And the old man almost has a fit and questions what he is talking about. And so they ask if the Lord is okay. However, he questions about the Vanguard team that was on watch on the Dragon Continent, asking how they are. And so the man says that he just confirmed with them, saying that there are no abnormalities reported by the Vanguard team. And as soon as Miss Yang and Linggu pass through the 9th floor of the Dragon Tower, the area will be finished quickly, and they will make Linggu go through the trial of inheritance as quickly as possible. And he starts to get pissed off for being superimposed again, noticing that he came just at this time, and he starts to ask if he intends to use him to clear the way. And so the guy says that if it's like that, they can act immediately and tell the Vanguard team to stand their ground. But at that, Yuan thinks that the Dragon Tower blocks forms of communication, so he has no way to tell Linglu to leave the Dragon Tower. And if he tells the Vanguard team to stop and doesn't clear the last Superim area, he might hurt Linglu just for revenge. And he starts to get pissed off, thinking that he had covered up the news in time, and the injury he suffered in his shop is still not healed, and his cultivation has not yet returned to the legendary rank. And the other people tremble in fear of his name, but Supim does not. So he orders everything to continue as it is, thinking that in this condition he is the prince who switched places with the beggar. So he orders all the troops to be gathered, as he will go there immediately. Meanwhile, Proda arrives there and a glow appears on his forehead, and he notices that the door opened by itself. Then the dragon speaks to him, speaking to the advisor, and he has already finished the test on the 9th floor, so there is no need to waste any more time. Then he tells him that he can go directly to the top floor, and a very archaic elevator appears in front of him, and he says that you know how things are. Then the entire tower is activated and he notices that the pyre on the 9th floor has lit up and she has finished the challenge on the last floor. Remember that the condition for passing was to resist for 10 minutes against the Golden Dragon, which is rank 9. He says that basically only someone very strong at the level of a powerful clan leader would have that level of power, and he wonders what Lin Glu did to pass the test. And so the dragon says that time is up and the girl has passed, and she says that she humbly accepts, calling him the Venerable Dragon King, and she herself is young, almost the age of Proton. She is already of legendary rank, and she says that, as expected, using the movement technique that her grandfather taught her, she passed the first time. And Proton notices that she didn't even use her pets, and she passed the test with only physical strength. And he notices that her cultivation is at the same level as his, and they are in the rank set, and it's a shame that he didn't see any of her fights. So he wonders if he should test the girl a little. And she looks at him, questions who is there. But while she looks at Proda, she sees a mass of energy, and says that the secret dragon realm was sealed by her grandfather, and questions how he got there. But Proda, who is almost becoming a monarch, from the shadows turned into the bad thing, says that she is a challenger who has gone through countless trials, and asks if she wants to inherit his legacy, but she doesn't understand anything, asking if that person, or rather, that human-looking entity would be the true form of the ancient Dragon King's soul. But she says that he won't fool her with that, because her grandfather said that there was another person who completed the Dragon Tower and she knows who he is. He uses the dragon's roar, saying that he has been waiting for a censor like her for tens of thousands of years. Then the girl asks what that is, noticing that it is a roar. And she says that, from what her grandfather said, there are very intelligent legendary creatures that disguise themselves as humans and live disguised among ordinary people. But she can't sense the cultivation level of that creature in front of her. So you question if he is real. And Proda says that if she doesn't want to be his heir, he will wait for someone else, saying goodbye to her. But then, she calls him the ancient Dragon King, saying that she asks to forgive your distrust, asking him, please, to grant you your inheritance. And Proda says that what he's going to give her now is a lesson on how dangerous the martial world can be. And he says that if she's being honest, he'll spare her. this place isn't her real tomb, it's a tomb of doubts, and she doesn't quite understand what he's talking about, asking if he means that her true legacy is hidden somewhere else. Then he tells her that she's right, saying that his advisor is smart, and she blushes all over. He says that her real tomb is 115 kilometers south of the Dragon Tower. Then she says it's no problem, saying that she'll go there right now, but he asks her to wait, saying that her tomb is protected by a barrier that kills anyone who enters with weapons to keep out people of bad character. Then she realizes that she can't take her equipment, and he tells her to remove all her equipment and treasures, as he'll keep them for her, and she thanks him, saying that it's very kind of you, thanking you for taking care of his things. Meanwhile, her grandfather enters that place and says that the last area of the Dragon Tower has been finished. This means that Miss Linglu has completed the last floor. And he starts to get worried, thinking that the hope of returning to her glory is all in that inheritance, so she has to do her best. But then the tower starts to shine, with the dragon appearing around it, saying that the soul of its king has finally been fully recovered, and he tells Tartaprota that he spent tens of thousands of years waiting for him, and the girl was still taking off her clothes in front of Prota, and she turns all red. So he asks the successor what she's doing. Man, what a crazy scoundrel, for the love of God, poor girl. And she gets all red, mad at Prota, asking how he dares to trick her. So the dragon just watches, and so she keeps calling Prota a scoundrel, but he says that she's hearing things. So she tells him not to act innocent because he heard perfectly. And the dragon starts to notice that one of the successors is too innocent, that she was deprived because she went through hardship. And she's a very crude person. So the girl tells him to look at her because she's talking to him, but Prota says that he doesn't want to look at her so he doesn't get caught in his Sharingan. But that doesn't even exist, and the dragon starts to think that the other has been through a lot and is a natural deceiver, and not only did he deceive, but he almost looted all of his items, and the dragon thinks that it doesn't matter who it is, for he has the impression that his inheritance will not be well used. He also thinks that there are no other candidates. But with that, Prota tells him to start right away, because his approval was blocked by that girl's guard. So there won't be any other candidates. And like it or not, there are only the two of them. So the dragon thinks that he's tired of dealing with people with that attitude, saying that that candidate is very annoying, and he doesn't fear his supreme power as the great leader of the dragons. But he even thinks that this is good because he has to have at least that level of courage to be worthy of inheriting his legacy. And so he says that they both passed the initial test and now it's time for the final test. And so they appear in the starry sky, floating, and he tells them to do their best to climb that dragon's bone. And so the girl thinks that it is huge, wondering if that is the last test, and Prota begins to feel the stellar power there, and thinks that the astral power in that place is being suppressed by some unknown very powerful force, and is making it difficult to condense the power on a large scale. He thinks that he cannot use spiritual flight, and he also cannot open a portal and summon the dragon of purgatory that flies. And the girl wonders if she just needs to go up, climb, putting her foot forward, saying that she will see Prota later, and calling him a scoundrel. So she tells him to apply his lies in another and starts to jump over it, and he says that he will have to go up the hard way, simply putting his foot down and running. When he stops in a place, skeletal hands start coming out of the ground trying to grab him, and he just punches them, but the skeletons start coming out and wanting to arrest him. He thinks that facing an endless horde of skeletons is bad, and it seems that the effect of the knight armor doesn't work there. And so he just activates his aura, ordering everyone to move away, breaking them all. And he notices that they disappeared with the dragon's roar, thinking that they are just illusions, but he thinks that they seem much more real than the ones from the Dragon Tower. Because they are such real illusions, they make the defense style activate to make him attack. But attacking those illusions is a waste of time, and suppressing the defense instinct also requires a lot of concentration and mental power, and he says that this test measures the limits of both physical and mental strength, thinking that it is interesting, and he simply passes through those skeletons while they try to catch him. And he says that he will see who can hold out the longest. And so, a dragon from purgatory appears in front of the girl, on the 9th floor of the dragon's spine. And she thinks that compared to her grandfather's special training, those illusions are nothing. And she thinks to herself that she has been fighting strong monsters since she was 10 years old. And if it was the enemy that her grandfather wanted her to defeat, she would face it with everything. Without thinking about essence, she must only think about what her grandfather taught her, and that way she will succeed. And it has always been like this and will continue to be. So she thinks that her grandfather is always right, imagining that the one who will get the inheritance will be her. And so, she sees her grandfather in front of her, thinking that she did well, and she starts to get excited, but the one who was pretending to be her grandfather looks almost dying in front of the girl, asking if she thinks that this is enough, calling her a bastard who doesn't even have a father, telling the girl to die. But in that, she manages to get rid of that illusion, saying that her grandfather would never say such things, calling him a fake thing. However, she starts to get quite worn out and falls to the ground, thinking that even if they are just illusions, they cause damage to the body. Then, on the 17th floor of the dragon's spine, she wonders how many levels that guy climbed. But in that, Prota passes in front of her, and she is shocked, wondering how he passed so easily. And Prota passes through all the illusions just by running, telling them all to disappear. He says that after he got used to them, comparing them to a cycle of life and death in a training place, these illusions are super. However, the guy has dark circles under his eyes. And he says that counting on the spiritual power developed after thousands of resurrections and having passed through the celestial tribulation of the Crimson Ray, he wants to see how many floors he can climb. And he goes from 30 floors to 50 quickly, reaching 90. And so the dragon says that the approval is over, saying that the candidates can now stop. And at that, Silver asks why he stopped. And he says that the other candidate lost consciousness on the 33rd floor. Then he says that she climbed 33 floors, even though she had the qualifications to reach the legendary ranking, asking which floor he is on. And so the dragon says that he reached the 100th, 30th, 4th floor. My friend, but you didn't need to show off so much. For the love of God, you climbed 101 floors more than the girl. And the dragon tells Prota that he healed all his wounds. And the girl ends up waking up, wondering if she fainted. And the dragon reveals to her that she did, saying that Supim won the first trial. And the first to win both trials will be the heir. And so she thinks she lost her chance. And she doesn't believe she lost to that despicable man. But the dragon tells her not to rush, because he is too indecent to talk about winners and losers. And gravity increases every 10 floors on the staircase of bones. As humans, being able to climb 10 floors is already enough to be worthy of your inheritance. And when she fainted, she was on the 33rd level. And her level of talent is already extremely rare. And he says that no matter the outcome of the succession, he will grant her a gift, so she must keep trying. But at that, Prota asks about him, and the dragon simply says that he doesn't need it, and the girl realizes that the gift is just for wondering her. If it's because the old Dragon King considers her worthy of being his heir. So she thinks she has a chance. So she calls the dragon to start the next approval right away. And so, he thinks that this is a huge waste of talent, because he doesn't want her to be massacred and will give her a consolation prize. And talents at Subin's level are extremely rare. The kind that appear once every 1,000 years, and it's even dangerous, thinking that he could be struck down by the heavens at any moment. And he needs to have a reserve, so the second approval will be in combat, and they must defeat each other to win this challenge. And the girl says that everything is fine, telling him that she will show him the level of her strength. And she summons the trail of her astral pets. And Prota notices that it is a purple phoenix with the bloodline of a beast king. He thinks that the statue in front of Fengshan was based on her, and thinks that combat pets with Beast King bloodline can reach rank X in strength, but it seems that her purple phoenix hasn't reached that level yet, and he confirms that her phoenix hasn't reached maturity yet, and she says that he is right, saying that Zizu is the most Scott who has been with her since she was a cub, and even though she is not an adult yet, she has already defeated several rank 9 enemies, and even Lord Atkin lost to her partnership. Then the boy starts laughing, saying that Yetikan lost to them, saying that he must have stopped them from winning. But then she asks what he said, and he just summons the shitting dog, questioning if she doesn't believe him, and the dragon notices that the dark draconic dog may have a touch of dragon bloodline but is still just a dog. However, Supin's dog does not have the typical beast characteristics and seems to be very intelligent, and he begins to suppose that that dog has already gone through a heavenly tribulation. And so, the girl orders the great bird to use the blessing of the winds and leaves with him. And the phoenix, in turn, uses the flame of the phoenix goddess, attacking Supin along with shitting dog. And she begins to think that he hit, but the dog remains completely intact. She almost doesn't believe it, as he was hit in Shio by the flame of the phoenix purpura, asking how he can be unharmed, assuming that maybe he is an illusion, but the shitting dog only gives a touch. But when the girl throws it away, she notices that it's not an illusion and thinks that it hurt, wondering if he used some high-rank strengthening to withstand the flame of the phoenix goddess. But the protagonist wonders if that's all she has. And so she orders Zizu to use the inherited skill, Supreme Shining Flame, and so a huge flame appears around the protagonist, and he asks if Jessica is finished, wondering if she has something stronger there. And she says that even if she hasn't reached her peak to defeat that draconic dog, she must face his attack, ordering him to try the combination of the inherited skill of a beast king, the flaming cut of the Supreme Shining Phoenix. She's bought with everything, and he thinks that was a good thing, taking back what he said, and says that to show respect, he's gonna make the Dark Dragon Dog use all his power to hold him back. And so the Dragon Dog uses the Deadly Thunder domain. Dragon armor, wind healing, hardening, and lightning cloaks. And he hits head-on with that ability. And outside the tower, everyone starts to feel what's going on inside. And they notice that there's a strong aura coming from the tower. And they think that this is incredible because it could only be Lord Jatkin's granddaughter. And they say that her combat power is not behind any elite-level trainer, but Yuan himself remains quite apprehensive outside, and inside the fearful dog's barriers start to be broken one by one. The girl puts a lot of pressure on herself to break the barrier, but then the shitting dog remains unharmed and she wonders what happened, because she gave it her all and it still wasn't enough. Then the dragon says that the winner of the second approval was Supim again, and he announces that Supim has obtained 2 victories, becoming the heir to the dragon's legacy, asking if he accepts becoming the heir, while healing the girl, and she starts crying, thinking he lost to that built. Then she says that she couldn't touch him even once and starts to think about her grandfather saying that he shamed the family, getting ready to cut his own throat, and Proto starts to think that she can't accept it, thinking that of course with water and she's still very skilled, and he goes after her, giving the girl a peck in the middle of the stomach, making her drop her sword and roll away. Then she questions what he thinks he's doing, and the dragon gets pissed because I had just cured her, and he says it's no big deal, and he just swore to use his power to do it. Do good, but she says she didn't understand anything, and he says he'll get straight to the point, saying that he has a pet shop and can't stand people who abandon their pets, and her dying isn't the problem. But if the phoenix were to lose control and turn into a wild beast, it would be a disaster for the city. She questions what he said, and he says that if she is not convinced, she can go train more. And your store offers training, first rate, saying that she will be well received, and the dragon can't even believe what is happening in front of her, and she starts to feel pain, saying that I'm just dreaming, saying that only an idiot would ask him for help. And he says that's enough talk, saying that those 3 drops are crystals of true dragon blood, and he grants those 3 drops to the girl, saying that dragon blood has 3 uses, and the first is that it can stop king beasts and help you escape from life or death situations. The second is that consuming them improves your physical structure and, finally, can serve as a substitute for rare recultivation materials. And she says that she will not forget the kindness of the Dragon King, saying that she will do her best to live up to his expectations. And now they will begin the true succession, telling the girl to step aside. And so she tells her stack to wait because in 5 years, maybe in 3, she will surpass him. Then he tells her to challenge him whenever she wants. And when she leaves, everything around the dragon begins to shine. He tells Supine to prepare to receive his inheritance. He says that just the little gift he gave her was already that strong. He can't even imagine the extent of the inheritance. Then, a golden coffin completely tied with golden chains appears in front of him. And he says that this is the original world of his dragon soul. And Proto, seeing all that stuff around him, says that it's just like they say, that dragons love to collect materials and treasures, and it really is a legacy of a dragon. And so he says that each of those secret treasures emits the power of rank 9 or even of a beast king. And there are for attacks, frontal, stealth, defense, cultivation, and riding. And a bunch more that he doesn't even know how to name, saying that there is something for everyone. But he says that those secret treasures are insignificant. If he wants any, he can take all he wants. After all, when the succession ends, they will turn to ash. And the boy is surprised by this, asking if even this amount of treasure is not an inheritance. Then he says that if he offered, he accepts, activating the design of the heavens and the earth, ordering everything to be collected. And he takes everything that was there, and so he orders to collect what is in his. Forward too, but he thinks it's weird, wondering why he can't absorb that coffin in the middle, and so the dragon just stays quiet. This is when Pin asks him if he will need that water from that lake, saying that he will take it too, but at that the dragon asks for a moment, telling him not to collect it yet, and, thus, everything around the coffin begins to catch fire, and he orders it to open up to the sea of knowledge. Then the coffin opens and he tells him to accept his inheritance, saying that he has made him great. The true Dragon King who has fought Gerd his entire life having only tasted defeat once. Now the coffin protecting his immortal body has broken and his immeasurable power will vanish in an instant, sending Proto closer to become the descendant of the great dragon Ian. But then the boy is surprised, telling him to wait, and if Nuno accepts it, the inheritance will transform his bloodline in a true dragon bloodline, and he questions if they are dissatisfied with their bloodline. But then a golden crow appears grabbing the dragon as if it were a worm, and the dragon notices that this is a Jinyu, a mystical body, asking how he got it. Descendant of the mystical beast Genjir. And so he becomes discredited, asking for help, asking for someone to help him. Then he looks at Contracone, ordering him not to move, since he has a trace of draconic lineage. And he says that then the responsibility of reviving the great Ian's dragon falls on him, ordering him to accept his inheritance. And so the ultra-prestigious and moral King Dragon ends up entering the shitty dog. And so Proto says he doesn't believe it. After all, the inheritance was simply for his dog. Meanwhile, the girl arrives from outside and goes to meet her grandmother, who asks if she received the inheritance. But she looks downcast, and Yuan quickly uses his astral power to block the sound, asking what happened, and she asks for forgiveness, saying that the inheritance was taken by Supin, saying that he can punish her, but then he orders her to get up, asking if Supim hurt her, and he says no, but due to her incompetence, he couldn't even get through Supim's mascot defense, and one thinks that the official reporter states that the Starry Sky lost many members due to a beast outbreak during the elite tournament, or that the employees said it was that even without that dangerous blonde employee, Supim defeated the alliance of the 4 great families and the Starry Sky, and then took control of the Starry Sky organization. And indeed, his strength has far surpassed the peak stage of rank 9. Yes, the girl talks to her grandfather, saying that the Dragon King gave her 3 secret treasures, and she says that she did well to keep it hidden from view, and she tells him to look, saying that they are 3 super rare dragon blood crystals, and says that they will go back and cultivate. And then, after a while, and she will finish off that villain. But he thinks that the little moon always gets angry when things don't go the way she wants. But this time, she faced the Supinho mascot and remains calm, saying that she has really grown a lot, and adding the crystals she received from the Dragon King. This inheritance experience was very worthwhile, and he says that she can go back in front, saying that Supim's strength has always been a threat, but if he obtains the inheritance, it will become immeasurable, and he has to stop him from accepting the inheritance, and the girl tells him to be careful. So he orders the guards to enter the tower. Meanwhile, inside, the shitty dragon remains inside that egg, and Proto questions what is happening down there, and why is there so much noise, and he thinks that the draconic dog has been sealed there for half a day, and his consciousness is completely erased, saying that he has no answer, and he hopes that the inheritance has gone well. So he thinks that time doesn't matter. He will stay there and wait for it to come out, whether it's a dog or a dragon, saying that he will be waiting for him. But then he notices that grass is growing around, and he notices that there is something nourishing the grass, asks if the essence of the raw draconic power is emanating through the astral power, and if he cultivates with such energy, the result would be excellent, saying that he will get a little bit of it too. Meanwhile, down below, the Yatakan gang is suffering a lot, and 7 days later, they continue to be afraid of the dragon's illusions, asking not to be afraid, and they speak to Yeti Khan that the dragon tower is covered by the soul of an immensely powerful dragon, and not even the mental energy of a rank 9 trainer can withstand it. And so they order more mental defense treasures to be brought, and they speak to Lord Yetikan, saying that a week has passed and not a single fly has left the tower, wondering if Supin has managed to escape yet. But he thinks it's impossible, since the top of the tower is still emanating a powerful astral energy, and tells him to find a way to climb up, since he refuses to believe that he has left. But then the guys down below notice that Proto is coming and flying from the sky. He stays around that enormous dragon aura, and so he uses Grandia's golden draconic power. And everyone is suppressed by that powerful oppressive aura, wondering what kind of holiday this is, thinking that he looks like the 5-clawed golden dragon, the first in the ranking. And so Proto asks what he was refusing to believe, and Yeti Khan feels that weight on his back, wondering what the point of this is, since the golden dragon is just a bloodline of the peak of rank 9, and he starts asking Proto to spare him. And so he thinks that that giant dragon definitely has the power of a beast king. And just with Proto standing in front of them, they feel for a moment as if he were a deity. And he thinks about sparing him, saying that he hasn't even done anything yet, wondering if the legendary Yeti Khan is feeling all this pressure. And he says that even though he's speaking calmly, the time of draconic power is still being projected, and if his cultivation hadn't diminished he could endure this humiliation, and so Etikan asks what he wants. But Proto says that this question should be his, since he's still there. He thinks he was trying to eliminate before absorbing the inheritance, but Yeti Khan puts in that little trick, saying that the misunderstanding is nothing more than a misunderstanding. But Proto says that he didn't touch his family, so he didn't touch Yuan Linguo either. And now Long Yen is his, and their paths will no longer cross in the future. And he hopes that he doesn't do anything foolish. If he understood the situation, asking him if he was clear. And Taiken agrees with the boy very quickly, and Proto simply takes flight with the dragon, throwing everyone away. As he flies on top of that, the legendary technique dragon form art is released, and the shitting dog that is now shiny is all golden flying with Proto on top. And he completely changed, becoming the great celestial dragon dog. Several very brave skills learned, and Proto remembers the Dragon King telling him that in order to prevent the Contraconic from becoming too high a level for him to control, he sealed 90% of its powers with 3 seals, and just 1% of the inheritance has already made his combat power exceed the limit of rank 9, and he went straight to the intermediate stage of the immense. And with the release of the first seal, his level and combat power will reach the Void Realm, and the release of the second seal allows him to reach the Celestial Realm. When the last seal is made, he reaches the legendary level, entering the realm of the starry sky. And Proda is shocked that he can enter a realm above the legendary, thinking that it really had to be there. And so the dragon says yes, saying that these seals will only be removed when he has the ability to control them. And so he thanks the Dragon King. Then he tells him to go now as he doesn't have much time left, telling Proda to take care of himself. And so he becomes quite thoughtful as he returns home, and Hu Yen notices that he has finally returned, saying that a letter from another region of the continent has arrived for him, and he is surprised by this letter. And this is a letter sent from the Beast Trainer Association of the base city of the Sacred Light. And my friends, with great regret, even though I am a huge fan of that he had, the guy who grew up with me, we played marbles as children, I think that Kageo Dog is the strongest animal that Proda has so far. Even though he has a lot of seals, he is still at a completely absurd level. Besides, he got shiny, now the animal is gold. So I really want to see Proda getting really angry to release all these seals. Besides, I also want to see what this base city of Sacred Light will be able to add to our Proda, since now Lanjian is completely his. So, if you want the continuation, don't forget to leave that like and subscribe, because I will continue bringing this work now in 2025. So, guys, Happy New Year, and may this year be incredible for everyone. And see you in the next video. I'm gone.